You're thinking in terms of models. Because when you say the word explanation, explanation is something you're fitting into a model. This model explains something.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you're doing. That's called a reification fallacy.
And what would that be?
That's where you mistake a model for reality. Because just because your model makes predictions, and by the way, they're not predictions, they're postdictions.
Okay, then I'll further clarify. I don't claim to know absolute reality. I claim to know something that describes it better than all other descriptions.
Is a description of reality reality?
Not necessarily.
No. So
can be.
Why is
can also not be.
So when we shoot laser beams over lakes, or we have photos that are 255 miles distance and 309 miles distance and 273 miles distance, and we're just observing reality. These aren't even scientific questions. These are just, that's what reality is presenting us. It's presenting us a vast plane that we exist on, and who knows what it is.
Well, I imagine you're not factoring in atmospheric refraction.
What's the variable value in that?
I don't know.
There's a little letter in atmospheric refraction, because you're probably thinking of Snell's law, which has nothing to do with atmospheric refraction. Do you know the model of refraction, what it uses? It uses an increase of the radius of the Earth. It does not have anything to do with light. It's a post hoc argument made to explain why their math doesn't work. That's all refraction is. So when you have 7/6 r, that r is for radius. Because what they do is they increase the radius of the Earth. They do not fiddle with the light. They do not measure the light. They do not observe the light. It has nothing to do with the light. They extend visual distance by an increase of the radius of the Earth. That's it.
What do you mean by that? They increase visual distance by increasing the radius of the Earth?
Because on their model, what they'll do is they will fiddle with the R value until they get the visual distance that they want, and then they call it refraction. That's a post hoc. That's not a valid argument.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what you're referring to.
Okay. You said refraction. That's something you see, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's an effect of the atmosphere. Okay.
Lensing
That's not
effect.
what the formula is. The formula doesn't mess with the atmosphere. It increases the radius of the Earth in your model in order to explain why we can see so far. Which means we can dismiss it out of hand because it is a claim without evidence. You do not live on a yoga ball that can change size.
No, we live underneath an atmosphere that can change pressure and density.
You are not measuring
pressure
the
and
atmosphere
temperature.
with radius. You are changing the size of the Earth. Do you not understand this yet?
Well, in my head, I'm thinking about the experiments of.
I don't care about what's in your head. I care about what is in reality. And in reality, they have claimed that this is an increase of the radius of the Earth.
I tried to explain something to you, and you just shot it down by saying,
but
I don't
you said
care what's
in your head, and I'm not interested.
Oh, yeah, because I was trying to explain my position. Oh, you don't care what's in my head, so then why are you talking to me? Why are you listening to me?
Why are you mad?
Pay attention. Stay on top.
Because you're attacking my character.
I didn't attack your character.
No.
You're dismissing me.
I am dismissing what's in your head. I'm not concerned with how you feel or what you think.
No. I was trying to explain. Of course, it's a fucking stupid thought when you don't let me explain the full thought.
All right.
You've been doing this the whole time.
Go ahead.
Okay. What I'm trying to think of. Thank you so much. What I'm trying to think of is, or what I was thinking about is these experiments with the lasers, where you shoot a laser across a body of water, and you observe that it travels farther than the model of the Earth predicts. So
Yeah, it's exactly it. You nailed it.
right. But
That's a good point.
so what I was
Good point.
referring
You should
to
argue for us.
is the reason for that would be to the air bending that light.
So you have to come up with an unobservable.
that's-
No, not come up with.
idea.
Not come up with.
You have to
Not come up
an
with.
argument. You have to come up with an explanation as to why the math doesn't work. Well, there's this thing in the atmosphere that makes everything look flat everywhere. Do you know
No,
what?
you need to add a variable that you were missing previously.
Why?
Because it was missing. Because it's in
How do you know it
reality,
was
but not
missing?
in your
How do you know it was
equation.
missing? How did you know it was missing?
Because we know air bends light.
Well, we do.
We do.
In what direction?
Depends.
Depends on what. Someone want to tell him what it bends direction in? It bends down. It would work in your favor, not ours.
It bends.
It would work in your favor,
Towards-
not ours.
No. The reason it bends down towards the surface is because that's usually where the denser air is.
Listen,
Yeah, which way is bending the light when
the light's bending down,
is
it's working
being
in your
shined
favor, not
perpendicularly over the
Not
water?
my favor. Reality's favor.
no, your favor, because it is a post hoc argument. It has no basis.
Also,
That's not true.
You're actually not saying the more
That is
common.
true. See, what you've done is you've come up with a variable.
No,
A
we
hidden
haven't come
variable
up
that
with.
nobody
We've
knew
discovered.
about.
No, we've
Nobody knew
discovered.
about. No, you didn't discover it because it's an increase of the radius of the Earth, not anything to do with the light. See, this is the part where you're not comprehending what I'm saying. The formula has nothing to do with light. It's an increase of the physical radius of the Earth to explain why we see so far. Do you not get?
I don't understand what you say. No, not. I don't understand what you mean by that. It's an increase of the radius of the Earth.
7/6 R. What's the R
Then
stand
you
for?
need to
Radius.
Radius. They are increasing the radius of the Earth. It's right there in the model, in the math.
You mean they are increasing?
Because in order to see that far, you have to increase the radius of the Earth until it
Wouldn't
fits
you have
what
to-
you're predicting.
No, wouldn't you have to
And if you
decrease it?
didn't, let's
You would have to
It's a
decrease the radius to
mathematical
see farther.
No, you have to increase it.
But see, Meme, here's the problem, and I realized it one of the first times that I had the conversation about the Black Swan, like with what's his name, Kosho. So they've abandoned 7/6 star for a description, and in their minds, what they're thinking is it's not that you're looking at where the obstruction of the geometric horizon would be. You're actually seeing light bent around some further point, and you yourself is seeing the light from that position into your eye. But the fancy word when they bring up atmospheric refraction really just means hologram, because they're not
It really
seeing what they're seeing. So that's what he thinks.
I'm coming
Let's
in with
take a look.
coming in with my word, man. The geoptical horizon.
Geoptical horizon, yeah.
Yeah, that's the geoptical horizon.
Indio, why don't
It's
we go
neither
over,
geometric or optical. It's geoptical.
why don't we go over the Kanigu shot? The Kanigu shot.
Global
Okay, if
optical.
you want.
Because he's gonna have to argue that
I'm on a phone. I can't post anything. So if
that's
you're
fine.
relying
He's
on me,
gonna have to argue that a mountain that should be over a mile, the top of the mountain should be over a mile below the curve, and you're telling us it's gonna look flat, right?
I
Right,
don't know
Leonard?
what you're talking about, man.
Okay.
So I don't know.
can
We're
I
gonna-
can I ask him a question though?
Yeah, go for it.
Have you ever seen light in the air bend down ever? Have you ever seen a demonstration of it? Have you ever it's ever been measured? Has anyone ever actually seen this?
I've seen experiments of light bending as it travels from one medium to another.
Yeah. So, but
That's
we're all
Snell's law.
only in one medium, right? With the air. It's
Yeah.
one medium.
That's two mediums.
Technically, it's three mediums, but
So
Yeah.
we need to be more specific with medium,
okay. Medium.
because
The
by
air is
medium
a single
here,
medium.
Snell's
right?
law
Well, the
has
medium,
nothing to do
that
with
medium is
atmospheric refraction.
changing. That medium is changing
Snell's law
as you
has
get
nothing to
further
do
away
with
from the
atmospheric
surface of the Earth.
refraction. Snell's law has nothing to do with atmospheric refraction.
Correct.
Snell's law is where we have a medium change and light bending or changing direction. There is no observation of that in a single.
I never mentioned Snell's law. I think you brought that up.
No, that's what you're mistaken. You think atmospheric refraction is Snell's law. You just don't know it.
So I'm sure the light bending down you've seen is a fish tank, right? It's filled with sugar water. Is that the one you've seen? They take a laser, fish tank, sugar water.
No, I think it was glass.
Was it passing through glass?
A gradient index material or something?
Fluid. I mean, it can be shown with just water.
Yeah, not light bending down. You'll just see it deflect in one direction. We're talking like it can't just deflect at an angle, like because that would take a well-defined boundary, right? There's no well-defined boundary in the air. See, there's a couple there's actually 4, but I'm not going to get in all 4 of them. So there's a few physics models of how light bends, right? And one is called gradient index optics. So it's too hard to actually do this calculation, which is why they just go 7/6R, like Meme was talking about. They use a rule of thumb, but I got plenty of citations that say you can't use that rule of thumb, that it's absolute garbage. I think I got about 20. Going back, to the 1800s when they first. So there's hundreds of papers, trying to come up with equations, formulas, physics, you name it, to try and explain why we see so far, and they can't. So they just said, okay, 7/6R. We'll increase the radius by 1/6, and then we'll just do straight geometry and say that's what it is. It's a post hoc addition to explain it, or it's an ad hoc hypothesis, basically. Right? It's used so that the model can't be falsified. So
I gotta say, it's a lot more enjoyable to talk to you because it sounds like this fucking memist guy is trying to beat me up through his microphone.
No, he's just trying to listen. He's just
very aggressive. Like, I think what he would have said is, "I have 20 articles."
Stop the color commentary. You're being passive-aggressive now.
I'm taking that as
man, you have luck because some other persons are not here.
But
people have different personalities.
I have 20 sources here with me. I don't know if you'd like to see them. I could send them in the chat. And he's, I swear to God, I'll come to your house. I don't know if I have to fucking mail them or shove them down your throat. I will shove these letters up your ass so far you'll fucking see them.
I actually liked when he said he wasn't rejecting you. He was rejecting your mind. That was like one of the best things ever said on this Discord, man. He's rejecting the thoughts in your head. Don't take it personal, man. It's not personal. Like your ideas, you have ideas and concepts, but that's all they are, is ideas and concepts that can't be demonstrated in the physical world.
But also, you need to see how, with which people that guy was dealing in the past. That was speaking with you, that aggressive guy.
Look, don't feel bad. We've had PhDs in physics come in here, PhDs in cosmology, you name it, engineers, airplane pilots, you name it, surveyors. Pick your profession. They've all been in here.
Can't find my glasses.
And it's always the same result, because as soon as you start saying, well, demonstrate the concept in reality, and it never happens.
Can't find my glasses.
It's actually pretty scary, even from my standpoint as a flat earther, that almost nothing can actually be demonstrated. Like literally nothing.
I'm just saying that I find if you want to get anywhere in a conversation, you got to avoid being a dick. If you want to measure dicks, you can do that all day long. But if you want to come to agreement, you got to be
successful.
We're not really trying to convince you of anything. We're just trying to
Well, I imagine you piss people off to an extent where they just walk away.
Can we be honest for can we be honest for a second here? When I entered the conversation, you were very sure of yourself. You were, for an observer standpoint, like my observer standpoint, before I entered the conversation, you seemed like you thought you were the meme of the conversation then, when you were trying to explain to us how gravity really works in relation to gas.
Well, because I had to spend 20 minutes dissecting every sentence.
All I'm saying is that's where you were. But then at some point, it did seem like you got humble, and that's great. But you did the same exact thing when you came in here. So let's not point fingers at who did what. Doesn't really matter. We're here now. We're having great conversation. Hopefully the tea is on the way. You know, everybody just chill out.
Yeah, I really appreciate you saying that. I just wanted to be treated like a fucking person.
Does refraction apply to invisible light or just visible light?
Both. What's all photons? Just different frequencies.
You sure about that?
Yes.
Okay. Here's a picture I'm posting.
Well, I imagine it would probably affect them to different degrees.
Look, very different degrees.
Yeah, but refraction is wavelength dependent.
But it's not a nil value.
Look, we need to look. Okay. If you look at the top photo versus the bottom one that's done in infrared, they are taken from the exact same spot. One is just filtered. One just has an infrared on it. And they look different because there's so much distortion in the top picture.
Imagine because there's a lot more visible light than there is infrared.
A lot more visible light. Okay. So let's look at something else in this image.
It's actually, infrared light's transparent to water vapor.
Yeah. That's why when you have on the infrared blocking sunglasses, you can see the fish swimming around in the water.
That's interesting.
Those $150
You can see through a Coke bottle.
Glasses.
It's pretty cool. Yeah, if you take an infrared picture of a Coke bottle, it's transparent.
So I'm gonna load up a really big picture here. Okay. It's 14 megabytes.
Yeah. So the air molecules wouldn't be emitting as much infrared radiation as the actual solid material on the ground.
All right. Now you see this big, massive 14 megabyte picture I loaded. The big panorama.
Mm-hmm.
All right. No, you can zoom in on it and everything, right? You know how far away that is from the person taking the picture?
What is that?
No.
Farthest mountains are 255 miles from the person taking the picture. He's at 9,800. Am I right, India? Was he at 9,800?
I think it's 9,418.
9,400, because that's the other shot. That was 9,800.
Somewhere in there.
Yeah. So 9,400 feet. All right. So he can see 255 miles. So already you've got a big issue because there's 6,500 feet of missing curvature from that elevation.
It's almost impossible to see. I can't.
Not 6,500.
I don't know what I'm looking at.
It's a giant panorama. It's like something like 40,000 pixels wide or 20,000 or something.
Yeah.
It's huge.
Right. I wish I could zoom in on that properly.
Are you on your phone?
You would probably have to do it in another program.
I'm on it. Yeah. I mean, I looked up the link on Google, but it was very gray.
If you're somewhere where it says Open Original, try that, and it may download the full image.
We forgot to carry.
Well, here I'll post.
Well, it was gray because you got to scroll, dude. You were probably looking at the sky.
Yeah. Look, I just posted another one.
No. There was a light gray sheath over the entire image.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what it does on mine too. You see where I've circled the red mountain in the distance, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's Tete de Garnesay. All right, that mountain is 5,700 feet tall, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so the top of that mountain should be 6,500 feet below the curving Earth at 255 miles with the observer at 9,400 feet.
Why is it that we can't see the base? Why is it that we can't see any further?
There's mountains in the way.
There's entire mountain. Yeah, plus there's other mountains in the way. There's mountains in front of it.
Was this taken at ground level?
No, I already told you. Height of the observer is 9,400 feet.
Oh, okay.
Now, at ground level, there would be something like 7.5 miles of curvature in front of you. You'd only be able to see like 3 miles. But at 9,400 feet, you'd be able to see 110 miles. These are 255 miles away.
This was taken with infrared, you said?
Infrared.
That's pretty cool.
So here's another fun fact about that image. Is that, do you see where the shore meets the ground? The shoreline is? That's where the horizon is supposed to be.
Far shoreline.
Yeah, the far shoreline. That's where the horizon is supposed to be. 116 miles. So obviously, you still see everything ramping up, even past that, where the horizon is supposed to be. But if you look on a map, it's all flat there. It's flat for a while, and then it goes into some hills, which are like 1,200 feet, and then it goes into the Alps.
Also, I want to ask you something. Let's say you have a semi-truck. It's parked 500 feet away from you, and you park a minivan under it. And the minivan is blocking the bottom of the semi-truck. Are you going to ask why the bottom of the semi-truck is blocked? No. They're going to say its entire height is visible, but there's blockage at the bottom where there's a shorter hill in front of it and a mountain in front of that. So the base is not missing in the way you think it's missing. It's just behind things.
Okay, I'm in an online calculator here of the Earth curvature, and it's not doubling every mile.
Okay.
You're in a garbage calculator.
Yeah, but it's quicker. Oh, look what.
And it shouldn't be doubling anyway.
Wasn't that what people said?
No, it's a square function.
Right, you multiply it by itself, right? Once you multiply double it every mile, is that wrong?
No, that's an exponential increase. It's a squared
Square
function.
the mile and times it times 8 inches. But that is from ground level elevation. That's when that's correct, like from 6 feet.
It's going 832, I think. 832.
The model you guys called shit. This guy just sent in the chat.
But that is your model.
Oh, I'm not the one that called it shit. No, I just thought that was kind of ironic.
No, it's not ironic because we're using these images to test against that.
No, I was just saying that it was. Never mind. I'm not going to explain.
It's not ironic for us. It might be ironic for you.
No, I'm saying it was ironic that one of you said it was shit, and then immediately another person just sent it.
Yeah.
That was ironic.
Yeah. I still don't see how it's ironic, but okay.
Just that disagreement. Do I have to?
Are you using the GitHub link?
Yeah, use Flat Earth Insanity's calculator. They think we're all mentally ill and hate us, so there should give you every advantage.
So do you understand what that's showing, Gladiator? When we say we see too far?
So the equation is the distance squared times 8.
Yeah.
Okay.
See what happens.
So that's it. Once you understand that, you can go and test this yourself wherever you are. Go next to a coastline or a body of water. Figure it out.
Yeah, I'm still not entirely. So I think if this was if this was the only variable, if I'm still not entirely certain on the atmosphere's effect on light.
Atmosphere.
What's the atmosphere?
Oh no. Atmosphere, that's a contradiction in terms.
Yeah.
Right? Because atmo means air, air is gas, sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape. You got a big problem. Plus, if you're going to
I think the shape is referring 2 is the sphere.
Yeah, that's right. So gases don't take a shape.
Yeah.
So bye atmosphere. You got to come up with another term. And as soon as you
right, they fill the container, and we could kind of consider the container being the
where's
the volume? What's the volume of Earth's
gravitational?
container?
Oh, the gravitational container, huh? Can you show us the gravitational container? Sorry, memes.
Me personally, no.
So, what are you spouting? I don't understand. What do you got, a 1956 physics glossary, and you're just catching phrases and stuff and throwing those out? You think that'll stick? You think that'll stick here?
If I didn't rely on the science of the past 10,000 years, I don't know where I would be.
The science.
10,000 years.
The science. So you're a science.
Sumerian science.
Oh, I'm not. I'm not referring specifically to the Earth, the shape of the Earth. I'm just referring to scientific discoveries in general. I trust the discoveries.
The modern scientific method was invented in the early 20th century.
I'm gonna give it back to Quad. I'm gonna give it back to y'all. I just want to say to the dude, if you thought earlier was rough, you're like, because you're going into the same conversation we were having. This is gonna be a bit more rough. So I just relax and take it slow.
I think we were on a good point with Carnegie, right? I mean, going through some of these examples is valuable to see, and since QE's shown up, maybe it's Black Swan time. I don't know if anyone did the Black Swan with you earlier, Gladiator.
No.
Did you go?
Did you do the Black Swan?
Did somebody do the Black Swan?
I don't think so. All right, let's do QE. Do you want to do the Black Swan with Gladiator?
Yeah, why didn't you just lead out with that, and then we could just sit back and smoke them if you got them? It would have been all been over.
Where's the fun in that? We've got 24 hours.
Yeah, I figured. Yeah, I know that. Yeah, I got you. So, have you heard of the Black Swan? Who am I talking to?
Me.
Yeah, he's kind of new, so he probably didn't.
Okay, so I know it's me. I need a name.
It's Gladiator.
Gladiator.
Hey, it's my birthday, man. Come on.
Okay, fair enough.
Gladiator before the gangbang.
Did somebody say chitty chitty bang bang?
No, I said Gladiator before the gangbang.
Oh, I thought you said chitty chitty bang bang.
Chitty bang bang.
I haven't heard that. Okay, I digress.
He used to have one of those Matchboxes.
Great movie.
Oh, good. I can't get these two slides together, so I have to post them separately. Of course, they won't post separately.
But before you post them, nobody else post anything, please.
Too late. Memes got me. It's just impossible. That's okay. 26. Thanks, memes. 26 minutes after the hour. This is called the Black Swan argument. Are you in live stream?
Yep.
Tell me when you're there.
No, I'm there.
All right, so this is just a simple modus tollens argument. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than, that's a very key phrase right there, must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Q, not Q, horizon distance is greater than 9.41 miles. We'll get to that in a moment. Therefore, not P, the Earth is not a sphere. Does the logic, does this sort of make sense? Do you find any flaws in this?
2, 6, 3, 0.
I guess kinda. Right, not I kinda get it is what I'm saying.
Okay. So we can go down to the evidence for the argument. It's the bye-bye ball.
Next to the video.
Do you see that one? It's a slide right beneath the argument. Hello?
I'm sorry. When you meant, are you in the live stream? What did you mean by that?
Live stream voice text.
Yeah, I'm not seeing much.
At 20.
Oh, sorry. Never mind. There we go. I think
I thought you just said that you were at 26 minutes after the hour, and I said, "Do you see the modus tollens?" You said, "Yeah."
Why is it a 3 on the
Did I just step off in the bizarro world?
Let's try it again. You see it, Gladiator, right? You see the image and the text with the oil rigs.
Oh, that one above.
Yeah, so the latest image.
Okay, let's try this one more time. In the live stream voice text, right?
Yes.
You see Quantum Eraser. I posted 2 slides. One's a big white slide, and the other one's got oil rigs. Now,
yes.
Yeah, you got that. Do I need to go over the argument again?
Probably.
Yep. Yeah, sorry.
Let's go over the argument again. It's real quick. I'll be fast. So if it's a Modus Tollens argument, it's if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. It's simple deductive logic. You heard of it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, P, then every horizon distance must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, Q. Not Q, because the horizon distance is greater than 9.41 miles. We'll get to that in a moment. Therefore, not P. The Earth is not a sphere. So this follows logically. Correct?
Yep.
Okay. So right beneath it is a photo of 2 oil rigs. Do you see it?
Mm-hmm.
This was a still taken from a video at Miramar Beach near Santa Barbara. I took the still out of it, and what I did was I color contrasted so I could bring the horizon out just a tad bit more. We got the original video. There's no shenanigans going on here. Okay? The observer was at 1 foot. Now, if you see the video, you're going to say, that's highballing. It could be lower, but I'm just going to say 1 foot. This is not in contention. At the observer height of 1 foot, the maximum distance to the geometric horizon is 1.22 miles. In this photo right here, we have 2 oil rigs. I'm not concerned about the oil rigs, whether they're doing backflips. I could really care less. They're only there to demarcate distance for us. As you can see, Platform Hill House is 6.21 miles away. Platform Habitat is 9.41 miles away. Where is the horizon in this photo?
I guess that line between the yellow sky and the blue ocean.
Yeah, it's behind Platform Habitat, correct?
Yep.
So that would be, would it be safe to say, if I said that horizon was 10 miles, would that be a good, would be good to go? No, it could be more, but 10 miles is reasonable.
I don't know if you could put a pin on. I don't know how you would even guess at that distance because there's no object out.
Yeah, we
out
got
there.
We got the oil rig at 9.41 miles, so it's safe to say that horizon is at least 10 miles away.
Sure, that's definitely fair.
That's fair. I figured it was. The problem is for the ball is that the horizon should be no more than 1.22 miles away. Under no circumstances can it be any further because that's where the geometric constraints allow. Why is the horizon 10 times further than it should be?
Well, one thing that jumped out immediately to me in this picture is how distorted the light is.
Really? You can see distorted light? Where at?
Well, by the shape of the oil rigs.
I'm not talking about the oil rigs. That's not my argument. My argument's the horizon.
Okay, so on its own, this should be impossible, yes.
Yeah,
I know what you're saying.
Yep, that's my argument.
Yep.
That's it. Thanks.
Yeah, so what I mean, if we look at the cranes here,
don't want to look at the cranes. I could care less what the cranes are doing.
Well, that's relevant to...
It's not relevant to my argument. Do you have another argument with bendy crane refraction? Then you can go on with that, but that's not my argument.
Well, it shows that light is being bent here.
Who cares? Really?
I don't know why you got angry.
Let's say, don't worry about my feelings, for fuck's sake. Why I got angry? Because I put up with numpty dipshits on a daily basis that talk about fucking bendy crane refraction when that's not my argument. You understand it now?
It's part of my... Jesus Christ. What happened here, dude?
Don't appeal. He's not going to help you here. So, How is the horizon 10 times further than it should be? Yeah.
No,
say goodbye
you're so
to your
pissed.
spinning ball space monkey religion.
You have so much anger in you.
Yeah,
Where did that come from? What happened to you, dude?
Hey, Gladiator, he already asked you to stick to the information. Stop talking about his feelings and him. It has nothing to do with him, his personality. Look at the information and analyze it like a man.
Damn.
I just don't want to be treated like a dick, all right? I don't want to be treated like a dick.
It's not.
Okay,
Don't
that's the
take it
thing.
personal. It's just like
You're atoming and tone policing. You're being a dick. Stop it, please.
Just go with the
Okay, well,
information,
no.
Just
The
toughen
thing
it up
is,
and
the
let it
thing
go.
is, if you treat someone like a dick, you get treated like a dick, and then you go
We
nowhere.
don't give a shit
You go
about
nowhere.
what you think about other people's feelings or the conversation or how it's going. Go find a romper room for them.
Stick to the observation. Why is the horizon beyond
Now,
the rings?
if we showed you the identical shot with no bendy cranes, what would you say then? Does that exist? No, this has been replicated a few times.
So the conditions would be different.
But it's the same shot. It's the same. It shows the same thing, except for there is no bendy cranes. Actually, from
Right,
further
so-
away. It's from 10.1 miles away.
And that would be probably a different location, different time.
No, it's the exact same location, exact same camera height. Well, not same location, not the observer location, but it's the same camera height.
Different temperature, different pressure.
Wouldn't matter anyway.
It doesn't matter. The horizon is 10 times too far. The horizon is supposed to be before, in front of them, right? Not behind them. So if it's a physical obstruction, how did it physically get behind them?
Okay,
How
well,
did the
this
horizon
is
jump
what I
over the
haven't been
cranes
able to
and go to
grapple
that
with yet.
distance?
What I still don't understand is yes, if we did this experiment on the moon, and
Not an
we saw
experiment.
this-
Moon.
This is
It's
gonna
not.
be a series.
Hold on. Number one, this is not an experiment. So you just compromised yourself and your science acumen. If we did this on the moon, we're not talking about the moon. Stop with this Elmer Fudd sophistry. Why is the horizon 10 times further than it should be here?
Well, I'm trying to answer that, but you're just cutting me off.
Oh, I'm cutting you
And
off
casting
on
me
your
aside.
little moon rant, huh?
Yeah.
Gladiator,
Again,
you can't
well,
moderate the debate
course,
and participate in it, so stop moderating.
I can't
TV. That's not your
participate in it
job.
when I'm being shouted over.
Okay, well,
Again, I
you're
sound
not-
like an
you're not
idiot
in-
when you cut me
You're
off.
not required to be here.
When you don't let me
Just want
complete
you
a
to
full.
stay on topic, man. We're trying to get you on topic, and you're like going to the moon. Literally.
He's in a
Cool,
gamma
well,
spiral.
Can we just ask Gladiator? Gladiator, you understand? 'cause
Well,
you
I was
agreed that this
trying
observation
to explain
contradicts
my
the
full
globe model, right?
thought here, but I still haven't been able to do that.
We're not going to the fucking moon.
It was a part of my full thought.
Dude, nobody cares about
And you
your
didn't let me get
thoughts.
that across.
Nobody cares. Nobody cares.
But we're not
about
on the
your
moon, though,
thoughts.
are we?
Oh, so
The
you
moon
don't want
doesn't
to?
even have the same Earth
So you
radius.
don't want to have a debate. You just want to talk at
I want
me
to talk
and not
about the
with
moon
me.
then. Hey, let's talk about the moon. Do you know what this horizon actually fits? How big of a ball it would have to be? Yeah, a ball that's the size of the lunar orbit.
And I'm trying to answer why
So
we
a
would see
circumference
this.
of 1.5 million
I'm
miles.
trying to offer up an explanation for this. That's what I'm trying to do, but I haven't been able to do that yet.
We don't need
All
more
right,
explanation. Thank you.
Let him get his explanation out. Just be quick. Just say you think it's optical refraction, right?
Okay, well, no, I'm saying I don't know. I don't have the complete picture. That's what I'm saying.
But you're agreeing that it
post the
can't be
video.
the physical limit of.
So I'm
a
trying
ball
to
with a radius
recognize that there
3959, right?
that there might be other answers out there that
But
I
you're
am not
agreeing-
aware of yet.
But you're agreeing that it's not dictated by the radius of a ball with 3959 miles, right? Because then that would necessitate it at 1.2 miles. So you understand that it's not being necessitated by that physical curvature, right?
So the curvature isn't the only variable here.
Right, but it's not dictating what we see, is it? The
It is
story of
partially.
it being a geometric limit. Well, no, it's not, because then it would be at 1.2 miles.
If that was the only variable.
So then we're not seeing the leading edge of a sphere dictated by the numbers that they give us.
But that wouldn't be the complete picture if you only looked at that one
right,
fact.
but you agree that that's right? That it's not being dictated by a physical geometry of a sphere, because it's beyond that physical geometry. You understand that, yeah?
No, I'm saying it is being dictated by that and other things.
Well, no, because if it was being dictated,
which
by
is
that,
why
it
I
would be at
brought up the
1.2
moon.
miles.
Because if you again, so this is why I brought up the moon. I said, if you did this experiment on the moon, you remove one of those variables because the moon's
Back to the
atmosphere.
experiment, right?
Who's
Okay,
doing that?
if you
Who's done
perform
that?
this observation on the moon,
how are you getting to the moon?
Yeah, who's done this? For you
How
to
are
say
you
this?
getting to the moon? What is going?
You know, you could have said if we took all the air away from Earth, and then
Yeah. But even then, I mean, that's not reality.
That would be removing a variable.
Wouldn't that be just speculation?
Yeah, who's ever done that?
Well, the fact that we have an atmosphere, though we're not taking it into
That's a contradiction
consideration.
in terms.
Okay, the fact that we're surrounded by air, but we're not taking it into consideration means that we don't have the full picture.
We're taking what into consideration? We take it into consideration every time we wake up.
Yeah.
What consideration do we need to take the air into, sir?
That it bends light.
That air
and
bends
that it may
light?
be responsible.
Really? Can you show us that?
I already asked him for that.
Show us that. What is light?
We hear people say all the time that air bends light, but we have yet to see anybody demonstrate that.
Yep.
It's a cool story at this point.
You talking about? Is he talking about refraction?
Well, we know that mediums bend light, right?
Mediums, plural.
Meme told you. You are talking
Right,
about
like water,
Snell's
like
law
air.
and don't know it.
Yeah,
Like glass.
when light transitions from air to water, or air to glass, or water to glass, or glass to air, or glass to water, even, it'll bend light because they're two different mediums. Air to air is a single medium.
But I'll give you this example. I think this might be a little bit of a help. Do you know how fiber optic cables work?
Oh,
yeah. They're a gradient index medium that where the index of refraction changes radially.
Right.
Okay. And welcome to flat Earth.
which is why you can bend that cable around a ball, and it'll still come out the other side.
It changes radially because the composition of the fiber optic cable is not what would you call it, homogeneous. They use two different
like
types of glass. No, they use two different types of glass, and then when they process them, they melt them together. There's a core, and then there's the outer part of it, and they melt them together so that there's no what do you call it? So there isn't a hard boundary because they want it to come back. Otherwise, they would get like a different type of. Technically, that's total internal reflection. It's not refraction.
Exactly. You have cooler, denser air closer to the surface, and warmer, less dense air
You said
higher up.
exactly. That means you understand that it's total internal reflection, not refraction. There's a difference.
Right. I brought that up not as a perfect example. And I brought that up as a perfect example. But
You brought that up as a perfect example.
no,
You
that's-
keep on saying that. Do you
I
know what
tripped over my
what
words
is
there.
refraction? What is it?
The change in angle of light.
Good thing you didn't say bend. That was pretty good. That was a nice.
Not really. It's a change in the speed of light in the medium, but
he didn't say
we'll
bend.
We'll settle for your answer.
Yeah, he didn't say
the
bend.
point
though,
is,
which was good.
Yeah, but the point is, you're using examples which aren't the air. We like I've told you this already today, probably twice, that there's a lot of claims, but none of them can be demonstrated. Science is experiment, right? Experiment is the final arbiter of all claims.
Well, we
To
know
have
that light
demonstration.
bends in air, so I think it would stand to reason that it would.
We don't know that.
No, we don't know that. That's the point. That's what he's trying to tell you. You got a 10-point
Maybe
problem.
if you made a crazy gradient, like you took some liquid hydrogen in like a furnace on the other side, like maybe then.
This is pretty funny. Do you know the types of? Do you know the types of What type of refraction? So we're talking about atmospheric. That's contradiction in terms. Refraction, right? Is that what we're talking about? Yes. Yes. Atmospheric. That contradiction in terms. Refraction. Is that what we're talking about?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Yeah, because you're talking about the atmosphere and refraction. What are the types of refraction?
So as I said previously, I wasn't asserting this. I was saying I don't understand this fully, and I was asking if you guys do, if you could explain to me
we
why
understand
this
it fully.
isn't the case.
Well, I think you're
We
finding out,
understand it
Gladiator.
fully.
So I never
Is this in
claimed to fully
response to
know.
the Black Swan? Is that why you're saying
I brought up a
refraction?
possible explanation.
Yeah, we
Oh,
know
we
Gladiator.
actually explained this. Can you just let me say something to him real quick? Because me and Morvet covered this already. We tried to explain to him the 7.6R and where that comes from, how it's ad hoc and it's not actual based on any physics, because they can't make predictions with the physics theories. They've been working on it for a couple hundred years, and they still haven't gotten anywhere. Remember I told you I'd give you 20 citations if you wanted? Remember that part? We do know this subject. And the idea that light is bending around the curve, picking up a horizon 10 times further than what it's supposed to be is ludicrous. There's no evidence for it.
Yeah, I kind of feel like we need to dial it back a bit. I just wanted to ask Gladiator. Gladiator, you've heard the claim ships are disappearing bottom up over a curve of the Earth, right?
Yep.
So they never mentioned this curvature, this horizon being dictated by, well, not the curvature, and in fact bendy light. So that's not really, you can't really claim then that boats and objects are disappearing bottom up over a curve if you're now claiming that that's an optical position being moved about by refraction or whatever you want to say, right? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Sorry, I'm trying to multitask here because I'm trying to at the same time listen to you guys while also researching. So
Yeah,
I'll
that's
switch
cool.
back.
Oh, by the way, I should point out, have you seen the additional information sections further down? Like all alphabetized?
No, I haven't.
So if you scroll down like 2/3 of the way, 3/4 of the way down, you'll see it's got everything: curvature, long distance observations, laser tests, gravity, NASA, all these different pages, channels of stuff that you won't find through Google and YouTube because they're all censored off of that. So you should take some time when you've got like specific areas that you want to ask questions about. Take a look in there as well. There's some great stuff so you can research in your own time and all that. But yeah, I mean, this notion of whatever you're claiming, and I can tell that you're understanding that, yeah, we've heard this a lot and we have looked into it. We do know about the refraction argument. But either way, even if you want to say that, you're debunking the foundational claim that boats are disappearing bottom up over a curve, and everyone's like, we've known since Aristotle because ships are disappearing bottom up because they're going over a curve. Well, obviously not, because then it could only be at 1.2 miles. So where is the physicality of that curve in our lives, ever? Do you understand what that implication?
Let's go over a quick 10 points. I'll be quick with it. When anyone says refraction, I posted them in live stream voice text. Whenever you say refraction, I'm going to tell you welcome to flat Earth. Why? Let's go through these. Terrestrial refraction, is that scientific evidence? No. 2, terrestrial refraction requires the atmosphere to curve. Gases, the atmo, don't freaking curve. We already went over that. Number 3, and it's connected to 2, the term atmosphere is a contradiction in terms. That is a paradox.
What do you mean we already went over that? Gases don't curve.
Yeah, gases don't curve. We already talked about that. They have no inherent.
In the case that the Earth is a sphere, the gases would, in a sense, curve around itself.
No, gases wouldn't be here in the first place, bro.
Yeah. So gases have.
Would be.
Relax before I mute you.
Have you been doing that?
Okay. The term atmosphere is a contradiction in terms. It's a paradox. Number 4, to even invoke refraction, terrestrial refraction, you must know the radius of the Earth. You don't. Neither does anyone else. Number 5, even if I grant you fairy tale terrestrial refraction as it's currently defined, there is no scenario or type of refraction that'll move the horizon 10 times further than the geometric constraints of the fairy tale sphere allow. 6, 100% appeal to looming. The current definition authored by Andrew Thomas Young is demonstrably incorrect. Even granting you the incorrect definition of looming, it has nothing whatsoever to do with moving the horizon 10 times further than it should be. It speaks to objects in relation to the horizon, not the horizon itself. Number 8, mind-numbing adjectives added to the refraction greater than infinite, gargantuan, super extreme, and strong are woefully juvenile and a screaming testimony to no acumen in the subject area whatsoever. Number 9, refraction is feebly portrayed by Baltard spinning space monkeys would render all the world's militaries laughingly impotent and utterly useless. Number 10, the moment crayon munching window lickers clumsily begat refraction. In response to the black swan, they unwittingly welcome themselves to flat earth, like I did at step 1. You need a physical horizon which blocks boats and buildings and is denoted in their model with the green X. B, they refute the radius value of the fairy tale sphere, which was brought to them by Al Biruni, who computed the radius via the dip angle of the horizon. So tell me how you can calculate a geometrical radius from a refracted horizon. And psst, by the way, you're all toast. Pretender clowns. Thank you very much.
Geoptical horizon, dude.
The optical horizon.
Geoptical horizon. Just mush them together, man. Like putting French fries on your Big Mac, man. You just eat your whole Happy Meal all at once.
Yeah, all the whole thing.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
I like this, John. This was Welcome to Flat Earth, made very concise. That's dope.
So bye-bye looming. If you're going over the gas pressure, you might as well take the whole thing, put it in the woodshed.
Go for it.
Yeah,
Dude,
no,
you're gonna
don't
give me a
waste your
seizure.
breath. Don't waste your breath, dude. I'm not going to listen to you because you don't deserve my attention.
Fuck off.
Why? Because you have no response to the argument?
truth put in his
Or
face.
you sound like you got feelings right now. Why don't you
Yeah, you
respond
got
to the argument?
feelings. 2 hours long, you got feelings.
What happened? I don't understand.
He'll tell you. Go ahead. Let him bleat.
Well, I think someone earlier said be a man, and I'm going to do that, and I'm going to, kind of stand up for myself here, and and I don't respond to bullies, so, and
Nobody's trying to bully you.
And negative
You
people.
gotta intellectually stand up, man. Because guess what? All that time
I'm happy. I'm happy to talk.
Ask you not to interrupt.
I don't want to argue.
Right, but
that's what
you're
he's asking
talking
you to
about
do.
bullying. All he did was say, "Don't interrupt," and you continue to tone police. That's not standing up for yourself. That's just embarrassing. No one
That
has
man
cursed.
enough?
I mean, people have got it much worse. No one has called you dumb. No one has cursed you out. I'm fucking
Yes, there is.
surprised.
No, it's just tone and demeanor. I mean, earlier he was really shouting at me.
Really?
It's just rude.
What about the information?
Why would I? Okay, why would I want to engage with someone when it's not enjoyable?
Yeah, listen.
Can I ask you a question? What about the information? Like, are you going to describe the information because it was presented to you in some rude way?
QE, read the message that I sent.
I don't think that shitty actions deserve.
You never got into a hard conversation, huh?
I don't want to reward. I don't want to reward
right
this
now.
man's bad
Is this
behavior.
what manning up is in 2021? This is.
I don't
shit.
want to reward this man's bad behavior. I already said it.
They got rid of Why don't you just talk about the
20.
information and have the conversation? I don't understand.
Why don't we have Indio speak?
He needs to learn to control himself, and apparently he hasn't done that yet.
Bro, you still crying about him? He hasn't spoken in 5 minutes. You still crying?
Let's move it on. Let's move it on.
Bro.
Listen, it's no big deal.
No tears in my eyes.
Ladies, listen this. Listen this. Q, it's very, very rude. He is very aggressive. But what about refraction now?
Okay, I think you're going to need to buy a real bike and switch off at the cup and strength.
Yeah, man, listen this. Leave it that out. But leave it that people out. I'm good. I love you, man. I love you. You're
Sasha, we can't understand you. You're
Dude, it sounds like you're just fucking shouting into a radio.
I will cut that.
Sasha, yeah.
I will cut. Okay.
A little loud, a little loud.
I don't know if you fucking pick up the transponder after that police's siren in the background, but that's what
You're
it fucking
still
sounds
talking
like.
now. Now you got backbone. Now you got backbone.
Can I speak slowly?
Oh, he does to you,
Yeah, there you
with
go,
the back.
Sasha.
Whoever had the sirens in the background.
Now, can you hear me now?
Yeah, you better
Yes.
Okay. Q is rude and aggressive and everything. He's bad guy. But can you speak now about refraction? Please. I love you.
And I'm going to Mars when
Man,
they make it up into the
I
public
love you,
then.
man. I love you. I appreciate you. But can you say anything of what he said in the last 2 minutes about refraction? Can you say something about that, please?
Well, yeah, as I already said, I kind of tuned that out because I had better things to do. But if you want to explain that to me, I'd be happy to listen.
Yeah, still here.
Well, I think in a simple, I think a simple thing. Let's just make it as simple as this. What does light have to do with a physical obstruction?
What does light have to do with the physical obstruction?
Yeah, because we're saying if you live on a globe, then the horizon is too far. But you're saying the light is affecting that somehow. How does it do that?
No, the air molecules are affecting that light. So I'm trying to read up right now on the specifics of that. So I'm trying to learn.
How is it changing something that's supposed to be a physical obstruction?
What do you mean a physical obstruction?
That's what the
he's talking
horizon
about
is supposed to be
your
on the
curve
sphere.
of the Earth, right? Your curve of the Earth is supposed to be physical, right? When we're told boats are going over the curve, right? It's supposed to be physical, right? You can understand that?
Yep. So okay. So I'll say this.
That physical location where ships are supposed to disappear behind can't move, right? It can't be 10 times further than where it's supposed to be, right? Because that
curve we're talking about, like the ocean.
Hold on a second.
Take a
What do you
round
mean a smooth
building,
curve?
which has curve.
The horizon is supposed to be a edge. But
Right,
just like
but
a building has an edge, or a hill has an edge,
no,
the light
like
cannot
the
penetrate
ocean.
the horizon, and that's why things get blocked. Is because the light can't penetrate the matter. The horizon is
Right, which is why the air can't. I imagine. I mean, you can see it. It is unable to bend like that severely. It can't bend it over that. I mean, that sharp 90-degree angle of the building, but that smooth.
What about a hill?
That smooth curve.
A rolling hill that's like a 200-foot long sand dune, right? And then there's somebody walking on the beach a mile behind it. Like, why don't we see the mirage of that person who looks like they're walking on top of the hill?
Okay, let's say you take that hill and you make it into a sphere, right? So if you have that bump over the Earth, let's say you just extend those lines, and normally where it stops on the Earth's surface, let's say you just extend them and keep that curve, and you keep going, and you have that, and you make that into a sphere. That ball would be very, 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 very small, and light can't be curved by light over something that small, that a sphere, that again, that small.
Yeah, you need.
It can be more gradually. It can be gradually, but not acutely like that.
Yeah, cool. I was trying to give you a 2-scale example, like a physical example, and you went into like concepts. So yeah, I can make up some concept where it could possibly work, but why don't we see this when it isn't the ball edge and when it's the edge of something else, like a hill or a building or something else, and we see things lifted up behind things which aren't supposed to be there? Like, why don't we see like a series, like say you have a tenement row or something, or a row of houses. Why don't we see like some of the houses in the back lifted up higher than the houses in the front sometimes? Because that's what has to happen with this horizon. The horizon has to be extended and the Earth unfurled from being curled and flattened out. So each one of those points all up to the horizon, all of those have to be lifted up too. So that the light is coming in at an angle as if you're observing it from a higher altitude. That's not what it looks like, right? It doesn't look like you're at just a higher altitude looking down on a ball. It just looks like the horizon is farther. A lot farther. We don't see this miraging like this in the real world. When we see mirages, right, we see either a superior mirage, which is tops to tops, or we see inferior mirages, which is bottoms to bottoms, a double image. We don't see things picked up floating Well, I mean, the Fata Morgana is where something appears to be floating in the air, but we don't see anything floating in the air. We're literally saying the ball unrolled itself to appear flat because of reasons.
Because apparently the curvature is so smooth that it appears to be flat.
He just posted proof of globe Earth.
Yeah, that's an inferior mirage. Superior mirage. Who posted all that? Oh, yeah. Thanks, Trace.
Oh, so now you're relying on the atmosphere curving light.
No, that's not curving light.
Did
That's,
anybody say curving light?
Look, there's a layer.
It doesn't curve, dude.
Light's not curving.
Okay, so this
There's a layer
picture
and
with
there's reflections.
with the ship floating above the water, how do you explain that?
That's
Is it
reflection.
actually floating?
Okay, that's not what I'm. Of course, that's not what I meant. It appears to float.
It appears to float because that surface, the ocean, is like a perfect mirror and it's reflecting the sky.
You can see the horizon behind
Reflecting
the
the
boat. You can
sky.
see that it's just
Reflecting
just
the
a
sky
weird
and it's
camera
reflecting
angle.
the sky's color.
Yeah.
And it appears smooth. And there's
Isn't
reasons
that-
for this, and there's actually published papers on this.
Well,
Fantastic.
you can clearly see the barrier between the sea and the sky. Those are very two different shades.
Yeah, and if you look at the bottom of the boat, you can see a faint line. Right?
Mhm.
I'll just invert this image. You can see. I'll invert the image more contrast. And it's
Well,
you
so
can
why?
clearly see it.
So
It's
yeah,
because
so
you're
how
at
do you explain that?
when you're at a shallow angle to something, it reflects light almost 100%. So you're with distance, you're at a shallower and shallower angle to the surface.
So what you've just shown me is an object appearing higher up than it normally should.
No, that's a false horizon.
That's where that boat would be regardless. Right? Like you said, you could see the differential between the sky and the water, right? But it's still
We're not the one that says
it's
the
still
horizon is
reflecting
a
it, right?
physical location. That's you guys. We admit that the horizon is optical. We know that.
We've been saying that for years. We've been telling y'all that.
because it's flat. It has to be optical.
You know, all of a sudden you guys started to tell us and try to remind us about optics and refraction and all this shit when we asked you guys, where the fuck is your geometric horizon not at 1.2 miles like it's supposed to be based on the math of your globe?
Yeah.
All of a sudden it was, oh God, but the horizon's apparent. Hello, we've been saying the horizon's apparent since 2015. Welcome to Flat Earth. It's about time y'all caught up.
That red circle is circling an extremely faint line that's actually above the bottom of the ship.
Yeah, because the horizon's behind the boat.
It's the horizon behind the boat.
I see.
Yeah.
You look in the orange. So I color inverted it because eyes are least sensitive to blue light. But if you change it to red, we have a higher range in red. You can easily, in the orange inverted color image, you can easily see the line behind the boat.
So just like the Black Swan, where the horizon is further back and higher up from the last oil rig, same thing.
So then, how do you explain that video I sent?
Wait a second. How do we explain something that you're providing proof for? Why don't you explain it?
Well, I'm saying I don't know how to explain it.
Then why are you asking us?
Because you're claiming to know how it works.
How what works? We never
Which
claimed.
video?
What in the world?
Well, it goes against what you're sending.
It goes against what I'm saying.
Can you be a little bit more specific?
Are you
I'll
saying
just
what we
send it
said
again.
didn't happen because of your video?
No.
Change
I'm
reality?
asking. No, I'm asking you to. Well, I'm asking you, why would this be the case?
Why would what be the case? This is nonsense.
What's the case? What are you even talking
The
about?
video I just sent in the chat.
The video. You explain it. Do you go up to complete strangers?
Bye.
Ask them to explain things they haven't made claims for? Do you do that in regular life?
I'd go up to a food scientist and ask him which is healthier,
Really, you
carrots or
would think.
celery
That's
because he's an
perfectly
expert.
on
You're
point.
claiming to be
That's perfectly on
an
point.
expert
Do you
on
even
this
know the types
material.
of refraction? Let's get into this. You're claiming refraction.
I don't want to talk to you. All right, I'm going to mute
What
you.
is refraction? What are the
this is
types of
awful.
refraction, please?
I'll
No.
ask him. I'll
Go,
ask him.
he's not going to
what
mute
are-
Quantum Eraser. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, you
I
can't.
did.
You
They'll
can't
just be
mute.
talking
No.
over
No,
people.
you
It's
have
not
to unmute
enjoyable
him.
to talk
You
to
have
him.
to
It's
unmute
taxing,
him.
Well,
and it's
unfortunately,
painful.
he is a mod.
It is
Well, I
painful.
muted him, so
Oh, my feelings.
trade mutes.
It is painful, dude. Your ball is gone. You're not going to Mars. None of that shit's going to happen. It's all on television. That's it. It's in a studio.
Don't make him
Period.
cry. Cut it out.
I'm just going to be harsh with them.
The rules of this server is you're not going to mute anybody, right? We're here in a discussion. If you don't like somebody, that's bad luck, right? Not muting anybody.
Moderators mute people just so that they
Especially
can control the
mods.
room, and that's it. And they get unmuted. It's not because they're mean.
Specifically, you cannot mute a mod in the server.
Exactly.
And you can't be moderated.
But to be fair, he is free to choose who he engages with. So if you're still about Gladiator, we'll move on the conversation with someone else.
I think he needs a break anyway. We've given him a lot of information. I don't think he's retaining anything anymore just because of the nature of this.
I think he is, but yeah, you should maybe go and do some independent research, and then you can come back and continue the conversation. Or if you do have more questions, Gladiator, feel free to throw them out.
Well, I mean,
I would just like
and
you
Wolfgang,
to
me
try
and
to-
Meme talked to him about this entire subject not even an hour ago, and he retained virtually none of it.
Yeah,
He's only looking for something to come back
Just a
with
bit of
besides the actual facts.
Just
He
a bit
keeps
of
going back
context.
to the imagination for
We'll see.
everything.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if there's anyone else in the chat, anyone new?
I'm wondering where the
Still
bottom of
muted.
his
Why?
boat is, but you clearly see it should be there. Did the mass grow?
It's probably going to a black hole. You know how you turn into spaghetti? That's what that is.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Oh, we actually have a picture image of what it looks like to go through a black
So
hole.
it's like one of those Bugs Bunny cartoons, where like the bottom of them falls first, and then
and it just
stretch
keeps
out,
going,
and then
and
the
your
top
head
falls.
stays at the top.
But that's a real.
then the top
they run
comes
off the
later.
edge of the cliff and then hold on a minute.
That's a real word that they made up. Spaghettification. Like for real.
Yeah. Spaghettify. Spaghettification.
Spaghettify. I like that.
Just type it in if you're just a regular listener out there.
Don't you
Type in
unmute? Are we have Gladiator muted for some reason or no?
Yeah, because he's.
Yeah, I muted him because he muted QE. Be unmuted when he unmutes QE.
Yeah, why is that people come in here and bring stuff to us and then ask us to freaking explain it?
Solve the problem for them.
Numpties, man.
Okay, so explain this because I don't know how to explain it. Me either. Oh, so you're wrong then because you don't know how to explain it.
Meanwhile,
See the logic
they're
there?
trying to explain to us what's going on in these pictures, like the Black Swan, using our arguments. Like, yeah, it's refraction, it's optical. Really? Yeah, we know that. That's why your geometric
Love
horizon ain't at 1.2 miles. That's it.
Everybody loves a curving arm, don't they?
When they
When
say
y'all
so
gonna
deep,
realize that
that's
shit?
because they've told us
Here.
some shit they've heard.
Here, y'all,
and
I've made
it's
a drawing.
Well, if it's not that, then
I've made a drawing, okay? Here you go.
What up, man?
What's up, Chuck?
Drawing. Right.
Chilling,
I
bro.
love drawings.
This is why the ship appears to float. Because the part of the sea that the ship is in is reflecting the sky. But there's a hard line there where the angular resolution, where the angle of sight to the water is beyond a certain point, where it just becomes a homogeneous reflector layer.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the light goes like it's rough on the surface, but when you get too shallow of an angle, you don't see that roughness anymore. You're just seeing the peaks of the waves. You're not seeing what's inside them.
But in relation to that reflection, you can see perpendicular objects like the boat.
Right. it would be like if you were looking down a corridor and someone had a boat on the corridor, and half of the corridor was just one giant mirror.
I've seen that you guys graduated. The rumpus is in here. 24/7
he's
is
still
moving.
deafened, right?
24/7 is moving up the list.
Oh no, are you serious?
What?
I'd like to take it.
Man. No,
Go
we
ahead,
don't want
Nico.
your rejects. Keep them.
Oh wow, he isn't here.
He's been in here. He's been in here a while. He never speaks though.
Hey, Rumpy.
Rumpy.
He's been here for like 3 hours. Just definitely.
Rumpy the Grumpy.
This dude said in 30 years when the ticket to space is like $200. First of all, you ever heard of inflation? In 30 years, $200 is going to be like, I don't even know, like what $1 is today.
Wow.
$20 is nothing.
I'm gonna post some.
The way the Biden administration's going, it's already worth minus.
Biden. I'm gonna post
for the price of an iPhone.
Let me post Rumpus's top 10. There you go. You can have fun with that. I'd like to take a straw poll if anyone doesn't mind. The gas molecules go down, go boom, boom, go splash, splash.
Only on weekends.
Talking crazy talk.
The helium molecules pull at the bottom of a vacuum chamber so you can sweep them up. I'm just checking.
Yeah,
Yes.
I just tripped over some helium the other day. So.
Just checking. I'll be doing it daily for the next
Tripped
year.
over or tripped on?
Sweep them up with a vacuum cleaner.
They'd be able to. A little whisk broom with a pan.
It's because wait a second. Let me rephrase that. The gas molecules don't go down, go boom, or go splash, splash because of the conservation of momentum and conservation of energy loss.
Durr.
The last time I checked.
Okay. Carry on.
I'm going to draw your picture. Who posted the boat floating in the air hand drawing?
That was me.
Yeah, I just pulled it into SolidWorks. I'm going to try to draw that nice.
It's rough. Make sure your zero angle is in the right spot.
I'm going to try to figure out exactly what you got going on here.
It's just a representation.
I know.
I think of what I'm looking at in terms of orthographic.
You know what would help some of these people who can't seem to understand what you explain when you show that?
No.
Is if there was an image like that, but with buoys going all the way to the object, then they would see plain in their eye what you're talking about. Because their mind is able to obfuscate the reality because all they see is the water that looks like sky. But if there was
there's one there.
an unbroken line of objects, then they'll be like, oh.
Yeah, I was going to say there's one there where the reflection is the mirage. Wherever it is, there's the object, but then there's the mirage. When the boat is floating, that's not a mirage. You see the boat. The boat is not a mirage.
Right.
So a lot of people think, oh, it's floating, it's a mirage. It's not a mirage. It's that the water has become a reflector. When there's an inversion of the boat below or above it, the inverted part is the mirage.
Right.
But you still see the solid boat.
Yeah, and
That's why I said that they believe in
put perspective lines in it. That might help them.
Elisha. I mean, I hear me
yeah,
literally through your speakers, bro.
Yeah, but it was a delay. Pardon me.
All right.
You're quiet as well.
You want to have some fun with the crayon munchers? Ask them to post the definition of looming and then demonstrate it with a pic. You want to have a good time. Watch this.
Is something happening?
I'm starting to like a space physical question. I'm starting to like that one a whole big bunch now.
What's up, Paul?
I can barely hear you. Did someone say hey?
Yeah, so what's up, Paul? What's going on, brother?
Not too bad. Going to get a birthday cake for one of my lovely ladies.
All right, that's what's up, man.
Here, if you want a good representation of a mirage, I have a video I'm uploading. I've uploaded it like a million times. It's 22 seconds long. It's of a little boat on a granite tabletop with a fluid membrane across the surface of the top and a low camera.
You know, like 5 minutes ago, I was going to tell you to post this. I forgot when you brought up the picture.
Yeah,
you should post a little
I
bit.
love this one because the density of the air makes the boat shift, the bottom of it shift up and down.
Yeah.
I love that one.
Yeah, it's crazy to think that that's on a table.
Yeah. But that's the thing they don't understand. At a low enough angle, everything's reflecting. Once you just get up a little bit more of your angle, it stops reflecting.
Number
when they
two.
just stop believing in their own, own thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because that's the physics model. This is accounted for in that, at least in the model.
Yeah.
Things change, like the way light behaves changes at shallow angles. It's the fact. It's sorry.
Huey, have you seen that video that I posted?
I've seen it, yeah.
Has
Lots of
Huey
times.
seen it?
They come in a little bit overconfident every time and end up just like not being able to handle not having the winning side.
Yeah, he started bad. Were you here when he started?
They're in the
He came in with his electromagnetic radiation.
I didn't hear
Cell
at the
phones?
beginning.
Yeah, the cell phones. Yeah,
are
you were here.
harmless.
Cell phones?
Cell phones are harmless, he said.
Yeah, we were having a side combo, and he just decided he was going to just inject himself into it.
Oh, yeah, I know about that.
Yep. And as soon as he did that, it was on.
It was like ding ding.
It's like
And
double
in
dutch,
the
right?
middle of all that, I went and repaired a refrigerator that was leaking its water line in the back of the refrigerator. The actual tube that goes up, the water pump that goes up the back of the refrigerator on the outside had worn just a vibration hole right through it, and did all that, came back, and he was still here, spliced in the new tube and all that shit. That was for my mom.
Dude, he even took like a swipe at Roger, saying Roger was too aggressive of all people.
Yeah.
Like, dude, like, are you serious? Like, if this is aggression,
Roger
man,
was
like, where
too
do you live? In a
gangster.
convent?
Roger was too gangster for him.
Yeah, Roger was too much for him, man.
Well, see, it's all
I gotta
soft
start
world now.
manning
You
up
can't,
out there,
can't be
man.
mean to people anymore. Not allowed to talk to people a certain way anymore. Tell the truth. The only way you're allowed to do that is in certain ways.
And with certain words.
And Dio, someone needs to clip that whole thing, man. I've been listening to the whole thing, and that guy played every angle that the Globers use, from the personal injury, personal insult angle to obfuscation to the whole gamut. Somebody needs to clip that. That was brilliant, guys. Well done.
Watch out, Asian people. They're coming after you. I saw it on the news.
Should we have appointed him a lawyer?
Sounds like he was trained like a lawyer.
No, but you should offer him counseling after the fact.
Yeah, that would be hilarious if one of us be like, yeah, you can have a counselor, and then he would be like, I advise you to not answer that.
Perfect.
No, I mean like an emotional counselor to get over.
He was talking about feelings, and one of the last things he said before, when he was still typing in here, was something about feelings again.
Yeah, your tone is too much and your demeanor is too much.
Yeah,
for us.
overconsumption of soybeans isn't good for someone.
Yeah.
Like people don't have like arguments and like hard discussions with their boys, with their people, with their families. Like coming here, and somebody gets slightly and oh my god, my feelings. I mean,
Well, he can't.
this might be a little bit adult that you have to kind of man up a little bit to deal with certain things, right? We're dealing with a truth that has been hidden from everybody. We're dealing with a whole world paradigm. And we understand that, you know, some of y'all, you come here and you kind of lose it because you can't understand, and all you got in the back of your mind is, why would they lie? Why would they lie? I get that shit, but you're going to have to man up a little bit and deal with
Had him pegged.
All we want is truth.
That's what he said his burning question was.
What?
I don't understand how all these people could be in on it.
Oh, the conspiracy one. That's when I walked out because I had to go.
He said that's what he really wanted to know out of everything. That's what he really
Told
wanted
him,
to know.
right? And even a conspiracy, you don't need much.
He doesn't care that the Earth is observably and measurably flat. He could care about that. He wants to know why everybody, how everybody's keeping it a secret. Open secret that he can just walk out his house and look at.
Exactly.
And a secret.
They're not
You're
hiding
blind.
it from your senses. Right? That's you doing that. Because when you go out in the world, your senses are telling you it's flat and stationary. It's when you go inside and watch television, right? Open your textbook. That's when you experience your little globe. Nobody has that in real life.
Now I got a new answer for that question. Ask why they're lying. Like, you're the one doing the lying. You're lying to yourself.
Yep. Indeed. Man.
Walked outside, you looked at the ocean, saw it was flat, and we're like, that's
We're like,
curving.
nah. You said nah.
Every time I hear them say, "Why? But why would they lie?" To me, that's a sound of concession. That's them saying, from our point of view, right?
Yeah,
okay,
why
I'll
are they
say
lying?
that. But
Yep.
but why would they? And that's that. I don't know if it's like we don't pick up on that. It's like they've stepped across the line then, and they're willing to accept what we're saying.
Oh, I get that, yeah. But they won't ever understand that. So putting that back on them it's hard, trust me.
Do you lot ever ask them if they're even willing to contemplate the possibility that their idea is wrong?
That would require
Said he
them
was,
to
but he
suspend-
actually wasn't.
It's not even their idea. It's some crap they were given.
True, but you get my
you know
point,
what I'm saying?
That would
Yeah.
require them
Because
to
that's the
suspend their
majority of their
disbelief.
problem. They don't. Oh, pardon me.
I was just going to say that would require them to suspend their disbelief. Like, you know, when you watch a movie, like a fantasy movie, and you suspend your disbelief to enjoy the movie, right? Or you read a book and it's unrealistic, and you just suspend your disbelief. They can't even do that. They can't even practice basic imaginary thought processes where they can suspend what they believe to talk about something. They can't do that. But I guarantee you, they talk about
can,
warp drive.
but to a certain extent, though,
Yeah.
right?
It has to be
Because
about
if they're
aliens.
watching
Yeah.
Superman, they could suspend their
Right.
disbelief enough to, oh yeah, this is cool and stuff, right? But when it breaks down to, oh, that Earth that Superman was flying around, that
Yeah.
doesn't exist. No. We can't go there.
The unwillingness to even be able to imagine it. That, to me, that's what speaks the most about it. Just the absolute unwillingness to even momentarily imagine what if. And they won't even do that.
But what happens is they do imagine it and they don't want to admit exactly what you're telling them to imagine.
But you know what? That makes me sad because that makes me think like, wow, so all you've imagined your entire life is what they gave you to imagine? That's corny as fuck.
That's basically it.
Bro, I've never imagined myself
no, it's what they
on a
told you
globe.
to imagine.
Even when I was a kid, I imagined so much more than this nonsensical spitting magical water ball in a vacuum. Like, are you kidding me? And then they get here and then we've given them, or they gave themselves permission to say, hey, I can think about this in a different way, and it shuts down. Bro, you've been giving your imagination your entire life. That's crazy. I'm good.
I guess that's why they call
Hey,
them
I want to give that
NPCs,
guy
right?
credit. He lasted a long time before spiraling. He didn't really spiral. Yeah, he just pulled the plug basically.
You know when
Came
they
in
say
hot,
it's,
dude.
You know when they say it's better to burn out than to fade away. Well, he just kind of faded away. He never
Yeah,
really
he
got
faded away.
like,
It wasn't. It was too much for him. Like, I mean, he came in hot, like, dude, like you know how they are. I'm the smartest guy in the room. I'm gonna go in there and I'm gonna explain these flat earthers how that shit works. Fucking wrong about everything.
If they just looked at pictures,
They saw a YouTube video.
if they just saw this one thing, I've got
you just
answers.
factored in refraction.
They all
shit.
think,
Oh, you
you know
just-
what? They all think they're the chosen one.
Yep.
They're the
Every
chosen
single
one.
time they come in here, too.
And they all
I'm
end
the
up
chosen
like
one.
Joe Biden.
Every
flat
single
on their
time.
face, trying
They
to go
think
up
that
some damn
They're
stairs.
going to be the one.
I think they're Neo, but they're really that Regan dude trying to get plugged back in.
They'll say, "Yo, you guys have no evidence," and then, "What's your evidence?" Pictures.
Womp womp.
It's like
Yeah,
NPC stuck in a loop, just walking into the wall again and again and again.
It's trying to reason with demoralized people.
Yeah, they then say, well, pictures from space, but I know you're going to deny it, right? Because somewhere they
come
know.
in fresh to death.
Yeah, but because somewhere they know, of course, it's not proof, right? It's just grasping at straws and then claiming we will deny it anyway. Oh,
That's a preemptive strike. That's like when you're on the defense, but you just pretend you're on offense.
That's your attack is so bad that you sacrifice it.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, exactly. It's like I'm going to sacrifice this queen because it's going to get taken anyway. Pretend I sacrificed it.
So no more Globers anymore.
No, he lasted a good long while, at least.
He lasted 3 hours or more.
Yeah, we need to lead him on a little bit more to get more out of him, right?
Yeah, it's worth it. We got a bunch of numpty clips because of him.
It is good to get them talking and just let them talk for a while, because then you get a lot of material to work with.
Yeah, they need to get it out. I feel like I said, they've been given their imagination for the whole life. They've been imagining nothing but this ball. Can't imagine anything outside of that. So,
yeah, it's a perspective that they've been given, and now they're so deep into it that they can't extract themselves from it to have a different perspective. And if you can't do that, then you're in a delusion. Like, if you can't remove yourself from your ideas and look at them in a different way, then
What do you think that is? The scares the living shit out of them.
yeah.
Straight fear. That's all it
the
is.
hell out of me.
Because if that's true, then everything else we've said is true.
I think what they've done is they've actually allowed that imagination that's been placed inside of their heads to attach that to their identity. So they think they're dying if their globe goes away.
Yeah, I think it's also tied into what they perceive as their intelligence, because they have repeated all sorts of stuff from the globe model to their friends. Oh, didn't you know that like the sun is this far away, or oh, there's diamonds.
Yeah, what about
this?
this?
I think makes them feel like they're intelligent. Their friends look at them and say, "Oh, he's really intelligent. He knows all this stuff about space," but he doesn't really know stuff. He's just parroting stuff from memory. It's not intelligence.
The smartest people in the room are the ones that don't care. They're the ones that shut up, you nerd. Beer.
I mean, believe things about space. How can you know something about something that
exactly.
can't be real?
Well, that's the problem.
Well, the smart ones will always preface the things that they say by saying, well, this is what we think and this is what we believe, and, you know, ongoing research could change all of it, blah, blah, blah.
He started there. This guy started there. One of the first things he said was science doesn't prove anything. So.
Oh, so he doesn't believe. So
wow.
Listen, Roger. Who is it? Roger caught him, right? Roger, you on here still?
Yeah, I'm here.
You're the one that caught him right away, where he said science can't prove anything. Then he said, then you can't prove a globe.
Yeah, science uses a scientific method.
Right away, he said, but you can't prove that. You can't prove anything except it's a globe.
Oh, an exception.
Using the scientific method.
Pretty much.
Wow.
I thought we've been trying to do that, but I could be wrong.
I was told it's been done.
When I draw gears in SolidWorks and they actually work. Oh, go ahead.
They used to tell us, you know, science proves the globe. The body of science. The man himself is in this room right now.
He's
in this room. The body of science man is here, who has told us for 5 years the body of science proves that we live on a globe. Body of science proves that we have gas pressure without a container. Body of science proves we have a radius. He said all of these things. Matter of fact, I'm gonna go find a video. So how the fuck in 2021 y'all coming in here and telling us that science doesn't prove things?
Well, that's the difference between
the whole notion of science proving your globe.
Chuck, but that's the difference between science and the body of science. See, just single parts of it don't prove anything. It's everything together.
It's got to form like Voltron.
Yeah. It's like the Power Rangers. When everything joins together, that's when you get truth, right? When all the branches of science join together or something.
That's when they call out Captain Planet, right?
With these powers combined.
Yeah.
Only the immaterial things can be proven.
Paul, you're really low.
Is that better? Yep. Is that better? I had noise suppression on. I said, here, get their knickers and walk this way and say, nothing in the material world can be proven. Only the immaterial can be proven. Because mathematics is is immaterial. So mathematical proofs, that's the only thing can be proven. So the immaterial. So nothing in the material world can be proven. Then let's see what they're going to say about that. Because that's what they're saying.
Yeah, checks out.
What's
Seems
that?
legit.
Yep.
So we have a new member in the room called Void Star. Dare we to unmute him?
All right, here we go.
Word Star?
Porn star.
No, Void Star.
Void Star.
Oh.
Void Star, you're unmuted?
Hi. Do you hear me?
Yeah, welcome.
Oh, hi.
You're on the air. Go ahead with your question, caller.
What an honor.
So Void Star,
welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, welcome. Can you tell us, how did you find the server?
Just discussions online about the stuff.
Okay, cool.
And someone mentioned the Discord server, so
welcome.
I thought I just join.
And have you ever talked to a flat earther before?
Yes, sir.
Okay, awesome.
I'm a bit familiar. So I'm quite interested in why people believe that the Earth is flat. Because
it's not a belief, right? It's not a belief. It's the realization that the Earth measures flat.
I think we disagree on that.
So why? Why does measurements? There are proofs, right? They show you how big something is, or how something is not curving, or.
But I don't understand. So
okay.
I think if I
when I have my table and I measure my table, I know how big it is, right?
Yes.
Yes. So when I measure the surface of the Earth and I don't measure curvature, then I know it is not curving at 8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's why
if
we
your,
say...
if your table is just very slightly curved, would you be able to measure it?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Are you able to measure that your table is curved?
Yes. And we're not talking about... I took the analogy of the table to make you understand that we can, with measurements, we can know, right? So a table is a small thing, but when we go to the Earth, right? The Earth has a radius of 6,371 kilometers, and then we go out and measure this over distance, right? Then there should be noticeable and measurable curvature drop over distance. Do you agree?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so when we shoot lasers or we have long-range observations showing that there is no curvature, then we know that water doesn't bend conforming the ball.
I don't think that there's let's say a coherent measurement that shows that the Earth.
Oh, do you have a more coherent measurement then of the said curvature of the Earth?
So I think the problem is whenever you look
do you have one though? Because if you're saying that his measurement is not coherent, do you have one that's more coherent?
Yeah. There are a lot of measurements you can do.
Really?
Oh, we can do? What about the ones that have been done?
What about the
this has been done, right? We're not about to discover it's a globe. You're coming here telling us it's already established that it is, right?
So there have a lot of measurements have been done, and there are a lot of measurements that everyone
Sonny,
can easily do in his.
You want to ask him some questions, Sonny? Or Roger?
Yeah, sure, Voidstar. Do you mind asking me a few questions about the globe?
Pardon? You want me to ask you?
No, I want to ask you some questions about the globe, right? We want to establish some kind of level where we know what your understanding is about the globe and what you know, right? So these will be 3 questions. The first one will be about curvature. The second one will be about axial rotation, and the third one will be about the vacuum of outer space.
Okay.
So there is no wrong or right answer here, right? So the most honest answer that you can ever give is I don't know, right? I don't know, or I believe somebody did it, but I don't know exactly.
Okay.
Cool. So the first question will be: the globe it has a radius of 6,371 kilometers. Can you point me to the guy or people that has ever measured this curvature over distance and the method they used?
I probably would need to look it up. So I know that there was some Greek guy a few thousand years ago who first did it, but he was definitely not the last one.
And what did he do?
Well, what he did is he kind of stuck 2 sticks into the earth.
Okay.
And measured the distance of the shadow, kind of, right? So
Okay.
So if the shadow of one stick vanishes, he measured the shadow length of the other stick, and he knew the distance between these 2 sticks, and from this you can calculate the radius or the circumference.
Yeah, you know about Syene places Syene in that, right?
I think it was in Egypt where it was first done, this primitive measurement.
Yeah,
but it's supposed to be quite accurate.
That's well, no. Even the globe tells you it's not accurate. But what assumptions did Aristophanes make? Do you know?
Yeah, he already assumed that the Earth is a perfect sphere.
Very good. And what did he do? What assumptions did he make
Besides, yeah.
Can I explain? So, of course, if you use only 2 sticks, and you do this,
just wait there. Just answer Roger's question first.
If you only use 2 sticks and use this method.
No, dude, wait there.
Of course,
wait there.
Assume,
wait. Can you just wait a sec? Can you answer Roger's question first before we get to your explanation of the 2 sticks part? Because
I mean, I answered quite
No. You spoke about what he presupposed to do with the spherosity, but then Roger asked you what else did he presuppose?
Okay.
In order for this to be true,
I think he probably also assumed that the sun is quite far away.
Right.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yes.
So why would you even cite this?
And he probably didn't knew that the atmosphere has an impact on.
Why would you cite this as a proof then?
The question was if everyone has ever measured.
Yeah. Does that equate to that? Does that equate to a measurement? No. Does that equate to a measurement?
Yes.
It's based on 2 presuppositions. One being that light rays are parallel to the Earth, and one being that the actual Earth itself is already what? Begging the question fallacy. Bull.
Right. And it isn't measuring the surface.
No.
It's measuring 2 sticks and their shadows and calculating it, Voidstar. So that's not even a correct answer.
Dude, I'm only being so harsh on you because of the fact that you knew both presuppositions, but yet you still decided to cite it. I'm being quite harsh, is what I'm saying about this, because
can I explain?
Yeah, explain.
You are demanding from a single measurement. You're demanding
the
proof that the Earth is a sphere and the radius. The measurement of the radius.
No, it's the same thing. I asked you for the measurement of curvature over distance, right? That's what I asked you, and you came with a calculation, which has 2 assumptions in it already.
Yeah.
So, Craig made a good point, right? You already knew this, yet you still gave this example. So. Let's skip Eratosthenes because you know, right? You know why it's not a valid argument.
Why is it not valid?
Listen,
that can be replicated.
It's
replicated on a flat plane. Does it prove that the Earth is a ball?
I just need to point this out very quickly, dude. The fact of the matter is you were really hoping that we didn't know about those presuppositions. That's why you said it's actually quite accurate. Remember, your statement was quite accurate, and then it went to 1 presupposition. Then you tried to get away from Roger's ask about the 2nd presupposition, which you knew as well. So just
he said it was.
Can I please explain myself?
Just to be correct, hold on. Just to be real quick. He said primitive and precise in the same breath. How do you have a primitive measurement? How is that precise?
It wasn't precise.
It is supposed to be relatively precise compared
relatively? Sorry, wrong answer.
Relative to what?
Can I please explain?
Relative to what? Relative to what?
To modern measurements.
Right, so can we have one of them?
Before the space age. Modern measurement before the space age of curvature. Go ahead.
Because remember, you need to look it up to get to space.
Oh, you need to look so you don't know.
That's what we're asking, intellectual honesty. We asked, what do you know of? That's why we're saying it like this, mate. Because we're not asking about what is. We're asking, what do you know of currently? Because we're trying to elucidate a point to you, right?
Well,
about education and indoctrination and the difference there in between those 2 things. That's all it is. So we're asking for intellectual honesty. We can go into these proofs afterwards and look into them. We're not saying we can't go further. Carry on. Sorry, dude.
Yeah, I want to just say one thing real quick. He was asked for a measurement of Earth curve. He gave us a measurement of shadows.
Yes, calculation. Calculation. I already told him this. So it was
calculation is not measurement.
Right. It was begging the question of the Earth being a ball. In the first place, the assumption that the sun is an infinite miles away, giving parallel sun rays.
But every measurement has calculations. I mean, if you try If you try to measure,
If I have my ruler,
that's just not true.
If I have my ruler and I measure my table,
then you are measuring the light which is scattered from your ruler. Your eye measures the light that's scattered from the ruler.
You're measuring using the ruler. The ruler is a standardized measurement.
Your brain uses
unit.
angles.
Don't interrupt me and talk over me when you can't handle what I'm saying.
Pardon?
Go ahead, Drace.
The measurement unit of the ruler is a standardized unit. It is not because of your eye or the light. When you measure your table to be a meter, it is a meter.
Yes.
And we're not going into this sophistry about we can't know what reality is, right?
No, I'm
okay.
Didn't want to suggest that. I'm just saying that it is completely okay to have a calculation step within your measurement. It does not invalidate.
Yeah, but not if you're using calculation first to say that what you calculated is reality.
Yeah. No, this is a very listen. This is the point on the calculations part where you have an issue with it. We have no issue with calculations. Calculations, in fact, let's say I make a calculation for how much friction there is. Let's say at the point of a flywheel, I calculate that to be said amount of pounds per square inch or pounds per square millimeter on said let's say said band attached to said alternator even, right? And then I calculate the amount of times that it turns per minute at whatever rotations per minute it's being powered at. And then by doing this, I can calculate based on the real world requirements and measurements of the thing, right? These calculations now can be made. Now what we can do is calculate actually something different off of these 2 points, these 2 tangent points. I can start to calculate basically using, let's say, if I know the tensile strength of this thing and I've done previous measurement and testing on the tensile strength of it, how much force it can incur and how long for, then I could probably average it out at these rotations per minute. Oh, okay, I can work out now for 25 different rotationary speeds of the alternator at what point that band is likely to break. But that would be a calculation based on measurements and based on reality and based on actuality. When you just use calculus, because calculus is a big word and a word that many people don't seem to understand, as a way to reaffirm something that isn't even within a reality and is based already in a conceptual abstract idea, that is the problem we have. No. Calculations are great, but they better fucking actually describe something in reality or show or predict something in reality and be able to be tangible. You can't just make up malarkey to trick people, to hoodwink them into believing your bullshit's real, right?
Can I say something? Yeah. Because I think...
Just a second. We asked for a fork. You gave us a knife, and that's the difference. We don't have a problem with calculations. We don't have a problem with measurements. We want the measurements so that we can do accurate calculations. We don't want assumptions and then assume from your assumptions.
Can I express my point?
And calculate based on your assumptions. That's not measurement.
Can I express my point?
Go ahead.
If you have a triangle and you measure 2 sides of the triangle, you can calculate an angle, right?
Yeah.
But it's still a measurement.
But you know you've got a triangle to begin with.
Yes.
Right.
It's just an example.
Yeah, but Rams made a good
it's
point.
It's a perfect example because you're holding the triangle in your hand.
Yes.
And the difference is, what you're talking about with the sticks and shadows is you're holding nothing but an idea, a presupposition.
Yeah, but
and then you're trying to fit a calculation to that. That's the problem.
So can I maybe my point is,
and using calculations to look at tolerances. If you can listen, you need to understand that point on the calculus part. Do you get it? Calculations can be attributed to real life things that have been measured first. Yes, you can make your point now, but I'm asking you, do you understand that point, what we're saying? Please.
I think I don't fully understand it, but let me make my point.
All right, fine.
Under the assumption that you gave, or you mentioned, right?
Assumption.
Under the assumption that the Earth is a sphere and the Sun is far away, the calculation of the radius is correct, right?
That's your assumption.
No, it's not.
You assume parallel light.
So what you want from
you
me
understand?
is
You
the
understand
measurement
the
of the
difference
radius?
between you understand the difference between a measurement and a calculation, right? Because we're asking for measurement of this radius, right? You know what the radius of the Earth is?
Yeah.
What is a
you
radius?
You're asking of the radius of the sphere, right? Yes.
Yeah. So that would be what? From here, the surface to the center of the Earth?
Yes. Yes.
Right. So
the distance, yes.
Has anybody traveled to the center of the Earth?
No.
To measure the radius? No. Right. So nobody's measured the radius then, right? It was simply calculated based on what you have completely conceded are assumptions.
I mean, are you suggesting
the assumption that light travels, in straight lines?
Do you get that? Right?
Are you suggesting
Nobody's gone down to measure the radius. We're asking for a measurement, not a calculation based on an assumption.
I mean, I'm sorry, but that's ridiculous. Are you suggesting?
How is that ridiculous?
No, he needs to answer, Elijah.
Explain to me how that's ridiculous.
Are you suggesting that the only thing that we can measure is something where we can wrap a rope around?
No, we asked you simply for that measurement, and what you gave us was a calculation. And I'm trying to differentiate that for you, because nobody's gone down 3,959 miles to measure this radius.
Yeah, but that's not the only way to measure.
So you said that you put some sticks in the ground, and based on an assumption, you came up with globe.
In 2021.
No. The assumption was the globe.
In 2021.
The assumption what?
Was
the assumption? One of the assumptions was that the Earth is a globe.
Exactly. So you already had that in your mind, and then you put some sticks in the ground.
Yes.
Measure some shadows, and then you say, "Hey, look, globe. This matches my assumption." Yeah.
No,
great. That's a calculation. That's not a measurement of the radius. What do you mean?
Assumption one is the Earth is a sphere. Assumption two is
what? I say it's flat and it gives me the distance to the
things
sun.
are assumptions.
So what if I did the same thing and just assumed that it was? Listen, hold on. What if I did the same thing and just assumed that it was flat and stationary? The way I, which happens to coincide with the way I experience it every day. But I guess that's a different story. What if I just said it's flat and stationary, and then I did the same thing, right?
Yes.
And then I got a measurement. So would my measurement stand, being that I based my assumption on it being flat and stationary, and I just got a measurement?
So I think if you assume that the Earth is flat, you will get a distance to the sun. So you will kind of
No,
the
if you assume
shadow
the Earth flat,
would
you
then
won't get
indicate that the sun is
No, wait there.
close.
If you wait, dude, you're really not following. If you assume the Earth was flat, you don't get anything out of that or anything from it, right?
Why not?
You're just assuming that it's flat.
But if you then
That's
make a
what's
measurement, you
happening.
can.
He's asking
Based on
you.
a difference in angle of shadows? I mean, I could
Oh
do
my
that on a
God.
table.
So if we assume the
So
Earth
if
is
I
flat,
assume the table is a ball, did I just measure a ball?
No, of course not.
exactly.
Thank you. You
So
understand the point. So now,
if you assume the
now-
Earth is flat,
Welcome to
you have
Flat
two
Earth.
sticks, and you have two sticks, and you measure a shadow, what can you calculate from that, or what do you
All
follow?
right, wait, let me answer this very quickly. Okay, if I assume the Earth is flat, right, and then I assume that it's a localized light source with crepuscular rays, I'll get the exact same observation as Eratosthenes. Thank you.
Are you in the live stream? Are you in the live stream voice text?
Pardon?
Are you in the live stream voice text?
No, one
As
sec. I
we're
need to
speaking
verify.
you.
I need to verify him. One sec.
Okay.
I can do it.
What you
There's
just
a
said
room.
is that you will get the same result.
One second, brother.
Oh, pardon.
There's a room called live stream voice text. I want you to go in there.
Do you want me to?
So we are posting
Yeah, no.
things to you
Yeah,
as we
he
are
wasn't
speaking
being
to you.
verified. You couldn't see it.
Okay. See the room now?
It's above the voice channel you're in, buddy. There's a room.
Pardon? Do you mean VC check-in?
No. Right in the room that you're in with all the names, right above that, it should say live stream voice text.
I see. Okay.
Right? You can see pictures and text, right?
I see now, yeah. Memes.
So if you scroll up a little bit to 153 or 53 past the hour, right? So like the question that I asked you before, if I did the same thing on a table and I assumed that it was a ball, did I just measure a ball? And you said no. Well, is this table that you're seeing here a ball?
No.
Right. That's our point. Right? So somebody assumed that the Earth was a globe. They measured some shadows and they came up with a globe. Do you understand how that's fallacious, right?
But yeah, I understand that it's not a proof for the measurement.
So that goes right back to the question. So right back to the first question of has there been any measurement of the radius of the Earth?
Yes.
Right.
So
if it's not a proof, then what it is actually a belief, right?
What are you asking? Are you asking me for a measurement of the radius? Are you asking me for a proof that the Earth is a sphere? These are two different things.
No, he's asking you if you know of a measurement. That's all.
What? Pardon?
And what you just said is what your response was not a proof of measurement of the curve. Right? So it's just a belief to you then, right?
I was
because you didn't do it, you didn't verify it.
It's not a belief. I was asked for the measurement of the radius, not for proof that the Earth is a sphere.
We're asking for a proof of a measurement. Do you know of a measurement right now? If you don't know, just be honest and say you don't know, because you're using sticks and shadows from 2,200 years ago. We're in 2021 here. Are you serious?
Yeah, dude, you were actually the exact question you asked. This way, the exact question you asked, and so we'll ask it again. Then, is do you know, right, of any inferences or even measurements, something maybe even as precise as a measurement of the curvature of the Earth itself, right, or curvature that is at the rate of convexity that would conform to an Earth with a radius of 3959, right? Not tell us what the radius is and prove the radius. We just asked, can you show us an actual measurement of Earth curve point to point over a distance? That's all we've asked for. And you gave us Eratosthenes while knowing it was two presuppositions in there that you hid till we forced them out, which is dishonest. And it's a terrible debate tactic, obviously, because you got caught out.
It's not dishonest. I mean,
it was. Because it's not a proof, is it? You cited it as a proof of... Wait there. You cited that as a proof. You need to understand this, or I'm literally going to fucking... I'm going to go mental in a minute, mate. Honestly, I swear down. You need to understand this. That you cited... You're asked, have you got a proof for the measurement, direct measurement of the Earth's curvature? And you cited something you knew was a presupposition.
But every measurement has presuppositions.
Are you fucking being serious?
If you, I mean,
dude, are you going to answer what I just said? Yes or no?
What exactly was
you were asked for proof of curvature of the Earth, a measurement therein of, and you cited something you knew relied upon two presuppositions, which could mean that actually the Earth may not be the cause of said effect. You know, the curve might not be the cause of said shadows, angles, and differential in height, right? You knew this.
Yes. So
why did you cite it? So why did you cite it?
But I mean, if the assumptions are correct, then the measurement.
I need a fucking concession from you, bro. You knew it wasn't a fucking direct measurement. I need a concession. You knew it wasn't a direct measurement.
But what do you mean with direct measurement?
You
we need a concession that there were the assumptions in the references and never bring it up in this server again, ever.
I confess that the measurement involves a calculation step.
Roger, can I?
The measurement
give him an
involves the
example
calculations
so he
that
can
involve the
understand?
assumptions. Right. That's the problem. We finally come to the problem, right? Because you have no measurement. All you have is a calculation based on an assumption.
So everything I'm claiming is that if these assumptions are correct, then the measurement of the radius is correct.
But you're using if. We're not talking about if.
Of course. But if I prove the assumptions, then
no. Listen, bro.
Measure zero radius.
Hold on. I would like to break it down, and I'm sure Rad would approve of this because in manufacturing and all sorts of other things dealing with real physical objects, we have standards of measurement, okay? In a shop, you have a flat standard, a table that you use as a standard, standards in length to calibrate your micrometers and your calipers and everything you use. So can you tell us what the initial reference was for the Earth curve standard of measurement? Where was the standard created? What measurement did they use to make the standard for Earth curve?
But the standard for lengths is the meter.
I didn't ask you for that.
I mean, I don't understand the question.
Don't divert.
Honestly.
Don't divert. Standard of measurement for Earth's curvature, 8 inches per mile. Where did they get that standard? How did they measure to get that standard of measurement?
What do you mean with 8 inches per mile?
That's what your ball. That's what your ball requires with a radius of 3,959 miles. You don't know this yet?
This is what they do. They come in trying to explain to us what they have no clue what they're talking about.
Who's they?
Well, on curvature, you don't know. We want to hear it from you, from your mouth, that you don't know of a measurement, that you don't know this yourself. You can't verify it yourself, so it's a belief. Concede right now.
I can verify that I can measure.
Concede right now on curvature.
Shadow of
no. Concede right now on curvature.
No. I mean,
well,
what do you mean?
Are you preaching to me?
So you're
already conceded that what he's provided is not proof of said curvature. Okay. Anyway, you conceded that like 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, move on to detection. Back off.
Yeah.
Let's move on to
Can I ask you a question?
Can I tell you what you're doing actually? Because the thing you are doing, you are defending the people who are selling you a real estate house.
Mm-hmm.
When you're going to buy a house, a 1,000 square meter house, that's how they advertise it. You buy it, yeah, and when you measure it, you find that it's 500 square meters.
How do you measure the area of a house?
Oh gosh, here we go.
Are you kidding me?
Do you need calculation for that?
You don't know how to measure.
Kidding me?
He's taking you into the weeds again. Just pointed out. He's taking you into the weeds. Yeah, it's a non-sequitur.
Don't ask remedial questions in here.
It's a non sequitur. Move on to detection. Someone, please.
Yeah. So, Void, you've conceded that it didn't prove anything, right? It could prove a flat Earth or a ball Earth. So, let's move on. The second question will be axial rotation. So, the Earth is claimed to rotate on its axis with 1,600 kilometers per hour around the equator. How did they ever measure this axial rotation? And can you point me to the method they used?
So it's a tricky one because again you need an assumption. But if you assume that the star background is static. You can use the star background to calculate the rotation of the Earth.
Okay. So you're saying every human in this flat and level non-rotating plane who has ever walked outside his door only observed a flat and level non-rotating plane and has only observed that the sun and moon and stars are rotating above his head, right? We only observe them moving.
No, that's not the only one, but it's the most obvious.
Do you agree that you have never ever seen the Earth move?
No, don't agree.
So you've seen the Earth move, the floor moving?
Where have you seen it?
Of course. I mean, I've seen it by seeing the stars move.
Right.
Oh, you've seen the stars move.
And that's what I told you, right? That's what I told you. We, as human beings, only observe stuff moving over our heads, right? We do not observe the floor moving.
Yeah. The problem is,
no, that's not a problem. That's a problem for you because you need to assume now that the floor is moving. We need the measurement of the floor moving, not what's above us in the sky, right? Because you made the assumption that the Earth is a globe without any curvature, and you then made the assumption that this globe without curvature is moving. The floor is moving. So how did they measure the floor moving?
One thing is with this assumption of the star background, of course, but there are more things you can use. For example, there's Foucault's pendulum. I don't know if I correctly pronounced it.
How do you start that?
I debunked the Foucault's pendulum. I can cancel that deflection of Foucault's pendulum by swinging two opposing magnets glued together. They will not deflect anymore.
What? I don't think that two opposing magnets?
Yes. When you glue them together, they will not deflect anymore.
So you glue North Pole and South Pole together of a magnet. What exactly do you do?
This is going somewhere else.
Well, the thing is, Voidstar, the pendulum is an affirming the consequence fallacy at its basis, right? So the pendulum moves because the Earth is rotating underneath it. The Earth rotates underneath the pendulum. Thus, it moves, right? So it's a fallacy in its basis. So for you to provide any scientific proof of the pendulum being the measurement of the floor moving, you need to stop the Earth from moving, and then make it rotate the other way to see what the pendulum is doing.
I'm not sure that you need to do that.
Why?
Yes,
I don't see why you need to do that.
Yeah, be good.
Again, the pendulum uses an assumption. It assumes that angular momentum is conserved.
No,
Yes,
you don't understand what's happening in the pendulum thing. Why is that drift happening? You don't have an explanation for that.
I
because
understand
that is
it.
not the Coriolis. No, that is fake. That effect is caused by incoherent electrostatic acceleration, which is electrostatic charge from a Gaussian plane from high above, positive charge flowing down to the ground.
Can you prove that?
Towards the negative plane.
Can you prove any of that?
And when they come close to the negative charge, these electrostatic charges, they change the voltage from high voltage to lower voltage when they approach the negative plane, and they form a vortex, a spinning vortex. So the higher you go in atmosphere, in altitude, you get higher voltage.
But I think that's poor conjecture.
What?
You are claiming that I'm using assumptions.
You don't understand what I'm saying.
Poor assumptions. No, don't play that game with me.
These are not assumptions.
Don't play
These
that
are
game with me.
real experiments which you can.
What do you mean? Don't play that game with you. You're the guy who came in using assumptions.
You claimed. You always
Wait
claimed
there.
that I'm using assumptions.
Don't talk over
Right?
me.
No.
Don't talk over me.
Yeah.
Why are you talking over me? No. Don't say to him, don't play that game with you when you're the one who came in here to support something as objective as measurement, right? Using assumptions that you knew of as part of your fucking proof therein of the thing that is as objective as measurement. So you're the one who played that game first. So shut your mouth and let's move forward. Axial rotation, proof therein of, and let's go.
Rotation and the pendulum isn't affirming the consequence fallacy in its basis. So you have not stopped the Earth from moving to conclude that it's the Earth moving underneath the pendulum, right? Do you concede?
What else should move? So what?
Yeah, that's
the claim. The claim with Foucault's pendulum is that the pendulum.
I'd say
itself is
fairies
not
are pushing it back and forth.
Have you seen how the pendulum is constructed? Have you seen the schematics for the pendulum?
Since angular momentum is conserved.
Have you seen the schematics for the pendulum?
I've seen the pendulum itself.
You've seen the pendulum in action. Have you seen the schematics for the pendulum and how it operates and how it works? How they keep it swinging back and forth?
You just release it.
No. If you just release it, it will come to a stop. It will not swing indefinitely back and forth. They need a magnetic drive that pushes it back and forth.
That's not true.
Yes.
No.
You
schematics show the drive.
My man, what is the floor attached to? That in the building where the pendulum resides, what is the floor attached to? Earth, right?
Of course, but you have a joint which is
hold up! I wasn't done. Wait. The floor is attached to the Earth. What are the walls attached to the Earth too?
Yes.
Okay, and then the ceiling, is that attached to the Earth too?
Of course.
And then the pendulum swinging, that's attached to the ceiling, that's attached to the walls, that's attached to the floor, the Earth, the same thing that the floor is on, that it's pointing to. How does that detect movement?
Pardon. There's a joint on the floor. On the ceiling.
Brother.
The ceiling is a joint.
You're off the reservation.
Two parts.
You're off the reservation.
Everything else would be spinning underneath. Drones, hummingbirds, birds.
What?
Helicopters. The Earth would be spinning underneath everything else too then.
No. Because of air.
What
do you mean?
No.
Wait there, Neil deGrasse. So you disagree? Wait there, guys. So do you disagree with Neil deGrasse Tyson then? Because Neil deGrasse Tyson actually states that actually the Earth does rotate underneath, footballs and birds and helicopters.
It's called the Coriolis effect.
Yeah. How come it doesn't appear in any way in reality?
No.
So
do you Crack's question?
Do you agree or not?
Disagree with Neil smoking deGrasse Tyson?
What exactly was the question? I mean,
right. And I'll ask
if
again.
you throw a ball, that the Earth also rotates underneath it.
Yeah, talk about motion. So show me how the vestibular system is being suppressed right now.
What is suppressed?
Hold on.
Put it in text.
Wait there. No. 1 second.
I want him to put it. I want him to put it. No, I want him to show it.
Fine. That's fine. We can go there, but let's get him. I'm not clear on his answer on this.
Yeah, I wanted to answer about Neil smoking deGrasse.
Yeah, with Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah.
So, do you agree or disagree with Neil deGrasse Tyson, smoking deGrasse Tyson? Do you agree then that the Earth rotates under footballs?
Do
you agree with that statement or not?
I agree that the Coriolis effect exists.
Yes, but does that work?
I don't agree with the wording. Okay?
The football. No.
You don't agree with the astrophysicist who tells you that football team was able to score a goal because the Earth rotated underneath the football that's in the air that was kicked.
One of the chief science communicators.
So now he agrees that there is Coriolis effect, but before he was telling us there was no Coriolis effect because of the helicopters.
Yeah, I can't make up his mind.
Neil deGrasse Tyson does not speak for all of science, right?
Well,
So
he's the one running around teaching science to everybody. He's the guy that's running around teaching science to everybody. Why is he telling people that the Earth is rotating underneath footballs, and then people like you will come in here and tell us that it's not? And then we have to look at something that's already attached to the Earth to detect that the Earth is moving.
With no
Are you serious? But I get in the aircraft and I don't notice any of that, because if what you're saying was true, flights to the west, because the Earth is rotating west to east. How long do you think that would take?
Yeah, but the air is also rotating, right?
Oh, so then now we don't have a Coriolis effect. That's what you're saying.
The Coriolis effect is still there, it's north-south and not east-west.
Yeah, but where's your deviation? If your atmosphere is rotating with the Earth, where's your deviation?
Yeah, he's not citing Coriolis. He's citing conservation of momentum.
Yeah.
That's
telling us that. So then telling us that it's not deviating. So how is the pendulum? How is the pendulum proving anything then?
Exactly. Good point.
So I mean, I don't. I have difficulties following what exactly you're talking about.
I bet you do. So we're off track. That's why
the problem is that your claim of the pendulum means that we have two reference frames, right? That's what you're saying.
Yes,
right?
Kind of, yeah.
Right. So if that was true, then a flight to the west would be significantly shorter than a flight to the east, right? Because the Earth is spinning west to east.
No, but you have to travel. You
have to travel.
Travels through the air.
Yeah, the airplane is traveling over the spinning Earth, right?
Yeah, but through the air, which is spinning with the Earth.
So the pendulum doesn't.
You could also ask, right?
Where's the pendulum swinging? Where's the pendulum swinging? Where's the pendulum swinging?
The pendulum also swings inside Earth. Inside the air.
So it works for the pendulum, but not the airplane.
So of course, pendulum also,
that's a contradiction.
Air friction, right? But you can calculate air friction, and you can see that it's not, let's say, influenced much by it. The pendulum is not influenced enough by air friction.
Then stop using it. Stop using it. We're talking about show us a detection of rotation, a physical measurement of rotation. How, when, and where was that done?
Yeah. So, do you agree that angular momentum is conserved?
What I asked you for how, when, and where was Earth's rotation detected?
I need an assumption for that. The assumption is
okay. Move on. It's just a belief. It's just a belief. So we're moving on. You can see.
Do you think that angular momentum is conserved?
Because you have to make an assumption where you concede it. It's just a belief. You're just relying on something you were told. You're trying to regurgitate it here like a priest to us. So it's just a belief. Move on to the vacuum of space.
No, it's not a belief.
Yeah, it is.
The conservation of angular momentum.
Look in the mirror and tell yourself that's not a
You
belief.
started it off with saying you have to make an assumption.
That's
Are
it.
you kidding?
That's it. Move on to the third point.
You remember that. You say, as a matter of fact, you said it just like this. Unfortunately, just like the first question, I have to start with an assumption.
That's it. Immediate concession. Thank you. Thanks for participating. Move on to the third point. Who wants to do that?
Yeah.
Go ahead, man.
Okay.
Before it start, they claim that the Earth is a spinning water ball hurling through the infinite vacuum of outer space.
Yeah.
They claim we can go there, right? They claim we can put little shiny boxes there and tin cans where people can float in. But for this to be true, right, we here on Earth need an example for gas pressure without a container. Because if it was to be true, then it is violating natural law. So can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container?
It's for gas. It's maybe, of course, it's possible to show, but it's not so easy for gas. It's easier with fluids.
Well, we're talking about gas, right? The Earth is claimed to be a ball with 14.7 psi pressure, right?
Yes.
High pressure on the surface, next to an infinite vacuum, ever expanding, and natural law dictates that entropy will occur and high pressure will always flow to low pressure. This is natural law. So for that space, right, that outer space to be real, where they claim to put metal boxes in, we need to have this demonstration of gas pressure without a container.
I don't think you need that demonstration.
Of course we do.
Prove it. No.
So you can tell us a story and we just
is that
believe
because
it?
you don't have one?
I
No,
mean,
he's going to say the Earth is it. He's going to say the Earth is it.
yeah, I would say that.
Let me
Yes.
give you a quote. Let me give you a
Exactly.
quote. Let me give
Yeah,
you a
you. Oh, you're an idiot. You just
So why
said
hasn't
that
the
Earth is
atmosphere
it.
vacated into space?
The problem is that
Wait there.
the pressure difference of
You
gases
just said that.
with height is very small, right? So if you have a container,
How do you
open
have any
container,
of that pressure in the first place? Is the question.
which is just hundreds of meters high or tall, kind of.
How do you have
And it's
any of
hard
that
to
pressure?
measure it.
You're talking about a pressure gradient. What do you need to have a
but-
pressure gradient?
Yes.
You need-
So what you
need
can do
pressure,
is
right?
Pressure.
Pardon?
You need pressure first before you have a pressure gradient, right?
And you
You need pressure, right, to have a pressure
Hello?
gradient?
Hello,
Does that
dude.
make
Are you
sense?
there, dude?
I mean, of course, at the very bottom, kind of the container, you have the highest pressure. Then
The question
need
was,
pressure there.
you need to have pressure in order to have a pressure gradient in the first place, right?
Said container.
Very simply, right?
Yeah, I don't quite understand.
You don't agree with that question? Dude, what comes first? Gas pressure or gas pressure gradient?
If you have
do you have a gas pressure gradient without gas pressure?
No, of course not. If you don't have gas, then you don't have pressure, and you don't have a pressure gradient.
If you have a
So
if
you
don't have
need
pressure.
So you
If
need
you-
gas pressure first, right? I'm sorry, Mero. 1 second. You need gas pressure first, right?
I mean,
what's the definition of gas pressure?
The definition, I mean, it's the force on an area. That's pressure. Force divided by
gas.
Beautiful.
Yeah,
but
the force
if I may,
of the
if
gas
I may add that, I'm
on what? An area of what?
The area of I know what you are.
Wall of a container.
The area of
What
the
was that?
container.
You don't want to say it. You don't want to.
Container. Thank you. You said it.
I
The
know
area
what
of the
you want me to
container.
say, but I don't want to say it. Is what he just
So
said.
gas pressure is the force that the gas
Actually-
exerts on the walls of the container, right?
Yeah.
So if
but
you don't have a container, if you don't have a container, you therefore do not have gas pressure, do you? So how are we breathing?
No, that's not completely correct. I think.
Okay, so wait there. What was
Yeah,
wrong
correct.
with what he just stated?
So you can measure. Let's put it that way. You don't need an enclosed container to measure pressure.
Well,
measuring the rise of pressure.
wait there. That's not begging the question.
Show us
Wait there,
immediately.
Guys, I'm taking this, please, because I know that's
Show
not
it
begging the question, fallacy. Because you're saying that we can measure.
Show it.
Because you're saying because we can measure with a barometer in open air.
Yeah.
No, I want him to show how he measures gas pressure without a container. Show me right now.
Yeah, but I don't need help with that. So that's not what I'm
You
saying,
can
mate.
have a barometer.
Yes, and that's what I just said. That's a begging the question fallacy again, isn't it?
You have to be inside the container for the barometer to work.
Yeah.
No.
Because
Yeah,
you're
I'm
assuming-
already measuring our
Listen,
air pressure.
Guys, oh, for fuck's sake, I don't need help with this, guys. I really don't. I promise you. Right. So, again, your problem here that you're having is you're assuming, right, the very thing that you're trying to prove, right, again, that you can have gas pressure without a container. That's what you're trying to prove. You cannot then use an example from inside of said reference frame of the place where you're taking a measurement with a barometer.
I think I know
that
where
to
you want to go.
affirm whether you cannot use that to affirm the very thing that you're trying to prove. You can't do that, bro. That's a fallacy.
So you are saying that regardless whether I can measure pressure, I cannot say whether the container is open or not.
No,
I think
no,
he's saying
we're
that regardless of you saying every time you say pressure, you're saying, because you said it before, gas pressure is the force that gas exerts on the walls of the container, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And you're using a barometer. Well, you're already in the container. What he's asking you is, in your model, there is no container. So how do we have gas pressure in the first place?
I think I now understand what you want to say.
Thank you. Go ahead, Crack.
Could I just say something too? Like, because it was said to me that if you have a steak on your plate, you know there's a cow, right? Right?
Pardon, I didn't understand.
If you have a steak on your plate, you know there was a cow.
Yes, of course. Yeah.
So the pressure discussion argument is you can't have one without the other. You need the container for the pressure, right?
No.
All right.
You don't need a container to have pressure.
See how this is done.
Can you
But
provide
before
a
you said
demonstration of that where you can hold pressure with, like, against no pressure with this imagination that you're telling us about? Can you give us some demonstration?
No, but I didn't understand the question. Sorry.
Well, you're saying
before you said could it be demonstrated?
What are we doing here?
You're saying that you can violate the second law of thermodynamics. I'm asking for a demonstration of this, please.
No, I didn't say that I can violate the second law of thermodynamics.
Yes, you said that greater pressure is being held and contained against less pressure, so the second law of thermodynamics is being violated. Can you give me an example in real life, please?
No, but I didn't claim that. So I think I now understand what you're trying to say. So on every air molecule, there is a force exerting on every air molecule, right? And
Right.
this kind of creates an
You're going up
potential
into
energy,
a story
right?
now.
Right.
I don't want to hear a story. Can you give me proof of any of this?
About the forces acting on air molecules.
About gases going down, go boom boom.
Pardon, what? Going down.
You're claiming that gases have a force exerting on them, basically pulling them towards the ground. That's
yes,
your claim.
exactly. Like everything else.
Yeah, now you're claiming a force. You're claiming Newtonian gravity, which got superseded 106 years ago. So you're a little bit behind in your rhetoric.
But it was superseded by the theory of
Why are you
relativity.
laughing?
And
yeah, that was 106 years ago. It was some busted.
I think it
busted
was
pseudoscience, bro.
Yeah, you are aware that Newton and Einstein are not compatible. They have fundamental different geometries and contradictions in
they
between.
are very, very
They're
compatible.
not compatible.
They are very.
Yeah, you need to get with a new hotness, dude.
I'm honest, yes.
No, you need to get with the new hotness. You know, the warping and bending of space-time. gravity being the emergent force via the pressure on the fabric of space from the masses themselves. The masses that are actually accelerating upwards at 9.8 meters per second squared. Them ones that somehow create a force going down at 9.8 meters per second. Right.
I'm sorry. There are two questions
so
now.
In essence, you don't have any force pulling anything down.
Oh,
you have a non-conceptual force, of a bending space-time concept, which you cannot validate.
I mean, proving.
I'm even willing to give him gravity. Even if he has gravity, it's still not going to hold gases back from expanding out into the vacuum of space.
Exactly.
Yeah, he's violating gas law as well, because gas moves freely and randomly in all direction. It does not move with a vector of down. All of it. It just doesn't happen.
Yeah, gases have no intermolecular bonds. They have no inward vector. And again, this is also when people start to point to the gas pressure gradient again as the cause of the very gas pressure itself. Charles's law at the top layer. Fuck off. You're wrong, because you cannot then. How do you get gas pressure read by a barometer, an inward vector created by gases pressing off of a container? Once they do so, they double back on themselves. They bounce back off of one another. Once they fill up the pressurized area, they create an inward vector.
There are a lot of people.
No, but listen. The issue there is. Let me finish. The issue there is you need the walls of the container for it to bounce off of. But if you're going to assert that gravity is that wall, the issue there is then the lowest pressure place is the wall, the spherical wall called the atmosphere's upper layer, right, where apparently gases are no longer. Right.
If you throw a ball up in the air, it falls down. And the same happens with air molecules.
Oh my god.
Air molecules behave like solids.
Relative to what?
Wait. I take a ball, I throw it in the air.
Exactly.
Just keeps on going up.
Approximation.
Why did it keep on going up?
Pardon?
I take your ball, I throw it up, it just keeps on going up. What happened?
No, the force of gravity acts on it.
It just went straight up
slows
into
down
the air.
the upward motion. Pardon?
The ball just goes straight up into the air. What would you assume is the cause of the ball going up into the air instead of going down?
So the cause of it going up is the initial velocity I give it and I throw it.
Yeah, but it just keeps going up. It doesn't come back down.
Of course it does.
No, because
if I do this experiment with a ball and throw it up in the air,
so it's no longer heavier or more dense than the air. So now it just goes up. Oops.
Yeah, if the ball is less dense than the air.
Yeah, that's not gravity.
Then where's gravity? Yeah, where's gravity then?
That's a result of the pressure gradient.
Yeah, you know what? You can have you don't have curvature and you don't have rotation. Those two things are antecedent to gravity. It's a non sequitur. But if you want to keep spouting out like some kind of priest with ancient records of 106-year-old freaking pseudoscience, that's fine, I guess. But you know, the bottom line is what those three premises showed everybody here in the audience on YouTube and in the server, that you've provided no proof of any of those three claims, but you're still just preaching like a preacher with no proof of your belief. It's zealotry. You're the most religious person in this entire room, server right now. Yes, you are. Yeah, you're in a religion, a cult, the largest cult ever made, scientism. You believe in this heliocentric model.
You are preaching to me right now.
No, what you are doing is preaching from your doctrines that you are indoctrinated with. Yes. You need to come up with any of this yourself. You haven't gone out and figured out anything yourself. What you're telling us is contraindicated to what your senses actually are showing to you. So you have the burden of proof. That will never not be so. Because if you're going to say that you are living in a situation that it counters all of your senses, your eyesight, your sense of what a straight line is, that you're living out in a vacuum of space on some spherical ball spinning around holding water to it. That can only exist in your mind and your imagination, because that's not what we sense here. You don't sense any motion. Your vestibular system senses angular changes and in angular changes in motion. You got that?
In 1850,
With Foucault's pendulum, you can measure the rotation.
In 1850, Foucault's pendulum came about the scene and was popularized. Problem is, Albert Einstein came much later, and during his era, it was generally accepted there was not a single experiment that showed the Earth to move. So what was Foucault then? Not an experiment.
Pardon, what was accepted? I didn't understand. So in Einstein's time, it was well accepted that the Earth moves.
No, they actually argued over it a lot during his time. You are way off.
That's hilarious, because Einstein himself said, someone can put the quote up there. Einstein said it's not possible to measure the motion of Earth. Sorry. Bada boom.
No, I think you misunderstand the quote.
Maybe. I think you just pulled stuff out of your ass.
Okay, where did we misunderstand it?
As maybe Einstein really said that, but I don't think he meant what you think.
Okay, so what did he mean? Wait there. For you to claim, guys, for you to claim, okay, that we do not understand the context in which Einstein made said statement, you therefore must understand how he actually you must therefore understand said context yourself, and you must be able to explain that context to us.
I'm not
yes,
certain.
because if you do not know the context of it, you cannot claim that we did not know the context of it.
Can I explain?
That's called a fallacy.
I'm not certain, but I think
wrong.
He is.
You're wrong then. Right, so shut up.
No.
You're wrong. You cannot claim we were. No, you can't speak out both sides of your mouth here. Right, Void Star, I will mute you. Right, I'm sick of this, Void Star. You're speaking out both sides of your mouth. You cannot claim that we did not understand the context of his statement while also claiming that you do not fully understand the context of his claim. You would have to understand the context of someone's claim fully in order to define that we could not. Get it?
I understand a little bit about physics, and I think I understand.
What the fuck has that got to do with what I just said?
And I think I understand what Einstein meant by that, but I'm not certain if that's the correct context. Maybe I can state
you
what
don't
I
know
think.
the
Right,
context.
so can you take it back then?
So how do you claim that you know what Einstein said? Yeah.
Can you Void Star? Can you take it back then that you do not know for definite that we are wrong about his context?
I
state that you don't know whether we're right or wrong.
I confess I'm not 100% sure.
Right. So why do you keep saying shit? You know you're not fucking 100% sure on that.
99.9% sure.
Yeah. All right. Like Lysol.
I mean, quote picking doesn't really get you anywhere, right? So I would rather talk about the physics and not about quotes by Einstein or by Neil deGrasse Tyson.
You were not talking about physics when you talk about gravity. Gravity does not belong to physics.
Yeah, you're talking about.
I'm very sure it does. Yeah?
You're also not talking about physics when you're talking about
Massachusetts
you're talking about apparatus that does not show anything.
You talk about circuits,
pure
clown,
pseudoscience, like
religion.
No, it's not pseudoscience.
You believed a snake oil salesman came to town and told you all this stuff. You believed all of it.
No. It's everything is testable.
All right, it's gone on long enough. Explain how you can prove gravity scientifically. Go ahead.
I mean, I can prove that there is a force acting on things. Right?
Yeah. I heard your claim already. Now explain it. Prove it. Demonstrate it. Scientific experiment.
Yes, you take a volume which is large enough, evacuate it, so it's
Firstly, what is gravity?
What the fuck
wait, guys.
And then you release an object,
Wait, he's
and you see that it changes its velocity
you're talking about in a vacuum?
inside a vacuum. Yes.
Excellent,
You're
excellent.
talking about
And
So
you
let's
can
put
measure.
that, hold on. Let's put that into a scientific experiment. Okay? So you're saying that let's put that into an experiment. You're removing the influence of what in a vacuum chamber?
Of the air resistance.
Of the air resistance. So if the
Yes.
thing that you wiggle is air resistance, what's the cause of the behavior?
The cause.
Yeah.
The cause of the change in velocity is kind of by definition, if you want, a force.
The cause in your experiment would be the removal of the medium. That's your independent variable, the medium change. So the medium is the cause of a change in velocity.
But if the medium is absent, how can it be the cause?
That's what I mean, because there's no longer, you've removed the medium. So the thing that you have wiggled, the thing that you have tested is the medium, not a force.
No, but if it's absent, how can it be the
Look what I posted
cause?
today at 38 past.
Pardon?
Down, you start on step 3. Remove the influence of the medium of the atmospheric gases by placing all objects in a vacuum chamber.
I don't know where you posted something. I don't see it.
It's in live stream voice text. The only conclusion that you can draw from a vacuum chamber is that the medium is the cause of the effect. Because clearly, not everything has the same behavior in the medium when you're just looking at it. Some things fall, some things don't fall, some things rise.
I don't think that's correct.
Do helium balloons rise?
Yes.
Yes. And when you remove the influence of the medium from the balloon, from the rock, from everything behaves the same. So the effect is caused by the medium change.
I don't understand. So
that's why when the rock falls, it stops when it hits a denser medium.
So if you remove the medium, how can the medium have an effect on that?
You're proving that the medium is having the effect.
No,
what
but
happens when
run this guy through the scientific
what
method?
happens?
There is no medium. How can it have an effect?
Yeah. Does it keep going when it hits the floor?
No.
No.
That's the next medium.
That's the next medium.
Serious question though. You remove
Yes.
something. How can it have an effect? You remove heat from a situation of heat, and you're telling me that doesn't have an effect?
So the scientific method is first you observe a natural
See
phenomenon.
the flaw in your logic.
Hold on.
Pardon me.
Where that goes.
When we employ the scientific method, it's those 6 steps that I've got listed there. Natural phenomenon, which is your effect, your hypothesis, which is your presumed cause, your experiment, which is a hypothesis test, and then you have 2 predictions, a null or a validated, and then you have a conclusion. But in all cases, whenever you're testing something scientifically, that thing which you manipulate will be the cause of the effect. So have you manipulated a force, or have you manipulated the medium?
No.
You're
lost. Yeah, we know.
Yeah,
He's talking about the independent
I can't
variable.
follow the reasoning. Yeah.
That you know in an experiment we wiggle different things to see what causes the effect, right?
Yes.
Well, in your vacuum chamber, the only thing you're wiggling is the medium.
So how would I need to wiggle it so that the effect is gone? It vanishes.
You're testing the medium. That's what you're doing.
Right.
You're testing the medium.
Right. So you would have to be able to separate. Like if you change the medium and it's actually manipulating the cause. You're manipulating. So you would have to separate those two from what you're trying to say is a force, which we all know is not a force. You're throwing the most highly awarded like pseudoscientists on Earth under the bus when you do that.
How can I wiggle it so that it doesn't show any force?
What are you talking about? You're not showing any force. You're presuming a force.
Yeah, he's presuming a force, but it's super easy to do that. But by controlling the medium, like for instance, you jump off a cliff, but you fall into water, and you get driven into the water by the momentum, but then you start rising because you are less dense than the water.
Yeah, thank you. You're proving my point. That's a medium. You're talking about mediums. You're talking about medium change, aren't you?
Yeah, I am proving your point. I'm on your side.
Yes.
Do you agree that a change in velocity is due to a force?
No.
Always.
No. Prove it.
Velocity of what? Velocity of what?
This is where you're getting confused. That's a presumption.
I bet you can't even define what force is.
That's Newtonian mechanics, right?
No, that's you presuming something.
Yeah, Newtonian mechanics presumes that, right?
Well, we don't use Newtonian mechanics.
Three laws of motion.
106 years ago, superseded.
Yeah, that was overwritten 106 years ago because it doesn't work. Because they couldn't explain it, and so Einstein came up with something called the general theory of relativity.
Do you agree that cars are made based on Newtonian mechanics?
No, that's through trial and error engineering. Hold on. All engineering is done through trial and error principles. They are not done because of any kind of predictive test. You can't post. You can't post dictate.
Are you an engineer?
You can't post dictate.
Yes,
I don't care.
Yes. I'm drawing right now, and even though I'm drawing it, doesn't mean it's going to work until we actually go in real life and do it.
Yeah. Engineering. All the knowledge you have of engineering is standing on the shoulders of other people.
Yes, I agree.
All of this, all of the knowledge of engineering comes down from principles we have done trial and error over for thousands of years.
Yes, that's Newtonian mechanics, right?
The Romans, let me tell you something. The Romans didn't have all these advanced formula for hydraulics and anything else, but they managed to build the aqueducts.
I know, but no.
Yeah, but these formulas are still correct.
You're talking about post-dictate knowledge, not predictive knowledge. You're predicting something that you already knew. That's not a prediction. If I said the sun was going to come up tomorrow, would that be a prediction?
Yes, of course.
Would it be? Really, it would.
Yes.
Why would that be a prediction?
Yeah, because you're predicting that the sun is coming up.
Yeah, but what am I basing that off of?
I don't know. You are probably just basing it on
it's a post-diction. Yeah, I'm basing it off of the fact that all human experience
I can base it on
that the sun has come up every single day.
I can tell you where the sun's at.
I can base it on mechanics, right?
Yeah, but mechanics is a body of knowledge. Mechanics is a body of knowledge, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's science, yeah.
No. Science is not a body of knowledge. Science is a method. Science is a method.
Is not science.
Science is engineering is not science because you're not studying. You're not trying to find cause and effect relationships in the natural world. That's not science. That's not science. I'm sorry.
But that's what you do with engineering.
Oh, really? What's the cause? What's the cause of mechanism? What's the cause?
That's only in a mechanical world. Yeah.
What's the cause of the car? What's the cause of the car?
The cause of the car moving.
The cause of the car is a human designed it and built it, right?
Yes.
So there's no cause and effect relationship that you need to study. You already know the cause of everything.
but that's
yeah.
You are reducing it to the absurd.
I am taking it out of the realm.
What do you mean absurd? We're bringing it back to what it's supposed to be.
That's what science
make-believe idea that you have.
There's more to a car than just knowing that it's made by people.
What is there some kind of philosophy?
You are skillfully missing the point. You're claiming that mechanics is science, but it's not. Science is a cause-effect relationship. That's why I brought this up in the first place. You're claiming gravity, yet you have no demonstratable way of showing it. You would have to be able to manipulate it in the first place. You would have to have a naturally observed phenomena. When I asked you for it, the first thing you jumped to is making a vacuum, manipulating something first, before observing it in nature first. That's the problem.
That's why it needs to be clearly defined as to what gravity is. What are you claiming it is?
It's nothing. I can skip it for everyone. It's nothing. It's just an idea.
Gravity is a presumption. Gravity is a god of the gaps. It's a presumption where there is a lack of knowledge.
No.
That's what gravity is.
gravity. Can I say it? Gravity.
It's a presumptive cause of what effect?
The orientation of down.
Relative density.
It's a presumptive cause. There's a presumptive effect of the orientation of down in the theory of relativity. The cause of gravity, the modern conception of the cause of gravity is time. That's it. Time.
I mean, in the context of the theory of relativity, that's maybe some truth in that.
Oh, that is absolutely.
Can I say it? Gravity is in its first. Forgot the word.
In its Newtonian sense, you mean?
In its first approximation.
That's wrong, though.
As kind of in its simplest approximation, it's a force.
Okay, let me put it to you like this. What it is you're observing an effect and calling it something based on a model of something called gravity. Okay, so let's say I make a model of the universe in which everything works because these different spirit creatures are moving everything around, and it makes perfect predictions.
Yes.
Yeah. Does that make it true?
In the context of science, that's probably then called a theory, and that's the closest we get to it.
Well, it would be called a hypothesis. Hypothesis and theory are on different ends of discovery. One's at the beginning of discovery, one's at the end of discovery. So you call it a hypothesis, right?
But if a hypothesis stands all tests and makes very good predictions, then it's promoted to a theory.
Okay, well, I hate to tell you this then the God pulling the sun across the sky in a chariot is just as valid as anything else then, isn't it?
If it makes correct predictions, then yes.
Well, it does, because we still use the Saros cycle, don't we?
The what cycle?
The Saros cycle. It's a 3,500-year-old Babylonian sun cycle, celestial cycle. That's what we use. That's what NASA uses. That's what everyone uses.
It might be a bit beyond this individual.
The one I just posted that I track the sun every day with.
But what you're using now is the Kepler motions, right, of planets.
Yeah, these are, but it worked before that. It worked on every model.
Probably not very precisely.
An astrolabe from 2,500 years ago, when you apply a second hand to the astrolabe from 2,500 years ago, perfect predictions every time.
I assure.
You can still do it now. You can go look up a YouTube video and see how to build an astrolabe.
Yeah, why wouldn't you use one?
Do you want to maybe help this guy get to the point where he can concede that gravity is not a force?
What kind of device is that?
I would be happy if he just conceded that gravity is a hypothesis based on a model of why things behave the way they do. If he just agreed to that, I'd be fine. Would you agree that gravity is a model to explain behaviors of things?
Yeah, but all theories are models. Like
you mean hypothesis?
This is the point.
You don't build models and then try and validate.
He's trying to squirm out of every thing. We have to get more basic. I know. I might be rumpusing at this point, but let's get more basic. You say gravity is a force. Am I correct?
I'm glad to say that that gravity is a model. Yes.
That's fine. See, I'm happy with that. If you want to say gravity is a model and you want to base a lot of things off of your model and make sure that your model remains internally consistent, knock yourself out. But it doesn't make it reality.
But it's not just internally consistent. It also
it definitely is not.
Voidstar, could I ask you one question, Voidstar?
Look to the theory. Yes.
Yeah. Do you think the question of what the Earth is that a scientific question?
Yes.
It is because what is questions are not a science. That's not science. Only how and why is what science asks.
Voidstar, if I go out and I form up a foundation and I calculate how much concrete I need to fill the volume of the foundation, am I practicing science?
Yes, of course.
No, I'm not. I'm just measuring stuff.
It's not.
There's no cause and effect relationships.
Yeah. That would mean like baking a cake would be science. That's not true.
I'm using knowledge to do that, things I already know. So it's not science.
Cake is of course science. It's basically chemistry.
How is it? But
you just said the same thing about his mixed concrete. What the heck? It's the same thing.
This is what I was trying to point out earlier. We have to get it to definition of terms before we can move on, because this guy doesn't seem to know what he's talking about.
No, it's that
it's not a personal attack. It's just an assessment on what
he thinks science includes a lot of things. He thinks science includes too much.
So this is what I'd suggest, because I'm going to go in a second. I'd suggest defining clearly and making sure this person understands what you're talking about when you say science. And then also, he said gravity force. Get him to define force, and then go from there. Because if you don't have those baselines, you're going to have a very difficult time for a productive discussion.
Yeah. So let's get a baseline. What does he think science is?
No, we're not going to ask him. We're going to tell. Let's just do this, okay? Since QE's not here, can you perform natural science without an experiment?
Not really, no. I don't think so.
That is correct. You cannot. So that means cosmology, astrology, astronomy, astrophysics, some of theoretical physics, and a whole bunch of other ones, archaeology, paleontology, geology. They're all pseudosciences.
No, when you talk about experiment, I also count observations.
Observations are observations. They're not experiments.
That's just an observation. If you can't perform a hypothesis test, you can't do science on it. If you can't provide a naturally observed phenomena and then be able to manipulate a cause of something to show its change in the dependent, then you cannot do science.
If you just look at things,
I don't think that's correct.
Let me ask you something. If you just look at things, is that going to tell you what the cause of those things are?
I can make theories and check the predictions.
You can make hypothesis?
Sure.
Yeah.
Opinion. Okay. You can have an opinion.
Well, when you make a hypothesis, that is your prediction for cause. How do you test that?
Pardon? I didn't understand.
When you make a hypothesis about something you observe, that's your prediction, right?
Yes.
Okay. How do you test that?
By observing.
No, you observe, think, and then observe again. No, you observe,
of course.
Think about it, and then move on to an experiment, which is a hypothesis test.
Reproduce it.
No.
If you do not produce a valid cause of the observed phenomenon, you do not have knowledge. You just have a hypothesis.
I mean, what you are basically saying is that I cannot create a theory about the sun without creating a sun myself, right?
Not a theory. A hypothesis. Right. Theory comes on the end. Theories come after an experiment.
But what you are saying is without myself being able to create the sun, I cannot do science.
I didn't say that. Hold on.
You can only observe the sun. You cannot.
Yeah, that's right. You can only observe the sun, but you're talking about the things. You want to talk about the intangible. You can't reach the sun, chemically test the sun, or anything like that. Crack, you're really low.
What? It's not me. I've just done it, mate. It's not that, honestly.
He wants to say something.
Yeah, someone might want to mute him while he fixes that.
Crack, you're hot micing. I got him. There we go.
Literally, like, how is it broken?
Hold on a second. I'm just telling him he's muted. All right. So let's talk about things on Earth. Like if you come across water, like you're going through the forest, maybe there's a forest fire, or maybe you're in a volcanic area, and you come across water it's bubbling and it's very hot.
Mm-hmm.
You observe a natural phenomenon of boiling water, don't you?
Yes.
All right. Now, can you determine what the cause is just by looking at it?
No, but I can observe other things.
So how do we test? How do we test?
Yeah, by measuring.
By measuring what?
I mean, how do we test what?
Okay. How do you figure out what's causing the water to boil?
I mean,
holy crap!
I already know why water boils because of temperature. But
hold on. He said that we know that. But how do we know that? Who was it that figured out, I'm going to test this water in multiple different ways. Maybe I'll change the pressure of the water. Maybe I'll try and freeze the water. Maybe I'll do all these different things. And then at some point, they wiggled a variable with heat. And they added heat to the water.
Mm-hmm.
And the water started boiling. And that's how they figured out cause. That's how you do an experiment. You have to wiggle the independent variable to validate it being the cause of the effect being the boiling water, the cause being heat.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So with an experiment, that's what you need. Now, can you do that with the sun?
Yeah, but I mean, I get your point. Experiment is, of course, better than observation. But it doesn't mean that if you only have observations, that this is invalid.
When you look at the sun, can you see what the sun is?
Yes.
You can? Do you have Terminator eyes?
I can scientifically. In fact, I've tested myself. I've myself observed that the outer layer of the sun consists of hydrogen.
Just give me a minute.
You've tested the sun yourself, so you know what it's made of?
Yes, I observed myself that the outer layer of the sun is made of hydrogen.
You done this yourself?
Yes.
When I take a picture of the sun, I get a round ball.
Yeah, but taking a picture alone is not
sufficient. That it's made of.
Oh, so what did you determine that it was made of hydrogen with?
And burning in a second law of thermodynamics violation.
I want to hear about this. I want to hear about this because I want to draw this theory out and see if it works.
Yeah.
What you do is you look at the spectrum of the light which the sun emits, and there
spectroscopy only works in the atmosphere.
Absorption lines.
You can't do that with spectroscopy.
And when you look at the sun, you get absorption lines.
Just because something is yellow doesn't mean it's hydrogen.
He's just whistling.
My LEDs that look like the sun here in my basement, that's actually hydrogen now?
Yeah, you're violating the principles of spectroscopy with astronomical spectroscopy.
Okay, well, that's all a bunch of garbage, though.
What?
You can't test the medium that they're traveling through to know what kind of variables you're not including.
I mean, you can.
You can get.
I mean, I get your point.
Wait, you can assume. You can assume.
Well, he said he got the point. He said he got the point.
So I can test. I can test air, but I cannot test air at the highest layers. Is that what you mean? At the highest layers of the atmosphere.
Well, isn't the sun 93 million miles away in a vacuum?
Yes.
Okay. Is the sun a giant exploding ball of gas?
It's not exploding really, but it's a giant ball of
when I was in school, it was a constantly exploding nuclear furnace of gas.
Was so strong it kept itself together.
Yeah. It's exploding, but gravity is so strong it's keeping the explosion.
Yeah,
in a form.
Maybe you can say it like that. Maybe. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
there's some kind of magnetic gas magnet on the sun.
Yeah.
No, it's not. It's gravity.
Oh,
yeah. It's what?
The sun is held together by gravity, right?
Gravity. Newtonian gravity?
What kind of gravity?
In the first approximation,
mass.
Newtonian gravity, yes.
Does that come from a ball? Or does that come from a sphere?
106 years ago.
Does that require a sphere? Hold up.
Yes.
Uh-oh. You didn't have sphere or rotation, so sorry.
Pardon? What?
You can't violate the second law of thermodynamics. You have no spherical curvature measurement, and you have no rotation detection. So therefore, all three of those things, you're on a stool in your belief. It's a three-legged stool, and all three legs have been removed.
No.
Yes.
No legs are removed.
Yeah.
All you're left with is a flat top.
Here, let's try a different tack. When you look up, do you see a vacuum in the sky?
I mean, I see darkness.
Really? What about during the day? During the day, when you look up at the clear blue sky, you see a vacuum, right?
No, I see the air of the atmosphere.
Oh. What's the volume of Earth's container to hold in all the gas?
Container. There is no container in that sense.
Yes, there is.
How does gas behave? How does gas behave? Is gas a solid or a gas?
Gas is by
It's
definition a gas.
right? So it's an inhomogeneous, unbonded, and isotropic, right?
No. It's very isotropic. It's
unbonded.
Isotropic. It's an isotropic.
It's unbonded.
It's unbonded, inhomogeneous.
Well, why inhomogeneous? I mean, it depends.
Because every gas molecule is moving at 500 meters per second in every direction.
But that's
up,
isotropic.
down, left, right, everywhere.
That's isotropic. Isotropic means it's independent of the angle, right? It's independent of direction.
Are you sure?
And
Okay,
isotropic means dependent on the direction.
Okay. How many vectors of force is gravity?
How many vectors?
Yeah.
So on Earth,
yeah,
the vector of gravity points towards the center.
Points towards center. So down from the surface, that's relatively down, right?
Yes.
Okay. So how is it stopping gas molecules from traveling up at 2,000 miles per hour?
And because the gas molecules are falling down, right?
The gas molecules are falling. The ones that are traveling up at 2,000 miles per hour are actually falling down.
No. They de-accelerate.
So they just decide to stop behaving like gas.
Where does that happen?
No.
So you're saying they slow down, stop, and then change direction and accelerate towards the ground.
Just like a ball.
Show the location. Show the location of where that happens. Show me right now, please. Thank you.
It happens everywhere.
Can you show an experiment validating that idea?
It's going up at the surface.
Yeah, everywhere we tested, it goes in every single direction.
Validating.
So you're saying the further out you go, that all of a sudden gravity all of a sudden takes effect, but further away from the source of your gravity, the center of
the gravity.
So it's affecting millions of tons of gases, millions upon millions.
The effect of gravity becomes smaller the farther you go away.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's question.
Is it affecting it closer to the Earth? Then why isn't it affecting gases closer to the Earth?
Of course, it affects gases closer to Earth.
They're going upward in all directions. So where's the effect?
What goes
at the surface? Where's the effect of the surface at the surface level of Earth? Where is the effect on gases occurring? Because it's going upward and omnidirectionally at the surface. Why is it going upward at the surface?
Okay, I see what you mean. Okay, so in that sense, if you look very precisely at a relatively small volume, then and if you look very precisely, then gas is anisotropic. That's right.
Volume means a container.
Yeah.
Then gas is anisotropic at closer to the Earth's ground. You have a higher pressure than further up.
So you're talking about a gradient that just goes off into nothing eventually. What's the necessary existing condition for a gas pressure gradient?
Probably a force like gravity.
A container.
No, why do you?
Are you saying gravity is the container?
Yeah.
He can't show it though.
Yeah, I mean,
can't show it. The only experience we have
yes.
is that gas pressure needs a container. It's the law of gas pressure.
I thought we concluded that one.
I don't think that a gas pressure needs a container.
Walls.
Can you put air around the rim of your tire and drive on it?
No, that's not possible. But
okay,
said it was.
So if you want to have a pressure difference, pressure difference, an extreme pressure difference, you're gonna have to have a container, aren't you?
No.
You're not. Can I go buy some propane? Can I go down to the farmer's market and buy some propane and just say, hey, fill up this 2-foot cubic area of air. I'll carry it home with me.
I know.
Put it in the back of my pickup truck. Just fill up the bed.
If you have
fill up my truck with gas.
If you have a very heavy gas.
Now I want to ask you.
Container.
The very heavy gas.
Pick it up like that.
The very heavy gas. If you're talking about something like sulfur hexafluoride, which is man-made, that needs to be transported in a what?
Container.
Then poured into another container while the whole thing is already in a container.
You know what happens if you don't use a container?
I mean, if you don't use a container,
all
the
over
gas
the
will
place.
mix with air. I mean, then
Container is the necessary antecedent for pressure.
Can I ask
no,
him
I'm
question?
not. No, I'm not
This
sure that's
guy-
correct. That's not correct. You don't need a container.
Don't need a container for air pressure.
You only need a force. The container kind of provides you a force, right? That holds the gas inside.
Kind of. Is it?
It's a container. It's a measurable container.
Container.
You have a container wall. The gas hits the container wall.
Show it. Then show it.
Force.
Show that.
The gas.
Show it to us. Thank you.
But
Show
that's
us.
the only one who knows how this works. That's the kinetic theory of gas, right?
I want you to prove it. I want you to show me a gradient hanging out with no container and no pressure to begin with. Show me a pressureless gradient.
It should be super easy for you because you just claimed gravity is the strongest here on the surface. So why can't you show gravity holding greater
the first
pressure
question with the
against less
gradient.
pressure?
If you take the sea, for example, and you dive down, the pressure increases.
That's
you don't have a
not
container.
what we're talking about.
Is that a gas or a
gradient
liquid? Is that a gas or a liquid?
That's a liquid.
So that's a different state of matter. And what happens if you take away the container of water? Like, let's say I have a bathtub. What happens if I make the bathtub disappear? What happens to the water?
I mean, the bathtub
disperses, doesn't it?
Yeah,
What
I
happens
mean,
to the water when I take the pressure away?
But there's and also there's pressure on top of the water, air pressure, right?
yes.
Okay, so what happens when you take the air pressure away from water?
Then it will turn into gas, kind of.
Boils away
Steam.
into gas without heat. So,
But
so water is just proof that you have gas pressure on top of the water.
yeah,
the
kind
problem
of.
is
I mean,
a lot of the things that they have said.
but you still have a gradient. I mean,
Yeah, but the necessary existing condition of a gradient, of the gas pressure gradient, is a gas pressure. The necessary antecedent of gas pressure is a container.
I see what you
no
mean.
again. This must be very confusing for him.
If you take a very, I think I now know what you mean. If you take a very heavy gas and put it inside a vacuum with an open container inside, so you have a large vacuum and have an open container, and inside this open container is a
It
heavy
actually won't
gas.
go to the bottom.
Then you will have
it
a
won't float at the
gradient
bottom.
inside this open container. You will have
Actually,
a
no.
pressure gradient.
If you have a vacuum
container.
if you have a vacuum, if you let's say you have the big vacuum chamber at Sandusky, you spend 3 days, you get it down to 10 to the negative 6 torr, which is almost 0 psi. It's like 0.000001 psi, right? And you shoot a bunch of sulfur hexafluoride in there. That does not float down to the bottom. That fills the space evenly.
I'm not sure now. No.
Yeah.
Oh, we're
Yeah,
just
same with
telling
helium.
you.
Same with
We're
helium.
telling you so you
if
know.
it's the only gas, then
No,
yes.
it's not true.
If it's the only gas,
Yep, gases disperse in a vacuum too. They disperse omnidirectionally. They will still try to equilibrate.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we expect the pressure gradient,
But only if there's no force like gravity.
gradient, because Charles' law means that there's greater pressure where there's more temperature, and there's less pressure where there's less temperature. So there's also gas generation at ground level, and gas recondenses back into liquid high above. So there's gas generation down below, there's gas taken out of the equation above, there's heat below, there's cold above. It's super dynamic. It super works for us, doesn't for you.
Think about the early days of the development of the Earth, and before it had an atmosphere, and at the surface of the Earth, it was 10 to the minus 17 torr. Now you have gases start to be produced on the surface. Now those gases get released straight into the minus 17 torr. Those gas particles are just going to go straight out into space and never, ever, ever stop and turn around. So given those circumstances, how would an atmosphere ever even gather together to begin with?
What exactly is the question?
How would an atmosphere gather together on the Earth's surface in its early development before the atmosphere was there, and at the surface of the Earth, the pressure was the same as space? How would gas ever accumulate on that surface when every gas particle being produced would just go straight into space and never turn around?
But it turns around. It's like throwing a ball.
But gases is not solids.
It doesn't turn around. It does not behave like a solid.
I mean,
that's right.
It's not exactly a solid, but in this context, you can approximate its motion.
No, because you can't stretch.
Sphere, basically.
You can't do that. You have no basis for claiming that, though.
But all of thermodynamics is based on that.
No, thermodynamics is not based on how gas behaves inside.
Thermodynamics tells you how gas behaves.
Now, thermodynamics. Let's say if you have a vacuum and you just open it, what happens immediately?
And then, if you open it on Earth, then the air will flow inside the container
as absolutely fast as possible, imperceptibly, almost instantly.
Yes, I think it's bounded by the speed of sound.
Yeah, it's going to move. Yeah, it's moving 2,000 miles per hour to fill a space. It does not like a vacuum.
Yes.
All right. That's what we know. But against what we know to be true is the idea that you go up a few miles and it's a vacuum.
I mean, if you take a very heavy gas like radon,
how heavy is hydrogen?
Heavy gas up there or something?
How heavy is hydrogen?
Pardon?
How heavy is hydrogen?
Hydrogen is the lightest.
It's the lightest gas. That's on the outside of the atmosphere, right?
Yes.
Why is that still there?
Because of gravity.
So it just stops working. But we've already explained too this. Gravity is not a force.
No, that's not correct. Gravity is a force.
It is correct.
And read the citations I just sent you, bro. It's in your DMs, and it's also in the voice text. Why don't you read those from the expert scientists? Start with the first one at 13 minutes after. Would you please read that for us?
Pardon? 13 minutes?
Mm-hmm.
That's a meme? You mean that?
No, it's text. Sunny. Text.
I see.
Yeah. Scientific American. Einstein created his general theory of relativity, which provides our understanding of gravity, where the express purpose of an expunging non-locality from physics. Isaac Newton's gravity acted as a distance, as if by magic, and general relativity snapped the wand in two by showing that the curvature of space-time is not an invisible force, gives rise to the gravitational attraction. George Musser. Yeah, and Einstein's new theory of gravitation is much more fundamental nature because it becomes almost a property of science. Gravitation is, thus, properly speaking, not a force in the new theory. On Einstein's theory of gravitation is astronomical consequences. Notice the Royal Astronomical Society. Okay, bro. Einstein came up with theory of general relativity in 1915, the prototype of all American gravitational theories. Its crucial ingredient involving colossal intellectual jump is the concept of gravitation not as a force, but as a manifestation of the curvature of space-time, bro.
I understand now what you want to say.
So gravity cannot hold.
I said it before.
Tell us that's not true.
Gravity cannot violate the second law at the Earth's surface, where you claim gravity is the strongest, but you claim it's violating the second law out in outer space somewhere where it's weaker. Is that correct?
I said before that gravity is in its first approximation a force. In its first approximation.
Can you answer the question?
What was the question? I mean, you interrupted us, right?
I'm trying to get you to clarify your point, because you said that gravity is violating the second law at the edge of space somewhere, but it cannot do so at the Earth's surface.
No, I never said that the second law of thermodynamics is violated.
So gas would just continue expanding then. It wouldn't be stopped by any gravity.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
No, I mean,
you're a flat earther.
The gas is
now you're a flat earther. Now you're a flat earther. Yeah.
How you see how we
the
feel?
gas is pulled towards the Earth by gravity.
Yeah, you're just incognito.
Now you're violating the second law. Can you on Earth's surface where gravity is stronger, where you should easily be able to show this? Can you show me this?
Yeah, I just said if you take a very heavy gas like radon, for example,
if you
put it in a container large enough,
a container,
you will be able to measure pressure.
Sorry, bro. It doesn't work. You can't store dense gases in a bucket for extended periods because the gases diffuse with the atmosphere and leave the bucket. You'll end up with nothing. That's why they keep it in closed containers.
They will
then you need a very tight container and you need to measure fast.
Measure fast.
That's funny.
You didn't violate.
If you fill a container, if you make a container which is completely separated by the outside world, and you fill it with a heavy gas, you will measure a pressure gradient.
Are you here to tickle flat earthers? You're making me laugh. That's funny.
Okay. I'm not here to tickle anyone.
So,
what is your profession, sir?
I already wanted to tell you that, but
Nick probably want to tell us now. Are
probably an engineer.
I'm a student of physics.
What?
Student of physics. Well, if you are a student of physics, then don't you know that at MIT University in USA, they teach incoherent electrostatic acceleration in physics.
I didn't know that.
Gravity belongs to astrophysics. It belongs to the physics which is high above our heads, which is not tangible, is not within our reach to measure it.
Of course you can measure it. You can measure how things fall.
No, you cannot. You cannot measure gravity.
You can measure how things fall.
No, you are using an acceleration to say that the cause of that acceleration is gravity. But you brought earlier the matter of vacuum chamber, and I'm guessing that you wanted to say that in a vacuum chamber all objects fall at the same rate.
Yes.
What did you manipulate?
Do you really believe that? Do you really believe that is true?
Yes. It's.
But what did you manipulate?
If I prove you that not all objects fall at the same rate in a vacuum chamber, would you start questioning what you know?
Of course, you can have things like electromagnetic forces, which counteract gravity. But if you eliminate all electromagnetic forces,
not electromagnetic forces,
then
I can use electrostatics charges, or
but that's electromagnetism.
Simply gluing together two opposing magnets.
That's also electromagnetism.
Gluing together, this effect will always fall at a slower rate in comparison to magnets which attract each other, or in comparison with any other element. Water, metals, salts, crystals, whatever, you name it.
If you take electrically neutral and non-magnetic materials, then they will always fall at the same rate in a vacuum.
It doesn't matter.
If you change the electrostatic charge from positive to negative,
doesn't matter.
The other
doesn't
way
matter
around,
because in a vacuum you're manipulating the medium.
Yeah.
None of it even matters. In a vacuum, what are you manipulating?
The medium, yes.
The medium, yeah. So nothing even matters.
But
the
experiment in the vacuum shows that
fall at the same rate, and that's not true.
Yeah.
It's a
The
lie.
experiment in the vacuum shows that if no medium is present, that there is a downward force, right?
Well, you
No,
don't have
it shows that
this.
things fall at the same rate, and what you've manipulated is the medium.
But you said that things fall at the same rate, right? But things fall.
You say that.
No, you say that.
If
I say you manipulate their behaviors by removing the medium, because the observation of things falling is wrong anyway.
But
not everything falls.
If we have a
At the same
behavior
rate.
which is a change of velocity, then it's by definition a force, right?
Why do helium balloons rise?
Helium balloons rise because
they are less dense than the air around them.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Gravity
When you put the helium balloon in the vacuum chamber, what happens?
It falls down.
Falls down because you've manipulated what?
It falls down
because you have removed the medium.
It falls down with the same velocity as everything else.
Yeah, because it doesn't matter what the velocity is. All you've manipulated is the medium. That concludes your experiment. The thing you're manipulating every time, even if you want to change everything to water, it's the medium.
What do you mean with manipulating? I'm taking the medium out, so it has no effect.
Yes, that's called a manipulation. You have manipulated.
By taking the medium out of the equation, it has no effect.
Yes, you removed the variable, so it is your independent variable.
Yeah. It changes the effect, so you've shown right there what is changing the effect. You've manipulated it.
You're proving
the flat Earth.
You're proving our point.
You can't actually remove all of the medium. You can only make the medium less dense by removing quantities of it.
I know, but we're just talking about what we define as a vacuum, though.
Yeah, but
obviously, you can't get down to 0 psi for real. You can get down to like 0.0000001 or something.
Yes. He talks about it as if there's nothing in there, that there's no medium, but that's just not true. There's no absolute vacuums.
Yeah, that's correct, but
yeah, but like for the purposes of this, you get what you can get.
Yeah, but
and I realize it's fallacious to even do it because there's no vacuums in nature.
Yeah, they're also just creating a confounding variable by changing the density of the medium to the object so much that the difference in rate of fall would require a greater and greater drop the more you change the difference. So it just creating a confounding variable to assume the conclusion.
No, they're trying to complicate it. The problem is they're starting on step 3.
You can't follow your reasoning.
You can use a vacuum chamber and call it science if it's part of a scientific experiment in which you're manipulating something to check for cause and effect. And in the case of things falling or things floating or things with seemingly neutral buoyancy in the regular atmosphere, the moment you remove the variable of the atmosphere in the vacuum chamber, what do you get? Everything goes down. So the cause of everything's behavior in the atmosphere is the medium.
Yeah, I mean, it shows that it's not the only cause, right? So even if you remove the medium, even if you remove the medium, you still have...
Dude, you're not understanding it, what he's saying. Listen, you remove the medium, right? And, listen, gravity, the reason it can't be a force is because the medium itself would never even affect the fall rate, right? Because forces, let's say I have 12 pounds per square inch of force, right? It's going to, at a uniform speed, if it was an actuator, I'm applying set pressure, right? It would effectively always push something that has the ability to push that thing, and the resistance that was incapable of stopping that motion, the resistance is the same, and the thing is pushing it is going to be the same. Right, with gravity, apparently it's got a constant of 9.8 meters per second, right?
Yeah.
So, if this is true, everything is affected by gravity because it is falling. The resistance of the medium itself wouldn't affect it, would it? Because it's meant to be a force. This is why it can't be prescribed as a force, even. Right? And what you need to understand, what Meme is talking about, is you remove the medium from the vacuum chamber, Think what you finish it. You finish what I'm saying for me, please. Go on.
He's a physicist.
What is he saying?
Know all this.
He's a physicist, so finish what is Meme saying?
If you vary them, let's say you change the medium, right? You change the pressure of the medium, make it very high pressure, make it very low pressure.
Oh,
then you will see different falling rates of the objects inside, right?
Oh, because the medium is now causing a different fall rate, right?
Yes.
So we're manipulating the medium, and the medium is causing a fall rate to change. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly. And if you remove the medium, it's still falling.
Right, because what?
So
the Earth beneath it.
It doesn't matter
right?
the circumstances.
You're not understanding that we are in a density tower with the Earth, right?
Pardon?
Are you denser than the Earth, or is the Earth denser than you?
The Earth is dancing. What?
Are you denser than the Earth, or is the Earth denser than you?
The Earth is denser than me, I think. Yes.
All right. Cool.
Yeah.
Well done.
Makes sense.
Okay, so you're in a density tower with the Earth, maybe, right? Just letting you know. There's more evidence for that. We've got more evidence that the medium is the thing that affects the vector of things that fall. I could introduce heat at a bias of a 45-degree angle inside of a gas chamber, drop a ping pong ball, and I would watch its angle change relative to the actual energy angles that are now the excited gas molecules that have adhered to said angle. The ping pong ball will adhere to that vector. So gravity is causing what vector? Wind makes things blow to the side, so the medium makes things blow to the side, right?
Yes. And if you remove the medium, you're still left
the medium itself makes things also go up, right? In relativity to, let's say, helium.
Yeah, in some circumstances, yes.
But the vector of, let's say, the moon orbiting around us, and us orbiting around the sun, and us being held in lockstep with the sun, with the moon, and all these different vectors apparently attributed to gravity. Well, actually, all I see is actually real validated evidence that actually the medium is the thing that can affect vectors and change vectors. You following, dude?
Yeah, the medium has an influence on the motion of objects, yes. But if you remove the medium, you still are left with a force.
Are we?
Yes, that's what we see in a vacuum chamber.
No, now you're seeing zero resistance against the thing, of course. But still, right? Still, think about it. I don't see how you're not understanding this, right? What's the next medium beneath it?
But are you suggesting that the floor has an effect on something that's 10 meters above it?
The ground is the next medium beneath it, right? Yeah, Meme, carry this on, dude, because I think I've cleared some of it up for him.
Oh, he's purposely just not understanding on purpose.
No, I'm. So are you suggesting that the ground, which is let's say,
are you suggesting? No, you're suggesting that, right? That's what you're suggesting. Remember that as well.
No, I'm not suggesting.
You believe in gravity, right?
I mean, it's not a belief; it's more knowledge.
No, it's a belief. Remember, mass attracts mass. That's a belief.
What is gravity then? What is gravity then? You say it's knowledge, so what is it?
In its first approximation, it's a force.
No.
It's an approximation.
First of all,
my God.
What is it?
Lord help me.
What do you mean? What
is it? A graviton? Is it a particle that's emitted? What is it?
As I just said, well, it's,
said this is based on knowledge. Remember?
I mean,
an astrophysicist.
There are actually three different descriptions of gravity. Every description is more detailed than the other.
So which one's right? If it's knowledge,
so which one's correct? If it's knowledge, yeah, it's knowing.
All three are right. All three are right.
Wait a minute.
Because
imaginary, real, and almost real are all right.
You're laughing.
Please, Lord. Like, dude, I'm actually crying out to God right now.
Scientific theory.
God, please.
Not only tells you the formula you have to use, it also tells you under which circumstances you are allowed to use the formula.
Yeah, not for life and death, that's for sure.
So Newtonian
I can tell you
gravity
that much.
only works for masses which are relatively small and velocities which are
Relatively small to what?
slow.
Relatively small to what?
Define small.
There's a value. You can look
Define
up
small in
I don't know exactly
No, wait there.
which one
Wait
it
there.
is for mass,
Define.
but
Wait.
for velocity, it's the velocity of light, right?
No, you can't just gish gallop that. Please, can you define small and in relation to what?
It's small in relation to a certain value of mass.
What value?
Certain value.
Okay. So a certain value. What certain value is it?
I would need to look it up.
Yeah, so shut your fucking mouth. You don't know what you're talking about.
What?
Yeah.
Well, it's true, mate.
Here.
Sorry. Yeah, you're the physicist here. Oh, an appeal to authority bullshit crap. You don't even know anything. You know nothing.
See, they laugh as soon as they get cornered.
What a defense mechanism laughter is, right?
Yep, it sure is.
If you tell one to shut up, then it's more preaching than
I'm telling you to shut up because you just preached that you were an astrophysicist or a physicist of some kind and appeal to an authority fallacy, right? And yet you couldn't even cite the very thing that you were claiming inside of your own fucking field.
You claim that I don't know what I'm talking about.
I do claim that.
You admitted it.
It's you who believe
yourself.
You admitted it. You admitted it, dude.
You should go to work or school or wherever you're going and cancel classes. Is what you should do.
I mean, I understand what your tactic is now.
No, my tactic is this, buddy. Listen,
into swearing and so on. Your pretext to kick me from the server. I know how to swear.
Void, listen, we're not going to kick you straight.
Nobody's going to kick you.
Right? Nobody's going to kick you. Listen to me for 1 second, Void. The reason I'm sticking it to you so fucking hard right now is because you made a claim about something, right? And you started talking about very specific terms that you failed to then define while claiming to appeal. While claiming certain things, while appealing to an authority of being a physicist. You also came into this room, remember, and was asked directly, can you provide a measurement of curvature? You then provided Eratosthenes. I had no problem with that because people misunderstand what it is. But you yourself admitted there and then, once pressed harder, that it relied upon a presupposition. When pressed further, you then admitted you knew also that it also relied on another presupposition. Obviously parallel light rays, and obviously the presupposition that it is at first a ball. So you were dishonest in the fact that you were claiming measurement of curvature with the methodology that you yourself knew used presuppositions with something as objective as measurement. So you are intellectually dishonest, and you can't even back up the very words that you say that are in your field. That's my problem with you, Void.
Your reasoning is wrong. Am I allowed to show that?
years old sticks.
You asked me about the measurement of the radius, not about the proof that the Earth is a sphere, not about the distance to the sun. You asked me about the measurement of the radius.
No, I didn't.
And I gave you that.
No, I didn't. Roger asked you for a direct measurement of curvature from point to point in distance.
I think you talked about the radius. I'm pretty sure.
This is in live stream, dude. No, Chocolate said, who measured the radius of the Earth? Who went and dug down to the bottom of the Earth so that we could establish a radius? That's what Chocolate did. That was about 4 minutes after the fact. You are a liar, sir.
No.
And not a good one.
I'm pretty sure I was asked about the radius of the Earth.
Yeah, you were. I just told you were, yeah. Yeah, you were.
Yes, tonight.
Yeah, you asked for measurements of the radius and you couldn't get any. You could only give us calculations based on your assumptions, and you admitted that, and now you're...
but these assumptions are correct.
That's called
How is an assumption correct? Wouldn't it be called a fact?
Correct. The assumptions are correct.
You say you're a physicist
and thus the measurement is also correct.
We were for me. You would have been fired already.
We were asking you for measurements to prove the assumptions were correct. You never provided any measurements to provide any of the assumptions correct.
You did never ask me about proving my assumptions. Never. I'm pretty sure. I wanted to.
You went into all of your assumptions and we showed you wrong at multiple points.
You just said, you only said that I made assumptions and that was enough for you. You never asked me about proving my assumptions.
We asked you to prove the assumption of the sphere, which is the basic premise of your first.
You never asked me that, actually.
Yes, we asked you for a measurement.
Do you want me to prove that?
You couldn't give any. You just gave us assumptions.
No, you never asked. Do you ask me now to prove that the Earth is a sphere?
When was it measured? How was it measured? And you couldn't provide it.
Yeah.
Are you
but these are different that it was an assumption based on he thought it was a ball. Remember saying all that?
Questions. The question about the radius of the Earth and whether the Earth is a sphere are different questions. Do you ask me to prove that the Earth is a sphere?
No, we asked you for a measurement of the radius, which you cannot provide.
Exactly, that's what you did.
And you claim it is a sphere, and you assume it is a sphere, and you assume the distance to the sun and the parallel rays and all sorts of other.
I can prove all of that.
You assume the Earth is rotating, even though all experiments show that it isn't rotating, and you assume that gravity violates the second law of thermodynamics, even though we cannot experimentally show that anywhere on the Earth.
No, not validating
everything with no validation or no basis. You have no ground, sir.
No, it's not correct what you say.
I'm
assuming the conservation of angular momentum. Do you agree that angular momentum is conserved?
Conservation of angular momentum is not Coriolis. You don't know what you're talking about, sir.
Do you agree that the angular momentum is conserved?
Yes, angular momentum can be conserved.
So if you push a pendulum, then is its angular momentum conserved?
It will come to a stop. It will not swing forever.
Yes. Let's talk about a few periods. Let's say it's almost frictionless, and we only talk about a few periods of the pendulum. Is its angular momentum conserved? Up to very small number, which is due to air friction.
So if you swing a pendulum back and forth, will it swing back and forth a couple of times? Is that what you're really asking, honestly?
No. Is its angular momentum conserved? That's what I'm asking about. Let's assume that it's frictionless, so there is no torque acting on it. Is its angular momentum conserved?
Yes.
Yeah. So how comes that it rotates?
Could affect it. So you're not actually proving
if its angular momentum is conserved, how can it rotate?
How can it rotate?
Yeah, for Cole's pendulum, you observe that the pendulum
already it uses a magnetic drive. Hello.
No.
To push it back and forth.
You have a thread, a rope, and you have a weight on it, and that's the pendulum.
You don't. Okay.
And the frictionless joint.
Here, come on.
That's everything.
These pendulums, they're not swinging at all, bro.
What?
They just don't move.
What is swinging? What is not swinging?
Stop rotating?
Pardon?
Did the Earth stop rotating?
No. Its angular momentum is conserved.
Yeah, well, these pendulums are not swinging in circles due to any rotations.
I don't understand your point. So
if you take a normal pendulum and just swing it back and forth, it doesn't actually rotate. You need to have a magnetic drive that drives it back and forth and rotates in with the expected deviation.
That's not true.
So it drives it in to deviate.
No,
all of your effect is just within the apparatus. Everywhere else,
you need three things.
Any Coriolis effect. You are just claiming the apparatus shows Coriolis effect, but there is none in real life, except when we actually have a roundabout and we rotate the reference frame, and we are on the rotating reference frame. We see things appear to deviate when they're not actually deviating. There's no axial deviation.
Foucault's pendulum consists of three parts. The first part, the most important one, is a frictionless joint. Second part is a rope. The third part is a mast attached to the other side of the rope. If I have that, you have Foucault's pendulum. If you push it, you will see that it rotates. It rotates with one rotation per day.
Look at the schematics. You don't have a pendulum swinging back and forth indefinitely without the drive mechanism to drive the pendulum.
You don't need indefinitely. You need it for a few days. It's more than enough.
Oh my God! We're back to this again.
If it swings for a few days, it's more than enough. And
How
you
come
can see that
cranes
it
hang in the air for days and days and days, have a gigantic ball hanging on them. They never even move 1 inch unless the wind is blowing.
I've had enough. I've had enough. Like, literally, guys, 'cause I'm usually very patient with people, right? I'm too patient with Globers, right? Usually, I am Void, right? But you have cut. There's something about you that rubs me up the wrong fucking way. I don't know what it is, mate, right? You rub me up the wrong way. Because you know what you're doing, because you're smart enough to know you come in with presuppositions. If you interrupt me, mate, I'm going to mute you instantly as well. You come in with presuppositions and place them as objective measurements and all this shit, right? So let me take you on a tangent very quickly, right? You do realize that your whole reality that you exist in, let me just say that everything is apparently true in your model. Let's just for 1 second. Right, I'll give you the model, yeah, the heliocentric model, for 1 minute. You can have it. So, for it to be true, yeah, your model, you agree, yeah, that essentially 4 billion years ago, right? 4 billion years ago, you do know that everything relies upon this. Everything. What is it? Your ability to even breathe right now, yeah? Why? Why are you able to breathe now based on 4 billion years ago?
I'm not a biologist, but it has something to do with plants.
No. Atmosphere is what allows you to breathe. Atmosphere is what allows you to breathe, right? It's not biology. I'm sure, remember that.
Yeah, but as far as I know,
4 billion years ago, I'm talking about there was no biology.
Plants appeared.
4 billion years ago, I'm not talking about biology. I'm talking about 4 billion years ago, right?
Okay.
Something happened that allows you today to be able to breathe.
Yes. Okay.
Okay? What was it? Because it's pretty fucking important. You should know this. You're a physicist, mate.
As far as I know, it was plants which turn carbon dioxide into oxygen.
Plants? How would plants grow without what I'm on about? Look, this is the ignorance that these people come with. They know nothing of the narrative.
You and are talking about biology.
Okay.
I mean,
listen, I'm not talking about biology now. But you would, for plants to grow, right? What do we need? Where the plants grow on Mars? The plants grow on Mars?
No, I don't think so.
They don't. Why is that?
Because I don't. It's probably too cold. It's probably no water.
Well, you couldn't even. Well, you wouldn't even know that because you can't validate any of it. But let's move past that.
I'm not a biologist.
Sorry. Yeah, you're not a biologist, but
not a physicist either. So don't tell people that, please.
Yeah, this is what I'm trying to get at, right? Okay, right. This is my point. Your whole reality exists. Your whole reality and your ability to exist. The fact that you have gravity in your model, because I'm giving it to you for a split second, is because of a planet, a wayward one, Athea, the wayward planet that collided with the Earth. And the glancing blow, I don't know how a glancing blow ever collides, and also at the same time replenishes a molten iron core with a fucking iron core that is molten from another planet. How do you get a glancing blow like a ricochet, right? Imagine an RPG ricocheted off a tank. With the Monroe effect inverted copper cone that was a liquid molten jet, once the high explosive went off, would that jet go through it if it ricocheted off? No. So it couldn't have been a glancing blow for a start. That's already a lie. So this Athea, the wayward planet, a glancing blow of the Earth, somehow deposited its molten iron core into our Earth exactly at the right time, just before our old molten iron core was about to be diminished due to the thermal properties of it, because the globe model had dictated when the Earth was created and how long this core could be burning for. So thankfully for the globe model, 4 billion years ago, Thea came along and fucking saved you guys. And at the same time, it from the crash, the debris that landed therein on the Earth due to said collision allowed for a coalescence of a mass on the side of the Earth. That coalescence of the mass on the side of the Earth is what now allows for us to have eclipses, because we now have exactly to proximity to scale to size ratio to the sun a moon that was created from said debris. Maybe that's where we got the wood, petrified wood from, right? Maybe from the moon. And they lied about that. Well, actually, wait, their trees didn't exist, did they? So that probably wouldn't work, actually. But so like knowing these little points, what does that tell you, bro? Void Star. So even if I give you everything in your fucking model, bro, it all depends on stupid, ridiculous narratives such as this that you believe in. Oh, and flat earthers are stupid, right? Right? So let's get down to the fucking crux of it right now. So if the Earth were in fact a globe, we would have measurable curvature, correct?
Yes.
Right. So you understand the mathematics of this shit? You understand spherical trigonometry, right?
I think mostly, yes.
Anyone has anyone took you through the Black Swan, or has anyone took you through any of that stuff?
Pardon, I didn't understand what?
Has anyone took you through the Black Swan yet?
Black Swan? What?
No, okay, that's sweet. Alright, cool. Let's do this now then instead. One second. Right. So I'm gonna do 2 observations.
What is the question? I don't
I'm doing it now, mate. Listen, I'm about to take you through something logically, okay? Alright. Do you work in kilometers or do you work in miles?
In meters, yeah, kilometers.
Kilometers, okay. Sweet. No worries, thank you. So, okay, let's take this observation right here is a good one. Right? Let's take we can just use this one. Right? So, can somebody get up a distance to horizon calculator very, very fucking quickly for me, please? So I'm going to pass you this observation, right? You're looking at Luxury voice text.
Yeah, I see, yeah.
You see this? Right?
That's a table. You mean this table? With
not the table,
Earth in miles? What?
No, I don't want that, guys. Right, so basically, right, dude.
That's your image. Okay. That's a
right. No, listen. The last one posted now. The last one now. The blue water.
Right.
The blue water with a ship, right? Okay. Yeah. So, the modus tollens argument of this is if P then Q, right? Not Q, therefore not P. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 39, 59, that's in miles. Sorry for that, dude. P, that's the representative of P. Then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of your observer's height in feet, Q. So, geometric horizon itself, yeah, can never be further than the distance of that. Okay?
I mean, can you put the formula?
That formula is 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So 1.22.
It's hard to understand the formula when you just say it. Can you
I'm doing it now. I'm doing it for you now.
Okay.
Right. There you go. So the observation that you're looking at here, right, dude, is 23 miles away. You're at Dover to Calais.
So that's 1.2 times the root of height in feet.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that is what is the result? Is the distance?
The distance is.
You can see.
Do you want it in kilometers instead? Yeah, bro.
It's the distance to the horizon. What this gives you?
Listen, do you want the distance to the horizon? Do you want it in kilometers?
No, I'm just talking about the formula itself.
I'm saying from Dover to Calais is 82.3 kilometers away, right? Okay. So we're going to work the formula here now. Okay. So at that exact formula, right? This is on the spherical trigonometry. This is based on the radius of 3959, right? It basically denotes that the sagittar, the leading edge of the sphere, the point that's going to block your view, sorry, should I say, the sagittar, okay? The part of the sphere that should basically block what's behind it, okay? On that observation, right, let's say we were even, I would say, let's say we're 20 feet off the ground there, right? The horizon should basically be, it shouldn't be more than 6 miles away, the horizon. What are you seeing in that image? The horizon is way back where? Where is it? It's at about 80 kilometers, right?
Are you talking about your picture now?
The blue picture, dude.
Yeah, okay.
Where is the horizon? Where the sky appears to meet the ground?
It's far away.
Far away, right? Yeah. 82 kilometers in distance away, actually, in fact, right?
I'm not sure. I would need to calculate.
Right. So think about it. The physical limitations of a ball. You cannot see certain distances. Why? There is a drop, right? So if we have, okay. So let's say we have 20 miles, right? 20 miles, okay. We'll do it in kilometers for you, actually. 80. So in 80 kilometers, okay? Yeah? This here in this chart, look on it. Look on the chart.
Okay, I'm trying to keep up.
You're a physicist, dude. I'm not spelling this all out for you, bro, because you're a physicist.
Yeah, I know.
So you have a high level of understanding of things, not just based in one field.
So you're now talking about the table, yeah, right?
Right. The table is something you can look at for the values of drop, for what you should expect to see on a ball with a radius of 3959 or 6,378 kilometers. Right? A radius we can't even validate.
I'm just trying to understand what you want to tell me.
Well, what do you think I'm trying to tell you, bro? You're on a ball that has a physical limitation to how far you can see because the ball is going to drop away. So the horizon, yeah. So look at this. So look, this is my point, look, dude. Is this? Look at this next observation. This makes it a little bit easier for you because it has all of the stuff on it. I was using the other one because it has barely any distortion, and it is a further observation, okay? Right? So,
okay, I see.
Look at this one, okay? The horizon there is 10 miles away. The observation was taken at 1 foot. We can provide the video where the observation was, the video itself from when this observation was taken, okay? You can quite easily look at it, right?
Yeah.
The argument above, don't worry about that too much because it's just a formula of a logical framework that tells you why this thing cannot be because of this thing if this exists, right? So it's just a formula of a framework of an argument. But basically the point is at 1 foot, the horizon should only be 1.2 miles away, okay? At 1 foot. Based on, listen, you're changing your angle, right? You're changing your altitude, for instance, okay? So when you do that, yeah, well, you can resolve changes also, yeah? So you increase your angle to it, the horizon is going to go further back. Do you understand? Because now the angle you're viewing the sagittar is either more acute or less acute, dependent on your altitude. More acute lower down, less acute higher up, right?
So you were saying that the horizon is 1.2 miles away?
If you are laying on the beach and your head is at 1 foot, the horizon should never be further away than 1.2 miles away.
If you're on a ball.
And the blood front, you shouldn't see the platforms. If that's true, right?
Platforms have nothing to do with the argument, though.
No, but it doesn't. Yeah, and even if you could see the parts of the platforms, right, dude, that's an even bigger problem. You don't even understand. That's the biggest problem of it, right? Because we're talking about the sagittar. This is the part of the globe that comes up, okay, and blocks things behind it that are dropping down below it, right? Because it's a ball. It has physical construct and it has physical constraints. So the other image I showed you, Dover to Cali, 23 miles away, right? 80 kilometers for you, okay? The horizon, where the sky appears to meet the ground. Where is the curve being blocked? Where's the curve? The curve should be the sagittar, the blocking part, okay? It should roughly have been the horizon where the sky appears to meet the ground. Should be, if geometric, should be around about 5.5 miles away in the first observation, the blue one, okay?
Okay.
In this one, it should have been at 1 mile away, the second one we showed with the Modus-Tollens argument. 1.2 miles away, because it's at 1 foot. We're seeing 10 miles away, we're seeing 23 miles away. Okay? This isn't fitting in with the formula of the physical constraints of the ball of 3959 or 6,300 and whatever it is in kilometers. Not like I care. Bullshit anyway. So, my point is are you understanding what we're saying here? You say we're stupid flat earthers, okay? Remember, your stupid model relies upon a theory of the wayward planet for you to be able to exist and have gravity right now, 4 billion years ago. You can't. Remember?
I understand what you're trying to say. Right?
Yeah. Which one sounds more stupid at this point, brother? Because at the minute, we're not really seeing a ball, are we? Not one that they claimed. Not the dimensions they claimed.
So
we got, and we've got the first measurements of radius based on double presuppositions of the actual nature of light that nobody even understood, and the nature of the ground itself. You know, people trying to define radiuses from the ground, trying to even do spherical trigonometry off of the fucking object that you don't even yet know is a sphere itself.
So, the first thing I would do is, I mean, you would say that whether I do it with all measurements, but the first thing I would do is check that myself. So I would check if it's really one. Let's assume that everything which is on this slide is correct, right? So it's the observer height is 1 foot, and these platforms are this distance and so on.
Would you agree it's not 8 foot high?
And the horizon
wait there, just to make it easier. Would you agree that the guy is not 8? That observer height is not 8 foot. It's definitely not 8 foot high, is it?
It's very hard to tell from that photo alone. It's very hard to tell.
Well, the video's been provided, dude. There's a video that's been provided right there. Sonny
he's not 8 foot. He's not an 8 foot tall guy.
Yeah, let's assume that that's correct, right?
Yep.
And then you have still to take into account the height of the platforms, right?
I don't care about the height of the platforms. There should still be a leading edge of a sphere, a sagittar, that blocks part of them. The horizon cannot be lifted backwards.
Yes.
No, the horizon cannot be lifted. The horizon, remember, is defined as a geometric horizon, right? The geometry of a ball. Yes. Listen, the platform hill houses, let's say we could see them, okay? Right? There would be a line in front of said hill house platforms, blocking part of them visually to you, correct, sir? Not all of them, part of them. Yeah?
Yes.
Right, because it's a sagittar, and then it drops down afterwards. The hill house platforms would also have an angle, would they not? Leaning backward and inclinated away also. We should be able to measure, right? So
do you have a photo of the platforms very close? So do you see where you see the whole platform?
Are you looking? That is the whole platform, and why do you need a platform photo?
Why do you need the platforms anyway? What are the platforms?
So we can compare how much.
You guys are making it more. I mean, it's very simple what he's asking for. He's asking for the information around these observations. They all exist. Either we can give them to you, or you can look them up yourself. But all the information is in. But all the information is in the video. So if you're going to talk about a claim, just go off of the assumption that all of the information is accurate. Now, you don't have to go off that assumption. You can check it for yourself, and then we can have the conversation. But if that's not where you're beginning, then I don't understand.
I mean,
well, we provided that video for you to
is it
try and
correct
validate it.
that you are claiming that it's a point for the flat Earth because we are seeing the platform?
No,
the claim is that it's not a. The claim is that it's not a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles.
Okay.
Observably. Measurably.
I'm not sure that this is enough evidence.
What do you mean? What other evidence?
Because we don't know how much is hidden of the platform.
But we're talking about. But what you're talking about is hidden beyond. Hold on. Hidden beyond the horizon, which is the geometric limitation, right? Because that's what we're talking about. The horizon. You're saying how much is hidden. What would be hidden would be beyond a horizon, right?
Yeah, and it's not.
What? Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not sure I really understand what you're trying to say.
Well,
you understand what I'm trying. Hold on.
I posted an orthographic view for him.
Listen, he's supposed to be a physicist. If he doesn't understand us, how did he even get through school?
Here, I posted an orthographic view. All right,
guys. Thanks.
See,
that's
little...
why I wasn't teaching him. That's why I wasn't teaching him, because he needs to be able to know this for himself. I was trying to make him look stupid for a second or feel stupid because he needs to know there's something that isn't adding up.
Void, do you understand the purpose? Do you understand the purpose of pointing out the oil platforms?
All
the oil platforms are there for us is to mark distance. That's it. They are just markers of distance.
Okay.
All right. If you look at the image I posted, you see the little dot on the left-hand side? It represents a tiny little person or whatever.
There are a lot of images posted.
Well, I posted a long hand-drawn image.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So you see where it says horizon should end here.
Okay.
But the horizon is behind what we know to be 9.4 miles.
Now I understand what you're trying to say.
That's the point. Yes. You got to ignore the oil platforms. They are irrelevant. It's just the horizon that we're looking at. Now, if the horizon is 10 miles away at that elevation, that means the size of your Earth would have to be the same as the transit of the moon around the Earth, which would be a radius of about 238,000 miles.
Okay. So that's very interesting then, this photo. But yeah, I'm not sure.
Look.
One has to check it. You said there's a video of that?
Yeah. I would suggest you just go. If you want to challenge us on it too, that's great, because obviously we like to argue and everything. But I encourage you to keep challenging us if you want to.
The original video is there. I put it in at 1 minute after the hour by BM SLB 69.
If I can make another point, if you look, if you ask anyone for proof of a sphere Earth, the first thing they will say is something about boats vanishing over the horizon, right?
Right.
And the reason I did not pick that is because if you look through a lot of air, you have all kinds of refractions. It's a very inaccurate measurement.
Yeah, I agree.
That's why I did not pick that, and rather talked about the stars.
But also, there's another point. If you can zoom into an object that from the globe Earth is saying has already gone over the physical geometric curve edge, if you can zoom back in on that can never happen on a sphere. We do it all the time. I have several videos on my own channel that show this happening.
But what you're saying is that if you zoom out of something, it disappears, right?
Then if you zoom back into something that has already disappeared, let's say you're looking at something, it's disappeared over the horizon.
And how do you know that it did not disappear because of the angular resolution of the eye or the camera?
Well, when you zoom back in, you can't zoom back in on a sphere once it's gone over the edge.
Yeah, but
only on a, that
maybe
only
that didn't happen. Maybe that didn't happen.
That
Maybe
only wait.
What is the reason?
Wait. Let me just finish. That only can occur. The zooming in to see it again can only occur on a flat planar surface.
Yeah, the sphere expects it to be disappeared without you zooming in. When you first saw it appear to go over the so-called horizon, before you zoomed, that's where the sphere was supposed to end. And then you zoomed in and you saw the boat again and you saw the island behind it. So it's not a sphere.
I'm not sure. You have to test whether the reason that you don't see the object is due to the angular resolution of your camera.
Yeah, we told you that. Yes.
Yeah, but zoom doesn't affect the angular resolution.
Of course it does.
No, it doesn't.
If you have optical
it's not even
zoom,
the same equation. Like the equation
Optical
for
zoom?
magnification and the equation for angular resolution are two different equations.
Optical zoom influences the angular
It
resolution.
only rescales the image.
No, that's only if you have a real optical zoom.
Yeah.
You have a higher angular resolution. That's the point of an optical
You have
zoom.
to change the size of the lens. That's the only way to increase angular resolution.
You can project the light differently to increase the angular resolution.
You still can't zoom in on a
You're not
sphere.
increasing the angular resolution. You're just rescaling the image. You still have the same amount of resolution.
If you have
You're just
a larger,
blowing it up, and you can make out more details because you blew the image up. Because features that were 1 times, you blew it up to 10 times, and now you can make them out, whereas before you couldn't. But the actual physical resolution of the image that's coming through the lens does not change. Well, but also, typically in a camera, when you zoom in, the size of the aperture changes because you're focusing it, right? So that focal point changes. So there's the opening, and then there's the aperture inside the camera, and when you zoom out, the aperture starts to close. So it's a trade-off.
A larger lens only allows you to collect more light.
Yes, and that's the equation for angular resolution. You can look it up.
It has basically nothing to do with
Dude,
angular
you're on about
resolution.
you're on about amplifiers and people playing.
Correct. Hold on.
Sorry.
This is easy to prove. Okay, if zooming increased the angular resolution of objects, then why don't we just make longer telescopes? Why do we make them wider?
Yeah.
Why don't we have like a telescope that's like a mile long and we can just zoom in on stars?
Yes, that's what you do.
No, it's not what we do. We build
modern telescopes use mirrors, but
no, we build bigger telescopes, as in wider. So the largest telescope is the one in the Canary Islands, right?
to collect more light. Yes.
Yes, to collect more light, because that is what angular resolution is.
No. You are mixing. I think you're mixing two different.
No, you're mixing it up. Dude,
So
want me to
if
give
you-
you the equations for each? The magnification equation and the equation for angular resolution? They're unrelated.
May I? If you increase you can by changing the distances between lenses, you can increase the angular resolution, but you get less light. It gets darker, the picture.
You change
get
the
a
focal
brighter
length.
picture,
That's what you're doing when you change the
you need
distance between the
bigger
lenses. You're
lenses.
changing the focal length.
Pardon?
You change the focal length when you change the distance of the lens.
Yeah, the focal.
So the angular resolution formula, I'm going to read it to you. It's a resolution of a telescope. It says the most important equation in astronomy. So I'll post that in live stream voice text. It's from NASA. Hold on. Let me get there because I'm also on the phone. So I'm multitasking devices. Up. Okay, there it is. So take a screenshot of it. So here's the formula. Screenshot from the There's a screenshot from the front page. It's not focal length. Okay? Magnification equation. That's real simple.
Hello.
It is talking about a quantum measurement there.
Hi.
Quantum? No.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, just wanted to test something. Sorry for disturbing.
Hold on. I'm
Bye
just
bye.
looking for sun. Max lenses.
Okay, there's another equation.
I'll give you the equation for magnification.
Mm-hmm.
The ratio of the image distance and object distance to the ratio of the image height and object height. The magnification stated as follows.
This equation for angular resolution, delta theta, that's kind of the maximum you can reach, right?
Yeah, this is the diffraction limit. The Rayleigh criterion, technically.
Pardon?
The Rayleigh criterion, or the diffraction limit.
I don't quite understand what you're talking about.
The Rayleigh criterion is the same as the diffraction limit. So I'm basically saying the same things.
I
the
think
theoretical
we're
limit.
talking about two different things now.
No.
So what?
Oh my.
Dude,
The Rayleigh criterion.
The Rayleigh criterion.
Didn't know that it's called like that. I mean, this is talking about the maximum resolution you can have, right? It's basically about quantum mechanics. But you can still change your resolution by moving the lenses.
So I posted the Rayleigh criterion. Oh, someone else did. Thanks, Trace.
Yeah.
Damn it, I'm like redundant ministry here.
Trace is brilliant for that.
Sure. There it says, the Rayleigh criterion is the generally accepted criterion for the minimum resolvable detail of the image. It's just talking about the minimum resolvable detail.
That's right, and it's related to the diameter of the lens.
Yes, that's right.
What D is in this equation, wavelength over diameter.
In a usual let's say in a usual digital camera, you probably will never reach this criterion.
Of course.
I don't think so. I don't think. Of course not. This is only about radio
waves. A digital camera will
waves.
never reach it.
It's about radio waves.
No physical object that man has ever made will ever reach this without using something else. You can't just take a lens and reach this. This is the theoretical limit. So there is a limit, like the angular resolution limit of what can be resolved is set by the diameter of the lens.
Yes.
Period. And no amount of magnification is going to change that.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so that's what I was trying to say. Magnification will only rescale whatever light is coming in, but it's still the same total amount of light. You know what I mean by rescale, right? You blow it up the same as like you rescale an image in like Paint or Photoshop or something.
But it gets darker. I mean.
Well, yeah, of course, yeah. Because you got less light.
You know they're trying to. Have you heard about this?
You can change by zooming in and out. You are effectively changing the angular resolution of your camera.
Yep, but you're not going to bring an object back.
You're not changing
Listen, you're actually confusing this with something that was basically proposed. There's apparently a new technique, right? This is like going back to July, right, of 2016. New technique can improve angular resolution of telescopes beyond the diffraction limit. This was something that they were saying at the time, right? They were basically what they were simply saying was that the angular resolution of a telescope, right, is the smallest angle between the two objects that can still be resolved as separate things. Okay, in a telescope with a high angular resolution, those objects can be very close together and yet still appear distinct. And it basically starts to talk about a new paper being published by Optics Letters from the OSA, a research team that basically proposed a way around the diffraction limit of telescopes, where they could say that one could basically potentially enable even moderately sized telescopes to obtain images with very high angular resolution. I don't know if you're mixing that up
This has nothing to do with zoom.
This.
Not with the zoom you have on your camera. With the zoom you have on your digital camera, you never meet this minimum angular resolution.
Well, obviously, because you're not.
Because the sensor has a minimum size and all that shit.
Doing this at this point.
But listen, I just posted another PDF from NASA. The title of that is Magnification versus Resolution.
I'm sorry, but like,
Dude,
I don't
listen, I studied this before I was ever a flat earther. I know everything about this. The angular resolution of an object, because I know something about what's called metamaterials that try to beat the diffraction limit. So I know all about this. I studied for nearly 10 years before I was ever a flat earther. I know everything about this, like everything there is to know.
Is that an appeal to authority?
No, it's just appeal to my knowledge, dude.
I think you're mixing things up.
Well, I just like literally like, okay, you keep saying what you think, start posting citations then like I did that refute anything I said.
He's actually speaking from what he is actually doing.
Dude, I've heard this India, right, talk going back years, dude, about optics. It's like
but
in great depth.
I want to see him materialize his disagreement.
Yeah. Yeah, can you restate the premise?
Literally, this is made for kids that I posted. I mean,
I think we were talking about things vanishing at the horizon, and I suggested that one has first to check that faraway object vanishes because of the angular resolution of the camera, and not because it goes supposedly over the horizon.
Right. Why isn't it the sphere edge? Your globe model requires the sphere edge to be blocking it. So what happened to it?
I mean,
yeah, it's not there.
I think
islands. Wait. The islands that are up beyond the oil rigs are clearly seen at over 30 miles. That would make the radius of Earth, since we are seeing that at 1 foot above, which you can see on the original video. If you take the time to watch that, that would make the radius of Earth 2 million miles.
I'm not. I think these calculations of yours maybe are not correct. I mean, you have always. If you're talking about objects which are far away,
they're your calculations. They're not our calculations. They're yours.
But I'm still trying to understand what he disagrees with India. Like,
he still needs to put that.
Does anyone else care?
Yeah, no, I care. I want him to reframe his disagreement.
I don't care. You can just read the citations, and it doesn't matter what he disagree with.
Show the disagreement. Yeah, he needs to.
But I want to make sure I think me and Elijah want to make sure he's not just disagreeing for the sake of it, because I feel like he doesn't know his disagreement anymore.
The reason I'm sticking him here is because he said the same thing earlier, and so he's saying it again now because there's. I mean, what are you disagreeing with now?
I mean, I think I kind of lost.
What did Indio say that you're saying is incorrect?
I think what we're talking about is something about angular resolution, that an object could not disappear because of the angular resolution of the camera is not sufficient. And I think it's possible for an object to disappear just because your camera is not able to resolve it.
Just like your eye.
Okay.
You're able to zoom in. Yes.
So you don't see forever.
Zoom in, exactly. Zoom in. So say the boat subtends an angle that's equal to a pixel at 1 time zoom, and then I blow it up to 100 times zoom. Now the boat takes up 100 pixels.
Yes.
Right.
That means
now you'll be able to recognize it as a boat. And the resolution did not change. That is the identical resolution to your starting resolution. 1 pixel at 1 time zoom, 100 pixels at 100 times zoom. But you'll be able to make out a boat at 100 times zoom. You won't be able to make out a boat out of 1 pixel.
The sensor of the camera has the same size, but now the object has 100 pixels. so it takes a greater size on the sensor, right?
Yes.
The angular resolution increased.
The angular resolution increased. You rescaled the image. Instead of the light just hitting one sensor, the light that represents the boat, that emitted from the boat, instead of it only being focused on one pixel, it's focused across 100 pixels.
Yes.
So those 100 pixels can now detect it. But it is the same light that came through the camera originally. You didn't increase the resolution of the image. You rescaled the image and blew it up so that you can now make out a boat where the formulae, you could only see one pixel.
With the same amount of light.
It's the same amount of light. It's the same amount of image. It's the same image. You just can't see it because the sensor is one single pixel.
Basically, yes.
That's what I'm trying to say. Maybe there's a language barrier or something. But angular resolution in the English-speaking world is the diffraction limit. The smallest possible angle you can differentiate 2 points of light for that optic, whatever it is. It's related to the wavelengths and the diameter of the lens.
Okay, maybe we are really talking about two different things then.
Yeah, I think you might be talking about the actual physical camera, maybe the sensor itself.
So
the sensor, the sensor is going to be limited by like whatever the size of the sensor is. So if it's 920 by 1080, then it's limited by there's only so many pixels, right? If there's information in between the pixels, you're not going to see it because there's no sensor there.
Yeah.
Why do we care about that anyway? What are we talking about?
I don't know. We're talking about boats, ships over the horizon.
I don't even know what camera pixels have to do with one fucking thing.
Did you post any boats
so aggravated
that were zoomed back in? Or who was it? Sonny? Sonny?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Did you post any of those boats zooming back in?
I did. I put a couple of videos.
I got a real good one, dude. I got a real good one.
Yeah, here it is at 14 minutes after. And another one. Is that the different one? And another one at 14 minutes after both of them. Mm-hmm. I think I have a third one, actually. Let's see.
Oh my god, it's going to take me forever to find this. I post too much crap here.
So in the last image posted, you can see what I meant, right? It's clearly the angular resolution is not sufficient to resolve the boat. It has a sub-pixel width, right? So it no longer appears on the image.
I've got Indio's table boat.
So check this out. This one is way more obvious.
I think he's purposely just saying stupid shit now.
Yeah, it takes too long to load. I'm not.
You can stand there with your eyes and you can't see anything. And if you put a camera down and then you look through the camera and zoom in, something is there because all of a sudden you can see it now. That's it. The end.
But it just
there's no space and you're not going to Mars.
Hold on.
At this point, it's been bludgeoned to the point where the globe nonsense just sounds like blah, 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 blah.
Well, listen, look at the video I posted and compare the opening shot to 6 seconds. Okay. Half the boat is completely cut off. That has nothing to do with angular resolution or anything. It's not the camera doing that.
The reason why the boat disappears is because of insufficient angular resolution.
Okay, just repeating yourself.
Really, you are zooming out, and the reason that you are no longer able to see the boat is because by zooming out you are decreasing the angular resolution.
Okay, so you see at 6 seconds, right? Half the boat is gone. Where at 0 seconds, none of the boat is gone. Right. It's not zoomed out far enough to decrease the angular resolution enough.
Yeah, like if a boat disappears after it's been reappeared,
so it gets smaller.
It gets further away. That's
so the boat
oh my god!
It's just got smaller, right? And at some time,
you understand
it is smaller
what
than a pixel.
Indio's shown you.
Shit shrinks
So the point is that it's only disappeared from the bottom up, hasn't disappeared entirely on both axes.
No.
So it can't be the same cause. Have you guys been battling with this guy's idiocy for a while?
Yeah.
The boat is shrinking in all sizes.
Yeah, about two or
height and the width of the boat is shrinking at the same time, right?
2 or 3 hours of this babbling. Yeah, pretty much.
Pardon. Do we agree that the boat is shrinking in width the same it is in the height?
Perspective shit gets smaller with it. Yeah, the further something gets further away. Yeah, you're telling us that.
Dude, you have eyeballs? Everything gets smaller as it gets farther away from you, you fucking idiot.
Worried. Yeah, worried about it.
I would like it to,
Do we agree?
Because Indio posted the video and he has to fight to actually get his secondary. And
So I'm talking about Indio's video
screenshots
at 26 minutes after.
No proof, though, of anything.
Sonny, shut the fuck up, please.
And the reason that this boat disappears is because it shrinks
we know
to
what you're going to say.
sub-pixel
You said it
size.
17 times as if like repeating it changes something.
Do we agree? Do we agree that the reason this boat disappears is because it shrinks to sub-pixel size?
No, because you can still see the boat in the last frames. The boat, the video I posted, that's the one I'm talking about.
No.
So look at the two screenshots. Look at these two screenshots. Okay, one zoomed in screenshot. This is probably, whatever time zoom, and this is just a little bit further out, and half of the boat is gone. How did that happen? It's a visual effect. We can all admit that this is a visual effect. It has nothing. This is not the edge of the Earth, right? What's cutting off this boat is not the physical edge of the Earth, because the physical edge of the Earth didn't change in 5 seconds of zoom out. I posted an image at 4:29
are we actually disagreeing?
And 4:29.
Are we actually disagreeing that this boat shrinks in all sizes the same, in width and height the same? I mean, because that's clearly what's happening, right? The reason you can't see objects which are far away is because they are sub-pixel size. That's the only reason.
Well,
this boat
not the
did
only
not
reason.
change its distance to the viewer. So, I mean, I don't know what you're talking about, honestly.
Are you talking about the two images I posted?
Yes.
Okay,
I can
so
see,
the two images I posted, you can clearly see the full boat and half the boat.
You were just suggesting that the latter image shows a boat which is submerged compared to the first image.
Doesn't to you?
I'm not sure.
You think you see like the features like that you see in the first image and the bottom image?
Maybe
the same features?
Let me load a image program. Save image. So I think you will have to use a ruler for that to check.
I mean, the right way to do it would be to spit out the frames, right? So it's a 20-second video. Spit out the 5-second frame and the 1-second frame. Okay.
So let me load GIMP.
Download this.
Okay.
Frames. These are the full frames.
Have you posted something?
Yeah, I posted the full frames instead of a crop frame, so because I don't want anybody to say anything. So I put it in VLC. Took a screen. I took a snapshot. I put out the full frame of the video because that was the full frame.
No, I don't think that's something to do with cropping.
Well, I mean, the first couple I cropped just to accent the boat, but I decided that I'll just export a full frame from the video instead of having a cropped image. So now this is a full frame. This one is all the way zoomed in, and this is like 3/4 of the way, or maybe 1/4 of the way zoomed out. Maybe 10% zoomed out. But you can clearly see the bow, the body of the boat, the hull, right? And you can't see the hull in the other one. You can see just a line of it. Do more of this if we would want to.
I'm trying to, more or less measure that. Let's see how good this works.
Everyone all right?
57 pixels for the short one, and it's I got like a gazillion images open. This is crazy.
Yo, California Nightmare. What is that picture, bro?
$237. What was the first one? 57 or 53? 57. 37.
The calculator.
So what I just did, I just measured from the topmost part of the boat where the mast meets the boat. Or actually, wherever that thing is. The lid, the top of the boat, the cover. So there's like a little roof on the boat. I measured from that all the way down, and the hull takes up a little less than 50% of that. So like 47% of that. The bottom image takes up 2% of it. The hull of the boat. You don't even need to measure this. Like, why do we even need to measure this? Like, this is obviously visual that the hull of the boat disappears. I mean, like, this is like not even starting to get that obfuscation feeling.
Indio, the moment he come in here, right? We asked, and this is why I really am. He's rubbed me up the wrong way from the beginning because he come in here. He's asked for proof of curvature, and he said Aristines. That's fine, okay. If you're ignorant to the topic, that's fine. But he's not ignorant to the topic because he basically asserted it as a proof of a measurement, something as objective as a measurement. But then someone said, yeah, but what about the presuppositions? He goes, well, yeah, you have to presuppose it's a ball. And then when they said, well, yeah, what about? And then he tried to carry on talking. And they said, what about the other presupposition? He goes, well, yeah, obviously, parallel right rays and distant sun. So he understood there were two presuppositions, but he tried to use it as an empirical value of a measurement. Tried to assert it anyway.
You can't prove out on it. Can't prove stuff with a presupposition.
I know, but he doesn't care.
No, I never tried to prove something with a presupposition.
You did, so what I get everyone saw it.
I get from measurements the width of the boat shrinks by a factor of 3.2 and the height shrinks by a factor of 4.2 about. Okay. So it seems like the height is really shrinking more than the width.
Amazing. I mean, I don't even think you need to measure for that because I think it's pretty obvious that...
Yeah, but that's...
Please no one post anything for a second.
Too, yeah?
Sonny. So just look at the boats. You really need to do a measurement to determine that you see less of the hull in the bottom image. I mean, are you serious? Like, for real? Like, do you need...
I think the difference is not high enough.
Yes, you should take measurements.
To prove something, right?
That. Pardon me? No, I said to be rigorous, yes, you should take measurements, but this is like pretty obvious that you can't see the hull in this boat.
Yeah, one sees a difference, but it's very important to quantify the difference because you can see it's. I think it's not enough to be a proof, right?
Listen, we're not trying to prove flat Earth. It's just this is obvious evidence that this so-called ball edge horizon stuff is nonsense. It's nonsense. In that we can actually demonstrate that things disappear on things we know are flat. We can things we know are flat. Not think are flat. Things we know are flat. We can take a camera. We can go away or make it go away to a distance and have it vanish.
This is not at all enough proof.
It's proof that ships over the horizon is not the reason things disappear.
I mean, you have to rule out that there's a wave quite at the right moment, right?
Yeah, well, we've replicated this on smaller bodies of water.
I mean, a wave alone could easily explain
smaller, flatter surfaces.
Pardon?
This has been replicated on lakes with no disturbances in the water.
Show me that.
Okay, hold on. Lunchtime, as a matter of fact. I'll find you.
It's interesting. It's interesting, even if it does not disprove the globe Earth. It's still interesting to understand why.
There's you can't disprove the globe Earth.
Listen,
it's it's never proven.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll take it this way. It's still interesting to understand why it happens like that.
The RC boats.
Yes. Yes. So, I mean, the thing is, for 2,000 years, like if you want citations for that, I got that too. I could give you going back to the Roman Empire. They've been saying that things disappearing over the horizon is proof of the globe. It's been in textbooks since then. I can go on YouTube and Google proof of the globe, and you'll see ships over the horizon as a proof.
Yeah, it's a bad proof.
Yes, thank you very much. That's all I wanted. It's not proof of anything. It's just wishful thinking.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's possible to prove it this way, but it's a very bad idea actually. And so it's not the strongest point globe Earth has. Ships disappearing over the horizon.
What, the radius is the radius?
The fact that ships disappear when they move far away. It's not a good proof. Because that's the reason why I never said that in the first
place. 1 second.
You're low, Crypto.
Okay. Maybe is that better?
You're better.
Okay. Yeah. So here's the thing, right? If this effect can be generated on a flat plane and on a curved surface, then it's not proof of either. Like that can't be a simpler logical idea, right? So you understand this. If this can be done on a flat plane then it's.
Can
not
you
proof of
repeat that?
curvature.
You are very silent. Increased your volume.
Okay, how about now?
Yeah, it's better. I increased your volume here.
You understand that if this can be done on a flat plane, then it can't be proof of curvature?
No, that's not not the correct reasoning, right?
No, well,
because at small distances.
Well, then you're not then you're just objectively wrong. Like if this could be done on a flat plane, then it can't. Then it's not exclusive to a curved surface, right?
But
so it isn't proof of the curved surface.
Look. It's very.
This can't be simple, dude. If you don't agree with this, then you just need to leave the server because you can't be reasoned with.
No, it's really.
Honestly, because I've just said 2 + 2 is 4, and you're like, no, it can be 5. No, it can't be 5. It's 4.
This reasoning is wrong. Really, believe me. Oh no!
Yeah,
don't believe me.
What are the
Let me
criteria?
explain.
So
Don't
give
believe
us
me.
the
Let me explain.
criteria on which this observation could be proof of the globe and exclude it being flat.
Pardon?
Because you need to exclude it being flat. So your proof needs to exclude it possibly being flat in the observation.
Not in every single observation. No.
We're not. We're talking about ships over the horizon. That's what we're talking about. This particular claim, ships going over the horizon. Now, we can observe this flat or globe. If you're saying there's a condition on which you could say it is the observation would show it's a globe, you have to exclude it possibly being the way it's witnessed on a flat Earth.
Not in every single observation.
What does that mean?
Yeah, it means that if I need an analogy to explain that. I mean,
do you know what cherry
kind
picking
of observation? What kind of observation?
Do you know what cherry picking is?
No. Let me explain.
And don't say you need etymology to explain that. Again.
So, let me ask first whether I understand what you're saying.
Wow. Okay.
You're saying that every single observation not only has to be consistent with globe Earth theory, but also has to rule out flat Earth. Is that
That's not what he said at all. I don't know what you got to rephrase what Crypto said. Go ahead, Crypto. You can say it again. I mean, like, I don't know why. You still there?
I mean, I'm just going to repeat the same.
Yeah, no shit. Like, no,
Yeah,
please don't rephrase it and interpret what he's saying. His words meant what he said. Like, they don't need to be reinterpreted.
Crypto's just roboting for me.
Okay, I'll tell you. He said you can't use it as proof, as in proof. Okay, you could say, yes, this particular observation could be evidence of, but it can't ever be proof because there's an alternative explanation. Proof means there is no alternative explanation and that all other alternatives have been excluded. So you would need an exclusion. You would need whatever the observation is to have the information to exclude it possibly being flat. So you are aware that boats are observed to go out to sea, which never go over anything, right? I've watched this myself with my own 2 eyes and with a camera.
I mean, is it enough when
fades into the offing?
Is it enough when I declare that it's a very bad proof? I mean,
well, it's not proof of anything.
Yeah.
Maybe you don't understand what the word proof means. Like, we're talking like proof in the logical sense, logical proof.
Yeah.
There's evidence and then there's proof, right? So, like, you know, men's underwear in my bedroom.
What supposed proof are we talking?
Hold on a second, dude. Finding a pair of men's underwear in my bedroom is not proof that my wife is cheating on me, but it is evidence of it, right?
Kind of good. I'm sorry.
Oh God, are we going back to sex robots again?
I have difficulty.
Yes, let's go sex robots.
What did you say exactly?
Said that your wife's cheating on you.
Okay,
Yes.
say you walked into are you married?
No.
Do you have a girlfriend? Okay, imagine that you have a girlfriend or a wife. You come home one day from work, and in the bedroom is a pair of men's underwear, and it's not yours. Is that proof she's cheating on you or evidence she's cheating on you?
I mean, it's not
pretty good evidence, but it's not proof, right?
Okay. Maybe that's a language thing, because isn't evidence and proof the same?
No. And I'm trying to explain to you why they're not the same. Proof would be when you walked in, they're actually having sex. Right?
Yeah, that would be the proof.
Okay.
Like, you know about court, right? Like, there's a difference between evidence and proof in court, right? You can have evidence, which tends to prove a proposition, versus something that's actually proven.
So a couple of evidence makes a proof, right?
That's not how it works.
Not automatically.
It's not the sum. Yeah. No, it's not the sum.
No, I understand. So what?
A sum of evidence.
What are we actually talking about?
Well, I'm saying it doesn't matter. Like, if you if you have a stack of pieces of evidence 100 miles high, it does not make one proof. Okay, because they're all flawed in some way.
In science, if it makes accurate predictions about reality, then it's called theory, right?
Not if you can't. Yeah, if you can't prove it, then it's unproven.
It's actually just called a model, but whatever.
In physics, you can never prove like you can prove in math, for example.
Okay. Well, so are we going for selective solipsism again?
Math doesn't prove anything. It's only a language.
So
what math does
we often find the globes will spiral. Like they'll say that they know that the Earth's a globe, but the second we say, well, it might be flat, then suddenly they don't know anything. I hope you're not doing that, but regardless, I think what I said was pretty easy to understand. Yeah. So the idea that something can be replicated over a flat plane, as it can be, cannot therefore be. Well, let's just put it this way: exclusionary evidence. Yeah. So it can't say that it's definitely a globe if it can be demonstrated on a flat plane.
It's
super easy to understand. No, you just need to say yes, that's true, because it is.
If an observation.
All you have to say is yes, that's true. That's all you have to say.
A globe and a flat plane.
You're just being contrarian for the sake of it. What I've said is objectively true.
No, I'm trying to be very clear here. So if you have an observation.
Can you literally
agree with what I said?
What exactly did you say?
Are you fucking joking?
Oh, so you weren't even listening. Phenomenal.
You are saying so many things. It's hard to.
I've said the same thing about 5 times.
Dude, just mute him. Like, Jesus Christ, man. Like, that's
say the 6 times.
If you're not paying attention, why are we talking to you?
Yeah, just mute him. Like, so.
I'm trying to
not listening.
Pay attention, but
you know you are not.
You're saying really wild things sometimes.
Oh, sure, bro. Yeah, us.
Okay, I'll try once more.
Okay.
I'll try once more, and you're going to repeat what I say, or I'm going to ban you.
Oh, I was literally just about to ban him. You're lucky there, mate. I was just about to press ban.
Okay. So,
Saved by the bell.
If an effect can be generated on a flat surface, then it
if what can be generated? I didn't understand the first word.
Of a curved surface. What did I say?
Could you?
He doesn't understand.
The beginning.
He didn't hear you correctly.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Didn't hear.
Yell into the mic or something.
Could you start over again,
okay.
Please?
Let's try once more. If an effect can be generated on a flat surface, then it cannot be proof of a curved surface.
Of course, yeah.
Finally.
That's correct.
Okay.
Of course.
But if is the important thing. Right?
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth, bro.
Oh, what did he say, sorry?
If an effect can be generated on a flat.
Yeah, we can generate this effect on a flat surface, so it's not proof of a curved surface.
That's what I doubt, right?
Well, no, then you're just wrong.
I already showed it to you.
You're just wrong about that, sorry.
I'm just wrong.
He's been wrong the whole time.
You're wrong.
Listen, dude, I showed it to you. The video I posted, that lake is 500 feet long.
But, I mean, one single video is with very
dude, her channel has 20 of these.
Number differences.
Her channel has 20 of
very
these.
Weak evidence.
You can also do it yourself if you don't believe it. Find a small lake near your house and use your iPhone.
I already said
and replicate it.
If you looking through a lot of air, there are many things going on. It's very bad proof.
Okay. All right, wait there. Can we
Very
go
bad
back
evidence.
to my
Sorry.
original post that you couldn't answer nothing
So
for it?
again, he strawmanned the entire argument by saying it isn't proof. No one said it was proof.
Where's the Sagittarius in that picture, mate? Where is the Sagittarius? Where is the horizon? Where is the edge of the... Where's the hump of Earth curve blocking the horizon that we actually see behind? Why is the horizon 23 miles away?
Which photo are
53
talking about?
minutes past the hour. 53 minutes past the hour.
Okay. Yeah. I mean the
Why
horizon.
is the horizon at 23 miles away?
I mean, at this
Do you
point
see
I
any
just
effects of
doubt
refraction
your
there?
calculations.
Pardon? My calculations are out. It's 80 kilometers away. That's Calais to Dover, mate.
You always have to take into account refraction, right? But you
Yeah,
also
cool.
have.
Okay, yeah, well done, mate.
Said who?
So that's the argument.
I mean, my point is, there is so many proofs.
No, my point is where is...
You don't need this horizon.
Where is... No, I asked you a question again. Where is the hump of Earth curve that should be roughly about 5.4 miles away from that observer, because he is no more than about 20 feet up. He's literally on the lowest part of the dock.
I mean, in this image, it looks like the horizon is much further away, but I do not
80
trust
kilometers away.
your calculations.
My calculations, not mine. These are not my calculations, dude.
Okay, then I don't trust your source for these calculations.
You can find your own one for the source.
Look, you don't know his source, but you don't trust it.
I know.
He said he didn't do it. You don't know his source, but you don't trust it anyway.
I called you from the beginning, you fucking idiot.
So you hung yourself, dude, and I'm gonna hang you. I'm gonna finish the job right
with
now.
all the evidence, which does not look through a lot of air.
Got him.
So check this out. You said we have to account for refraction, right? And also previously, you said that science is physics and it's based upon, its predictive power, right? Is that how you think science is? Okay. So give us the model of refraction that makes predictions for refraction through the atmosphere. Give us the model. Give us the physics model.
The problem is listen.
No, let's not have the problem. Let's have the model.
You said refraction must be accounted for.
You're demanding something which is not possible.
Listen, please mute him. Dude.
You claimed
it. Possible. It's not possible.
You claimed it.
It has to be accounted for. Accounted for
refraction.
How? Yeah, how is it accounted
depends
for
on
if there's no
temperature and
model?
pressure. You need to measure them.
Show that. Put the citation down here so we can see it right now. Put it in there right now.
Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to ask him what you just said, Indio, and if he doesn't repeat it, then it's probably worth just kicking it.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. I'm with that.
So what did Indio just say? What was his last sentence?
So someone said I should give the refraction formula.
No. I can tell you what he said if you want. Do you want me to tell you what he said? Because I was listening.
I mean, there are so many people talking all the time. Are you really?
Yeah, but I mean,
only I was talking at one point.
Okay, the same people were talking, and I can tell you what they said, and you can't. So clearly, that's a you not listening problem. Regardless, he's asked you for something quite fair. He said, if you're asserting refraction, and you're asserting a specific model of refraction, you provide this.
Mm-hmm.
Can you?
Yeah, I go with Wikipedia.
Oh God.
No, then you can't. Okay, fine. So why are you using? If you can't provide it, why are you using it as an argument?
And why are you demanding we account for it? Why are you demanding we account for it?
Wait, there. Wikipedia was my source for my calculations in my last observation. By the way, dude. I thought you didn't trust my. I thought you didn't trust my source. What?
So this is how refraction works.
Yeah. Whistle past it. You're a prick.
Is that enough for you?
You show.
No. I said the predictive model for refraction and error. Show it to us. And then the experimental validation or measurements that show that it's actually an accurate physics model. Because guess what, dude? It doesn't exist. So when you sit there saying we have to account for something that doesn't exist is silly.
I posted.
Yeah, refraction. Yes,
a link about refraction.
Listen, yeah, cool.
Which depends on optical density.
I'm well aware of that. I know exactly
optical
what it
density
is.
Depends on temperature and pressure of the gas.
Optical density is actually related to the electric permittivity and magnetic permeability of the medium, which changes with temperature and pressure.
Yes.
But that doesn't mean you have a predictive model. Okay? Snell's law does not hold in a single medium. Snell's law applies to isotropic homogeneous mediums with well-defined boundaries, which is not the air. So, I'm going to ask you again. You said we have to account for it. How are we going to account for it? Show us the model to apply to it where we can make predictions and test them.
Yeah. It's the thing
it doesn't exist, dude. Like, there's nothing you can do. Like I said, you're done. You hung yourself when you said science is based upon predictions. There is no predictive model for refraction and error, and they admit it. They admit it, dude. Yes, they admit it.
You can predict refraction if you know the temperature and the pressure.
Oh, okay. Show us.
Yeah, that's what I posted.
No, you didn't.
Of course. The optical density. The link for that which I posted depends on optical density.
That is the formula. That is not the test. Okay? I want the test that validates the predictive power of it. Right? So we have a physics model, and then we go out into the real world, and then we test it. And then we have a result, and we compare it to the model and say, is this model accurate or not? So we want the measurement, experiment, whatever, that validates the model of refraction, terrestrial refraction through air, that it's actually correct and makes valid predictions. That's what we want. Because you said we have to account for it. So that assumes that it is accountable, that we can do something to account for it. So you must have a model that makes predictions which are accurate. Simple logic. So show us that model. Hate to break it to you, doesn't exist. Refraction, unbending the Earth and causing it to look flat is an ad hoc hypothesis invented so that the globe cannot be falsified. Period.
No, I never said that. I always said that looking tangential, looking through a lot of air is a very bad way to verify that the Earth is a sphere.
Yeah, and you haven't supported that by any evidence. That's the problem.
The sphere doesn't have any evidence at all. None has been presented anywhere.
You know what proof by assertion fallacy is? That's what you've been doing.
I already presented proof by Foucault's pendulum.
No,
and
he beat that all to hell behind the shed. Just got beat to hell behind the shed with a freaking Louisville Slugger,
Look.
Foucault's pendulum is proof? Really?
Yes, it's proof about for the motion.
So when they did it in the supposed South Pole, right, they set up a Foucault's pendulum, and it measured an Earth rate drift of more than 2 days per 24-hour period. Right, so it didn't do a full rotation. It's supposed to be on the South Pole, remember? 15 degrees per hour. Didn't do a full rotation for 2 days. Why is that?
Yeah, they have probably a wrong setup or something like that.
They're freaking scientists, dude. And they kept trying it, and it was too slow.
Can you give me a source for what you claim?
Yeah, type in Foucault's pendulum South Pole into Google.
Okay.
So they did all sorts of things, and you know what? When they got it to work just the way they wanted, when they got 15 degrees per hour, success. This is called cherry picking of data. Okay, this isn't science. It's not scientific. And that's the same thing the Foucault's pendulum is. Right? If you get one that's driven, like a museum one, you adjust it until it does what you want. You calculate your latitude. How much is it supposed to process? Let's adjust the magnets so it's processing at just that speed. This is in the manual. This isn't me saying it.
No,
it's called the Mark V. It's called the Mark V. It's from Academy Pendulums, right? So, Academy Pendulums? What do you think that's for? Universities? Museums?
Now you're just claiming fraud and conspiracy.
No, I'm not. Where did I say fraud or conspiracy? I'm telling you what it says in the manual.
What?
I'm telling you what it says in the manual. See, you believe it works a certain way, but in reality, it doesn't work that way. You believe a story, you don't believe actual reality. You think that if you set up a Foucault's pendulum and just frickin' start letting it swing, it does exactly what you think it does. It doesn't.
It does if you have really a frictionless joint.
Yeah, that's a cool story, but that's not what actually happens in the real world.
This is what happens.
Dude, I just gave you examples, specific examples where it doesn't happen. You're just asserting it. And when it doesn't do it, what do you say? Oh, that's user error. They didn't do it right. It's not a frictionless joint. The ball bearing's worn. This is cherry picking. Cherry picking data. Confirmation bias. When you discard anomalous data, right? So there's also the Elias effect. Why does a Foucault's pendulum process faster or slower during a lunar eclipse? Why does it do that?
No, it
does the Earth start spinning, or does it? It doesn't do that.
I don't think so.
Okay, look up Elias effect. ALLIAS.
But I think there's a
Been
difference
replicated
between
multiple
winter and
times.
summer. That's interesting, actually.
It's a gimmick. It's not proof of anything. It doesn't prove rotation because it's not sufficiently accurate, right? And you're discarding anomalous data.
That's now you are cherry picking. You are just dismissing.
No, I'm not just dismissing. I'm giving you reasons it should be dismissed.
Actual
reasons, actually, really good reasons.
You're just dismissing actual evidence.
No, you're just projecting.
No, yeah, exactly. You're projecting now. So we have a bunch of data points, right? One agrees, and you got 100 that don't agree, and we just stick with the one that agrees?
No, it's exactly the other way around.
Okay, so you must have a p. So you have
outliers.
A p-value. So you generated a p-value for how accurate the Foucault's pendulum processes according to its latitude, right? So you have that. So someone did
value?
that, right? A p-value.
A p-value.
A probability value.
Okay. No,
So
I don't think that, it's not. I mean, it's not.
You do a bunch of measurements, right? It's to
that only makes sense with statistical error.
Pardon me?
Probability value only makes sense with a statistical error, not with a systemic error.
Well, there's always imprecision in measurements, right?
Yeah, right. Of course, you can do that, right? Then.
Okay, so we're making a measurement. We're measuring supposedly the rotating ball underneath the Earth and how accurately the Foucault's pendulum measures that.
Yeah.
Right? So we need to take lots of measurements to determine whether it's statistically significant landing on the prediction versus the anomalous data.
Yeah, we can do that, yeah.
Okay, so where was that done? When was that done? We have that data? I'd like to see it.
I have to look it up.
It's never been done. And it's never been done with Cavendish. It's never been done.
That's a bold claim.
Well, I've looked for it. I can't find it, and I'm a pretty good researcher.
Okay.
Well, what's interesting about his claim is that it's super easy to disprove. It's like if he said to you, I don't know, giraffes don't exist. You only have to find the giraffe, and he's wrong. Like, go ahead and prove him wrong. Don't just be like, bold claim. Like, just prove him wrong. It's easy.
Yeah, you think that this is something that's measured all the time. Like, why? You just believe that. You have no evidence for it.
And besides, like, even if you think it's a bold claim, wouldn't it just be easier to find the evidence and, like, you could crush him, right? Easily. Just go and do it.
Please crush me. I'm begging you.
Yeah, please put in a little bit of effort to try, at least, to crush us.
Like, he's actually made it super easy for you. If what you say is true, it's the easiest argument in the world to win.
Here you can see the rate of Foucault's pendulum depending on latitude.
The difference between a calculation and a measurement is, right? So we can calculate whatever we want. It means nothing.
Where's everything going
That's a
now?
measurement.
Sorry, I just had to flat smack some people on Call of Duty.
I mean, I
the modeling
was
and
glossing over
testing
this publication, but I think it's.
I don't care either.
I'm looking for the data, and I don't see any.
But I don't like the people that think they know what they're talking about.
See graphs, formulas.
There are some figures towards the end.
I'm trying to figure out if they're a model or whether they're at actual measurement and whether it's more than one latitude. Torsion, theoretical results from different theoretical results. Yeah, theoretical results from different locations. That means they didn't test it anywhere else. They tested it in their lab.
Is this, I'm not saying this. Is this a paper or something that's claiming?
Yeah, it's a paper from 2020.
Results?
Theoretical results.
How could you publish a paper with theoretical results?
It's the Royal Society. They can publish whatever they feel like. They're the publisher.
Yeah, for sure. But it's just funny. It's like, oh, we theoretically think that this would be true. Okay, that's nice. It's not data, though, is it?
They peer reviewed it themselves, so it is valid.
Yeah, it's like, it's peer review. I read over my own article.
I mean, it looks like measurement, but it's.
Can't be a measurement.
I mean, you can graph anything.
Result, bro.
So
It's a
theoretical measurement.
Wow.
No, even now they say that.
Another no such thing as objective reality, I fear. How dreadful.
Yeah. It seems like that's a numerical study. So it's not a measurement. Too bad.
A lot of concepts.
Just let him keep on talking. Let's hear it. Keep on, Void. Just keep on talking. We love it.
You're demanding of me that I look up some evidence for that, which is known for.
Well, you believe it, dude. You should already know what it is.
No, it's not really a belief, right?
You look
It is a
absolutely
belief. If you don't know it, if you
look
don't know
absolutely. I'm sorry. You look absolutely retarded right now. You'd fail fifth grade science from the very beginning. You've made nothing but assumptions, presuppositions all along your way, and you're back around circling. You use every logical fallacy in the book.
I only look through that from
and you claim you're a physicist.
I mean,
you're an all-star.
Don't
You're an all-star.
Always complain that they are said to be stupid.
Bring the proof then.
So people say that flat earthers are stupid, and you complain about that, right?
No, prove us wrong. Show the proof.
Now you are.
I don't care what you're about to say.
Show the proof
saying
and
that I'm stupid.
then prove us wrong. Show the proof then if you're not stupid.
I mean, I already have shown you proof.
History is true, especially with one.
You're just ignoring it.
Trust.
If I show you the next.
No,
piece of
stop
evidence,
mischaracterizing what we're doing.
You will
We're
ignore
ripping
that
it
too.
apart. We're not ignoring it. We're ripping it apart.
No,
There's a
there's no
difference.
ripping apart.
Ignoring it would
saying,
be like when you said Foucault's pendulum measures the rotation of the Earth, and then I changed the subject. That would be ignoring it. We didn't change the subject. We addressed it. And we ripped it
just
apart.
dismissed it.
Just like
I ripped it apart. I gave specific examples.
We addressed it
We were
directly.
talking about magnetic drive and things, which has nothing to do with Foucault's pendulum.
Yeah, it does too.
Yeah,
Anyway,
they're driven. How do you think they keep going?
We tore
think
it apart.
it's got infinite inertia.
They are
You let the ball go.
Totally torn apart. You have no leg to stand on. Remember,
You don't even know how they
three-legged
work.
stool, no
By
legs.
saying they're pushed, that's just the most ridiculous, idiotic thing, dude. They're released, right? So I'm going to give you a manual for the focus pendulum.
It's like a fifth grader in here trying to school us.
Are you insulting me? If you're insulting me, I'm allowed to insult you?
No, I'm just saying you're acting like childish. You're basically, you have the knowledge of fifth grade science. You have the knowledge of fifth grader in science, and probably a C average.
I know more about science than you. I mean,
you don't even know
I don't believe in flat Earth.
We demonstrated that already. It's on the thing.
Is that the litmus test for knowing a lot about science? Do you believe in flat Earth or not? Is that like the question on the test?
No, but but if a real real school science education gives you the knowledge. Oh, really?
Are you saying that we didn't have like science education?
The Earth is a sphere.
Is that what you're saying? Are you saying that like the people in here didn't have science educations in school?
Yeah, I think you did not have proper science education.
Oh, really?
Oh, okay. So Boston University, I should go ask my money back for my money back.
So tell what science then we should have had.
Should I go ask Boston University for my money back? And why they gave me this shitty fucking degree?
Pseudoscience is what you're saying. So we should believe the cosmologists, astrophysicists, whatever that is. Nonsense. Fairy tales.
I mean,
fairy tales for adults, Void.
I've presented so the globe Earth theory is a model, right?
How do you reconcile the fact that we have known about everything you have said in greater detail than you?
No, you don't.
You posted a Wikipedia article on the reaction, dude.
Exactly.
You're talking
more in detail. You just avoid it. We have more detail about everything you've brought up than you have yourself, and you still keep avoiding it. You're really dishonest.
Whenever I bring something up, you're talking nonsense.
You're like a little trickster or something. You're like
you are not a physicist.
Okay, so I have,
you think you're getting away with something? You're a deceitful little asshole.
Do you have a flat Earth model? Do you have a model?
Okay, so what does that got to do with anything? Do you think that if we don't provide you a flat Earth model, that therefore curvature is measurable?
No, I mean
yeah. So what the fuck's it got to do with anything?
So the point is, I have a globe Earth model which is consistent with all observations. I mean,
you don't have a globe. Show us the globe Earth model.
You dismiss it, but it's consistent with all observations.
I'm not dismissing it. I'm asking for it.
Do you have a model?
Where is your globe Earth model? Can you provide that, please?
To provide the model, I mean,
yes, provide the globe Earth model.
The Earth is a sphere.
Yeah, provide that.
Fuck's sake.
The Earth is a sphere. Do you have the law of gravitation with inverse square law? And
I didn't ask you what your idea of the Earth is. I asked for the actual model.
Are you trying to tell us that your model is just in your head? It's just a mental image in your head?
I mean, a model such in science is it's just a model, right? It's not exactly the same as the real thing.
Yeah, can you provide that for us?
The model, the Earth is almost a sphere.
Okay,
yeah, no, I mean,
and why is that? Because of gravity.
Earth is the best approximation of sphere,
and that's because of the inverse square law, Newton's universal law of gravitation.
No, but that's an important part for the solar system.
Yeah, cool. But we didn't ask about solar system. We asked about the globe Earth.
Yeah, to explain.
And you said we have gravity.
Night and day on the globe Earth. You need the gravity.
We didn't ask for basis assertions about your model. We asked
listen?
To show us the model.
Listen, you said the Earth's a sphere, and then he asked you for your globe Earth model. You said the Earth's a sphere and it has gravity inverse square law. Okay. Now show us a prediction using the inverse square law, right? F equals gm times m1 times m2 divided by r squared that shows the particles forming a sphere. Go. Or an observation of the same thing happening. I'll settle for that. Observation that Newton's gravitational laws form spheres, or a physics model that actually predicts it.
But I mean, isn't that obvious? It's a central force.
No. So
which
we had to measure the stupid boat, and now isn't this just obvious? I mean come on. I thought you were doing rigorous science here. Listen, I already know it's not possible because people have tried it.
Tried what?
Listen, I'm like a lawyer. They've tried to use Newton's law of gravitation, right, in an
Yes.
ensemble of particles to try and do a computer simulation and get it to form a sphere. And guess what? It doesn't happen.
Of course it does.
It does not. They
If
can't
you
get it to
use
happen
Newton's
unless
law.
they apply a stickiness factor. So they have to add something to it, right? That everything, when they touch each other, they get glued together.
No. You only
No,
need friction. You only need friction. Friction.
What you're doing now is what you accused us of doing. You're just in denial.
Guys,
All you're
guys,
doing.
if you have a computer model with the law of gravitation and
It's not my.
friction, you will get a sphere.
Okay, show us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Show us.
Okay. Oh, do you have the time? I will look for it.
Yeah, what?
I've got all day, mate. I
You
only just
think
woke
it
up.
already exists? Why do you have to
Oh,
look for
right.
it?
We got Ship 2 just came on
I've got
board.
16 hours until I go to bed, mate. You've got loads of time.
You know, I'm
crack
like a
on.
lawyer, right? I don't ask questions I don't already know the answer to. Okay? I already know the answer. Because I've already had this debate 15,000 fucking times, dude. And I've watched 100 guys just like
Maybe
you
more.
go off to find their evidence. And nothing ever
And
happens.
never come back?
Yeah.
Never come back.
Yeah, well, again, why do you think I asked you for your globe model? Because I know you can't provide it.
Yeah, can we actually
I know
get
you
a
can't
globe
provide
model
it.
right now?
That's why I
Yeah,
asked you. So you should have known. You should have been like, oh, shit, a flat earther asking for a globe model. Why is he asking? Yeah, it's because I know you can't provide it. And when you try and stutter around and go, you just look stupid. I'm not saying you are stupid, but you do look stupid.
Oh no, he is stupid.
That's
I'm not sure.
I
Dunning-Kruger
gotta say,
effect.
it doesn't even sound stupid like when he's talking, but then he looks stupid because of everything we know and we show.
Oh no.
Wasn't me.
Denial
Wasn't me either. The city boys got to deny it first, right? No, that wasn't my siren.
What me either. Elijah.
Yeah, it was Elijah.
It was probably Elijah Savvy. Did you
It's
see that
always
comment
Elijah.
Did you see that comment from Sonny?
Yeah,
saying
you
that
have
you
a
were-
simulation.
Saying you were from South London.
Haha.
Crypto.
Oh my god. This should be funny.
All right. Oh, simulation.
My God, people, do you actually read before you actually fucking, do you even read it? This is about radiative cooling. This isn't about gravity. Like, what the fuck is wrong with y'all, dude?
Just try anything. He's just trying anything now. He's just taking a bunch
No,
of
it,
shit
it
and
takes
throwing it at the wall and see what's
radiative
there.
cooling into account.
Shut up.
Okay, but
We model dust growth in gas
Did
grain
you read?
dynamics with a
Did you read
second.
read the description?
I'm reading it right now. I'm reading it to you. So we also model dust growth in gas grain dynamics with a second fluid approach. This isn't using Newtonian dynamics.
This is some kind of friction. Do you understand that?
This is some kind of friction. That was very nice.
I mean, is it
Your
really?
mind
I mean,
is in some kind of friction.
I'm
Doesn't
going to
it
read the
make
paper.
sense?
There's a paper here. Let me read the paper real quick. It only takes seconds. Or a couple
Yeah.
minutes, maybe.
I would like to know that he
It's invalid. It
understands
doesn't have a
the
table of
program.
contents.
Yeah, let's see if he actually understands his own citation as well.
I did not read it. It just posted.
You're
I can't do
Fucking
everything
brilliant.
at the same time.
fucking brilliant. Because
This is not Newtonian dynamics.
I'm giving him the Google Earther role then. I think he's
Yeah, do it.
Fantastic.
Maybe give him Troll Earther as well.
Yeah, he deserves both.
And then give him victim of mod abuse.
Hey, as long as I'm here, I'll just pile him on. Globus Hystericus, yes.
So anyway, I mean, just in a kind of more general sense, what you start to realise.
Oh my God,
Void
dude.
something. What's his name? Void something.
Void something. Yep. Void Star. Void Star.
Void Star.
Yeah.
Yeah. What you start to realise, Void Star, is that these so-called globe evidences don't stand up on their own, ever. And so you have to start with the assumption that the Earth's a globe for any of them to make any sense at all. And some of them only work in combination with the other assumption. So gravity, therefore I'm on a ball, therefore gravity is an example. Like, but none of them stand on their own. None of them do. So there's no reason to believe that you're on a ball in the first place. Other than the fact that you were told it when you were 5 years old.
No, mate. There are a lot of observations you can make.
Keep saying that.
Go on, then.
We're waiting.
Go on.
Okay,
Yeah, I mean,
do you really want me?
I've been in this conversation for like an hour maybe, and you haven't said a single thing that would be exclusive to a globe.
He does keep saying, I can prove it. He does keep saying that he
I
can.
asked you a lot of time whether you want me to prove it.
Yeah, we do.
Yes, please.
Do you want me? Okay.
Please.
It's the first thing we want you to do when you come in this fucking thing. Please.
Okay, I asked a lot of times and never got
You're
the
a fucking liar.
That's just a lie. It's just a lie, isn't it? Like I've been waiting the whole time
let
for
me
you
state.
to provide exclusionary evidence.
Let
What
me
that
state
means
my
is
proof. If I look at the
that
star,
can't be true on a flat Earth, yeah?
Can
That's
you
what
at least
we're looking
speak?
for. We're looking for
Wow.
something. One second. We're looking for something that can't be true on a flat. Like it can't happen on a
Yes,
flat Earth.
yes.
Yes, proof
Yeah, that-
starts with if
Can
you
you-
look
can
at
you
a
listen?
star, comma.
Can you
I
listen?
mean, yeah, keep going, but you're already shut down. With
We are
just
looking
your,
at the star, right?
Beginning phrase.
Using a telescope. Can you listen? We're looking at the star using a telescope. Now, if we keep the telescope fixed, the star will have moved, right?
Okay.
So now we are trying to track down the star. We need to rotate the telescope to track down a single star. Right?
Okay.
How do we do it? There's only one option we can use to track down the star.
What's that?
You have first you look up your latitude. Then you rotate.
Oh my god, no,
Then you-
stop.
Then you
Stop.
make yourself an axis.
How
Listen,
did you ever get that?
I provided
Let
the
him
proof.
finish,
You
Jack.
have to
Let him
listen now.
finish. Let him finish.
Oh, what?
Then you put your axis in an angle of the latitude and put your telescope on it, right? And then you rotate this axis by exactly 23, one rotation per 23 hours and 56 minutes.
Right.
And you will always track down the star. Because
So
your axis is
how
parallel
does this prove
to the
you're
rotational
on a
axis of
ball?
Earth.
How does
It
this prove
is
you're on a ball?
not possible to explain this with a flat Earth.
No, well, that's just a lie. You've just said something that's wrong. That's literally as simple as it is.
So, what does I want to know what the observation has to do with the Earth? How did you find your latitude?
Yeah, you look it up on the map.
You look it up on a map,
Yes.
or do you look at a star chart?
No. You look on a map
you
where
look
you
at-
are, or use GPS or something like that, and it does your latitude.
Okay, that's the second. Listen, that's derived from looking at the stars.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It works. The point is, you use a latitude and it works.
That's called an appeal to pragmatism. It
No.
works, therefore it's true. Yes, that is. It's a logical fallacy. Yes, it is. Look it up, dude. An appeal to pragmatism. It works, therefore
No,
my
you're
story
just
is
inventing things.
No, look it up.
There is no.
I don't invent things.
Oh, mate.
But listen,
you're an idiot.
listen. I just want to cover this, okay? Because locations on Earth, latitude and longitude, are not positions on the ground. You Globers always fuck this up, okay? You can look in the UK Ordnance Survey. They have a whole thing on surveying, and it specifically says myth. Latitude and longitude are points on the ground. They are not. They are not points in the ground. They are points in the sky. So your latitude
Here you can see
means-
something doing like that.
Listen, your latitude means that there's going to be certain celestial bodies directly over your head. And when those bodies are over your head, in the celestial sphere, right, say at 45 degrees, right, it's 45 degrees in the celestial sphere. When you see those objects overhead, you just say, I'm at 45 degrees. Then you point your telescope. You are aligning your telescope to the stars, not to the Earth. Okay? Period.
This is what I was going to say. Thank you.
So you say that
you are aligning the telescope to the sky, not to the Earth.
Is it a celestial sphere or is it a celestial plane?
It's a celestial sphere. It appears as if we're under a dome. And if you look up, I'll actually just post an image of it, right?
And
so
can I see the North Star from the South Pole?
Why would you?
Yeah. If
there
the
is
Earth is flat,
number one.
and it's a sphere.
No. Why does the how come the
hold on, mute this guy, because this is funny, right? This is funny. Weren't you just saying you can't see boats because of angular resolution on the horizon?
Yeah.
You can see a fucking star thousands of miles away.
Yeah. Well, Indio, let me ask him this as well. What about this, dude? How come the ISS doesn't always disappear at the horizon? How come it also disappears like at let's say you're at 6 o'clock position, it disappear at and the horizon is the 8 o'clock position, let's say in angles. Why does it disappear at the 10 and 11 and 9 o'clock positions? Why? Why is that? It would always disappear at the horizon, right?
So what?
So what do you mean? That just destroys everything you just said, and you don't understand why, because you're not a physicist.
The ISS is orbiting the Earth.
Yeah, exactly. Why doesn't it always disappear by going under or over or fucking around the horizon? Why does it disappear in the sky before it reaches said horizon?
Quick question for the room: is this guy Lichtwing?
Maybe I don't
familiar.
know. Maybe this observation is explained because of the shadow of the Earth or something like that.
What?
I mean, you can't see the ISS if it's not in the sun, right? Not shined upon in the sun.
Does it glow like a light bulb when the sun hits it then?
Would you even be able to see it not disappear over the horizon and disappear in midair if it wasn't already in sunlight?
Pardon?
You just literally are not following a thing, are you?
There are multiple people talking at the same time.
No, they weren't.
That? Of course.
No, they were not. I said
the
very ISS that I am talking about that disappears in the middle of the sky and not at the horizon is observed during the daytime, not at nighttime anyway. So what are you talking about? Why doesn't it disappear only at the horizon? Remember, you're the one who spoke about this very fucking thing earlier.
I never spoke about the ISS.
Oh my god. I'm not talking about the ISS. I'm on about why it disappears before the fucking horizon.
I don't know about this particular observation you're talking about. One has.
It's not a particular observation.
I would have to look into that. I mean.
Yeah. Okay. How would you look into that?
Do you have a video of that?
No. How would you? I've told you the parts to it. How would you look into that? I don't know. I don't believe you would even know how to look into it.
Well, the first thing I would do is look at the exact position of the ISS and look whether it's maybe in the shadow of the Earth or something like that.
Why? That's got nothing to do with what I spoke about.
I don't know what you're talking about then.
Exactly. That's my point. You don't understand anything.
But if the sun does not hit the ISS, you will not see it.
No, it's...
Yeah, right?
Is this for real?
Yeah, he's doing it on purpose.
Do you even believe that the ISS exists?
So do you believe that boats disappear when they go out to sea to locations only that are in darkness?
What?
That's tantamount to what you're saying, you fucking idiot. Do boats that disappear, right, out to sea...
Do you really think I'm a fucking idiot?
Yes. At this point, yes. Because listen...
Is it allowed
we know that.
Listen, I'll mute you if you carry on. Don't concern troll, right?
If you are allowed to insult me, is it allowed that I insult you?
You said you're a physicist, and you proved that you're not.
A physicist. You're not one, right? I'm telling you this right now, Voice Star, quickly, right? Are you claiming that boats that disappear, that sail out to sea, only disappear because they end up in darkness? In positions on the Earth, in darkness? Because this is what I'm doing. This is an equivalency to what you're stating with your misconvoluted understanding of my previous statement to do with the ISS and it not disappearing at the horizon, but in the middle of the sky.
Yeah. But you understand that if it's in the shadow, it's not shone upon.
I'm not talking about shadow.
The sun does not shine on the ISS.
Oh my god. The fucking ISS is disappearing during the day. Not in the shadow. I never mentioned that. You do not understand the word that anyone is saying. Ipso facto, you lack understanding.
Maybe you're also looking in the wrong angle.
Not because you're dumb. Not because you're not because you're dumb. Because you're feigning intellect. That's why I don't like you so far. You're feigning intellect. You are, dude. You're pretending to know a lot about things, a lot about everything that you know nothing about.
I'm not the one here who pretends.
What?
You see, you're all the time
to not be a physicist, and you're not pretending.
If you have such a good point, why do you need to insult me?
He's not. He's describing your behavior. Yeah, you several times.
My behavior.
Someone will
it's lovable. You're calling me idiot since maybe.
At this point, it's just frustration, isn't it? Rather than an
You several times someone has made a point that's backed up with evidence and citations and so on, and you just say, "Oh, that's not true." Nuh-uh. No, you're wrong about that. Oh, you're just making that up. So you are the one making claims.
No,
you're saying these things that you've never researched and that you have nothing to back up your position with. You're just hand wave dismissing them. You do not have any legitimacy behind you. Maybe you need to study some more before you come back to debate. You're debating a subject that you clearly know very little about, but instead of acknowledging that, you're using playground tactics.
It's clear to me that you no longer want to debate with me.
Oh, no longer want to debate. We've not had a debate.
You can't debate. You're not capable. It's like debating with a child.
You claim to be a physicist, yet you don't understand physics.
Why would you insult me? That makes no sense.
Why would I insult you? Because you're a physicist. Because you're dumb.
So you do not want to debate
with me. He said he's a physicist since he came in here.
You said that you're a physicist and you cited Wikipedia?
Yeah,
get out of here.
Lying.
I look at Wikipedia all the time.
Dude, Void Star, you should watch this back, mate. Honestly, watch this video back. Because the moment you come in here, I literally destroyed you for about 2 hours. And then everyone else that destroyed you afterwards didn't realise that actually you'd already been destroyed on all the same points. And you made counterintuitive claims to everything you claimed in the points you got destroyed the second time. So you're actually wrong twice on the same subjects. Somehow.
Yeah, bro.
When you were given the right answers.
Do you know what the funniest thing about this whole interaction is that you
I muted him. If you want to unmute him, that's up to you. But claimed he was a physicist.
The funniest thing for me is that he provided
amazing
theoretical.
Yeah. Why would they lie?
Sorry, am I coming through?
Oh, he must be a physicist.
I can hear
can't figure out why he would lie.
I don't think Indio can hear you.
India, can you hear Crypto?
Oh no, I can't.
Okay.
You probably got the glitch. It might be the glitch. No. There's that glitch, guys, where it toggles mutes onto people. It's called Discord being a shit stirrer.
Is that better?
I hear you now, yeah.
Okay, cool, yeah. So, I mean, what I find the funniest part about this interaction is he provided a paper with theoretical results as data points. I mean, come on. Are you serious?
Nelson didn't use Newtonian gravity. We want to go into that too.
You're going to love his comment in voice text, Crypto, although I hesitate to read it to you because it will just set you off.
We have Dunning-Kruger effect.
Does he still? He really did claim.
No.
I almost wanted to unmute him to find out if that's true or not. If you think
you destroyed me, you're suffering from the Dunning-Kruger effect.
That's what he said.
Look it up. Fucking brilliant. That is classic.
I know, isn't it?
You don't understand how that. Oh my, that's made my fucking week, mate. You're a gangster.
Can I
Dre said it. He's projecting.
Damn straight you can unmute. Can we unmute him for that? Yeah.
I just want to hear the question. I just want to hear the. I want to hear him claim he's a physicist. I want to hear that. Yeah, I didn't hear that before. So, Void Star, are you saying that you are a physicist?
I'm studying physics.
Studying. So, like you're a college student?
Oh my god, you liar!
PhD.
You're what? You're studying for a PhD in physics.
Yes.
No, you're not.
That's hilarious.
He's studying for a doctor.
It's probably true.
You're studying for a doctorate.
So funny, because
He's
if it's
studying for a
true,
doctorate in physics.
if it's true, it's even more funny than
Arizona University class. Arizona University.
Back when you have your degree, so we can.
Pardon?
I can't. Sorry, I don't believe you.
I don't believe that I study physics.
Maybe as a hobby.
I actually get paid for my PhD.
Especially seeing that you've learned more about physics here since you've been here than you probably have your whole life. So it's hilarious.
I mean, on the one hand, I believe him because the quality of education.
I didn't learn a little bit. Actually.
Yeah, I wasn't finished. I definitely wasn't finished.
Crypto, you're coming in too low.
All right.
I think that's. I don't think people are being particularly rude on purpose. That's all, mate.
Crypto.
Yeah,
I think Void Star just has a tendency to overtalk.
Yeah, I just think that the standard of education in the West is low enough that he may well be a student and still be completely clueless.
What did you get for your bachelor's degree, Void Star? What was it in? What was your bachelor's degree in? Didn't you have to get a bachelor's degree before you started your PhD? What did you get the bachelor's degree in?
What subject or where?
What subject? What subject?
It's what I do is theoretical quantum physics.
He doesn't do anything but use his imagination.
Well, what did you get? Your initial degree, you must have had a major. Or what does your you not in your country? Do they not require you to get a bachelor's degree before you get a PhD?
Yes, it's
okay. Well, what was it in?
What I did is I made quantum simulations.
That's not a topic. That's not a major. What does it say? Bachelor of Science in blank. Bachelor of Arts in blank.
Quantum condensed matter. What do you
don't even know
your actual piece of paper.
Quantum. I can type it out for you. Quantum
pseudo.
That's what it says on the piece of paper they gave you.
Got a Bachelor of Science in something.
It's the kind of physics which explains to you why a doctor has resistance or something like that.
I've got a good question.
Something like that. Something like that.
I've got a good question.
University or something that we don't know about.
Something like that.
Void Star. What does PhD stand for? Quick question.
I think it stands for Doctor of Philosophy or something.
Hey, you're the first person who I've asked in months who actually knows the answer to that.
Or something.
Yeah.
No, fair play. I can get with that.
Because the PH comes before, right?
Philosophy.
So actually it means something like philosophy, doctor. I don't know.
So tell us again.
Not doctor. I can accept. Sorry, carry on.
Somebody who likes to imagine.
Your major again? That was blah 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 or something like that. What was that part again?
What?
All right.
So I'm now studying quite a difficult subject. And,
okay, great. Started quite a difficult subject. Got it. You're so brilliant.
On theoretical physics. And I think it's kind of an achievement. And I get
shut up
by flat efforts.
Nothing to be proud of.
That's actually
we're done with that topic.
Irony.
I wouldn't actually provide verification for that because we don't want any personal details, but it's highly questionable. Let's just move on back to the topic at hand. So you realize you've come in here. Apparently, you've been here for hours. There's proof of curvature, no proof of rotation, no backup for your globe model of any kind. All you do when anybody asks you for evidence is throw a YouTube video up there that you Googled. You don't see why that's embarrassing for your fantasy globe model?
And for your education.
It's not a fantasy.
Yeah, so show us some evidence then. Okay, what was your best proof? Because I missed all of it. Every time I saw, all you did was a YouTube video that you just Googled.
So I think the best
give me your best piece. Best piece, Voidstar.
Foucault's pendulum is by far the best.
Foucault's pendulum is his best piece of evidence.
Yeah.
No,
that was
because
that was like torn into little pieces. That is like we pinated that. Okay, there's like candy everywhere.
If you assume that angular momentum is conserved,
that was so 4 hours ago.
Proves, without any doubt,
that got destroyed 4 hours ago, bro. Why'd you forget we were still here?
A shadow of a doubt. As long as you ignore every other data point that contradicts your assumption.
Okay, why can't Foucault's pendulum be placed on a longitude and latitude going from the equator all the way to the North Pole, going northwest from the equator now, at the same point where it started, now in a diagonal line going obviously southeast, and then you could actually draw a graph on the floor with it, right? But then be able to predict the graph for every longitude and latitude point for an X shape, north, west to south, east, and vice versa in an X. You'd be able to pre-program exactly what pattern it would draw from its first point, based on its longitude and latitude on those tangent lines. And you can't do it. It doesn't work. They can't even predict it. They can't even predict what it's going to draw.
You should be able to navigate with one, right? You should be able to take a Foucault's pendulum and go from like Lagos, Nigeria to Siberia and Russia.
Yep.
With nothing but a pendulum, right?
Yep.
And a watch.
Take pendulum readings, right? Should be able
pendulum
to.
Reading.
Mm-hmm.
It's a pendulum reading right now.
But if you just draw one right off of the position of the Earth that you're on, okay, it's tangential speed, right? Where you are on that globe, you have the pendulum. It draws a pattern based on the Earth's rotation there.
Yeah.
You should be able to, based on longitude and latitude, predict every pattern that it's going to draw based on the differentials and biases and in its different momentums and angular speeds based on where it is next. Why? And someone even someone said about this, right? In Harvard, I believe. And someone tried to do this. Like I need to try and find this in fact, because someone tried to do it over, literally just over like 100 miles, and it didn't correlate like even 2% to a similarity.
Okay, I mean, if you do it properly, right, and it has been done.
Do you know why it didn't? No. Do you want to know why it didn't correlate?
How do you know it was done properly?
Do you know why it didn't correlate even to 2%?
This is going to expose him. How do you know it was done properly? Because it gives you the reading that you want, right? That's how you know it was done properly.
India, do you know what's better about it?
That's exactly how it works.
Do you know why the 200-mile away Foucault's pendulum that drew the image, that drew the pattern, do you know why it was not even within 2%? Because it drew the same fucking pattern.
Yeah.
Right?
Crack. I was telling him about the incoherent electrostatic acceleration, and he now claims that he's a quantum mechanics physicist, and he doesn't know what is that.
No, mate. I don't know what to say.
He's a
I don't know what that is, so we're in the same boat.
Yeah. Actually, to be honest, I don't know what the...
I'm not
in the call of Ken Wheeler.
Because you're just talking nonsense.
I was impressed by the quantum. I don't know what the fuck it is, but anyway, you don't actually get paid to do anything, right?
I'm paid for my research.
You know what the Texas sharpshooter fallacy is?
Pardon, you did not.
You know what the Texas sharpshooter fallacy is?
The Texas sharpshooter fallacy.
Yeah, the Texas sharpshooter fallacy.
Has it something to do with the president? Shot president?
No. When you take your rifle and you shoot at the side of a barn, and then you walk up to the bullet holes that are the closest together, you draw a bullseye around them, and then claim you're a sharpshooter.
Okay.
That's what you're doing. Things like you're not doing it right. You're really saying if you get the right result that is predicted, then it's right. And if it doesn't get the result that's predicted, then it was done wrong. There's some user error. There's no basis for that. And if you actually took quantum physics, you would know what a p-value is.
Ooh. P-value. I mean, that's just one letter.
That's in statistics 101. That's first year university.
I mean that's kind of a vocabulary, right?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know what you guys call it.
H-value.
Guys,
H-value can make up anything. Maybe it's the height.
I have a good one. I want to ask.
Where in the world is this even a sound argument? Come on, guys.
But no, the fact is that the test is garbage because you can't account for anomalous data. You listen. It is not repeated. Listen, you're just claiming that this is the result you get, but we know from the fact from reports that you get. And stop talking over me, please.
Claiming that
shut the fuck up.
Dude, you claim that you can just take a pendulum, swing it, and like boom, it's going to give you the latitude. This is your claim, based upon that you can tell your latitude based upon the precession of the device. That's your claim. You said it happens all the time, and we know for a fact it doesn't happen all the time because it's reported by scientists that have done it that it's not happening all the time.
So, can you name a single argument that you've made so far that is sound?
Yeah, it's Foucault's pendulum. It's also the motion of...
It's not. So, one that is sound.
It's also the motion.
Going back to stuff we tell you that's not... It's no good. Stop using it.
If you look very precisely at the sun, you would never...
If you look very precisely... Did you just say to me...
You can never look model...
Very precisely?
And the sun is close. It doesn't work out.
Oh, so you're saying there's solar parallax? Is that what you're saying now?
I'm saying that if you, at the same time, measure the direction of the sun to the surface of the Earth at different places on the Earth, you can never combine that with a flat Earth and a closed sun. It doesn't work.
You can't find it with a globe Earth.
If you do it in a globe
Earth... You can't find it with a globe Earth, man. You didn't know that?
Earth, you will see that the sun is very far away. But
no, actually, that's not the truth.
To the point, right?
You just believe, like, man, you're like a true believer, man. You deserve like a hat or something to wear.
Oh, please!
A hat. This guy, dude. Yeah. This guy.
But I know that it works.
T-shirt that says "I just
when this was, listen." So when someone took data from like time and date and SunCalc, and they loaded it into AutoCAD. It didn't work.
Did it work?
Eight significant figure precision. I'll show you the video right now. So they loaded all the official numbers into AutoCAD and took two places simultaneously. I think it was Johannesburg and Frankfurt, both on the same alleged longitude. Take the angles to the sun, and do you know where it triangulated to? The position behind it. Right, the angles were what would you call negative parallax?
But were they almost parallel? Was it close to parallel? Because
it was negative parallax, which means that it's behind you.
Yeah, but were these trajectories?
I'll just get the video. Hold on a second.
Were they close to parallel?
What?
No, I think the Earth
indicate that the sun is far away, right?
Okay, so they did two tests in AutoCAD. One was the sun was behind the direction they were looking, and one was that it was something at like I don't know, 700,000 miles or something.
Okay. Do you actually have a link to the stream?
Yeah, I'm getting it. Hold on.
You actually gonna look at it?
It's a pretty long video because he models out the whole thing in AutoCAD, so you're gonna have to watch the whole thing.
Understand what AutoCAD is?
And this is after we cut the video like 7 times because people kept bitching it was too long.
Do you have a link to this stream? Because this is recorded, right?
Yeah, this is recorded.
You need to watch
this stream?
Yeah.
I'll give it to you.
I've got it here right now.
Oh, then give it
Can
up.
we do it for him? I don't know if he deserves it though. I'm joking.
You can't even listen on YouTube.
Mr. Indio, can I ask Voidstar a question, please?
What was that?
Let me mute the video. Yeah. Question.
Voidstar?
Yeah.
I want to ask you this question. It's a very simple question which quantum physicists should know it, like dream it, you know. You should answer it very quickly. Not take any time searching Google or stuff, you know. So, are you ready to answer?
Okay, I increase your volume. Okay.
Okay.
Oh my god. Can you wait there? Get me get. Wait there. Can you definitely hear Get Me Get? So that you can't claim that you didn't hear him.
No, I think.
Get Me Get. Do testing.
Can you hear me well?
Yeah, mind. Yeah.
Okay.
I think. Yeah.
So the question is, what is the formula for the volume of the sphere?
Okay. So it must be 4/3 pi r to the power of 3. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. Do you know why I know that? Because I always remember pi 4 times pi r squared is the surface. And if you integrate it, you get the volume.
It must be cube, yes. But it was a little slow, you know.
I'm not good at memorizing. Yeah. As I just said, I memorized the formula.
The quantum physicists need to use this for
memorization is not very important in science. Maybe for some things, yes.
No, when you do this kind of calculus of subatomic particles, you must know the trajectory they spin in a sphere shape.
But it's more important to understand things and know how to integrate and differentiate and how to solve.
It's important to understand things. Okay. How about logical fallacies? Do you understand logical fallacies?
Pardon?
Do you understand logical fallacies?
I think mostly.
Okay. Let's take you through that then. Do you know what a straw man is?
Yes.
Please explain.
It's a straw man is if you intentionally, and that's the point, intentionally claim that the debate partner, so that's in my case, that's you, claim that you claimed something else than you actually did, and then argue against that. That's a straw man.
Not quite, but yeah, close enough. You have to be making the argument weaker in order to the opposite is a steel man. But yeah, I know what you mean.
It counts as a fallacy if you do it intentionally. When I don't understand what you mean, I mean, many things.
Okay, fine.
Well, can I speak openly? Many things you said about here.
Okay, but I wanted to take you through a few more fallacies because you've exhibited most of them. So that's why I'm taking you through them. So you understand what an ad hominem fallacy is, right?
Gravity and things like that. That this is very far.
Ad hominem fallacy is
science. And it's hard for me to understand much of these things because of that.
So, bro, the point of this, is that if you don't understand the logical basis on which the science is based, then you can't have a full understanding of the science.
Okay.
And every single time you've presented us some kind of thing that you think is scientific that proves your globe, actually it's just been some form of logical fallacy. And that's been the problem with this entire debate.
I think you either misunderstood me or the subject.
No, because we've dealt with these topics before. When you bring up Foucault's pendulum, for instance, do you think that's the first time we've ever heard Foucault's pendulum before?
No,
of course not.
I don't know whether. Maybe some of you heard the first time of that. I don't know.
No.
Trust me, bro. Everyone in this room has heard everything you've said hundreds of times.
Yeah, nothing you said was new to us. Not a single thing.
But why then, if you had heard that so often and started,
because they're not proofs of a globe.
Still flat earthers. I don't understand that.
Yeah, because they're not proofs of a globe, bro. We measured the floor. The floor measures flat, and saying stars doesn't actually do anything. And when you dig into whether that's exclusive to a globe or not, you realise that it isn't every time.
Cannot drink every time we hear
I'm going to stick
logical
with
fallacy.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
None of
Can
us
I finish?
would be able to be talking.
Can I finish? Is that a thing?
Wipe that off the board.
Radwin,
Okay.
shut up a sec, please.
Okay. So
Somebody
the point
muted?
is, bro, maybe you can't hear me. I don't know.
I tried
whatever. Whatever. The point is that every single thing that you bring up is not exclusive to a globe, right? Everything that you've brought up is not exclusive to a globe. So it's not proof for a globe. Regardless, when we measured the floor is flat. It's not curving at the rate required. So that's all you need to know.
If you measure it accurately, you will see a curve.
No.
But measuring it accurately is I think, relatively hard. It's not that easy.
No, I mean, has anyone taken this guy through the FE core test?
I mean, I have once watched a video, Netflix movie about flat Earth, and they used
No one cares about that. I don't care about that.
And with lasers, you could actually try to do it. If you do it right.
Yeah, no, I mean, but the behind the curve hit piece isn't going to be discussed. It's a waste of time. Regardless, when we're talking about FE core, there must have been no hump of water in the way for them to hit a target that was only 2 meters off the ground.
What exactly are you talking now about?
The FE core. I asked you about that, and you didn't seem to really want to answer. Have you heard about FE core?
No, don't know.
Okay, fantastic. Well, can someone post up the FE core demonstration?
Okay, there's some Google Docs thing.
Yeah. I mean, you don't have to read the whole thing, obviously. I can explain it to you. So the idea is this, right? Over 40 kilometers, there should be about 100 odd meters of curvature, right? From point to point. Now, if you have a laser that's only 2 meters off the surface of the Earth and a target 40 kilometers away that's only 2 meters off the surface of the Earth, then if you hit that target, then there can be no more than 4 meters of curvature. This is obvious. This is logical, right?
Yep.
Now, they say that there's 100 meters of curvature plus, and we still hit the target. So how did that happen?
Yeah, that's always the same problem with refraction, you know.
Okay, so you think that there's over 100 meters of laser refraction
that
in 40
these
kilometers?
kind of measurements are very hard to get it precise.
No, but I mean, we know what the refractive index of that kind of laser is. We know how much it would refract. It would be a few meters. It wouldn't be 120 odd.
What? I mean,
so he never provided us a model for.
You can get a lot of refraction. If you have 2 layers of air, one heavier than the other, one colder than the other, then you can get a lot of refraction.
Just no. Refraction isn't your catch-all answer here.
But I mean, I would suggest to avoid all things which have to do with looking for a lot of air, because they are very sensitive to atmosphere and things.
Regardless, the laser shoots straight, and we've hit a target over a supposed curve. Now we've either shot through that curvature, or the curvature doesn't exist.
Okay. I mean,
which is it? Did we shoot through curvature?
If the environment is perfectly controlled, then of course that would be a problem for the globe Earth.
Okay.
The laser was curving. You could see it with your eye. It would not be a straight line visually either. If it was curving from an angle or looking at it, you would obviously see the laser would have an arc to it. There is no arc.
Especially if it was curving. Yeah, I mean, especially if it's curving over 100 meters. I mean,
exactly. It's a perfectly straight line. So this refraction, you see it with your eyes. It's a straight line. Perfectly straight line. There is no refraction taking place.
I mean, how do you even know that the laser does not bend if there's no fog? I mean, you need.
You said it could bend a couple of meters, but you're talking about over 100 meters. There's no way to prove that. You're just saying it because it's literally clutching at straws. Literally.
Do you have any other kind of evidence which does not?
I mean, there's about 50 of these laser tests. You pick one.
Which does not rely on looking for a lot of atmosphere.
How are you going to do a distance test that doesn't require distance?
Can somebody give him 255 miles photo? Maybe he will.
Do you not remember when he said when you look at the sun precisely? Does anyone remember that?
Yes. And you look at it precisely.
No, he's complaining about comparatively relatively small observational distances. But a minute ago, you had fucking great proof against the flat Earth with
Do you accept that the moon is a sphere?
Also, you're just using refraction as a
right to the moon.
Do you accept that the sun is a sphere?
Do you think they're spheres?
I'm going to repeat. You're a fucking idiot.
Before you use this red herring to go into something else, you're just using a weasel word by saying refraction, because we asked you to provide a model for your demonstration for the cause of terrestrial refraction and how you can validate that it even exists in reality, but you couldn't provide it. So you're trying to invoke something that you couldn't provide before. So you're just
opposed to the law of refraction, and it depends on optical density.
It's inapplicable.
We've already debunked you on this. So
no, it's not. You didn't debunk me. I mean, it's clear. You need, if you want to calculate the refraction of light, you need that every point.
I knew this guy was just going to do this forever and ever and ever, endless loop.
So give us the model that we can do that with.
You understand that?
That we can go out into the world and take measurements. Listen, give us the model where we can go out into the world and take measurements, right, and actually validate this model. That's what we want. That's what we've been asking for.
You're also telling us what you should have for your claim of refraction.
Sorry, my bad. I'll show up. Just answer the fucking question.
What was the question? I'm looking up.
P-Mac's about to start drinking heavy if you don't start.
He's looking up. He said he's got to look shit up.
What was the question?
Okay. Next.
When you guys are
got to focus on what we're saying when we're talking to
you. Severely disturbed Glober here. Yeah. He needs a freaking recovery area. The ICU.
People are asking you questions all the time. And 9 times out of 10, you're like, sorry, what was the question? Can you please repeat? Like, there's people talking to you one-on-one and two-on-two. No, it's not so hard to understand. But when you get into a corner, you're like, I'm sorry, I don't understand. And you're all talking over me. And could you please repeat the question? It's a simple question.
Because you can't Google that fast.
Yeah, you can't Google it. If Indu asks you a question there now, and if I ask you what he just asked you, there fucking 30 seconds ago, would you be able to tell me what he asked you?
I hope so, because I've asked him the same question, 4 times?
If he says something I don't know, it will be so crucial that, wow.
I muted him, man. I needed a break from that noise, man, because it's just noise at this point.
You understand how that gets frustrating to us when we're trying to have a conversation with somebody and they can't even, like when you ask them a question, they ask you to repeat it.
Then just go on with a droning dialogue of the same thing over and over and over, never addressing what was presented to you as new information. Not looking at any of it, nothing but red herrings. Oh my gosh.
He proves that he doesn't comprehend our responses because he then repeats the claims as if they haven't been refuted, and then doesn't address any of the things we have said. So it's like we're not talking to him. He doesn't hear anything we say. He just wants to hear himself talk.
Therefore, hand wave dismissal of anything because you didn't look at it in the first place, and that's what he just keeps on going into that, not looking at it. So you can't hold me to anything because I didn't look at it. I don't know but I just disagree with everything, even though I didn't look at the information. Nice.
I agree. That's exactly as we've been going for like fucking hours, bro.
You can't agree with anything. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, no, it can't. Because that was a concession to
that name. I'm sorry. That name Void was appropriate. Void. We know where the void is now.
Yeah, he better not go around saying he's a physicist to anybody.
Yeah, please don't. False advertising.
Yeah, you're lying when you say that to people.
Because any physicist, even a theoretical one, would say that models are validated by experiments. Surely you would have one.
Well, as well, he actually did lie anyway because he isn't a physicist. He's studying to be one. And that's probably a lie, but he really did, guys, come in here saying he was actually definite physicist.
Yeah, that's just the little role that they chose for today.
I like when people come in claiming stuff like that. It makes me happy.
Yeah, I think it's good. It's like, well done, because you look really stupid right now, and you're putting yourself in a position of authority that most people trust in. So thanks for doing our job for us.
Hey, want to hear a funny thing? When Globers come in here and I tell them, yeah, we debate physicists all the time, they don't believe me.
I know.
They say, oh, yeah, that guy wasn't a real physicist. Maybe he was.
Yeah.
Maybe he's a real physicist.
No, yeah, to be honest, it probably is. Yeah. That's the scary part, because, like, education is so shit these days.
I know. So you could have a theoretical quantum physicist, I believe that, and just still think that this globe thing is real with no empirical evidence at all.
And still get a job looking at a dashboard with some meters on it and writing down the numbers.
Yeah, there you go.
We've got to do something.
Maybe he came in here being a physicist, and after somebody asked him a couple of questions, he went back and thought to himself, am I actually a physicist?
And when pressed, he was like, what did you actually study? And it was, I forget what he said, but he added onto the tail of it or something like that. He knows so much about it. He doesn't even know anything about his own credentials, apparently. Astonishing.
Yeah, guys, I think we need more of engineers here, not physicists.
More mechanics, that's that. More mechanics, that's physicists.
No. We had an engineer 2 days ago. He didn't do much better.
No. The point is, Void Star, you were the only one with a debate, and you failed miserably. Once again,
that wasn't a debate, man.
That was not a debate. No,
I haven't.
To be honest,
debates happen like this, right? You make a point, then we make a counterpoint, and then you refute our counterpoint or concede. Instead, you made a point, we made a counterpoint, and then you said, "Nuh-uh."
And he moved on to the other point or something. He just never answered the question. It was painful to watch or listen to.
I know it was.
Mac, you need to stop watching things that are mainly audio.
I have a condition.
So that I'm really after Void Star and the guy before him, I'm really considering like going to the liquor store and getting like a fifth or something.
No, don't do it, man. Don't drag yourself to the closer to their level. You don't want to do that. They're drunk on the globe. You don't need to get drunk in real life just because they're drunk on the globe. Screw it.
I was gonna say I was trying to level the playing field, but levels curbed, so can't do that.
Levels curbed. Just smoke one, and you'll be all right.
If I've got some whiskey, I'll take a shot with you.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking. I'm talking about Jack Daniels, man.
Or Jim Beam.
I don't mess around.
Jack Daniels isn't really whiskey, though, I'll be honest.
Buckscotch whiskey.
Scotch is disgusting. Oh no, Scotch is disgusting. You are correct.
Give me some of that old Jim Beam, bah.
Mate, some of that Irish,
there we go.
Some of that Irish pretty whiskey, mate.
I guess if you're able to drink like a gentleman, then go right ahead. My hats are off too. My multiple hats are off too.
Yeah, that's why I try not to drink too much, because sometimes I guess you can call it a little ungentle.
Too much? How much is too much? There's never enough.
To be honest with you, though, the best, one of my favorite spirits is like black spiced rum.
Yeah, that doesn't sound too bad.
Let me tell you how to drink that.
You'd fall into the bog
with ginger beer.
I don't drink very much anymore, like almost never. But I used to be a raging crazy person. Because I used to be young, so that's what you do.
Yeah.
You take the spiced rum, right? You get a big, tall shot glass, like one that's like 4 inches tall.
Yeah.
Then one of those thin, tall ones. Fill it halfway with spiced rum, halfway with Coke. You put your hand on top, like really tight, and you bang it on the table, and it turns to foam, and you just boom, you shoot it. You can drink so many of them.
I was gonna say rum and Coke, bro.
Yeah, mate, but try it with ginger beer.
Regular rum don't work. It has to be spiced rum.
Has to be spiced rum, mate. Yeah, it doesn't do the foam effect. Yeah, you're right, mate. Yeah, we called them. We call them like Kraken, like because you got the spiced rum called Kraken, and you use that.
We call them poppers.
You call them Krakens.
I don't know.
We used to do Krakens because obviously the rum's called Kraken. So it's like Krakens.
What a return?
Saying it's Dairy Bomb.
We're talking about drinks here. Just drinking rum.
Yeah, mate.
Ho and a bottle of rum.
To be honest, mate, spiced black rum or just any spiced rum is just it is a nice drink, isn't it, India?
Yeah, dude, you can drink that just over ice.
Yeah,
just sip it over ice. Yeah, it's nice like that too.
I don't know what it is about it, mate. I really love it. Yeah, man. Have you ever had it with ginger beer?
No.
Try it if you do get a chance.
I'm not a sophisticated drinker like you.
Mate, I don't drink at all, really, mate. It's similar to like Coca-Cola and spiced rum, I'll be honest. But all I drink is, if I ever drink, is rum, spiced rum and Coke, or spiced rum and ginger beer. That's all I drink.
I used to drink regular rum and Coke with a lime on it, with a lime in it. It's pretty good.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, a nice bit of lime.
But I stopped drinking them. They'll give you a headache after a while.
Yeah.
Like the first 3 are awesome. Like the next 3 are not so great.
Has anyone heard from the Rumpus, by the way? Sorry.
No.
Yeah, we've seen them, but nobody's heard from them.
All right. I'm just going to ask him if he's going to pop in.
Mate, honestly, I don't know. It's annoying he just shouts through you so much because he's not dumb, so you might be able to get some headway with him at some point. But can't stop him shouting.
Are you sure about that?
If anyone's a masochist, like if you want to unmute him, I mean that's up to you. I'm not doing it. Like that's just a dead end. He's here to pitch a narrative. Like we've heard it all before.
I'm happy to unmute.
Oh, mate, really?
Yeah.
Caught for punishment.
No, I think he is. I'm fine.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah. What am I thinking?
He's a sadomasochist. Yeah. We are the masochists.
That man is a fighter, but an ignorant one. It's like he's still here. He can't even defend his position, but he's still here. I don't know for what.
I tell you what, Rumpus is probably one of the toughest Globers out there. I'll be honest. He's got to be pretty tough. You know what I mean? He's took some serious shit and some serious hammering.
Hey, Void, big to you, man. You're still here.
Cole Murray, you're right. It's like he's a tough fighter, but his corner needs to throw in the towel because their man is just bludgeoned, out on his feet.
It was like this, bro. This is the exact quote from Oscar De La Hoya. My heart wants to fight, that's for sure. But when your physical doesn't respond, what can one do? That's what Rumpus should say.
He's got both eyes swelled up and cut.
You remember when Oscar De La Hoya got knocked out in that fight, and he literally responded afterwards. There's this massive scrap, ruthless fight, and then that's what he sits down in the corner, crosses his legs, and he says that statement. My heart wants to fight, that's for sure. But when your physical doesn't respond, what can one do? It's like fucking hell, mate. What is this world?
Comes a stage
since
where
we're talking about boxers, a moment of silence for Marvin Hagler.
Oh, Marvin Hagler,
R.I.P. R.I.P.
He died, man, and he was actually a good dude. So I mean,
fucking well.
He wasn't just like a piece of shit rich person.
No, yeah, Marvin Hagler was a fucking G, bro.
Dude, he gave all his money away to charities and shit. He died broke. He literally gave his money away to boys clubs and it's pretty crazy.
I actually like when people put face.
Good bloke. Marvin Hagler, good bloke.
Foundation.
And he stayed friends with a lot of the fighters that he pummeled during his career, and when he was up and coming. He stayed friends with everybody, yeah.
Yeah, no, but everyone does, mate. Everyone that you ever fight. Yeah, because everyone that you fight in a professional fight, you do stay friends. It's just you shared such a big experience together.
Okay.
That you can't help but.
Yeah, well, it's just I read this interview with this guy. He got pummeled by Hagler, this English guy, and they stayed friends for 30 years after or whatever, and he went on holiday together and stuff like that.
Look at Mike Tyson and Evander Holyfield now, mate. They're best friends.
Yeah,
Mike Tyson bit Evander Holyfield's ear off. He bit his ear off.
Everybody got pummeled by Hagler. Everyone got pummeled.
Yeah, everyone got fucked up by him.
Everyone got fucked up. Yeah.
Sugar Ray Leonard was some bullshit, dude. I don't know if any of you guys remember that fight. It was basically Sugar Ray Leonard running away for the entire fight.
The whole fight, mate, Marvin Hagler banged him basically up, really, and Sugar Ray Leonard just ran away. Obviously, I wasn't alive. I don't think I was even alive for the fight, but I've seen it 10 times.
Sugar Ray was my hero.
I was alive. There was almost riots over that. It was so bad.
Mate, honestly, Hagler should have won that fucking fight. Innit? Hagler should have won that, bro. I was like that with Mayweather versus Pacquiao, mate. I thought Pacquiao smashed Mayweather. Sorry. And then I was with people that are carded judges. They literally are judges and they judge boxing matches. I know these people. My family judge fights.
Are they blind?
Mate, Pacquiao won that fight.
Damn. I don't know about that.
On points, mate. But what it is it's called the champion. It's called taking the championship formula.
when you try and take a belt off someone, you have to you can't just win by 1 point or 2 points.
you
You kind of have to show a clear. You have to show a clear dominance. Some people say it doesn't exist, but it does.
Yeah,
it doesn't. It's not necessarily a written rule, but it does exist.
Oh, hold on. Didn't Pacquiao land like something like only 21% of his punches? It was some ridiculously low number. It was like 18%, 21%.
Apparently, but he threw a lot. I think he landed
a lot, and then like the percentage for Mayweather was like in the upper 50s.
Yeah, so, but I think he landed more punches by like 3 times the amount or some shit on it.
Well, I know he threw like freaking 7 times the amount of punches.
Yeah, he landed like 3 times.
He was just swinging and swinging and swinging.
Yeah, basically on points he should have won though. Basically overall, right? And like, I think I don't know. I don't know. I just felt like he won that fight, you know.
But if you judged it on aggression, he definitely won. Like he was the one coming forward, but a lot of his punches were like arm punches and stuff.
Like if I was judging that fight, I'd be like, if I got to the end of it and I thought, right, if I just made him fight for another 5 rounds, who do I think was going to win? I think Manny Pacquiao would have won if you made him fight another 5 rounds, and that's why I'd give it to him, and the fact that he landed more punches.
Well, check this on another note. I just posted the the image of the guy walking along a football field and he disappears over the football field. You know, the Angular Resolution video. I posted that in Gem Pandas, and they're telling me sports fields are curved. That's what they're saying.
Well, they do have a slight pitch, so water doesn't set in the center.
Yeah, but we're not to that extent where it's like half a human body.
No, mate, not all sports pitches are obviously,
Hey guys, well, the pitch from the center line of it away from the center, not long ways.
Yeah, you're right. Listen, you actually are right, but I'm saying that not all of them are like it, because I can assure you, when I was playing rugby, the middle of the pitch was always where the puddle was.
Yeah, you guys wore it out. You guys wore it out. It needed to be regraded.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, we're heavier than football.
Guys, I'm in a predicament.
So, do you still want to talk to me, or should we end it?
Yeah, we're back on Talk of Void.
Yeah, hold on.
So I want to find out. Are you a physicist or no? You say no, and then we'll talk to you.
Oh, he's back in the game.
As I said, I'm studying physics.
Okay, so you're not a physicist.
Next time, don't yet. Say I'm a physicist. Next time,
I got a master's degree in physics.
Yeah, but next time, don't come in and say you're a physicist.
That would make you a physicist. Anyway,
No.
Who said they have a dilemma or something?
I always said I was a student.
That's me, Chong.
Hi, Chong. What's up, bro?
Yeah, what's your
dilemma?
Did you know I can't draw the solar system? The scale.
Who said they had a dilemma? This is Doomedin now.
Yeah, we just take care of like
house, and he doesn't believe the Earth is flat.
Okay, so that's our problem. That's a you problem.
My student friend is watching the stream, and he finds it hilarious.
You should think it's hilarious.
What does he think is funny?
Because he's just now realizing that he got duped out of his the cost of his schooling.
Hey, have your friend come in with the model for refraction that we can make predictions.
Or even globe Earth. Just bring a globe model and how it works.
Oh man, Glober actually posted a toy globe the other day, and Glober actually did post a toy globe when I asked one.
No, because he's about.
Oh man.
No, for real. And it was like not even like a good one. It was like
I
quite
want
shit.
Basics for why they're
not even like one of those nice bars, like like those like spirit carrying globes that you used to get like back in the day.
If you were to come on right now, beach ball I'm at my brother's house right now, and if I could get him to come on right now, could you give him definitive proof that we live on a not globe?
Of course, mate. We'll dismantle the religion for him. Yeah.
We don't give you kind of evidence. We just show you that there's no globe.
Can I say last thing?
Trying to convince him that we do not live on a globe, but he believes we do.
Yeah, that's right.
I think it's enough for me.
You have a physicist in here who thinks he lives on a globe, so your brother's no different.
Can you let Void base?
I would like to recommend
can we go to absolute basics?
Chong, you're interrupting. You're going to get kicked out of the server. Don't interrupt him. Let's finish. He's going to leave.
That's my last thing I want to say.
Okay.
I would recommend you pick something like
Have a great life.
Foucault's pendulum also, and try to really understand it with all the math.
We do understand it. Google Alliance Effect, and then you understand that.
Try
we do understand.
Don't rely on anybody else.
Uses a mechanism to keep it moving.
And then you will see it's not that hard, and you will see.
It's an awesome occult.
We find a conclusion.
Yes, it's an awesome
change your
occult
worldview.
ritual.
Yes, that's my last words.
The focus. Dude, it's an awesome occult ritual.
Yeah, the problem you have, Void Star, is that just because something is easy or difficult to understand doesn't validate its. Oh, is he gone? Yeah, whatever. I'll finish my sentence anyway. Yeah, something being easy to understand doesn't validate its authenticity, obviously.
And no truth value.
Vice versa, yeah.
But by him saying, well, it's not easy to understand.
Yeah, exactly,
Yep.
I mean, I'm amazed that we have to deal with such low-level kind of logical fallacies from people who claim to be quite skilled in their, in scientific fields.
In their relative,
he showed no evidence of being skilled in a scientific field. I don't know about you guys, but
he sounded like somebody that may have been actually educated, but educated in one of the various systems, like in the Australian Victorian educational system, where literally they teach you fuck all. It's pendulum.
I think he studied to community college.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. There was a video they watched on this pendulum, and that proves it in the end.
Well, they teach you fuck all's pendulum.
All right, so Chong wants to introduce a ball earther. Yes, please go ahead.
All right. And you're on the air.
Yeah, I didn't want to get muted, so I kind of wanted to...
I was just waiting.
Oh, here we go.
I was waiting for the other person to get done interrupting you so that we could hear you speak, right? Because we're trying to maintain some sort of order so we can hear each other. So now it's your turn. Don't talk about your feelings. Talk about something good.
You want to talk to a person who thinks that we live on a ball?
Please.
Yeah, let's do it, mate.
We do it all the time. I have left my house recently.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, listen. Give me a minute. I'm going to walk inside. I'm going to introduce you to my brother, Will. All right?
Have a beer for me.
Sure. Put your finger on the mute button.
Have a shot for me, too, when you go inside.
That's interesting. I just flat smacked the shit out of my own brother recently.
Mate, I'm about to flat smack loads of people recently.
Hey, everybody. My name is Chong, and I'm here with my brother, Will. And Will believes that we live on a globe. Will,
awesome.
Hi.
Hello, Will.
Hello.
So, Chong, you realize we record this, right? Because you're talking like you're trying to do a podcast or something. We record this too.
I'm a non-believer now. Is that where this is going?
No, I'm just saying, you sound like you're trying to do some dumb podcast thing, like you're talking.
No, because he's handing the phone over to his brother.
I'm a total flat earther. I believe that we do not live on a globe. I'm here with my brother Will, and my brother Will is talking.
He's handing over the phone to him, so we're using Chong's account to talk to his brother. Will.
Exactly.
So hello, Will.
Let him know.
He understands that.
Being recorded.
Just let him know it's being recorded. Yeah.
Hey, you're ready.
Yeah. Yo, Will.
Will, you're up.
Oh.
Will.
Smith.
Yeah, they're muted. They're giggling. Hee.
Oh, I didn't realize that this push to talk thing.
I'm kidding.
so he must have switched. Okay, so you do have to use push to talk or don't.
Is the globe going to materialize at some point, or like what's going on?
Spoke for a second, I think.
Man, what India meant was he was introducing it like he was fucking hosting a podcast. Like, he did it like
exactly what he was doing.
He did it like 4 times. He was like,
"That's because he's
John. I'm smoking a bong. I'm outside my house, and you're about to meet my brother Will, who's got a spliff and a bill."
No, I'm on my 8th beer on this Saturday, and I want to introduce you to my brother for the 4th time. Every 2 shots is you repeat yourself.
And every time
you do 4 shots, you repeat yourself twice, 3 times ish.
A lady.
It's to the line. Already the record in any place, and then I stepped into his cave. And I sliced his fucking cockle with a long and shiny blade.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. But is this globe going to turn up?
Well, I'm waiting.
My brother is laying on the couch next to me, and he believes that we live on a globe.
Fantastic. Put him on.
Will, say hi.
All right, so I guess you're supposed to convince me that the Earth is flat, so let's hear it.
Well, it measures flat.
Not what we're going to do.
We're not going to convince you of anything.
Oh. But if you want to know what it is, yes, it's flat. It measures flat. The end.
And it's flat too.
Rationale for that. No, you're not going to convince me, but I want to hear what you got to.
Well, I mean, you don't have to be convinced. It's objectively flat. It measures flat. So whether you're convinced by that or not doesn't really matter to anyone here. But I'm just letting you know, as an FYI, it measures flat. Ergo, it is flat.
So
is observed flat as well.
Yeah. What would you ask us? What would be the most pertinent question here? Like, how do we tell the difference between education and indoctrination, guys? Like, when was it that the globe was... Like, the globe is the positive claim, right? It is the thing that is actually contrary to what we experience. It's contrary to what we actually, observe on a daily basis. So, what we need to deal with is, in fact, the claim that is contrary to fucking what we all experience in our reality. So, when did anyone validate curvature to you? Do you have any measurements of curvature?
Wait, what was your question? Measurements about what?
Measurements of curvature, the Earth curving. So for the Earth to be a ball, the surface has to curve, right? Can't have a ball with a straight surface.
It's not a surface.
Okay, just saying it doesn't really mean anything. But if you go to the ocean appears flat, right, from your eyes.
It's a big enough globe so that when you look on the plane, that's observable.
Well, that's a rationalization. That's
Ron Jeremy fallacy.
Answer yes or no.
Ron Jeremy fallacy.
Does the ocean appear flat or not? I'm asking how it appears to you. That's all. It's not a trick question.
The horizon gives it away. Horizontal.
Yeah, it doesn't bend down left and right. You're looking straight out. It's perfectly flat. All the way you can see side to side, same level, all the way around.
Yeah,
no bending anywhere.
Yeah, boats disappear at the 12 o'clock position after a certain distance away from you. But just before they get to the position where they were about to start to disappear bottom up, right, because of the acuteness of the angle, they can turn 90 degrees, toward the 3 or 9 o'clock position, so either right or left from their position, and they can sail along that horizontal line 10 times the distance, in fact, further out than what they could have if they went straight along toward the 12 o'clock position on that 9 o'clock or 3 o'clock tangent, and you will still see them. In fact, at that point, though, from your position, you're stood at the 6 o'clock position. The amount of distance between you now and the boat, in fact, would be what? Probably like 10 times further away almost than when he was starting to disappear at the 12 o'clock position. But yet you still see him. Well, a ball exponentially curves in all directions. Why do we observe that? Why does it work?
Speak up, please.
Yeah, well, as soon as you answer the question I asked you, does the Earth appear flat? I don't care what you think about, or what your concept is that it might be something else. Does it appear flat on your first impression of looking at the world?
From what?
Like, if you can't answer a question honestly, there's no point in talking to you because, pardon me?
From what vantage point? Standing on
anywhere,
on ground or being in the sky?
Anywhere in your experience or the experience that anybody you know. You don't know anybody that's perceived the Earth as a ball, and you've never. So, so the Earth appears flat from everywhere you've ever seen it from. It appears flat from from the vantage point of everyone you know where they've seen it from. But is it really that hard to just say, yeah, the Earth looks flat?
Yeah, that's not you saying the Earth is flat.
It's a bullshit question, though. It's bullshit.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's not. It's not
a bullshit question.
That's an estimation.
What does it appear? Present itself as?
From what vantage point?
Everyone.
Anywhere.
Standing on the fucking beach.
Standing on a beach, 40,000 feet in the air.
Standing on a mountain. In an airplane.
Why can't you see the other side of the Earth?
Oh my God! Why can't you answer the question?
Why can't you just see, as far as
can't see forever?
Do you know the volumeric mass of the water molecules that are in the air between
Hold on.
here and 6 miles away?
Crack. You're going way over his head, dude. Keep it simple.
Stop.
No,
that's why Indio's question was so relevant, right? Because it was a simple question. Does the Earth look flat to you? Yes or no?
It's a litmus test, dude, on whether this dude's going to be honest or not.
Yeah.
Why are we going to waste our time if he's not going to be honest? Why are we going to get into anything complicated if he can't even say something obvious and simple that everyone on Earth can admit that isn't crazy that the Earth appears flat? What's so hard about that?
Look out, and it looks flat.
They're gonna take away your globe card.
Camera as soon as it gets warm, and take more pictures at Lake Erie. It's still going to be flat, all directions.
Yeah, we've got to start at a baseline basically that is everyone can agree to an average point.
So, Will, you're going to be honest then, bro? Will, do you want to try honesty this time?
Say that again.
Try some honesty. Does the Earth appear flat to you?
Yeah, if you look out at the horizon, it appears flat for as far as you can see.
Perfect.
So does that prove the Earth's
as far
flat?
as you can see?
No, and in fact, India actually specifically caveated that when he said it. But you need to actually answer the questions as they're presented without having some kind of ego, because right now you're wrapped up in this ego, which makes actually having an honest exchange with you impossible. So drop the ego, we can have a conversation. Otherwise, no one here has to bother with you.
No, there's no ego. It just feels like you're
there is ego.
Saying, "Oh yeah, it looks flat."
He asked you the same simple yes or no question. Bro, he asked you the same simple. Bro, he asked you the same simple no, yes or no question about 4 times, right? And it was only when we started to get irritated with you that you actually bothered to answer it. You need to do that.
No, I understand. I was irritated because it seemed like it was a trap bullshit question.
Yes, we don't do trap bullshit questions here. I don't know why anyone's talking over me. I was clearly right. We're not trying to get to trap bullshit questions. Yeah, we don't care about that. We're here for truth. But you need to answer questions as they're presented, right?
Sweet.
Sorry, do you want to carry on, Indio, or correct?
Hey guys, hang on a second. I'm trying to get my brother into this whole thing, and obviously he has, some things to say against it, and just let me
let's him. Keep him on the phone. We don't need to speak to you at the moment.
Charge your phone.
Yeah. We're gonna get him on here.
Who were we just talking to?
Who the fuck?
My name is Tong. I believe
not you.
I can prove
not you.
Slap, but
his brother sounds the same as him. You guys.
Yeah, so I've spoken to Chong a couple of times. I'm pretty sure Chong's legit, and Will doesn't.
Legit, okay.
Yeah. Let me finish. I'm not interested in being talked over, bro. Bro, did you hear me speaking? Okay, so I'm pretty sure Chong's legit. Will obviously is a legit Glober as well, and they don't sound the same. So whatever. Let's talk to Will. Put Will on the phone, please, Chong, and let's talk to him.
Isn't that who we were just talking to?
So it's the same account, Indio, but it's him and his brother. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but it's unclear because for some reason it's unclear because he keeps switching.
Are you both drinking? It's the question because then it's easier to tell.
No, I'm the drinker. He's not. Okay.
Okay.
Don't share the same bowl when you're drinking.
Or condoms.
Oh.
All right, hey guys.
You just flip them inside out, crack.
Ready to go, right?
Oh, you bastard! I dropped my phone.
That was funny. Okay.
I just nearly fuck! I just dropped my phone hardcore.
Somebody like that.
Plugged in and ready to go. Okay.
All right, he's ready.
I'm gonna hand it over to him. He's gonna hit the push to talk button.
Yeah.
When he wants to speak. So he believes that we live on a.
We know that.
You know that already. Put him back on the phone. We don't need your introduction.
Do not preface him believing in the globe again. Do not preface him believing in the globe.
Do not introduce him again for the ninth time.
Guys, I just wanted to let you all know that Chong's going to put his brother Will on the phone. Will is the globe earther.
All right,
he's starting on the phone now.
Can we just refer to him as Brother Will?
Did anyone introduce Will yet?
He introduced himself. Say it again, Will.
I did.
Oh my God!
Oh no, this is happening again.
Don't want you to introduce him and hand him the phone. Just give him the fucking phone.
Sorry, can we just talk to him?
I think someone dosed me or something. Something's going on here.
We're pranking.
Everyone shut up. Everyone shut up. Will, are you there? Will? Will. Is Will there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hello, Will. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm lovely, thanks. Let's. I feel like we got off to a bad start. Let's be friends. Who is your favorite '80s hair metal band?
Mate, honestly, I had to leave the room and I started dying.
I don't listen to much '80s hair metal.
Okay, who's your favorite band? I want to know your favorite band.
I don't know. I really don't have a favorite band.
Oh, come on, man.
Come on.
Can't answer yes or no questions. Can't answer favorite band questions. Okay.
Favorite style of music?
What's your favorite drink, at least? Come on.
No, it's been gin and tonics lately.
Stick with music. Well, that's cool. Okay, gin and tonics. That's a British thing to do. What's your favorite type of music?
All right, so I was just trying to bring it back down to something a bit more friendly. So look, here we go. Well, when they told you that the Earth was a globe, what evidence did they present you?
Just whatever science we're being taught at the time.
I mean, that's not really an answer. What exact evidence did they show you?
Nothing specifically, I guess. But I mean, there's
perfect. Well, no, they didn't show you anything. That is the right answer. They didn't show you anything. So then the question is, ever since then, have you actually seen any evidence of the Earth's a globe?
Unlike.
No.
Mike checks, guys.
Will, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh.
Okay. So since then, have you been shown evidence that the Earth is a globe?
Yeah.
And what would that be?
Yeah. It's pictures of the Earth from outer space.
Right.
Pictures of the Earth from outer space. Right. Okay. So. Okay.
What? We do this. Look, Bong, can you take him actually off of fucking push to talk because that's why we can't hear him because he doesn't.
Yeah, we don't want him on push to talk.
He doesn't know how to use push to talk at all, so he shouldn't be using it.
Yeah, just keep
on. I'm using it. There's just a delay.
Okay, so anyway, Pictures from space. Cool. So do pictures prove things?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I direct your attention to live stream voice text. Can you see live stream voice text?
Hold on, he's gonna set it up.
Okay, yeah. Find your way to live stream voice text, and I'll show you some proof.
All right. Yeah. We're on voice text. Voice text.
Okay, so I have a pet gorilla called Dave, and he's 60 foot tall. And if you don't believe me, the evidence is in the live stream voice text.
I've actually met Dave and all. Well, I mean,
exactly.
Well, do you 60 feet? That's an exaggeration. He's 50.
I've seen Dave too.
Do you believe? Will, do you believe that I have a pet gorilla called Dave, who's 50 to 60 feet tall?
No, it looks like King Kong from the movie.
Okay, but I mean, do you believe that I have do you believe I have a pet called Dave? A pet gorilla called Dave who's 50 feet tall?
King Kong was a replica of his pet gorilla, Dave.
Exactly.
He needed a model. He modeled him.
Yeah. So do you believe that?
No.
Why not?
Because it's King Kong. It's from a movie. I've seen it.
Because it's a picture of a gorilla, right? So is the picture of the 50-foot gorilla evidence of the 50-foot gorilla?
It's evidence of the gorilla in the movie.
It's not what I asked. Is a picture of a 50-foot gorilla evidence of a 50-foot gorilla?
Don't worry, it's not a trap.
No.
Of course not. So I ask you again, what evidence did they show you of a globe?
They have an actual globe.
They have an actual globe.
Can we see it?
You never seen
the plastic one?
Where it's like the, it's like a ball.
Oh, a toy.
Yeah.
It showed you a toy, and you were like, "Yeah, word. That's where we live."
Yeah.
Like that one I posted.
Yeah, you know those toys? They're held at an axial point with like a C-clip. Well, the globe model is actually apparently held in stasis via gravity.
Before the image goes away, take a look at the live stream of the one with the squares on it of the globe, and you'll see how they airbrush the clouds because they're all stamps. Boom, 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 cloud stamps. See that? That's how you make pictures. That's how NASA makes pictures of globes.
Yeah, they never claimed that they were even photographs to begin with. They've always.
Hey, show them the one where
doesn't their site say it?
Show them the one where it's America, and it's like the full globe, and so you have to believe that everything is on the opposite side. Show them that one.
Okay, well, don't get in the middle of the conversation on us.
Yeah, but can I take my conversation to its logical conclusion? Right? I've demonstrated to you that a picture isn't proof of anything, haven't I?
Yeah.
Okay, so when you say that they showed me a picture, when you say to me they showed a picture of the globe and that proves the globe, do you understand why I'm not accepting that?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So anyway, we measured the floor and it's flat objectively. Just thought I'd mention that as well. And what you'll find... Sorry, go on, Will.
Nope, this is Cody, not Will. I am on with Will here. And if the Earth has a defined radius, then it should have a defined curve. Is that a yes or no?
Yeah.
Cool.
It's a yes.
Affirmative. Definitive yes.
Do you want us to pose a couple of observations?
Ain't curving.
Right, so it sounds like he wants us to post a couple of observations, maybe take him through a couple of black swan observations, right?
Right, so what he's looking at right now is what you guys are sending in the live stream voice text. And what I'm telling him is that you cannot observe the curve if the Earth is of a defined radius, okay? So therefore, you can see too far, and that proves the fact that we live on a globe. completely wrong. All right, and here's Will.
Right, so I'm going to post a couple of other observations as well.
That's correct, Will.
Can you hear me? I didn't.
Yeah, we hear you now.
Okay, was there a question? He kind of went on a little rant there. Where are we at?
Right, you see these here? You see these images I posted here as well? So we've got Calais to Dover, right? Roughly 23 miles away. Took from that railing there. Okay, that railing's no more than 10 foot high. Surely, even if it was 20 foot high, there should be a leading edge of the sphere blocking us from seeing the White Cliffs of Dover. Roughly around no more than 6 miles away. I would say 6 miles away. This is an observation that is 23 miles, 80 kilometers.
That's 23 miles between those 2 points?
Yes. The first image shows the observation between the 2 points. I can post many of these observations as well.
So you're saying 23 miles, that's observable. And there's no distortion. Yeah. You're seeing just straight across.
You'll see it. Look, you can see it straight across, dude. Look. Right?
Okay, I'm following.
Yeah. You know, and like I said, I can post a few more observations of the exact same thing as well. And even if there was distortion, it wouldn't be a problem. Because the issue is how they apparently derived the radius in the first place is by measuring dip angles to the said horizon. Right? So, if you're measuring, like I said, there should be a physical necessitation to the ball that it should fulfill a certain geometric size. 23 miles away, unfortunately, like I said, the formula to calculate the distance of the horizon, right, goes as follows. It's 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So if you're laying on the beach, your head's at 1 foot, the horizon should be 1.2 miles away. If you're 8 feet tall, you're sat on daddy's shoulders and your eyes are at 8 feet, right? The horizon should be about 3.48 miles away. Okay? So that's sort of a good scale and barometer to look at, because everyone knows they've been to a beach and never have they had their vision adhere to a horizon in distance that adheres to that exact formula value, i.e. no further than that formula. You know, like I said, we know for a fact, if we're being honest with ourselves, that we've seen multiple times horizons that do not conform to said formula. If that is the case, and let's say, for instance, there, where the horizon should be, you know, roughly like 6 miles away, even let's say the observer's height is even higher than that, and the horizon should be 19 miles away. Well, we don't see that. We see the horizon at 23 miles away. We don't see a lump of Earth curve blocking a partial view of the cliffs. Right? We don't see that. We see straight across. We see all of it rise up to eye level, as if it were almost tilted toward yourself. Right? Obviously, that's not obviously what's happening. We understand the nature of water, that it finds its level. We understand under their numbers that the Earth presents itself as roughly 71 to 72% water itself. How many pieces of flat water make up a globe? I don't know. At best, the radius is dead. If at best the radius is dead, the whole thing is dead. That means gravitation is dead, because the Earth would be so big, even with an observation of 10 times the distance of the horizon, it would make something like the radius something like 240,000 miles, which means I think the gravitational force of it would be so great, in fact, that, you know, it really would change everything about our Earth. You know, the Earth would start to reach out to touch the moon. You know, its gravitational orbit with the sun would be different. In essence, it may even be in different locations. You see, like we're talking about, this would implode the whole fabric of everything of the heliocentric model. So, therefore, is it that the horizon is a geometric location? Probably not. It's an apparent one that is dictated by the atmospheric conditions of the day. So, why was anyone ever trying to derive geometry from a position that's clearly an apparent one and not a geometric physical location in the first place? And in fact, why was even doing it? Why was somebody even ever doing spherical trigonometry on a piece of land or on an object, Earth, when they didn't even know for a start that it was a sphere to begin with? It's already a begging the question fallacy. Because they're literally using spherical trig to measure a radius. That means they already believed it was a globe. So it's reification fallacy after reification fallacy. You know, you spoke of not being able to see. Why can't we see forever if it's flat? Well, when I was talking about, you know, if you have the volume of all the water molecules in the air over a certain amount of miles, well, over a certain amount of miles, if you know, look at the way fog works, for instance, the concentration of moisture in the air, among a few other things. Clouds, for instance, when you're at the top of the Alps, you know, you can't see very far in front of your face. When we have obviously, it may look like it's, you know, translucent or semi-translucent or opaque or whatever, but the issue is over great distances, obviously, the very atmosphere itself does build up to be something like a brick wall, as all of those water vapor molecules, you know, gas molecules overlap and inculcate themselves in relation to one another in directionality, in that directionality. So we can never see forever. You know, and also light doesn't attenuate forever. It scatters and diverges everywhere and splays everywhere. So just to clear that up.
So if the Earth is made up of 70% water, like the entire surface of the Earth, 70% of it is water, how are we on a ball?
So what's holding all the water at the edge of the globe?
Well, we don't know that, right?
What's holding?
What globe?
Nothing. What globe?
Well, the edge of the world. There's got to be an end, right?
Yeah, well,
no,
you know,
not necessarily.
Possibly.
Crypto, take it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I don't mind. I mean, yeah, it's not necessarily the case. So I guess the question I would ask you is, what's at the edge of your universe?
The ever-expanding universe.
The end of we don't know what the end of the universe is. We know, like, the edges of the world, like the Earth.
No, you don't. The point is that your edge of the universe is our end of the plane, right? They're the same question. They're fundamentally unanswerable. So kind of stupid to ask the question.
He also asked what holds in the water. That would be the land.
Yeah. It's like
so
saying the
land all the way around, which contains the water.
Yeah. Have you ever heard of islands before? Yeah, islands, they stick out of the water. They stick out of the water, and then, you know, if you have enough of that land, then the water can't go anywhere.
It's like a lake as well.
Okay, well, how about the weather? Does it mean when the weather reaches the edge of the globe, does it just go
when
off
the weather,
space?
Not a globe.
When the weather reaches...
Not a globe, bro.
Hold on. Let me ask. When the weather reaches the end of the globe...
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
So, like, we have, like, clouds and weather. And
I know what clouds are.
So where do they go when they reach the edge?
This is a nonsense question.
It's not a nonsense question.
Do you know what the hydrological cycle is? Okay, fine. Look, guys. I'm either going to take this or I'm not going to take this. But what I don't want to do is fight for the mic. So if someone else wants to talk, go ahead. I don't want to fight for the mic. What are we going to do?
Crypto, we want you to take it, please. I want you to take it.
So, Chong.
Can I just... I'm just kidding. Sorry.
Okay, whatever.
Yeah, I'm listening. You went on for a little bit there, and then I asked some questions. So go ahead, continue.
Okay, so you understand why the questions you're asking are fundamentally irrelevant and silly, right?
No, I don't. They're no
edge
more
of a
silly
globe?
than any of the points that you have made.
I mean, that's just a no-you rebuttal. It doesn't mean anything. Regardless, we're talking about the edge of a globe. You just mentioned the edge of a globe. Like,
Okay,
no one here
you don't like the word globe.
No, but no one here thinks we live on a globe.
So we're on the same page here. We'll use the word Earth whenever we're talking about.
Okay.
You know,
So what's at the edge of? So, bro, what's at the edge of your universe?
it's not observable. We don't have the capacity to reach the edge of the universe because of the great distances and just the technology we have.
So Luca, just to explain, this is actually his brother. So his brother's a glober. Just to explain
this is my brother Will. I am Chong, and I am introducing him.
Chong,
to the
give
server.
it back to Will because you're drunk, and we don't need to know you. You do not need to introduce again.
So look, the point is that when you're asking a silly question like what's at the edge of the Earth, when no one here has claimed an edge, you need to stick to what's actually been claimed and what's being said. Yeah. So we're going to stick with that. Asking silly questions like what happens to the weather. I mean, this isn't. It's.
Why is that a silly question?
Well, because it's staggeringly unpointed. It's very, very broad and vague, and doesn't affect the shape of. Bro, I didn't finish. You asked me a question and then talked over my answer.
Well, you did the same thing when I tried to make points.
Bro, you asked me a question. Do you want to hear the answer or not?
Continue.
Okay, so the question you've asked doesn't have anything to do with the shape of the ground that you're walking on, does it? So let's talk about the shape of the ground that you're walking on. We know from measurement and from observation that it's flat. Whether you believe that hydrological cycles doesn't matter, because what we're talking about is observation and measurement. We know the Earth is flat based on these two things. Would you like us to take you through that?
Okay, go ahead. Elaborate.
Fine. Let's go through the FE call because I noticed QE has just dropped in, so he can take you through the Black Swan if he wants. So if you'd like to have a look at the live stream voice text for me.
Yeah, I'm on live stream voice text, I guess.
Okay, so would you agree that a ball has to curve?
Yeah, or else it wouldn't be a ball.
Okay, perfect. And would you agree that water on the globe has to conform to that sphere because it is quote-unquote level?
Okay, yeah.
So then would you therefore agree that water must be curving around that globe, and that if this was the case, we would be able to measure that or detect it somehow?
Yeah.
Perfect. So what we've done, we set up a test. There's actually 7 different demonstrations here, but the one that I'm going to point you to is measurement 7. And what we're looking at is a laser 2 meters off the surface of the Earth. We're looking at a target 2 meters off the surface of the Earth, and we've shot the laser at the target and hit the target. Now you've got 4 meters combined elevation there. Problem is, there's meant to be over 100 meters of Earth curve in the way. So how did we hit the target with only a combined 4 meters elevation?
Oh, no, I gotta scroll down here.
Okay, take all the time you need.
Right on. I'm looking at this. Give me a minute.
I'm waiting for the day for someone to say because they had good aim.
That was kind of funny.
Yeah, I thought it was kind of funny too, but no one actually laughed, so I don't believe that it was funny. No. So
I was actually laughing before I hit the mic. I forgot to laugh while I was hitting the mic.
I don't know if to believe you now or not, but I'll take your word for it.
I laughed. But
See, somebody else.
I was not laughing.
Were you looking in a mirror?
Was it funny? Oh, it must have been funny then.
All right, what am I looking at here on this? Where it says height of the laser beam. I'm looking at all these different.
Yeah, there's loads of information in there. But what's really important is a couple of things. First of all, the amount of drop that there would necessarily be in 41 kilometers across a lake. It's very, very important that you understand it's water so that topography isn't involved. Yeah. So we've got 41 kilometers. We've got curvature over level water, which you think is curving. And we've got 4 meters of elevation versus 126 meters of necessary dip, right? So how did we hit the target?
Are you saying you did or did not hit the target?
We did hit the target, yes. And actually, I can bring up a... Here's one I did earlier. What's your... Will, I'm just going to call you Will for this. 30 seconds. I don't need to get Drace to Photoshop this one this time. Okay, so to give you an idea of what's going on here, I've done like a super simple like visualization for you. So let me just drop that in live stream. So do you see where you are there, Will?
Yep.
So you're on the left there. The Earth's curving, and then there's a laser there. The laser's in pink, and the target's on the right there. So for you to believe that you live on a ball at the same time as believing that you can hit that target, you have to believe that this is happening.
Okay, what's the distance between the target?
41 kilometers.
What's that in miles?
25 odd miles, I'd have to check. $25.47.
Yeah, 2.2 kilometers to a mile, is it not?
Something like that. Yeah. No, it's less, but it's 5 miles to 8 kilometers, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, okay, I'm just doing some math. I don't use kilometers, so I'm just trying to put it in,
Fair enough. 25 miles, you can say. It's close enough.
Yeah.
But regardless, I've already told you how much drop should be there anyway. It should be about, more than 100 meters. 126, I believe, but more than 100 for sure.
Right. 41 kilometers, 25 and a half miles.
Yeah. And you can use any of the curvature formulas. But if you want.
Okay, I'm looking at this.
But regardless, you can just use a curve calculator. Doesn't matter. You'll get somewhere between 130 meters regardless. So.
He's doing his own math, okay?
All good? Yeah, I wish people would.
Yeah, we actually have no problem whatsoever. Tell him not to feel rushed. And like sometimes we sit here for like 4 hours, like literally talking shit with people about nothing. People tend to be like astrophysicists and stuff, so people that are willing to sort of sit there and actually do the mathematics, we're not going to care about the fact that they're taking their time to do their due diligence. In fact, we're pretty happy with that. I have a blue house with a blue window. Some twat coming for paint at my house.
So how are we doing on that maths, Will?
Yeah, still working on it.
Okay. Did someone else come in, by the way? I heard another voice.
That was probably me.
Oh. That's not common.
One of your favourite songs, was it?
First you took Tenacious D, and now you're doing I'm blue, da ba dee da ba die. I mean,
Yeah.
Punk, who doesn't love that?
Yeah. It's a cool song, man. Eiffel Tower. Not Eiffel. Is it?
I was listening to that at the same time. Yeah, around the world.
Thanks. Around the world up.
Yeah, so I think karaoke night was yesterday.
Wow.
I was here yesterday. There were some karaoke. I would not have missed that.
Whoa. I was gonna say I was pretty pissed off. I was not invited.
Well, what you're all invited to right now is listening to Will explain away how there's no curvature on his ball.
He's just doing mathematics that are all coming out to like zero values. Zero curve, zero curve, zero curve.
R equals 0. Damn it.
So CIR equals 0. Anyway, crypto.
It will. I'm drawing in SolidWorks if you need me to draw anything for you. Now.
Crypto. On the laser. How do you know how high up the laser and the target was?
About 1.5 meters, but I usually say 2 meters.
2 meters, 12 feet. Fair enough.
He's gonna ask.
Should be 337 feet of drop in 25 miles.
Well, that sounds about right. Yeah.
2 meters isn't. Is that 12 feet?
2 meters. 2 meters is only about 6 feet.
12.
Yeah.
No.
2 meters, 6 feet. Yeah.
About yeah.
Well, 1.98.
Correct, Dylan. It's 2.2 pounds to a kilo.
Yeah. I got kilos, and wow, who could blame me, eh?
Yeah, it's about 1 point.
I know that exact number.
It doesn't matter. Whatever. The point is that there's no curvature on this supposed bulb, regardless of how many kilometers in a mile.
You say bulb?
Ball.
I was gonna say like bulb is more accurate, really.
See, even
what
you
is the actual radius?
Understand each other.
What was that, Lou?
Even you Englishmen can't understand each other.
Oh, it was hard. Oh no, I was hoping he said bulb. It's called wishful thinking.
I have someone ask.
What I'm showing him right now is what is the radius of the Earth in miles? 2,959 miles. Is that correct?
No.
3,000.
Well, no. The answer is 0. But what they tell us is that it's 3,959.
Exactly. That's my point.
What? Bong. Don't you teach him any like maths or anything at the minute. If he's got any queries, get him to ask us. Because you brought him here to ask us. Right? Yeah, and you're a bit drunk.
You know what? I've just realised that we're actually in a game of like, Call of Duty, and the Rumpus is kind of hiding, and Quantum is sniping, just waiting for him to emerge so that you can like leap on him. And we're all the sideshow. Quantum's like waiting for Rumpus to reveal himself.
Yeah. Yeah, QE's just like camping there, like fucking sat there.
Yeah, he's got his sniper in hand, he's got a coffee in it, coffee going on in his thermos, and he's ready to go whenever.
He's got 3 glass bottles there next to him as well that he's tempted to clink together and go, Bolly! Come out to play, but he cannot do it. For a sniper never reveals his hide. Well, again, this can also be attributed to a few more moments of silence for the great Marvin Hagler. Rest in peace, Marvin Hagler.
Rest in peace, the Globe.
And the Globe, yeah. But mainly Marvin.
Come on, Will. It does not take this long to do a couple of basic equations.
I got it.
Cool. So how much curvature should there... Sorry, how much drop should there be over 41 kilometers, sorry. 25 miles, whatever.
Well, 0 to 25 miles would be about, it's what, 8 inches a mile is the rule?
Squared.
I mean squared, yeah.
Per mile squared.
Right, because as you go further out, there'd actually be more drops, so it doesn't follow exactly that.
It's 16, 32, 64,
It wouldn't follow that exactly, but it would be close enough. And you have to use a square function to how would I even say this? You have to use a square function so that it's not a slope, so that it's an exponential drop like a curve is. So and it's accurate up to a few hundred miles. We're only talking 25, so it's fine. In fact, we're actually giving you excess when we don't need to.
It's pretty good up to a couple thousand miles.
Not really. It's more like 667 or something like that. Really.
Who cares? It's 25 miles. It's fine.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying for clarity for the like 2000 if you know the tolerance. The formula for the.
Trace, your image game is on point recently. That is an amazing image to demonstrate that.
Yeah.
Mate, Drace has been on point forever.
Well, take a look at the graph then, Crack.
He's always been on point.
Take a look at the graph then, Crack.
Look at it. Look at it.
Look at that graph.
Look at this graph.
I see a volcano laughing.
So, Will, how do you explain the startling lack of curvature?
Wait, what's that?
How do you explain the fact that your ball doesn't have any curve?
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do I mean?
What do you mean? I was just about to say that.
Oh my gosh! So 337 feet of drop and 25 miles. So how did a 6 foot tall target get hit?
No, there could have been a depression in the middle.
Over water.
The only depression that's going to be
water.
The water was concave in that area.
You're fucking depressing. You're fucking
all the tests they've ever done.
Yeah.
Every time
the only depression that's going to be, bro, is my depression, because I feel like I've shown you this multiple times. So let's try this again. Live stream voice text. Do you see this image?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, we've got you to calculate how much curvature should be there. Yeah, and we're shooting this laser and we're hitting the target. You understand that you can't shoot the laser through the water, right?
Right.
Okay, so how are we hitting the target?
How do I know you're hitting the target?
Because when you look at the target, it's lit up.
It's literally in the document.
Don't answer that. Don't answer that question.
It's on the picture.
Why? Don't answer it. Why?
I thought we'd established earlier, was your understanding that because it's in a picture doesn't mean it's factual?
Oh, no, this is a demonstration of the idea. I'm not saying that this is proof. The proof was the document. Right? This is just to show you what's actually going on. But I'm not saying that this picture here that I've just posted. No, all that's proof of is that I can use Canva to knock up a.
So did I miss a document that showed that this actually happened, occurred? It was actually a legitimate experiment.
Yeah. Now all of the details that are there so that you, if you doubt it, can go to the very same location and duplicate it,
or somewhere else and do it using the relevant same parameters in terms of the height of your laser.
Point of parliamentary procedure, Your Honor. That wasn't an experiment.
Yeah.
It's not.
It's a demonstration.
It's a demonstration.
Yeah.
So, do you see, Will, we've posted it actually twice, thank you, Sonny, the FE Core demonstration. And you know what's wonderful about this is, as Crack said, you can actually do this yourself. You can get the laser, you can go to the lake, you can do it yourself. What you can't do is go into space and look at the Earth from the ISS. Can't be done.
Yeah, thanks for the credit for that, Crypto, mate.
Yeah, okay, so now not only do the Englishmen...
I didn't even say it. I didn't even say it.
the two of you who sound so much alike, he can't...
giving each other credit.
One of you or not.
Me and Crypto are just going to start giving each other credit for everything that everyone else says. We are the same guy. Why wouldn't we do that? It's selfish like that, wouldn't we?
I still don't understand why you guys think we sound the same. Because he actually has a West Country.
Yeah,
I do actually.
Yeah, he doesn't sound like Crypto at all to me. I guess I've gotten used to it, so I know what a Westerner
No, he doesn't to me either. But everybody, so many people say it, I went with it.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, but he sounds more like you, Crypto, than he does like me.
Yeah.
Yeah, quite a bit.
But I think
I agree.
Yes, but I think that Crypto sounds more like me than I do Crypto.
So
brilliant. So anyway, Will.
All right, yeah, this is Cody, not Will.
Okay, Cody, can you put Will back on?
Yeah, I'm still here. I was just reading through that study.
Yeah, oh, no worries. Yeah. I mean, if you're still going with it, just carry on. But you will get to the point where you either have to accept it and accept that you can go and verify this yourself if you don't believe it, right? Or you can just, hand wave it away, but understand that if you do that, then you're basically conceding the argument. So it's up to you. You can do either of those things. I don't mind.
So one of the things that he said to me, as because we're sitting over the phone right now, is
okay.
He said so. Space is not there to observe these things, right? So space does not exist, right?
No, not space. Not space.
Yeah,
the vacuum of space doesn't exist, not space.
We can't replicate that on Earth.
No, but it's an important distinction. So space as in 3D space is different to the vacuum of space, right? So you have to be clear with what you're actually saying doesn't exist.
Do you understand what they're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
it's the medium. It's the medium in which space finds itself that we're arguing against. They're calling it a vacuum. I don't know what's happening.
So when you look at the amount of space that we can replicate on Earth, when we look at the amount of space that we can replicate on Earth, we can't create what is beyond us. It's physically impossible.
What?
We cannot replicate on Earth the perfect vacuum that is supposed space.
Wrong. It's not a perfect
No, we
vacuum.
can't.
Perfect
We can't
vacuums
do
don't
that.
exist. Number one, perfect vacuums don't exist. You can never get there. Right? That's not our claim anyway. We're just saying, I know we're getting off the beaten path here, Crypto, and I don't want to do that. The vacuum of space cannot exist next to gas pressure here on Earth without physical containment. It's a second law of thermodynamics violation. That's it.
It's the high and the be all. That's basically it.
In fact, all the rest of this is barely palpable background noise, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, I mean, what really matters is what shape is the Earth, right? The rest are kind of supplementary arguments too. You know?
No, what I'm saying is that when the vacuum of space goes bye-bye, the whole heliocentric religion goes bye-bye. Everything else is academic.
Sure. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
But since this is a flat Earth server, we talk about the shape of the Earth, but that comes up every now and again just to put things in context.
We had a real live one earlier. You'd have enjoyed listening. Void Walker or something. What was his name? Void something.
Void Star.
That's it. Void Star. Yeah. Void. We had. I mean, you could tick. You know, it was like a who's who of shit global arguments. It was great.
What? Like, where's the edge?
He did Where's the Edge. He did Foucault's Pendulum. He did Gravity. He did. I'm trying to think now. We were talking to him for about 4 hours, so it was basically sorry, void of logic stuff. Yeah, think of a ship like the ships over the curve. We about an hour. Yeah, it was a who's who of bad global arguments.
Everything was in there, bro.
Are we still with Will? This is pretty easy to understand. All right.
No, I was just reading through that study. I was just researching a little bit.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, but it's pretty easy. All you need the Earth curve calculator. Punch in the distance. You'll see the drop. Pretty much cut and dry. It's about maybe 20 seconds, 30 seconds at the most.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, the Earth can't be the dimensions they say, because we hit a target of 41 kilometers. So,
yep.
I mean, that really is. It doesn't get.
Okay,
yeah.
no, I'm following.
As QB says, it's cut and dry. It's complicated than that.
Easy to explain why the Earth's not a globe, but I suppose when you science it, it's pretty easy to understand why it's not spinning in a fucking vacuum of space or something like that.
We ready for a black swan yet? So we can just kill this and we can all start chuckling and laughing and smoking if we got them.
We did Black Swan and the Void guy.
Yes, and this.
Oh, he wasn't having him, bro.
Because Will seems like he's stonewalling a bit here, Crypto.
Oh yeah, what's the Black Swan?
Oh shit!
Now I don't want to interrupt Crypto's point, so let's.
No, you go ahead. You go ahead.
No. Let's finish up Crypto's point. Let's get somewhere with this. Either a yay, nay, or no. Do something.
Fair enough. Yeah, well, what do you think? Come on, Will. Where are you, bro?
No, I'm right here.
Okay. What do you think? Are you thinking, oh shit, where's the curvature? Why doesn't it exist?
Yeah, why doesn't it exist?
Because the Earth's flat. There we are. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Welcome, bro.
I don't say that very often, so you should feel privileged.
No, okay, I get the point, but I'm sure there's still more to it.
I don't think there is.
That's just one point, bro.
I mean, if I have a flat table and I don't measure any curvature on the flat table, that's it. The table's flat. There's literally nothing else to talk about.
End of story.
Oh, but when I drew an angle to the toaster, it proved that the kitchen table was curving. No,
it was reflecting off my microwave.
Yeah, literally.
The only part more to it is there's more and more of these exact types of observations with lasers, long distance observation, and infrared photography. It just piles up and piles up and piles up. It's over and over and over again.
The observations have already proved non-rotating ball. The observations have already proved that. That's like, to me, it's hard to believe that people can't actually understand that. We're way past that. The observations already in themselves, by scientific method, prove that we're not in a spinning ball.
Whoa, I wouldn't go that far. Okay.
Well, it's a good thing. The most we've done is destroyed the radius, so I guess that's going to have to do. So bye-bye ball, bye-bye radius.
Bye-bye ball.
All right, well, we ready to move on?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yep.
Yeah.
We're all good.
Have you heard the Black Swan before?
No.
Okay. Are you in live stream voice text?
Yeah.
All right. 1 second. All right. The Modus Tollens art. There's 2 slides right here. A white slide has the argument, and then we'll get to the bye-bye ball here in a second. I want to focus on the Modus Tollens. Modus Tollens is just simple deductive argument. You familiar with Modus Tollens?
No.
It's just a simple deductive argument. You don't have to be an expert at it. It's clear. I'll just go through it. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, Q. Not Q, because the horizon distance is greater than 9.41 miles. We'll get to that here in a moment. Therefore, not P. The Earth is not a sphere. Does that sort of follow with you, or something stand out as say, hey, wait a second, that's not right? I know I'm putting the pressure. Yeah, I'm putting the pressure on you, man. So just review it. Pressure.
Are we still there?
Yeah, I'm just reading some of these other posts here.
Other posts? No, just the argument.
No, it's the same thing. I didn't know if that was part of it or what.
No. Just that white slide, man.
Okay, so you're saying over that distance there should be curve because of the distances, or what?
No, what I'm saying is the argument. if the Earth is a sphere with the given radius, they already gave us that, 3959, then every horizon distance measurement that we see must be no more than, very important statement right there, 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Why? Because that's basic geometry of how far the horizon can be. So if it's not Q, and it's going to be not Q here in a second, therefore not P. So I'll save you the time. The logical argument is right as the rain. Now to the evidence. You see the Bub-Eye ball? It has 2 oil rigs on it?
Yeah, that's what I was looking at.
Oh, so you were looking ahead, trying to anticipate.
No, my brother just pulled that one up. So I was like, which one of these things am I looking at here? Because I just scroll down to catch up.
Yeah, so this is Bub-Eye ball. So what I did was, there was a video taken at Miramar Beach near Santa Monica, California. These 2 oil rigs been out here for decades. What this guy did was he put his camera right down there close to the water. And we have the original video. The 1 foot elevation height is not in question. In fact, he was a little bit lower, but I digress. Doesn't really matter. What I did was I took a still from that video and I altered contrasted the background so I could flesh out the horizon just a tad bit more. So these oil rigs are important for us in one context. It is to demarcate distance. So from the observer, Platform Hillhouse is 6.21 miles away, and Platform Habitat is 9.41 miles away. So like I said, the observer's height's 1 foot. The max distance to the geometric horizon on a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles is 1.22 miles maximum under any circumstances, because the ball can't inflate and deflate. So when we look at this photo, we try to figure out where the geometric horizon is. When we look out here, it appears to be behind Platform Habitat, and Platform Habitat's at 9.41 miles. Would you agree with that?
Yes, we're looking for. You're saying there would be some distortion in between the two because of the distances?
No, what I'm saying, I'm just looking for the horizon.
Okay.
The distance to the horizon is the whole argument. So would it be fair to say that horizon is, safe to say, 10 miles away?
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be pretty safe to say that. So then the question arises, if the maximum distance of geometric horizon on a sphere is only 1.22 miles and the horizon is 10 times further than that, we got a problem in Shangri-La.
You're saying based on the globe formula, the horizon should only be 1.22 miles.
Yes, sir. Now, it can be closer than that for a multitude of reasons, but under any circumstances, it cannot be farther than the geometric constraints allow. And the geometric constraints is 1.22 miles. That's the end of the argument.
Okay. Now it's going further down here. There's a bunch of other stuff people posted on this with the, I don't know, some YouTube videos and stuff.
That's the original video that's in there. So you can see the camera set up, the whole thing. And there's another slide that I put in at 40 minutes after that's darkened a little bit more. It has the timestamp for the original video. You can look it up yourself. And it's Santa Barbara, not Santa Monica. My alma
Did I
mater.
say Santa Monica?
Yeah, it's okay though. You're close.
I was going. I probably got mixed up because Miramar and Monica. Miramar, Monica. You get it.
Miramar sounds like there's a place down here in San Diego that's Miramar. Totally different story. But,
yeah.
Yeah, Top Gun School is in Miramar.
Yep.
I'm sure you remember that. Yep. Used to be. Now it's the Marine Air Force, whatever the hell.
Yeah, so it's really the end of all things ball. It's really over. It's sort of welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks are in the back, bathrooms on the left. DJ's spinning friggin' requests and smoke them if you got them. It's actually over after this. The rest is just arguing and penis measuring contests.
All right, well, I'll do some more research, I guess.
Yeah. A good question is probably at this point, so why is that horizon 10 times further than the ball requires?
Yeah, he said that he needs to do more research on that, man. Did you hear him?
Yeah, I did. But yeah. So that's the question I would have in mind. Why is it, how could it possibly be 10 times further?
Can't.
And in the original video, you see the islands in the back 30 miles off.
All right, hang on, guys.
We're still here.
Thinking in progress. Stand by. Got a big problem with the ball that don't curve. Got a big problem with the ball that don't move.
He's watching a video. Just bear with us.
All right.
No problem.
Can we get Void back? Like that was a marathon, bro. 4 hours of fucking obfuscating, red herrings, all kinds of shit going on, bro.
Oh yeah, with that other guy, right? Yeah, Void of Logic Star.
Void Star.
Are you watching the original Black Swan video?
Yeah.
I could have saved you like all that time. Here, this is time stamped. All you got to do is watch from 1:45 to 2:15. 1 second.
Yeah,
I kind of figured you guys were doing that. It takes too much time. So 1:45 to 2:15 on that. I think it's time stamped. 1 second.
No,
1:46.
Went
Yep.
to that part of the video.
It was horrible. It was actually horrible.
What part?
All of it.
Oh, you're still on about from earlier?
Yeah, Void Star. I was Sonny. I sat listening for about 4 hours. Like, oh my god,
4 hours.
God.
No, 4 hours.
At least 4 hours, bro. He knew what he was doing. He knew what he was doing, bro.
Mm-hmm.
My God. We did show him the Black Swan, and he was like, I think he ummed and ahh'd as well through the Black Swan, but refraction. I mean, oh my God.
Got destroyed on every single level.
Yeah, it wasn't pretty.
It was like a strategic strike, like every single point. Like a boom.
It's like a nuke.
Boom.
I'm going for a nuke in the flat earth, man. But everybody was laughing at him, and we kind of like, "Well, are you serious?" Never mind, anyway. And he was a physicist.
Student.
Student.
I'm gonna start calling it fizzle. Fizzlecists.
He's just one of them people who's never gonna fucking ever. It doesn't matter. If you can prove the Earth's a triangle, he'll still say it's a fucking. It's a square. It's one of them people. Like.
Guys, guess what? I think he's convinced.
Yeah, it's his journey, right? He needs to do some research if this is his first day.
Yeah. He needs to go out and look himself. If he can go to a coastline somewhere and look 5 miles, should be 16 feet. That should be enough to convince anyone.
It's difficult when you live in Wyoming, but listen. I was telling him about these things, and he was like, "You're crazy." I was like, "Well, watch this. Just let him. Just have him. 30 minutes with you. 30 minutes of your time."
Okay, I got the perfect video for him. It's called A Mountain of Evidence. It's on land, and here's another way that you can check it yourself. I'll put that in the voice text.
300 proofs better to be. I mean, I think it's as recent as like the 1960s or 70s. People still believe the Earth's flat, bro.
Hey, man, you can't hate me for doing my part, okay?
You're a good bro. You're a good bro, sir.
Hey, you can say whatever you want about me, but you know what? I'm doing my part. Right?
Right.
Why is the rumpus been here all day with everybody muted and himself muted? What's he playing at?
No, he's still around.
He'll get back to you in a minute.
He's probably just recording or listening or something.
That's what I'm guessing. He's watching the live stream on YouTube. And
no, he's cleaning now. He doesn't really know what's going on with his life.
No, we're not talking about your brother.
Looks like your brother might be in the final days of the globe illusion. Could be a good thing. Must have a lot of flat. Sorry.
Sorry, I lost the conversation. Whose brother?
Chong's brother, Will. We've been talking to for about the last hour.
Oh, sorry.
No problem. There must be a lot of flat areas. There must be a large amount of flat area in Wyoming that you could look at mountains somewhere off in the distance, isn't there? I bet the air quality is really good. You could probably see really far in Wyoming.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you got globe psychosis, like you want to cut that shit out like cancer, you want to stick to reality as closely as possible on this earth, because you start believing the shit that don't exist, well, that's like a mental disorder. Shit's not real.
Never a truer word spoken. The shit's not real. It is just not real.
That's pretty true, bro. I agree with that.
It's just not real. It's all in their imagination. It's mental.
It is a psychosis.
I mean, to be fair, it was in my imagination too for 30 years.
Well, if everybody believes it's true, it must be true. It has to be true, right?
Has to be true.
Because if I think any differently, I must be insane.
That makes you a heretic, according to Google, to have a difference of opinion from the general consensus.
The mainstream. Yeah, as far as I can see, there's just believers in a false religion, a pseudoscience religion that makes up things that we talk about, and then when you examine it under a microscope, it doesn't actually make sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the way I feel now. So people would ask me, "Well, Paul, how do you think about this?" And I said, "Well, the Earth is flat. That's the end of it, right?" I mean, you could sit here all night asking me how can I prove it? How do I prove it? I've told you many, many times how I can prove it, why I don't think it's so, but you're never going to believe it. It's up to you to accept the fact that I tell you that it's not, and you can go prove that for yourself. Like we're here trying to figure out the shape of the Earth. That's fair enough. That's fine. That's great, right? Anybody wants to stop me at any time, that's fine. But I'm also trying to figure out what happens after death, what happens in life. Is there a God? Is there Jesus or Satan? Is there this or
exactly, yeah. It opens up so many more questions once you find out it's not a meaningless ball in space.
Yes, exactly.
It opens up a whole bunch of other questions about shit. Am I living my life properly? Like, is this what I'm supposed to be doing?
Is everything being recorded? Am I going to be accountable for my actions, my thoughts, my deeds, whatever I do? Is and
and also you haven't got plausible deniability anymore. Like the people who are globers who don't know any different, who haven't been shown any information, they have plausible deniability in the creator's eyes, I guess. Whereas we don't.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
You know what I mean? Like for us to go back and just throw it all out the window and go back to believing in a globe, but like throwing it all in a creator's face as such.
Yeah. At the same time, where I have absolutely no doubt that this place was created, where whatever we're living in, whatever it is. At the same time, I'm trying to find the words to say here.
I feel like it would be kind of similar to someone who leaves Scientology to then go back to Scientology. You would only do it because you liked the environment and what that gave you. Like we heard Mr. Famous talk about, where he was talking about his metaphorical truths, where he'll choose to believe something just because it makes him feel comfortable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's kind of worse than that, because, like, say with Scientology, he's choosing to believe it, but he still doesn't know whether it's true or not. It still could be true. He's choosing to believe it. Whereas we know the globe isn't true. Like, because we've measured the Earth. If we choose to go back to the globe, we know we're believing a lie.
But like we showed, for instance, Mr. Famous, all this stuff, and denial is all they have to maintain the belief. So like it's hard to teach people who are too close-minded.
Yeah. Like, I had an experience once where I had a friend of mine. He's a staunch globe earther, and he's almost a bit of a troll. And he came to my apartment, and he thought I'd joined a cult by becoming a flat earther or whatever. And he was like, right, I'm going to come into your apartment and prove to you that the Earth is a globe. And he came to my apartment, and he put on a YouTube video of a teenager playing a soundboard of fart noises over flat Earth arguments, and went, see, the Earth's a globe. And I was like, what are you talking about? And that was his proof. I couldn't believe it. And this guy had like hundreds of thousands, if not millions of views on YouTube, and it was a guy with a soundboard of fart noises over flat Earth arguments. There was no counter argument.
Yeah, that is appeal to ridicule.
Yeah, it's exactly what it was.
Yeah, and you might say appeal to ridicule. I would say that's just pathetic.
It is.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Just plain pathetic. Like, but this dude thought those fart noises from the soundboard were legitimate answers to the flat Earth questions.
Well, look at the bright side. You actually now have a really easy disprove the globe. Just play a bunch of globe arguments and then play fart noises over them.
Play fart noises over. Yeah.
Yeah. Eratosthenes.
I know. It's crazy. It reminds me of the movie Idiocracy, where he's in court and he's trying to explain that he's come from the past, and he puts together a really articulate, logical argument, and all they do is make fart noises and go guilty, and it's literally like that.
Because the judge is a big fan of what do you call that show?
The movie Idiocracy.
Yeah, the judge is a big fan of the show. What do you call it? Kick
I've
me in
never
the
heard of that show. What do you call it? That's interesting.
That's crazy. So this is kind of what we find ourselves in now, right? We do in actual fact, right? We're like kind of seeker. Like there's always this kind of people. There's going to be seekers, right? And you're trying to think out right? So if you eventually find out what the world's all about, what shape it is, and where it's going, right, you're not actually going to do anything productive to make people understand that. So the point is that what I'm trying to make is that it doesn't matter how much you know or think you know or believe in what you believe in. Nobody's going to listen because they're all living in a court and idiosyncrasy where the judge is going to go put them in jail. You know what I mean? Like, is it worth saving people from themselves? I mean, can you save people from themselves?
But
I don't know.
That's why you sometimes gotta dumb it down, and sometimes you gotta rephrase it so that they can understand it, because they just get really lost. They're like, I have a square box here and I have a hole. It's circular, so this square box must fit into it. And you just gotta sometimes hold their hand and be real nice and be like, look over here, there's another hole. It's different.
Okay, here. But at the same time, the same things that we're going through, right? The thing we go through, we lose people. Everybody loses people. We all lose people, bro. We all die. So we're all gonna die one day. So, I mean, how do you equate that? I mean, have you ever seen anybody close to you pass away? Have you ever held their hand and watched them pass away? Have you ever done that?
No, can't say I have.
I have twice. It's not a good deal, and it sticks with you through your entire life, because one day you're going to end up the same way. Come what may, rain or shine, you're gone, bro. You're going to die. So, and you kind of go on, right? So we're all sitting here trying to work out what the hell is going on. Why are they telling us this one thing? Why this another shape? Why is there a devil? Is there God? Is there this? Is there or? You're just trying to work it out, bro. I don't know if we ever can. Sorry, right. So I'll shut up now. It's the esoteric meanings. It's the existential meanings. I have an existential crisis of what is life about. When you watch people pass away and you're going to pass away and you try to envision your own death, well, that's going to happen. I mean, there's no doubt. Just try and imagine that.
That's 100% certain. It's going to happen, life and death.
Yeah, it's 100% certain. So if you embrace that, if you think, well, listen, I was born, I live, I die. Those three things are in perfect harmony. I was born, I live, I die. It's a foregone conclusion. Do you know what I mean? So you have to embrace that. And once you embrace that, once you realize that there is no like if you're fearing death, if you're afraid of what's going to happen after you die, just think of it as a foregone conclusion. It's there, bro. It's in your future. It's inevitable. It's going to happen. So just embrace it. While all the time trying to figure out the fuck the shape the world we're living on is. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy, man.
But it's true. I mean, does anybody have any objections to what I just said?
No, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
Roger.
The only thing you will ever know for sure, well, there can be more things you know for sure, right? But some of those things is that one day you will come to pass.
Yes. And so to me, sometimes it feels like a fool's errand or some other kind of term I can't fucking think of right now. To think of what the world is and what the shape it is. I know we're lying. I know they're lying to us. I know it's not what they say. So I'm trying to figure out the reason why they would do that. Maybe we live after death. Maybe there's some kind of spirit world. But these are, it goes deeper than the physical. We're happy figuring out the physical. We understand they're lying about the physical. Mm-hmm. We're trying to figure out what is the physical and is there something after physical. That's what I'm doing, bro.
Well, here's one theory, and it's probably best for speculations. But if there was a creator, and they can get us all to believe that there isn't a creator, and that we're just this meaningless ball in an endless universe, then they can get us all to break the creator's laws, which I think is quite possibly our own moral compass.
What they're trying to do.
What they're trying to do. So if we all, by that I mean, then once you break your own moral compass, because everything is meaningless, then all of a sudden we're all murderers and psychopaths and stealing and doing all sorts of crazy shit.
Well, you see,
it's inherently wrong.
Yeah, no, you're onto something. That's what they're trying to say. Is like you're just an infinite speck in the infinite space, so nothing really matters. So no moral compass. So do what you do. Well, that's Luciferian.
I find it extremely hard to believe that in a time where everybody believed there was a creator, that everyone was murdering each other in wars and stuff. Like in the 16th century, 17th century.
Yes.
Like it was just like Mad Max world. No.
Yeah.
If they all believed in a God's law, then they couldn't kill each other, surely.
And surely history is real, where the First World War happened. Like 900,000.
Yeah, for sure. But in the First World War, the soldiers, that they were, the majority of them would aim over the other side. No doubt they were killing each other, but they didn't want to do it.
Well, I don't know about you, bro, but if somebody's trying to shoot me, I'm going to try and shoot him.
Exactly. But when you've got a clear shot on another soldier and he's not looking, he's got his back turned to you. A lot of these guys were God-fearing people, weren't they?
Yeah, this is why so many Iraqi veterans come back and they kill themselves. I don't know what's up to do, 90 a day.
Yeah,
they've seen things, seen people burn. They've shot people. They can't live with it.
Well, apparently that number of soldiers that would miss gets lower and lower during these wars, from World War I to World War II to the Vietnam War.
We are not supposed to live in this world that they have created for us. This ball earth, fucking infinite space kind of thingy. We are not supposed to live in this. I think it's almost like it's been hijacked by something else. You know what I mean? And the whole purpose for you being here is to realize that it's been hijacked and try and figure out how to get the fuck out of it. Because there might be a higher reason, a higher purpose, and a higher fucking. Once you leave your body, you might be something else to get out of it. Now, I'm going to shut up now because that we're getting far out here, but that's what I think.
We're already far out in most people's eyes. Don't worry about that. But I do think, although I'm not particularly religious, I think you'd be insane not to repent before you die if you can. Because, what have you got to lose? You either die and there's nothing, or you die and you've not repented and there's something, and all of a sudden you're going to hell or whatever.
Yeah, so you find yourself in the world, right? We're people telling you, listen, God incarnate came down. He told you what to do. He said, "This is what you got to do. You had to love your neighbor as yourself. No man is a greater love than this than to lay his life down for his friends." And they're like, maybe that's true. Maybe that's true, bro. Because if we're not living in a circular fucking globular fucking water spinning ball Earth, which we're obviously not, because of the many proofs that we could just spout off one by one and give you 10 points. So there must be something else. It definitely is an enclosed system. We are enclosed here. There's no such thing as fucking outer space, right? We kind of all agree on that.
Bill Nye said it too, that it's a closed system. We cannot leave Earth.
Cannot leave the Earth.
Yeah. And the truth is, they are terrified because if life is only what there is now and there's nothing after death, then life has no purpose, no meaning, is not perpetual. And that's a problem.
It is. It is. Because my life could be ended tomorrow and nobody would know I existed, right? Like, I'm not fucking.
Yeah.
Oh.
And this is.
If there was such thing as a soul, and your soul went somewhere when you died, based on the decisions that you made in this life, imagine how many souls would have been taken from this life, from choosing the wrong choices in your life.
You see, we don't know what's happening. Maybe we are recycled. Maybe there's a recycling going on, right?
Quite possibly, yeah. Maybe we are reincarnated as something else.
Possibility, right? I mean, you can't say that. Well, that's a falsehood. Well, what's your proof for that? Nothing.
Nothing. I'm literally open to all options at this point.
You sound like me, bro.
Can't prove any of it or disprove it.
But we can prove that we're living in a spinning fucking water ball.
Well, that's it.
These are the things now. I was thinking to myself, this is the reason why I'm here. I'm trying to figure out why the fuck we're here. What the hell is going on? Why are we here? What is the purpose? Is there a purpose? There might not be a purpose. I don't know. I mean, it's quite possibly there's no purpose, right? But could you imagine yourself in a world, in a universe, where nothing means any sense? I mean, does that make sense to you?
Well, is this nothing intelligent? Because if nothing is intelligent, or if it's not intelligent, then it means it is dumb.
Well, no, this is the thing.
Something dumb creates life.
Oh, no. The whole reason why we're here is to progress. We have to find our...
True. Yeah,
we have to... Correct. We actually chose this, apparently. I don't know if that's true, right? But some religions will tell you that we chose this before we were even born here, right? Before we even came into this life, right? Now, I don't know if I'm recycled or not, but I might have chosen this to progress. And you turn around one day and went, bro, you want to be like me? You need to fucking do things like me. You need to realize at one stage in your life that you have to be perfect. You have to do everything perfect. That's the only way. The only way you're going to get out of here is to be perfect.
I'm not sure. I'm not very confident in this reincarnation thingy.
Well,
because to me it makes sense. This command multiply cells. So that makes every individual special and unique.
If you look at the individual,
and there's no one.
If you look at the individual emotion of a person, of a life lived, right? Like somebody that, like, if you look at an individual life lived in a car crash, in an airplane, and a baby this, baby that.
Yeah.
Does it look like it has some kind of purpose?
Well, he was born, but if he died very quick, then he was taken away from the world.
Right. Okay. So the existential crisis that I have is, does that mean anything?
Of course.
I'm past believing that the Earth is a globe. I'm done, bro. It's over. It's game over, bro. We are not living in a spinning ball, eh? Yeah. So now, what I'm trying to figure out is why we're here.
Yeah. It is a very important question, this one.
Is there a purpose why we're here? I don't know.
To learn what is life, the purpose, how to live.
No, it makes sense.
To understand the meaning of existence and the existence of living beings and their purpose.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, everything, all that is created is a wonder, a miracle.
What's annoying is I'm sure that the elites of this world, whoever they are, that they know what our true purpose is and they're hiding it from us. I'm sure they know.
Very little of them, yes. A hand of them.
A handful of them. I'm sure they know.
Yeah. I don't doubt that.
There is no spoon.
There is no spoon. Classic.
They do have first-hand information, books, which are not corrupted. They have conquered so many cultures and civilization, and they rob everyone of the most valuable belonging.
But the next question is, why would they deny us the ability to know what our meaning is?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Well, because you see, when we talk like this, it's not good to exclude the existence of the God. Is the good God, God of life, creator. The evil ones, the non-gods, call themselves gods, and they have been given the rulership of this world. And this world, hands of evil God. Would you think that this God would allow a religion to exist, which is the worship of the good God? I mean, like, people vote for the president of a country, and this president comes out and say, this person from you, which has no school and is a thief and is the lowest of everyone, he's the most worthy to be president in my place. Nobody will do that.
It's an existential crisis going through.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out what the hell is going on. Why are we here? Like, I understand, right? My body will die tomorrow. Maybe from cancer or whatever. I'll be gone, bro. I'm done. Bah. Boof. Nobody will miss me. Nobody. But is there a purpose for why I was here in the first place?
Well, you are family and you will be missed.
Thanks, bro.
I think maybe the best thing you can do because of all this corruption is try and follow that inbuilt morality that you was born with and stick to as close to that as you can without trying to stick to the corrupted version, which is your adult self. So just try and stick to that moral code that you feel as close as you can. But people's level of morality changes from when they're a child to when they're an adult. Like adults are much more likely to lie. I think when you're a child, you're completely innocent. So try and stick to that level of morality. But I don't know if that's right or wrong.
So I suppose here actually, I'm listening to what you're saying. That actually makes sense.
Well, that's your natural morality, isn't it?
That makes sense, bro.
Well, that's what they like to attack first.
Your morality.
To take the children, their youth, corrupt them, brainwash.
Because it's like children don't lie. Well, they do lie, but not on the same level as adults. Adults lie. Children don't lie.
They wouldn't lie. They learn lying.
They learn how to lie, exactly, yeah.
Yeah. Because you expose them to different circumstances, things. They will. They learn it. But if you create the healthy environment to live in, they will never lie.
Well, that's the end of my existential crisis. Yeah. No, it's a botheration to me. Just still trying to work out what the fuck I'm doing here, bro. You know, and I'm not a stupid man. I'm not a dumb man. Whatever you think I am, that's fair enough by me, man. I don't care, bro. But the only reason why I'm here is, I think, is to find out why the fuck I'm here in the first place. You know what I mean?
It's probably something so simple that's been just taken away from us. I bet our ancestors from, say, 300 years ago, I bet they knew. They inherently knew why we was here, what our purpose was. Yeah. In my opinion, they probably knew.
A few of them, yes, but mankind has fallen into the darkness about 2,000 years. In Romania, we had Dacian gold. It was a book written in solid gold. The Roman Empire.
Is he a flat earther now?
Sorry?
Just came back.
Come back.
Okay. Okie dokie. Back in a second. What's up, bro?
What happened? Where'd he go? Spiral?
No, we lost him somehow.
Flat out there. You are too.
I'm just wondering. Crazy. I used to think the reason why I was here was to make people aware that we're not on fire Earth. That's basically what I felt my reason was. But that's not it. That's not it. I suppose my be aware of a greater good. That's about it.
Well, in their religion, they think they killed the stars by denying them as a living being. They think it's like they killed them. Teaching mankind that they are lifeless, spinning in the sky.
Yeah, without God.
Yeah, but when we study humankind's cultures and civilization, we find that people used to sing and dance in a circle, holding hands, and they dance together in a circle. And this was actually doing exactly what the stars were doing in ancient times.
It's actually the worst kind of thing I could think for anybody to be in, like a whole Western society, like an entire society, like a Russian society or a Western. This is the worst kind of place you could actually live in.
Where, in Russia?
Oh, Russia, America, whatever. This is the worst kind of place you could actually live in.
Yes.
Because it you deny God.
It's the same system everywhere. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like purposefully trying to take you away from the truth, and it's just crazy, bro.
It's true. Like, the same system is in America, is here in Europe too. We work, and they take more than half of our pay.
Well, yeah, 20% in England anyway. 20%.
No,
basically.
actually, you see, there is this brutto and netto salary.
Okay.
In papers when they hire you. Yeah, like they give me 4,000 euro brutto salary, and more than half goes to the government. And I'm left with 2,000 in salary, and from that they take another over 20%.
And if you actually put some of that away in savings, they actually tax that too. Tax everything, bro.
Yeah. You're not allowed to make savings. Yeah.
Tax that shit too.
no chance to prosper.
Like you wake up in the world and you go, hang on a minute. Are you telling me that everything I earn, right, you take 20%, and if I put 20% away, you're going to take 20% out too? Is that what you're telling me?
Mm-hmm.
You're like, is this reality? Is this fucking reality? So I work for 6,000 a year. You take 2. I'm left with 4. I put 2 away. You take fucking 20% out too. Is this reality? I mean, government, bro. I hate them. I hate them absolutely with a passion. I'm a complete and utter anarchist. From within every fiber of my fucking being, I hate government. I don't think anybody should have one fucking say over another person. A person is free to do what he wants. That's to do what he wants. That's the whole reason for being here. But they have somehow convinced people that the reason why government exists, that's the whole purpose, is to keep convincing you that they must exist. It's a complete and utter nonsense. I hate it. I would destroy. See if right, okay. See if somebody said to me, Paul, they're going to do with government, I'm going to destroy it. What do you mean? It's done. It's over. It's gone. There's no way in my earth, if I had to make a new earth, the government would exist. Not a chance. No one person should have any fucking sway or say over another person. Not my word, sir.
Yeah, me neither. It would work only by creating something like
it's a fugazi. It's
some sort of institutions, organisms where you hire people, experts in a field, and everyone must be inspecting everyone.
No.
For the work you do, there should be 10 people inspecting the work you're doing, that you're doing it correctly. And then you also must be inspecting 10 people's work if they did it correctly.
It's not even expecting, bro. It's governments. Yeah. Governments. I hate governments. I don't understand why people are still believing in governments. I just don't get it. Okay.
Hey guys, we have we have Deep Doritos, new to the server.
Hello.
Deep Doritos, welcome. Are you there?
He's not verified.
I unmuted him. He's unmuted.
Dip Doritos, you there?
See. You can open your mic and speak. If you have any questions, you can say hi. Be polite. We are addressing you at the moment. Well, you can carry on, guys. I guess
he's quiet.
He's looking. He's looking for the cheese because Deep Doritos. You get it.
Good luck finding one.
Alright, Deep Doritos, I'm gonna mute you for now. You wanna speak later on? Tag him out. Carry on, guys. It's all good.
I just wanted to add something with what you were saying about the government is, like, if we remove the government now in a world full of atheism, wouldn't it just turn into Mad Max world? Like no one's held accountable. It's every man for themselves. That's the problem. Like with pre-government, when everyone had some sort of religion, they were held accountable to the Creator's law, which is don't kill, love your neighbor, all that other stuff. Whereas now in an atheist world, where it kind of just turns into like a video game world where everyone's out out to better each other.
What's happened to the
Generation
world?
Counter-Strike. Yeah.
What's happened to the world in 2028? We're living in a world, right, where there's 50 different types of gender. Right? Do you dispute that? Like, are we living in a world where there's like 50 different types of gender? I mean,
Well, I dispute it, but apparently so.
Well, most clear thinking people do. It's like what the fuck happened, bro? Like, did something happen in 2021 or 2012 or where the fuck did people just, how are we living in a world where people go, there's 35 different genders. Sure.
They secretly admit it because you remember when they said a man and a woman, they never said a other. So they admit that there's only two, but they just don't say it publicly. Like they say a woman and a man, and then but they never say anything else. That was hilarious. And so, yeah, they say it like really subtly. You just have to catch them. They say it, but yeah.
I mean, like, what?
Well, the closest thing I've seen to Mad Max World is if you've ever where there's millions of people, and as soon as the government isn't there to control the situation, even the simplest of things turn into a complete crush and a complete riot, where like no one queues, everyone's trying to better each other. Just to get a seat on a bus, everyone's fighting over it. Like it turns into chaos.
Actually, that one.
I was in China 2 years ago.
We have the President Trump was complaining that they don't have funds for the police to defund the police and stuff. And what he means by this is that the government they are orchestrating a downfall of governments worldwide. And today, these police organisms, they are not paid. They get the money from the governmental accounts, but actually who's feeding those accounts is the big tech corporation of today, and also the internet giant.
Hello?
Yellow.
Anything new lately?
Yes, there's a lot of new stuff. Like the Earth is flat.
Oh yeah. That's a big one.
I think that's the main one.
Yeah.
Northern Lights. I muted you earlier because you had background noise, but you're unmuted now.
Bro.
Northern Light.
Bro. China, disease came from China. And the entire Western
Who said that?
It wasn't me. Shut down because of something a little bit more virulent than the flu. So 99. Hang on, how many people died from it? 99. No, sorry. What? 0.01% people died from the flu. So now we're going to shut down businesses. We're going to shut down everything. The entire Western world just shuts down. China's going to fucking come over here, right? Just walk in. They don't even need fucking armies. They're just going to walk in and take over, bro. We're going to be so beat up.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they tell the truth about
The Chinese have they own and have leased a lot of properties in many nations. I think is it in Australia they lease properties for over 100 years or something in many places.
And a white man, a white single man he's toxic. Get rid of him.
Let me ask you.
Right?
But if they're wrong and not lying, hopefully. But if they're just stupid, then I guess they're just wrong, right?
Bro. What?
If he's a white man, he must be homosexual or travestite.
Or an oppressive or a sexual offender or something, right? Because he's a white fucking single man, right? This is the worst.
Oh, I thought you were talking about COVID or something.
Yeah, well, sorry, I am. Sorry, the same thing. What the fuck is going on, bro?
Okay, maybe my audio is having something's wrong. I don't know.
I hear you, Lou.
Hey, just
is Lou talking?
You speaking about something we cannot speak about.
They are forbidding the protests in England, and in France they are forbidding to take pictures of policemen.
It's incredible.
Yeah,
it's like is this the same world?
It's a crime to take a picture of a policeman, or to record them. Yeah,
or have a
really?
No.
Yeah, it's a crime in France. Yes.
Yeah, in France. Sorry.
Well, in England now you can't protest. You can't protest.
Yeah.
What about rain? Can you collect rainwater?
Well, that's in America, right?
I don't know.
America.
Sure can.
Of
course, we're allowed to collect rainwater here.
Rains all the time there, doesn't it?
Not in US.
Is it illegal to gather rainwater in America?
It is illegal. It is illegal to do it. Yeah.
In Romania too.
Yes, because it's so poisonous. Your rainwater is so poisonous.
Yeah, it's just like it's that not only is it illegal to collect rainwater, but it's also illegal to generate your own power.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wasn't there a car that was?
Then you're illegal.
Yeah, I know, right?
It's fucking illegal.
It's just a matter of time, crack.
Hey, Mac, pop yourself on mute, mate. You're wank.
Illegal is not unlawful.
What's the definition of illegal?
Well, DMT is technically illegal. Well, what would be classed as something that would get you seized by the government or placed in a court of law, be judged by either your peers or a presiding judge that had been through an education and agreed upon by your own government.
Sorry, what's the difference between unlawful and illegal? Can somebody tell me that?
Well, unlawful, there's a victim. Illegal is a crime against whatever the government policy is.
Like beating people up is a victim.
All of a sudden, we can't hear you, Crack. You're like at 10% volume. I can't hear you anymore.
What?
Yeah.
Really?
I can hear you now a little bit.
Ban him.
Are you being serious?
Yeah,
I have you at 128%. Yeah. Oh, he's gone. We still have Goy here, Big B.
Big D?
So.
Oh wait, never mind. He's muted.
Big Donut?
Is Rax, are you there? Oh, never mind. He's already VC verified.
He's speaking in the live stream voice test.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, he's typing.
Even better, he's VC verified. Speak to him, Sordier.
Yeah, I thought. Did you guys already go through all of this stuff, like the basic stuff with flat Earth and stuff with them?
With who? Rax?
Rax.
I haven't heard anyone speaking to him today. I haven't heard him speak today either.
Oh, really? Are you there?
Yeah, I listened to the whole conversation with that physicist guy. I was here.
Okay.
Oh.
See,
Earlier today?
Is there anything that is well, let me put it this way. What do you think of, like, what do you think of the shape of the Earth, and also do you think like it's moving or not moving?
Not moving, and yeah, I would consider myself a flat earther. Like, the reason why I maybe is I'm just thinking, like, if some glober is going to say that they did a test where they did the laser distance and they're seeing that there's like a little curvature, like I'm prepared for someone to say that to me, that they found little evidence of curvature, and like even myself, if I didn't do it over water, like I could see it maybe suggesting that.
Don't worry, I was just wondering what your stance is. It's fine. We don't have to get into it.
Okay.
That's cool. Did you want
Welcome to the family.
sorry, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to say welcome to the family. You can go carry on.
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth, man.
Thank you, Rex, for sharing that with us. It was worth it.
We're happy to have you here.
Yeah.
And don't hesitate to jump in.
Yeah, to talk about fucking politics and ball bags and jeez, whatever takes your fancy. Politics. Or Romania.
You know, if you break down the word politics, the word tick is in there, which is a parasite.
Yeah.
Well, that's true from democracy. Demo means demon, and crassy means rule. So ruled by demons. Democracy.
And poly means multi, many ticks.
So many ticks rule the country.
Yeah.
Through democracy.
Ruled by demons. Yeah, they're all fucking parasites.
Yeah, I have to correct. Poly is like many kind, not just one type.
Yeah, poly monotheistic. Yeah, it's many gods, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. Demo means demon in their tongue, and krasi means rule, right? In Greek, krasi means rule. So ruled by demons. Democracy.
I mean, wait, I thought I had a meme for that one. Oh yeah, there you go. Oh yeah, that's my favorite one.
Just keep on shopping.
I hate governments, bro. I do. I hate governments. This is the be all. See, the Americans sitting in the fucking democracy, and the Russians sitting in the fucking plutocracy, and see, religion or rule by law or rule by.
Politics is a religion, kind of, if you think about it.
Yes,
it's just like a
same thing.
It's just a stage. I don't even think it's actually religious. It's more like a movie. You know, you're just watching a stage.
Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, it's not. It's actually a religion. It's kind of a fucking.
But it is kind of. It's like basically you're watching a real-time movie that is followed by two sides of the same, where the extremists on both sides agree on pretty much like a lot of different things, but they disagree on other things. They're just staged.
It is a movie, but it has to be.
Yeah.
Because
nice.
They pretend to like have drama between each other. I think. I
Absolutely.
I believe that
Absolutely.
they stage drama.
Yes. Absolutely.
I know. Look at this last little round. Wow.
Well, it's pretty obvious. Whoever doesn't see through that is definitely hypnotized.
They're on the same team, both of them.
Yeah. I mean,
it's obvious.
Why do the plebs not fucking see this, bro? Why do the plebs not see this? Well, maybe they're woke. Maybe they do. Maybe people are waking up. I don't know.
I think if they didn't see what happened with the shutdown, I don't think like shutting down the economy. If they don't see through that, then I don't know. I think they're lost cause. They would have to like really start researching or something.
Yeah, I don't know.
President Franklin said, "People get the government they deserve."
Yeah. Well, well, okay. Let me ask you this: if they had the desire for truth versus survival, like what matters more? Is safety, like temporary safety, or freedom and survival? Like, it just depends on what they're willing to go through for each one.
They divide and conquer us all the time. All the time. Skin color, religion. There's people of the same fucking color skin that are killing each other here in Northern Ireland. They were up to recently. It's divide and conquer.
Has there ever been a time in history where there were no banks and, like, let's say after the first few banks that were built, has there ever been a time where all of the banks disappeared, or have banking infrastructure always been around forever after they were invented?
That's a good question.
Since biblical times, they've been around since biblical times. Yeah.
Okay. Right. So as far as safety is concerned, I guess banks would be the best place to the best place to be, right?
I thought before JFK it wasn't like that, and then right when, like, around JFK's time, that was when the Federal Reserve was enacted. Like, that's what I heard.
Okay.
No, banks were never around. Think about all these people carrying around all this gold metal, right? It's heavy, it's hard, and it can be robbed, right? So instead of carrying around the gold, we put it in a vault, right? And we carry around a piece of paper that says, I have this much gold in the bank, right? Like the bank of a river, it collects, so the receipt is the gold, right? That's what the money is. That's what the paper money represents. It's a receipt for the gold, back to buy gold.
Okay. But have they ever, they've never been destroyed, right? The banks, they've never been destroyed.
It's actually an evil it's an evil thing to start a bank and then charge people, right? To keep
I'm not saying.
And then
that's not my question. Though. I'm asking about if I'm asking about as far as someone.
I'm trying to get to usury.
What about before the banks? What about before?
Right, I'm trying to get to the idea of usury, right? That the idea is there in the bank, right? But it's always been with us, the idea of the bank. But this is where they manifested it into reality as something good. Go ahead.
Yeah. Go ahead. You got it. Go ahead. I don't know what else. I don't know what I was gonna say.
Yeah, I think it's a good question. How long has money and usury been around?
I heard forever, unless go ahead.
Like JFK, I heard his, and I'm not. There's a small chance that this isn't correct, but a lot of people are under the impression that JFK was trying to go against the system, and he was trying to stop this Federal Reserve from going in, and then they took him out, and then they put it in. He didn't stop it, basically.
Well,
JFK was about to become a modern Hitler.
What? I thought JFK was a free. Sorry,
Yeah.
he appeared as really good, but he was also like a Freemason or something, right?
Yeah.
I forgot
The
what
family
happened.
name is one of the bloodline of Kennedy.
Oh, it is.
Yes,
Irish,
it's one
Irish.
of the bigger names.
Okay.
13.
I thought he wasn't controlled, but then I was like, oh wait, every single president's probably pre-selected anyway. So
The Federal
That's true.
Reserve was put in shortly after the Titanic, so it's earlier. It was in, around World War One. But three of the main people that were opposed to it, 3 billionaires, were killed on the Titanic. And then,
oh yeah, I remember that. They just happened to be all in that same ship at the same time. No, it's all just a one big coincidence.
Yeah, and Carnegie held the insurance title on the ship. So thank you very much.
And there just happened to be not a glacier. I'm sorry, not a missile, but an iceberg, right? It was not a missile. It was not a missile. It was an iceberg.
So
two birds with one stone. 3 birds with one stone.
Yeah.
Thanks to Maxwell, or who was that?
Maxwell's
they
right.
managed to send a radio SOS signal from the Titanic.
Yeah, Maxwell.
So what would have happened if they survived? Like they would have took it down the reserve?
Well, how did the Federal Reserve come into existence?
Wasn't it the government, right?
At Christmas,
Yeah. You need to look at the creature from Jekyll Island. Go watch that documentary, or listen to the audiobook. Yeah.
I hate goblins. I hate them.
Is there no Globers in here? I'll pretend to be a Glober if there's no Globers in here.
I know there's in the ball, but I also hate Globers. I also hate fucking politicians. I don't believe in politics. I think it's probably the worst scourge on humanity that we ever existed.
It's just a movie.
I just don't understand why people fuss the. Yeah, okay. All right, fine.
I think they want to like take all of your attention and not put it on. It's like, you know that old saying, if you give the people bread and circus, they'll never do anything, you know, or whatever. I forget how it goes, but if you keep them entertained, then they'll just keep being your slave. So politics is basically that, essentially. Like if you have a whole population that's being taxed and the taxes are going to, you know, some good stuff, but then it's like, oh, we're also, by the way, we're funding NASA and wars that never end and abortion and all of that crazy stuff.
Can I get a mic check, please, guys?
Mike,
you're good.
Check.
Sounds good. Yeah, you're back.
Sounding good? All right, mate.
Yes.
Very good.
Better.
Flawless.
I just had someone knock on my door. It's like, I hate living around here. 1 a.m, people knock on my door.
That's wild. That's kind of wild. What are they doing at 1 o'clock in the morning? Knocking on your door.
No, there's a car outside my house.
If somebody knocks on my door,
it's probably the police. Mate, obviously, I just fucking nearly smashed their head in, mate. Obviously, yeah.
Oh man!
You got 2 choices.
Problem solved.
I'm about to smash your head on, or fuck off.
If we don't hear from Crack after tonight, we know what happened.
Well,
yeah, he was not suicide.
The FBI got to you.
You should go out there and say, "Cup of coffee before I beat your ass."
It's cup of E. Cup of tea.
Drink this.
Cup of tea.
Cup of E.
Cup of tea.
No, mate. It's like. But what happened was, I reckon it was probably one of my good pals or something that was like probably in some form of fucking distress. But as they've knocked on my door, a car's like reversed in my driveway, and I think he's thought it's the police, innit, or something. So he's just fucking legged it. So I've opened my door and it stinks of weed outside. You know what I mean? So it like smoked weed, not like like it's a bag of it on the floor.
Nice.
So he's obviously smoked it. He's obviously had a joint on him, didn't he, or something? Smoking a joint on the way here. And then the car just turned around and drove off, and I looked down the road and I just saw someone running away like from the car, but it wasn't the police. Like the person whose car he turned around, I know who it is. Like they live in my street. They obviously just decided to turn around and go back out the street or something. Fucking annoying.
Sounds kind of odd.
Well, yeah, mate, it's odd because of where I live. It's strange, mate. Like, but if it was someone who knocked on my door this time, I would have smashed their fucking head in. But
You probably thought you weren't home or weren't coming to the door. So he took off.
No, mate, I'm just saying, like,
Good
he
thing
should have
you
waited a little bit.
I'm just saying, mate.
Mate, I've been stood outside that for the last like 10 minutes, mate.
Oh. Get back inside. Forget about it.
Yeah.
I am back inside now.
Get out your battle axe if they enter.
Mate, no. What are you on about?
If they try to enter, use your battle axe.
Do you live alone, Crack? Are you safe?
Am I safe? Of course I'm fucking safe, mate.
Are you safe?
Okay.
Nobody's safe. Are you safe, Cracker?
You're safe. Good.
Is everyone else safe from me, mate? That's the issue, isn't it?
That's what I'm asking.
Am I safe?
Yeah, are you
Probably
safe,
not.
Crack?
All right, you sound like you're fine. Yeah, all good.
Oh yeah, of course I'm fine, mate. No, I'm just saying, like, I live in a bungalow that's looks like a disabled bungalow. So you get a lot of people that try and like burglarize my house, trying to break in and that. So I have incident, and it's off the beaten path. You got to come past this. This is like a suburb area to you Americans. You got to come past my carport. So it's got a carport and it's got a wall on both sides. So once you come in my carport, no cunt can see you from either end of the road. And then you've got to walk through my street to get to two of the most like roughest like neighborhoods in the area, in like two of the roughest estates.
Oh yeah, it's kind of busy then. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, well, it's all of it. All the foot traffic comes past mine. All the foot traffic comes past, and there's a McDonald's and the
It's like a
B&M.
shortcut, right?
Yeah, basically.
Cut for the guys getting away.
Yeah, there's a Lidl's, a B&M, and all that sort of shit like near mine. And there's a Tesco's, and like you know what I mean. So there's like a load of places for people to fucking go to on the way through my place. So basically, like you know what I mean. You just get a load of chances like trying it, and like I have a lot of fun because of it. I'll be honest.
Got all the riffraff going by your place, eh?
Yeah, mate. I have a laugh because of it, mate. Me and my mate was out here the other night, yeah, and there was like 6, 7 lads, mate. They just kicked off at like one person who's on his own, and like me and my mate's a like professional Muay Thai fighter. We just went out and just like started, we just kicked the fuck out of them all. Not the guy who was getting bullied, obviously.
Should get a good squirt gun, one that goes like 100 feet or something.
Hey guys,
Hit him from the other side of the building.
Mate, it's funny, but you didn't realize the police showed up and everything, and they didn't care because they know I'm here to help.
You got it easy, mate.
Is Alien Robot Ghost here?
You have to see my bar.
What?
His head is away.
A boar?
Wait.
Wild boar?
He's away with the fairies. He's away with the fairies. He's away with the fairies.
What is he talking about?
Never mind.
I don't
Wait,
understand.
can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Zodiac, mate. It's
Yeah.
just that P-Max rumpusing you a bit.
P-Max, I was gonna say Alien Robot Ghost. Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm in my car.
Oh, okay. You can't talk right now.
I can't. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you can hear me at all. But
we can. Yeah, just a minimal road noise, but it's not too bad.
yeah, I've got it on push. I've got it on push to talk.
Is that
It's
what it
alright.
sounds like when I'm in my car?
Yeah, but yours still sounds like shit now, mate. So
I was gonna ask if you're still on the fence, but if you're
Well, as of right now, globular Earth theory has taken the lead, but just barely.
Who's that talking?
Alien robot. Can you speak up a little bit? I can't hear you.
Alien robot ghost.
Yeah, globular Earth theory has taken the lead, but just barely.
Okay, which specific point is like holding you to the globe?
I bet there isn't one.
The experiment. Well, it's not an experiment. It's more or less a simulation, a computer simulation about the Earth. Sorry, a little distracted. Yeah.
Is there any real life instance?
Wait there, dude. If you're like driving and you're distracted, you need to stop talking to us right away, please.
Yeah.
And I do mean it. I mean it.
Yeah, because we're gonna bludgeon your simulation to pieces, so you better not be driving.
No. Huh? You just told me you're distracted, so just stop talking. Pop yourself on mute. Yeah, that's fine, mate.
Just
yeah, that's fine.
Come back to us when you're not. Yeah, when you're not driving. Come back when you're not.
Yeah, sorry, can't have that on my conscience, mate.
Yeah. All right. I guess. Is there any other globies here?
Sorry,
No?
Zodiac,
Okay.
mate. Sorry, Zodiac.
Well, I'll pretend to be one if no one is a glober, because I don't think anyone else is a glober besides the other guy.
You'll pretend to be one.
Yeah. All right.
Oh no! No, I don't like it.
Okay.
All right, fuck it. No, you can do what you want. You can do what you want.
Me too. Me too. I'll be your partner, bro.
We'll try.
Okay. All right. So,
yeah.
Let's see. What's my first question?
We sure
so,
got 2 flat.
So, how do you explain the non-existent? Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. No. Like, how does gravity work on flat Earth?
How does gravity twat?
It's
just that Zodiac dude.
Why don't we start out with this?
Oh, that's flat bread. What's up?
Why don't we start out with hi? How did you find the server?
My buddy invited me. Said that it was pretty funny and fun.
Okay. And funny in what way?
Funny, like that you guys do a lot of memes that are kind of crazy, and this is a meme server, right?
And what do you what is your take?
Right.
What is your take on the topic of the flat Earth?
Well, obviously, it's a globe.
Oh, right.
So, what's your confidence level in the globe right now?
Right now, like 11, bro.
11. Okay. All right. So, what proof do you have of the globe?
I mean, well, let's see. 500 years ago, they decided that it was a globe, right? And then ever since then, it's just been proven over and over, right?
Is that 11 out of 100? So welcome to
No, just carry on.
No, we can't. No, this is not going to go over well if he's.
What the hell is that?
Oh my god, Flatbread was just fucking around pretending to be a globe. He's actually doing better than a lot of the Glovers. I was getting a bit convinced. I started to think it was a
I know.
Right, he's about to ban me or something right now.
Yeah, that's what I was doing. You better stop this. Mate, my guy who's indicating and fucking driving, just pop himself on mood, innit, bye? You probably didn't understand a fucking word of that.
Boy.
I just realized, we don't die, stay alive, and don't get into a car accident.
Yeah. Then you can have a conversation again another day.
He'd probably be at home in about 5 minutes, for fuck's sake.
Actually, robot?
I think it was over before it began. He said a simulation.
Yeah.
Computer simulation, that's his proof. Okay. Get that shit together. We want to see that. Right. It's a simulation.
Is QE here?
Yeah, I think he is, isn't he? I heard his mic.
He's hiding out. He's probably still playing.
He's unmuted. He's right.
I've had like 5 people accuse me of kissing his ass this week, so fuck you, QE.
Sure, thank you.
Mate, what is wrong with these people? Keep telling everyone that everyone's afraid of QE. Like, just because we don't disagree with each other doesn't mean we are afraid of what. Like, that's some stupid ass shit. Honestly, that really is. Like, if I disagreed with QE on something, I would actually have a debate with him on it. Believe it or not, I wouldn't care.
Wait, is that the rump? We actually do have the
Rumpus is in here. Yeah, unmute him. You got to toggle him. I think.
Deafened.
Oh, never mind. He's deafened. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, but I think you've got to toggle both
all day
That's
long.
his natural state, though.
Deafened and mutant. A deafened mutant. A deafened mutant.
Yeah,
Honestly,
I mean,
you should have seen what they did the other day, QE. Like, you know, when you left pseudoscience. Like, as soon as you left, the guy who was complaining, saying that everyone was muted in my DMs, the one guy who was not muted, who definitely wasn't muted anyway, like, just started like going fucking insane. And I was like, mate, I said, why have you started talking? Like, now QE's gone. And then, like, to be honest with you, I didn't think they realised that I was actually like as good as I am anyway. So I basically just flat smacked the fuck out.
Oh, hey, Lemon's back.
Hi.
Hi.
How you doing?
Okay.
Hi, Lemon.
Oh, great. We're all saved now.
You horrible prick.
A prick for the ether. Oh.
What's that?
You're a dick as well.
The substance of space.
Oh, really? Chemical formula, please.
Oh, here we go. The two
Not
big
discovered as of yet.
This is going to be a good one.
It's not discovered as of yet, but it's the substance of space. Yeah, good. You're a baller.
What? The ether can swirl over a flat Earth.
You're a baller.
That doesn't follow.
Yeah, it does. They do the same thing. They conjure shit up they can't prove. Same thing.
Where you, boy?
The Earth is flat and motionless with ether swirling over it.
Sure.
Lemon, wait, Ethers?
What was that?
Etherist.
He said something about Enoch or Icarus.
Yes.
How do you like verify the ether though? Like, what test would you do to prove it?
Like, put it in a cup. The best you could do is try to accumulate it, like in an orgone generator. It appears.
Accumulate what?
Pyramid, the substance of space itself.
Make the pyramid.
It's a chemical formula.
What did you say? Put it in a cup. Sorry, I genuinely wait there.
Up.
See, like this is what I mean. This is the issue. People say I lick QE's ass, and then like something like this happens, and then I'm like, wait, what? We're putting the ether in a cup. I'm fucking confused, and I have to stick up the QE. For fuck's sake.
That's an Oregon conclusion.
Yeah, it's just an Oregon conclusion. Hey, way, sonny boy.
As it really? Oh my god.
P-Mac, you're not audible. Pop yourself on mute, bye.
What's wrong with you?
How did you go ahead?
Back.
Hello.
Yeah, mate.
What's up, bro?
What's up, buddy? Who's that?
Well, why do you keep telling me yourself on mute, bro? Sorry, bye. Bye bye.
You're wasted. Because you're wasted.
No, fuck, I'm wasted, bro.
Because you're wasted, and there are not many people that are wasted on the live stream.
All right. Because you say I'm wasted, that means I'm wasted. What the fuck are you talking about, bro? What the fuck are you talking about, bro? Are you for real?
No,
are you for real, bro? I'm just kidding. Fuck off. Cereal.
P-Mac's brilliant. I love him.
Wait, I still wanted to. Oh, did he?
One Poppy on me.
Oh no, Lemon's back. Okay, yeah. I got a question. So, where did you find the generator? Like in real life? Like, do you remember seeing the ether inside of it, or what?
The Orgone generator was made by Wilhelm Reich. There were reports of it registering a higher temperature than the surrounding.
Are you on about Kaiser Wilhelm? Right.
So it looks like it was accumulating something inside of this box that Wilhelm Reich was using to filter some sort of energy from space. This Orgone energy. It was a filter.
From space?
That's
From
some,
vacuum or space?
lemon. That's some occultic bullshit. Lemon.
From vacuum or space? What
Gradient
space?
inside of the box. Like
What
it was filtering
space?
something from
What space? What space? What space?
space.
Like the vacuum?
I
of
guess
space?
like width, breadth, and depth. I guess.
Space around the box in the room.
Oh,
Okay.
that's space.
Down here on Earth.
So they detected a change in temperature? Is that what you said?
A slight change in temperature inside the box. Like it was filtering some sort of energy from space inside of these boxes.
It's probably just entropy or something.
The boxes and sit down and report healing symptoms and stuff like that.
That's
Okay,
cool.
so how'd you
Oh my God.
extrapolate?
I can tell you. Wait there. Can I just say one thing? That could completely be though, like the placebo effect crossed with a little bit of fucking entropy occurring. Like the box.
They burned
May have been-
writings.
the box
All
might have
we
been low
left
pressure.
is, all we have left is Cloudbusters and stuff like that. Some people are starting to reformulate his technology bit by bit, but
Yeah, but
they burned
temperature is
a lot of
kinetic.
his stuff.
Temperature is kinetic energy. That would mean some type of matter was whacking off that thermometer.
Perhaps space has some sort of substance-like matter making it up.
Oh, okay. Chemical formula, please.
It's called gases. It's called entropy.
Wait. Yeah.
That's what changes temperature of thermometers. Is
Can I
Yeah,
ask
we
you-
can hear you. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
Hi. Good evening, everyone.
Yo.
Good evening.
Hi.
So I'm a little bit. Hi. Good evening. I'm a little bit familiar with the Orgon Reich
Do you know what
idea.
do you happen to
And
know
I
what the
wanted to-
chemical? Sorry. Go ahead.
And this might be directed to Lemon because he seems the most read about it. It was my impression, and I
Oh,
read
no,
this
quite a bit about it.
when I was 20, is that the Orgon machine actually is a machine in which he placed a couple who were making love.
Mm-hmm.
And he
Exactly
captured-
what it was.
That's right.
And that's why I kept saying it's entropy that was
Like
taking
humans inside,
Yes.
you're saying?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
The
That's
sexual
why I
energy
keep-
of an
yeah.
orgasm.
Orgon has
That's
supposedly
called an
been
orgon.
energy.
What did you say?
Listen,
Kiwi's like,
no, Kiwi, they put two people in a box and they made them have sex in a box, right? Yeah. And this is what Lemon's on about, right? And I do know a bit about it. Kaiser Wilhelm, guys. Anyway,
Yes.
you know what I mean?
Wilhelm
Wait,
Reich.
sorry, I'm gonna fucking piss myself. But the heat change was entropy, right? You get two people in a box, right? Who start fucking.
Oh, jeez.
Yes.
Come on, work out.
It is that. It's so he was a bit of a persona
Exhibitionist?
non grata in the psychological field, you know, because he was so radical in his approach. But he claimed that there was this magnetic energy that he had captured from people who were having sex.
No,
That's
he just captured the heat
Put it in the accumulator, but I'm looking at this paper where this lady is sitting. It does not look like it can comfortably house two people. Perhaps that's how it was put inside of the generator itself. But you could sit inside of one of these boxes and get healing symptoms. Now, Orgon is supposedly the energy of life, orgasm, and other stuff, yes. But what I read was that he could accumulate it from space. So we may have gotten two different accounts.
I think
but Lemon. Do you know that what they did though? They used to push more. So there'd be an entry and an exit point on this box, right? Yeah. Actually, there's more than one form of this that we could look at. So, and to be honest, I've heard of like individual boxes with people in them, right? And they sit on top of vibrating stools and stuff like this, and like the vibrating stool's got a motor on it for one. Like there's a lot going on. And to be honest, if I'm being completely honest, there's someone having an orgasm in a box, They've got fans in the rest of the room that are passing cold air from the outside inside, and like, mate, I don't know. This stuff is very tied into the occult.
we kind of
works.
Sorry,
So I guess
it works.
Accumulating something.
So Lemon, wait, what was the do you remember what was the chemical formula for ether?
Yeah, the smell of sex and fucking hot.
Or is there a chemical formula for it?
I haven't heard of one. Some people tried to math the crap out of it, talking about its charge and different stuff like that. I could see if I could find that video, but
come on, we're not gonna listen, guys. We can't say that the ether is the smell of sex and hot gases.
Yeah, I'm not assuming it exists. I don't believe it exists until I can prove it, right? Then it's not a belief.
The point about the orgone was that something was being accumulated from free space, it appeared. So if we wanted to work with the ether, we would have to see if we could accumulate it and then manipulate it.
Yeah, that's that.
What's the chemical makeup of electromagnetic fields?
Sounds like gravity to me.
The electromagnetic field can be
kind of rings similar to gravity. It sounds like gravity to me too.
Gravity used to pull to the center of mass. It became a boson field when they saw that space itself was where the money was. They just basically stole the ether's thunder, as far as I can tell.
So gravity. So it's gravity.
No.
Well, listen, there is some credibility.
Of the ether, you get electricity, magnetism, I guess what we would call gravity with the flow of space, maybe.
Yeah, but we can't convolute. No, this is a convolution of incoherent dielectric currency and a bias of down.
Is this not helium molecules being swept up at the bottom of the chambers and shit?
It's a unifying theory that can guide science forward as opposed to stalling it and stopping it.
Guide science?
Yeah, but Lemon is
guide the scientific method forward. But why does it need to go forward? It's just sitting there.
It's meant to be reductive.
To go forward.
That's the framework.
That is the framework.
That's the framework.
It's supposed to be that way, Lemon. It's supposed to be reductive and fucking astringent. That's the point. I've told you this before. You're going to have to create a whole new framework if you want to sort of. I get your point that eventually you might be able to accumulate things in a certain way to where you find enough inferences that you can eventually validate it to that level. But that is kind of what happens with the scientific method anyway. Eventually, because obviously things start to add up in a certain way, and then people put enough weight and energy into it where they're actually like, shit, right. This is my
framework was accepted up until about a century ago when it was abolished. The moment the ether drift speeds were pointing to an Earth that was moving.
I understand
ether drift speeds. What's ether?
Hey, Crackthillen, do I have permission to DM you a picture about the ether stuff?
You got a picture of it?
If you have proof, post it in the chat.
Who detected the Earth rotate? What the hell? No.
Basically, they said to prove that the Earth is moving, first of all, if you're going to prove that it's moving at all, it needs to be moving through a substance. This substance of space was called the ether. Now, they did get an ether drift speed showing something was moving.
Ether drift? What's ether? Before you drift something, you gotta tell us what it is.
Let's hear him out.
For an ice cream drift, you can keep talking. I'll just overtalk you.
And I'll overtalk you.
For an ice cream drift, you need ice cream. For a snow drift, you need snow. If for ether drift, you need ether. What the hell is it?
You need a wind. You need a substance that moves against the Earth and buffets it like a wind. The substance.
You mean a medium?
Like a wind? I can't do like stuff.
Wait, that Lemon. You said the Earth rotates. I'm confused.
Earth does not rotate. The ether does.
What's ether?
It's around the Earth.
It's around the Earth. Where is it? Around the Earth.
Around the Earth is.
I heard you. What is it?
Is the ether physical?
Physical enough to have subtle effects.
To
flow in and out of matter.
It flows in and out of matter now.
In and around
magnetism,
in and around.
orgone energy. all fields.
Yeah, but
that
these
are
all
stationed
fields. What's a
in
field?
Space itself.
What's a field? I can't get on this train. Sorry.
A way to transfer waves of energy.
Waves. Waves is not what something is. It's what a medium does.
Like an ether.
Not the ether. You ever know what a circular argument is?
Sure.
Yeah, that's what you're in the middle of.
I don't know. I think we're trying to stifle innovation because of lack
Stifle
of
innovation. No, we're going to try to stifle speculation.
They've been trying.
We're trying to stifle speculation. That's what we're trying to do. Yeah, speculation. That's the problem. Yeah, sure. Speculation is what we're trying to stifle, not innovation. Speculation. We're going to stifle it.
Free energy from the ether, space itself.
No free lunch.
Earth itself.
Earth itself. Is that ether?
It's like a battery.
The Earth is a battery.
Earth is just being itself, being a battery.
Storing up energy.
What's energy?
When does it release? Yeah, guys, you don't know about the ground generator or the ground batteries?
Yeah. Well, we know Earth is negative. Everything above the surface is positive, and
there's some credibility to positive and minus, and obviously.
Hey, wait! Didn't Hank Hill? You had a question about what chemical formula a magnetic field has, right? Didn't you have that question?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, does anyone? I don't know. Yeah.
Oh, he didn't ask that, did he?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, he did.
So isn't that like developing another model without evidence, just like the globe? I think we were talking to somebody yesterday about that. He wanted to do just like you're doing.
Up until 100 years
He said he won't. He said he needs a replacement model, and that's what you're doing.
See, I kind of think that it was accepted until 100 years ago. This is nothing new. It's just been suppressed.
Yeah, but we need
that. Lemon is controversial on purpose. I don't think he says the wrong things on purpose, but I think he's controversial on purpose. My understanding of the ether is that all the magnetic fields, from the sun to your heart to your microwaves to everything that puts off radiation, right? According to the inverse square law, it never actually goes to zero, right? It gets smaller and fainter, but never goes to zero. So technically, the whole universe, everything that has a field is radiating, and that would be the ether. And that's my own little theory. I have no way of testing.
That would be the what's the ether? The radiation? Well, listen, I get the point.
The radiation of everything, every light, every star, every heart, every brain, they all have electromagnetic fields.
Electromagnetic. You're just naming all of them the ether, like as a collective.
Yes.
Right. Okay. I can understand the idea of doing that, but I just don't see how, if we don't accept it, how that would block innovation. Like, in the sense that obviously if every single individual thing has its own electromagnetic field, that every individual thing would have a different form of manipulational properties to it, or properties you would need to manipulate in order to sort of innovate using it in any way, shape or form. Like, let's say brain waves being turned into mind controlled computers, for instance, by
holy shit, man.
Like, no, I'm just saying, like, but it just sounds like sci-fi.
Well, that's a little far out there what you said, but I'm talking about every electromagnetic field.
So what is Lemon saying then? So if you're saying that's what the ether is, what are we blocking in terms of innovation? Are we saying?
I don't know what Lemon's talking about.
Space that we could be getting to power our civilization. Relatively free energy from all around us in space itself.
Yeah, we've got lots of ways of
accumulated and channeled.
Yeah, but we have got ways of doing it. Like, I don't know if I can get on this idea of that, like, the collective electromagnetic field off of every individual thing is like a collective, even.
Well, like, you'd have to verify everything. There's no way of testing it. He admitted there's no way of testing it, so he knows it's a belief.
Right.
I didn't say that. I said that you have to
No, not you.
to test it.
No, Hank.
Not you, Lemon. Hank said it would be
How would you accumulate? How would you accumulate this?
You'd get a filter like an orgone generator, which appears to be filtering some sort of energy, orgone or whatever, from free space itself.
Has it been done?
The orgone generators have been built. People are rebuilding them now. But Wilhelm Reich's works were burned. So they're reformulating a lot of his lost technology. We still have his cloudbusters. We're working on the orgone generators and stuff like that. But people are saying that, you can sit inside this thing. Back in the day, you'd sit inside of it and have healing effects. He was healing people of cancer and stuff like that.
And orgasms.
It's the energy of life. Cathexis is the accumulation of this life energy in us. Catharsis is releasing it through orgasm, energy, emotion, stuff like that.
Orgasm, energy, and wait. Is orgasm? Is that the main thing? Is that the main thing? Yes or no?
Life energy.
Because you're playing down emotions, you're playing down love, but you're playing up this thing about orgasm. That's why I'm like, what the fuck?
I don't know
what's going on here?
It doesn't need to be played up.
How is the ether more about sexual energy, and how? That's what I'm trying to identify. What is this? Like, do we have a science behind it?
Like, you can accumulate stuff from free space, like ether, like orgone.
Like ether. What's ether?
Testing.
Yeah, but I can do that. I can do that with the snake thing that goes up your back with that religion. I can do that there, right? I can open my third eye there. I don't need your crude method. There's a science behind all that. I mean, is that not similar? The Kundalini
energy from space itself, all around us.
Well, that's the same thing. That's the same thing the Kundalini is about.
The Kundalini.
That's what the Vril Society is about.
No, listen, it really is, Lemon. I told you it's the occultic. It's occultic as fuck.
You're gathering things from the air, the prince of the power of the air. Is that what you're talking about? I don't know. Like, unless you have science, it's just a philosophy.
The ether was created as a framework 100 years ago before it was abolished.
Who abolished it?
Implications against Copernicanism.
Who abolished it?
With this, Michelson, Gale, mostly Einstein. Really, they
really
with the Lorentz contraction.
That's pretty funny because right here at 8:35, you said it. Hold on a second. You said Einstein abolished the ether. At 35 minutes after the hour, I have a citation here from Albert Einstein. It's The Ether and Einstein from 1920. Einstein says, we may say that according to the general theory of relativity, space is endowed with physical qualities. In the sense, therefore, there exists an ether. According to the general theory of relativity, space without ether is unthinkable. How the fuck could he go abolish it and then write this?
He was singing a different tune when he came up with relativity, which denies that there's an ether.
You just said that he snuffed it out. This is saying the exact opposite.
But this is cherry-picked from before.
Cherry-picked? What's cherry-picking? What's cherry-picking?
All right, guys, don't... Come on.
No, I've read about what Lemon is talking about.
No, he charged me with fucking cherry picking. That's bullshit. Yeah. You need to fucking now validate your claim of I cherry picked this, which is inane bollocks. So what the fuck is cherry picking?
Einstein abolished the ether with John Spence.
You fucking support your claims, son.
Relativity
don't fucking keep talking.
And so,
I don't give a shit. You charge me with cherry picking. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. Don't over fucking talk me, you clown.
Guys,
come on.
Only two of you.
Guys, fuck you. He charged me with cherry picking.
You gotta stop doing that.
All right, stop, Lemon. Stop.
You pissed down my back and tell me it's raining. I'm gonna rip that pathetic little pecker off you. You got me sunshine.
I love
you
this.
fucking jag off.
QE finish, and then you can go, Lemon. Go ahead.
I agree with QE. QE needs to be quiet so Lemon can substantiate his claim that QE was cherry picking.
Do it.
You guys.
But let him. You gotta let him say it.
You gotta let him say it. Well, say it.
I'm not saying it. No, I'm not saying
it. About how Einstein's relativity abolished the ether. That doesn't have the context, QE.
That's not cherry picking. Fuckwit.
Does not give you the whole.
You don't know what cherry picking is. Hey, that's not cherry picking. Fucktard.
In the context of the relativity that.
In the context of relativity, that is not cherry picking. Bullshit. You're a fucking moron. Fuck off. Fuck you. That's not cherry picking in the context of general relativity. That's not cherry picking. You got to say that this is I want to see you. It'd be easier sprouting broccoli from your armpits to show how this is cherry picking, you fuckwit. You don't even know what cherry picking is. Fucking idiot. Charging me with shit. You know why? Because he's backed into a corner, and that's what these fucktards do. Sounds just like a baller. What's cherry picking?
Quote mining.
It's a stretch. It's a stretch where you reach down and touch the ground.
I just want to know what it is. Does he know what it is?
Cherry picking is a lie in the form of half truths.
Cherry picking in this case means that you do have a quote from Einstein talking about the ether, yes. But he pushed relativity, which denied the ether. So it's missing context that gives you the whole picture and the whole truth. And
he just said, let me say this again. According to the general theory of relativity, space without ether is unthinkable. He even has it in the same sentence.
But before that came special relativity.
Listen to this fuckwit.
There's special and general.
Who gives a shit?
Ether with special and come back to a possible ether with general.
Oh, he died. He denied it.
All right, so Lemon, go and get the quote where apparently it shows what you're on about. Then just do that, because that's the easiest way. If what you're saying is apparently true, you should be able to go and get the bit where it talks about the context that he's taken out. If he's cherry picked it, then he's took context out, right? So go find that bit.
Son Genis already did it in this video. It talks
Son
about
Genis is
no, not a video. Not a video.
Through several years, including relativity. It's all in the video.
Son Genis is another baller. Brain dead baller.
Lemon, you're not claiming. We're not on about video. You're on about his quote. Apparently, is a cherry picked quote, right?
Because
so I'm saying.
Missing context, yes.
Right. So go and get the rest of that very quote where the rest of the context is in it. Then, if that exists.
It's cherry picking based off of the historical context.
Wrong. That's bullshit.
You can't. No. Sorry, that's a fallacy. You can't have historical context as a tribute in a motive to him because he's excluded historical context. If it's historical context, that means it can't actually be in that citation because it was historically before it, or it was a part of a chronological order.
It's cherry picking in the context.
He would have to change the citation. He would have to change
the when special relativity abolishes the ether. In the context, that quote is not sufficient to get to the heart of what really occurred. Sure, he said with his mouth that ether was a thing, but they worked hard to deny it because it was not convenient for Copernicanism. It pointed to an Earth that was moving much more slowly.
That's not cherry picking.
Space and pointing toward geocentrism.
You know what you would have to do? You know, your bullshit diarrhea of the mouth. You know what you have to do to show this is cherry picked? You'd have to go to this document right here and then find a place where it says the exact opposite of what I just quoted.
You have to deal with the historical context.
Once again, I agree with QE.
You're done. You're finished. You're finished. You're finished.
Yeah, Lemon, I get what you're saying, that there may be a different framing of this and there may be a way of it looking differently, but to claim that that's a cherry-picked piece to go against what you're saying exactly,
history, yes.
You would have to provide the exact opposite therein, because otherwise cherry picking is where you take out one piece of a whole citation in order to support your claim in order to
The
ruin the
citation
other
is
person's
fine.
day.
The history is not.
That's not cherry
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're not interlinked, so you can't say it's. Yes, but they're not. They're not in the same frame. I didn't ever talk to you, so. But they're not in the same fucking link, are they? They're not. They're not linked together where you can cut
the
them
quote
up.
itself doesn't have cherry picking in it, but it's missing historical context.
Right.
No, it's not cherry picking.
He didn't cherry pick. He didn't cherry pick. Right, sweet.
Are you able to demonstrate it though? Like, can you just demonstrate it so we can learn instead of all this?
Cherry picking if you picked a quote that does not
Can we-
reflect the historical reality.
Man, fuck the quotes. Can you demonstrate it? Fuck.
But the historical
Can you demonstrate it though? Do you have the science?
Abolish the ether.
Can you demonstrate it? Do you have the science? Can I do it? Can you show me?
The video. You want a timestamp? Fine, I'll go find one. But the video's in the chat. It talks about this in depth. He went back and forth on the ether because really they didn't want it to go against Copernicanism. They knew that space was made of some sort of substance that gave it some sort of substantiality and solidity or whatever, but they didn't want to admit that it was pointing to an Earth that probably was not moving.
Damn, you got
That was
verbal
the rub.
diarrhea, dude. So it's not cherry picking, correct?
Not within the quote, no, but it's missing historical context.
Yeah. All right, so it's not cherry picking. That's okay. You charged me with cherry picking. I'm satisfied that you relented on that claim. Thanks.
No problem. But the historical context was that they abolished the ether.
Yeah, but that's not Q's job to provide it. Yeah.
Well,
I've already been through this. Yeah, I've already been through this. To admit that Einstein was down with the ether, and he wasn't against it. I don't know if Sungenis was incorrect or disingenuous, but Indio has brought this to my attention.
With the ether, yes. Then he went back with special relativity, which denied an ether. Then he went back with general relativity, which was for an ether. He was back and forth on it.
Yeah, Einstein was.
Well, that may be true. That may be true, but Indio brought this to my attention, and I didn't want to believe it at first, but Indio was correct.
Listen, Einstein was a twat. We all know that. He wasn't even that smart. Like, do you know what I mean? We get it. Like, I don't see why anyone puts any weight in what that prick says, really, right? So yeah, I get the idea that anything that he potentially went against, we might have to relook at. But at the same time, he was an idiot. So anything that he probably talked about might also be irrelevant. So we got to be careful.
The work that he plagiarized was still pretty good, including the ether, or the ether that he tried to
He apparently abolished it. Apparently, so wait, did he build the ether or abolish it? I'm confused.
He plagiarized the work of others.
What, on the
And
ether?
he tried to abolish the ether with bad science and bad theory.
Well, how do you prove that something doesn't exist before proving that it exists? So you can't, it's not like you can just say it exists and then prove it and then say, oh, just kidding, it doesn't exist. That would be kind of insane.
Scientists use reductive logic. They say something's happening over here. We can't see it, but something's going on.
So they
we're gonna
pseudoscientists.
find a framework.
No, pseudoscientists. You said scientists. No, pseudoscientists do that.
Scientists make a framework to at least attempt to explain what's going on.
Yeah, it's called the scientific method. Of course, ether can't fit in there because it's a what is question, not a how, why, cause and effect question, right?
It's a framework to explain why the light appears to be slowed down in the interferometer, essentially.
What?
Coming up against some substance in space itself as it
Yeah,
moves
that's
through the
gravity.
mirror.
How have we got to this?
Shit.
How do we get to that from like?
I don't know. He's like throwing shit at the wall, see if something sticks.
It's the only framework that explains what appears to be slowing down the light.
Oh, what framework? What fucking framework?
Yeah, that's
what. Seriously, what framework? Like at this point, like seriously, what framework?
The framework that space is some sort of solid, treacly, sludgy substance that the light is going through, slowing it down in the interferometer and making it return out of phase to the photographic plate.
Yeah, and
is that the definition of ether?
No.
Essentially, the substance.
No.
Oh,
So
man,
it's
this
a
is
definition of gravity.
kind of annoying.
It's a shapeshifter. It has any definition you like. Just make something up, and it's good.
This is the issue with the word gravity and the word ether now. It's like, just scrap them.
Put that shit on everything.
Just scrap both of the words and all the stuff that exists for real. Just create new words for the shit that's real and prove it and validate it, you know?
I can hear you. Go ahead.
Sorry, you alone.
I thought, I realized that you gentlemen don't like to reference Wikipedia because it's the sort of Reader's Digest of intellectual knowledge, but
Some of us don't. Some of us do.
it does contribute sometimes to information. So the ether,
can be all right.
it says, was postulated medium for the propagation of light. It was invoked to explain the ability of the apparently wave-based light to propagate through empty space, a vacuum, something that waves should not be able to do. The assumption of a spattle plenum of luminiferous ether rather than a spattle vacuum produced the theoretical medium that was required by wave theories of light. So that's where it comes from.
Are you sure? Well, okay. In that definition, it says theoretical, right? Go ahead.
It's
Hank.
about
Sorry.
when they theorize that light travels in waves, it has to, as we see here on Earth, that waves need a medium in which to travel. But they had to conjecture it because there was no detection of it. So it has to be invisible.
Wait, why do they need a medium?
Because light was conjectured to be a wave. Waves need a medium.
Oh, they
through which
assumed
to
it was a wave? I'm sorry, a wave?
light.
Yeah, they assumed the properties of light required a medium, right?
Right. The propagation of light theoretically has to have a medium. That's why that was conjectured to be there. Even
Why
though
do they need to? I mean, before us making any assumptions, why don't they just start from saying I don't know and then test something? Or is that a hypothesis that they did? Or
Well, it's sort of the same thing.
But light is not a wave. The way water is not a wave. The way sound is not a wave.
That's the question, you see. So but I'm just saying that's where the idea originated. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it's wrong because it's not a wave.
Are you sure?
A wave is what the medium is doing, reacting to the energy coming from source. That's a wave, but it's not a thing. Just like the rope, when we hold the rope, I hold the rope, you hold the rope, right? When I flick the rope, a wave is created. But the rope, what I did is not the wave. Therefore, that light is not the wave, and nothing should be based on thinking that light is a wave.
It looks like
that's totally wrong.
Diffraction pattern and using
a wave is not a thing.
Wave because something is
a wave is not a thing. It's energy perturbating the medium. That's all it is. It's not a thing.
Yes. You can't have a wave without a medium. The medium would be the ether. It looks like waves with the diffraction pattern. So
there's always a medium.
Probably a waving ethery medium.
Right. There is always a medium, and there will always be a medium unless you think about the globe Earth model. That's where the idea of no medium comes from. But in the real world, there is always a medium.
There's a new
medium is the ether of space itself. Always there, always present.
Why do you need? Yeah, but why do you need a new medium?
Assumption.
Because it helps progress science forward. Because now you know where to look for more.
We don't need to create a. We don't need. Listen, lemon.
Explore.
Who charged you? Who charged you with moving science forward? Who gave you that responsibility and mission in life? Who dubbed you that? Why are you responsible for that? Fuck science. Science is the reason why we're in this fucking mess in the first place. Fuck moving it forward. I want to know how things really work.
No,
why are you thinking like that, Lemon?
No, pseudoscience is the reason why we're in this.
Pseudoscience. Yeah, but anyways, who cares about moving it forward for them? What's it to you? We're trying to figure out how this thing really works.
A rising wind lifts all sails. And in the chat, I put the hundreds of ether measurements from Dayton Miller, who they buried because his measurements went against their agenda to bury the ether too. They said that he made mistakes because of heat expansion or something, making his instruments go haywire or something, despite the fact that he had hundreds of meticulous ether measurements.
Well, Lemon, can you
To
send
measure
that to me?
something, it has to have
DM
substance.
it to me.
Right.
Lemon, DM that to me. I will look at it.
Okay.
It's already
Well,
posted.
measure something, it has to have substance, right? So, what is the substance?
We'd have to figure it out.
That's what I'm talking
materialism,
about.
though.
Yeah, well,
It's
then,
not reductive
no,
logic.
he would have had to have figured it out
Reductive
first
logic is
to measure it.
inductive. Reductive logic is inductive. That's bullshit.
No, he would have had to have figured out. Wait there,
Reductive logic
Lemon.
says that something must be waving, whether or not you have the substance in it.
Waving? What's waving?
Lemon, can I say one thing? Lemon, he would have had to have figured out what the substance was for him to actually have measured it, though.
Yep.
That's all what I'm saying.
Yes, but the framework.
Eventually, no, you just said he had accurate measurements of it, not eventually. No, not eventually. Not eventually. Not eventually. You just said he had accurate measurements of said substance. So he would have had to have understood said substance to have had measurements that are accurate of it. We can't say eventually we will understand said substance now, and in the same breath say it was accurate. That doesn't make sense. I'm sorry. Like, it doesn't.
I just sent it to you. Check it out. The ether.
I will check out. Yeah.
The ether wind of the Earth, supposedly with the ether. They thought that the Earth was moving through it. It's not. It's swirling over the Earth. That's why they're getting lower speeds.
Is there any new people in here that have a question? I didn't mean to change the topic, but real quick, anybody have a question?
You didn't mean to change the topic. Come on, that's exactly what you're trying to do. Well done.
Okay, never mind. No one has a question. Continue with talking about ether.
Oh, for fuck's sake! Wait a little bit longer. Fuck.
Okay.
Anyone got any questions?
Are the Globers in here? Is Velker? Do you have any questions? Or
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
How does the ether works on a flat Earth?
Oh, that's Gemsy.
You cunt! You fucking cunt!
Oh, that was awesome.
Yeah. Okay, Lemon.
Hey, can I ask a question real quick?
Lemon.
I want to ask Lemon a question real quick.
You can answer that.
Let
me ask.
Gently over the unmoving flat Earth.
Hey, real quick. Let's say we
There you
figure
go.
out
I got a
how to
follow-up.
get free energy, right? Let's say we develop how to get free energy. Now what?
Wait,
Now
One second.
now we're gonna fight
Lemon answer
over
the question.
over free energy.
What actually causes the ether?
Materialism and atheism would say that, I don't know, it has to start itself, or at best, swirling torrential water filled with metal ions, leading to an electromagnetic charge, swirling with the water. Water's below, water's above.
What kind of progress? What kind of progress do you want out of this, Lemon? Do you just want to wake up in the morning, snap your fingers, and free energy comes to you? Is that the idea behind free energy? Like, what's the goal? What's the point of all this? Who is going to be killing who to control this technology, this knowledge?
The goal
come
would
on.
be to power human expansion and exploration. More energy equals more
To what?
population and more.
Oh, that's fucking noble. Yeah,
You
who's
want
going to
more
be on that ride?
population?
Are you on the
want
list?
More population. You sound like that does sound pretty globery, mate.
Yeah, let's go build some more technology for them so we can so they don't need us. Yeah, let's go do that.
To be honest, Lemon, I want to shut that shit down already.
So Lemon is saying that there is a mechanism that causes
Progress of science is evil. It should stop.
We need to go backwards, not further
technology
forward.
and innovation, possibly. Is that what you're saying?
Hey, if I had it my way, I would try to control all of it so that I am number one. Yeah, you want to have it that way? You want to play King of the Hill? You're not going to win.
I'd be a dictator.
King of Narnia.
I'm
gonna win. Mate, Narnia is a pretty fucking cool book, alright? It's Rohan, anyway, not Rose.
What kind of future are we going to be building with this technology?
I don't know,
Utopia
because
without
what
God?
it is no, but Lemon, are you talking about like, fixing illnesses like cancer and all this sort of shit? Yeah. Well, all of that shit exists probably because of all these technologies that were advancements anyway. You know.
Have you
Like,
have
so
you
it's
guys
kind
not
of like we
noticed
need to go
everything is
backwards,
free?
not forward. Yeah.
Well, perhaps we could
Everything
get
is
a
free.
better
Energy
source
is free.
of energy.
Well, the energy you're talking about is the energy that exists in the system that they built for you, where you have phones, technology, and all this shit. Lazy people.
We're talking about putting
entertained
people in
want.
boxes.
Slaves
We're talking about,
live in that world,
we're
mate.
talking about people orgasming in boxes, guys. Kaiser Wilhelm.
The energy of life itself.
Yes, but do you not know what he was doing? He
Just
was
bring some
putting
science
people
and
in boxes, bro. We're talking about Kaiser fucking Wilhelm Reich. You know?
I can't wait to get my hands on some free energy. Things I would do with it. And I'm a good guy.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It just
Well,
seems like some occultic bullshit.
I've debated with the ultimate glober in the past, known as Richard Garnash. Some of you may know him, but he
Yeah, I
was
do.
definitely against the Reich machine or whatever it's called, and anything that he was against, I looked into it. Like if he was like really against it, I would really look into it. Now, I'm not saying it's true, right? But
Yeah,
that's that's one of the reasons why I kept hanging around with that guy, because
You just
listen
wanted
the
to know
opposite of
everything
what
he
he
was
said.
against. Yeah. I've known a couple people like that. Yeah.
It's like the perfect match.
Yeah, man.
The perfect storm. But anyways,
You may as well be building the Tower of Babel. Why not? Because we're
yeah, no, I
mankind.
hear you, Bong. I hear you, Bong, on that. Bro, I think I agree with Bong on that.
Make a name for ourselves. You know what I mean?
well, if there's no ether, then I would just say maybe it's like electro, or I mean, I wouldn't say it's a vacuum, right? But
No,
if there
it's
is, then
Listen, there's too many things being attributed to one word. So even if you validate one portion of what you think the ether is now, right? You've got all of these other,
wait, but
other
you're
word
assuming
salad
it
parts,
exists, right?
No, I'm assuming that people say electromagnetic fields, okay?
Oh,
If you
right,
say
right,
that
right,
as a collective is the ether, right? But then you also say it's a swirling where you could validate maybe one part of it because there could be truth to one part. I don't know how many fucking different things are being attributed to this ether, right? I'm saying you could validate one part, but you could actually end up stifling the very thing you're trying to grow, apparently, Lemon, right? Because you're attributing way too much shit that you cannot to
Wait,
one
but
thing.
aren't you? No, I mean, before you even attribute anything to it, don't you have to first assume that mediums require physical substance, like distance, like space requires, not outer space, obviously, but like, this concept of space between two objects require. You'd have to assume that space needs or requires some physical thing, like electro whatever or ether whatever. That would be a belief. That's another religion. That's why it's all, I think it's assumption.
Yep.
All the mediums are connected, and all the mediums, like the way you get oxygen to your lungs is through the medium of air, and the way you get nutrients into your body is through the medium of water and solids, the foods you eat. Like all the mediums are connected, and we're fed through the mediums.
The solids go into the liquids as well. Yeah, sorry, bro.
Yeah.
So who knows what else you can access in the medium of the air? Might be good, might be not. Who knows, right? Let's mess with nature. Let's mess with the creative system.
I got excited
and create our own system in our own.
Well, I think here's where I think the assumption. I think the assumption is built on logic that says there can never be truly nothing. But the problem with saying there can never be truly nothing is that you'd have to first test it. But in order to test it, there would be no way to test it because you wouldn't have time. Because in order to have truly nothing, you would have to be absent of time. Well, it's a concept anyway, so it doesn't exist anyway. But, no matter, no space, you'd have to have no space in order to test nothing. So, it's built off this idea that it has to have something because you can never have nothing. That's what I think that's like the starting base, right? Or I don't know if I'm wrong on that.
I don't know what you're on about at all, I'll be honest.
Okay,
it's
so
progress, right?
let me ask you this: can there be truly nothing? Let's say in a like right in front of your, let's say, house. Is there? There
No.
can never be truly nothing
Because
there,
there's
right?
0 point energy. No.
Oh, it's like having negative 4 apples there, you know?
Yeah, exactly. So I think that's why I think that would be the only logical reason why space, or like a distance between two objects, might require a physical medium. But the problem is that's another belief, because in order to actually prove that mediums require physicality, you'd have to test nothing in order to demonstrate that, in order to falsify it. You can't just saying something doesn't make it true. So if someone tells you, well, all mediums require physical properties, that's not true unless they can prove it. And the opposite would also be true. It doesn't require physical properties, therefore you need to find somewhere where there's truly nothing, and that doesn't happen because you'd have to have something that's absence of time, space, matter, and all that. So yeah.
Here, let me check Narnia. I'll be back.
Yeah.
You guys
What,
go
you
check
got the Lion, the Witch, and the
Neverland. Yeah, somebody go check Neverland. I'll go check Narnia and see if they have any
Can we not go back? Can we not just go back to what you were saying a second? Because I got excited on that point a little bit. Like, all the mediums all mediums touch one another. So like, like even like when we talk about like the gases that leave the ocean, obviously, right? And then they introduce themselves into the atmosphere, and but I'm just saying that obviously the actual atmosphere itself is pushing actually into the ocean, as the ocean itself sometimes even rises, which means it's pushing up into the atmosphere. You eat solids that go into liquids. You eat liquids that absorb into the very solid foods that are in your stomach, as well as mix with the liquids in your stomach, but not fully mix. Sometimes, like vinegar and water, right? Like
Right.
and then obviously we absorb nutrients, and and eventually shit goes into our oxygen goes into our blood, and man, that shit's really interesting. I love it.
But then it's the idea that it's the question: how is everything connected? How am I connected to the earth? How am I connected to you? And it's through these mediums. Well, the medium of air allows us to exchange words, right?
Yeah,
and now
of
we're
course.
connected by mind. We're connected
Through the
physically to
ether.
the earth. We're connected to everything. Right. But see, we're connected to these mediums: air, water, soil. So to introduce ether with the understanding that we have to get rid of the understanding that we have and start over. But it has to be real science, right? It has to be
That's
a
what I said,
physical, a thing we can physically measure and know it's there.
But you might have to get rid of the word ether even because it's like the word gravity. It's been tainted. Anything that has already had 50,000 million fucking things attributed to it is now representative of those 50 fucking million things that were attributed to it. That's it. It's done. It's over.
You'd have to have an X ether or something.
Yeah, because even then people are going to strawman the idea out of it and say, you see what I'm trying to say? Because
We'll call
who's
it
going to
an
agree? Listen, no one's going to agree to take your new version of the ether. You don't have to keep naming shit relational to what the other thing is.
Do you
right?
say a medium that is physical properties, but they can't?
Just
If I
create a
ask
new
you
name.
what color,
I don't care. Call it SpongeBob. Call it SpongeBob for all I care.
Yeah.
It depends on your model. That's what I think. It depends on your model and what you believe in. So as time changes and models and things change,
That's
so
how
do
science
people's.
has stayed relevant.
Right. So
By
whatever it
change-
was is totally different now. I don't know what it was.
I know, yeah. Like the science has stayed relevant like this, guys. Having words that got argued over, and it took a while to establish this as the known thing, right? And then people would add other things, right, to something different as a different concept, right? And then, like, see, like there are fields of quantum, so like the word quantum, okay, that very word, that gets applied to a lot of different things. And I know people that believe in every fucking form of quantum. And I'm like, you only know about quantum mechanics. You don't know anything about any of the other shit to do with quantum. quantum computers, even quantum biological computers, right? Like stuff that's not even related to stuff that's not even related to science, even like because those words become deified or put on a pedestal, like the word gravity.
Yeah, they'll never say. Well, there's two things they'll never admit. They'll never say I don't know, and they'll also never say it's God. You know, obviously, not saying they have proof, but I'm saying they'll always come up with new words and like theories, but they'll never say they don't know, and they'll never say it's God. Usually, not all the time.
Theories,
sometimes.
usually, but Michael Behe did it.
Colloquial theory, not science.
Thank you. It was just a trigger word. I'm just listening. Michael Behe did it.
Yeah, I kind of preempted.
Preemptive.
Yeah.
Preemptive recoil.
Theory is like the ether with me, man. I hear theory. I'm just what?
What you created a new theory?
Why? Yeah. What?
What color is the ether?
What color is it?
What color is it?
Put it in a jar and paint it red.
That's copyrighted.
Yeah. Contradictionary. I'm pretty sure India came up with that idea. It's cool when he did.
That's horseshit.
No.
Oh, I'm gonna wind you up for that one for years, mate.
Yeah, that was the first flat earther. What was that guy? The Norwegian guy who did the evolution.
What's the scientific theory of evolution?
Oh, gee.
The guy who went to prison for 8 years. What's his name?
Loads of men went to prison for 8 years. That's pretty vague.
From the Flat Earth Society.
Dinosaur Man.
Huh?
Dinosaur man.
Oh, Ken Hovind.
Ken Hovind.
Yeah,
fucking
yeah,
hell.
him.
Why didn't you just say the guy
He
went
was
to
the
jail
first
for
flat
8
earther
years?
because he was like, "What is gravity? Put it in a jar and paint it yellow. Why does Venus spin backwards?"
Did he say that shit? Really?
Yeah, he did say that. He did say that.
Okay.
Yeah, he did. He did.
I didn't get it from that monk.
No, he didn't. I know he didn't.
I got it from somebody else.
Yeah, because you said the red, not yellow.
I don't think so. I think I made that shit up myself, man, honestly.
You probably did.
All honor.
No, you didn't. Mate, no, but to be fair, you can easily come up with a saying. Where does someone come up with a saying? Well, they come up with it because it's like bottle something, right? Paint it red.
Like who came up with Baltard spinning space monkeys?
A Jesuit?
Yeah, it's like
A Jesuit.
Yeah, yes, mate. But many people have the same ideas, don't they? That's the point. When India come up with contradictory at the exact same time as QE did, they both said
He
at the same
did not come up with that. I misheard
Come up.
something. Yeah.
No, what? And then you somehow ended up believing at the end that you said it,
Yes.
but you misheard him say it.
I
First.
misheard. So I thought that's what he said. So
And then at the end, you invented it.
yeah. Yeah. I thought he said contradictionary. It was the first time that came out of anyone's lips.
Was when you thought India said it.
It was when, I misheard him and I said it first.
Yeah, all right. Oh, that's a good fucking little argument.
That's technically yours, right?
Yeah, technically, yes.
Well, he actually gave it to India way before India even said it.
We call it inspiration. You can call it that, but who was inspired?
Nah, by omission. He was like, India, did you just say contradictionary? And all India needed to do was say yeah. So you are right, it's yours, QE. But all India needed to do was say yeah.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, we can make up a globe Earth contradictionary. All their little compartmentalized arguments that contradict each other.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about, pretty much.
Welcome to the party, Hank.
Wait, that sounded kind of
there's a fancy name for that.
Welcome to the party, bro. You late or something?
Feel free to add some terms if you got some.
Hey, QE, like where's your work?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Where is your work, Crack?
I'm actually designing something in a minute.
I like booger eating schmuck. When you dress
That's
it up.
right. Who can come up with that? I mean, that's
plastic.
That's right.
It's a plastic. Static.
Plastic fantastic lover. I didn't come up with that. That was Jefferson Airplane.
No, that was Spice Girls, mate.
What?
That was the Spice Girls.
They come up with plastic fantastic lover.
Oh no, they came up with plastic fantastic spastic.
They stole plastic fantastic from Grace Slick and Jefferson Airplane.
No one stole fantastic plastic, mate. Plastic was never fantastic. Anyway, Bakelite was though. Mate, you would have held a Bakelite.
You want to step off the reservation? You step off with Gracie and Jefferson Airplane.
Oh my god!
All right. Does anyone want to pretend to be a Glober? Because we don't have any. Right?
No, that's no fun anymore.
Lemon's there, isn't he?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Well, he can play one. Go ahead. Well, it's like second nature.
Sorry, that was bitchy of me.
Caddy, you want to be? Oh, never mind.
We can do my straw poll.
Yeah, let's do your straw poll.
My straw poll. So, can you sweep up helium atoms in a chamber?
No.
All right. So, can the conservation of momentum and the conservation of energy have something to do with gas molecules dying and losing all their kinetic energy?
No.
Dying?
Yeah.
Define die. How does it die if it's not?
No.
Okay, no.
Just no.
Just
we don't need to do anything other than no.
I was gonna say, how did they die?
Gravity shut them down.
Gravity shut that shit down, man.
There you go.
All right, you guys asked me to coin a word instead of Narnia. It's Baltardia.
Baltart. No, that's mine.
What, you can't just claim it after Hank says it. I know.
Hey, Zodiac, it comes from this man. There you go, right there.
Thanks.
Go ahead. Make sure you watch that.
Will do. I just gotta.
You don't have to watch it now. Just save it. You can watch it later. It's short.
Mate, he wasn't going to watch it now anyway, don't worry. I know he's really polite.
I will. Shh.
Well, right now?
Right now.
You're an idiot. I just said you weren't going to do that. Fuck's sake.
How long is that?
Now he knows he can send you a video at any time and you'll watch it there and then.
That's 9
Sometimes.
minutes. That's a bit too long on the stream. So.
Send him a 25-hour video, Go on.
No, I don't do that.
Well, he'll watch it.
He has honor sorry, not crypto. Crack villain.
I've got honor too. I didn't send you any video. How about that?
Okay, hold on. I have to deafen myself.
All right, go ahead. We want to. Oh, you already deafened?
Yeah, we'll wait.
All right.
Is he deafened himself?
I think.
I don't know why we had to hold on for him to do it, but.
Well, I wanted to catch him and tell him that he had to give his review. I want a book report after it.
What is it? What have you said?
What is it? It's the must see at 15 minutes after the hour.
DM it to me.
Didn't I do that already?
Probably not.
Okay.
I've only got dick pics in there.
So this guy thinks helium can come back down, bounce back down.
Yeah.
Fucking A.
Really? Fucking A. Well, if you can prove it.
Wow. It's like a 12-year, it's like a fucking 10-year-old.
Right.
It's like, what the fuck, dude?
Maybe helium goes boom boom in the ether.
Alright, yeah, that was good. That's how you rebuild bridges, Lemon.
I guess the question is, does it expand to fill the container and or does it eventually settle at a layer, settle downward, settle upward?
No, it doesn't. That's not the question. There is no question.
I think Lemon was making a joke, Huey.
Yeah, I hope it was, because if you're not, if you're partaking in that shit, you're gonna get your ass in a sling again.
That microphone needs to settle down.
Say again?
I said Lemon's microphone needs to settle down, man. That thing was robot.
Hey, what's up, Indio?
Hey, what's up? Have you ever heard of the Foucault's pendulum?
The full coat. Have you ever heard of the full coat? Did you say full coats? Full coat.
Full cult.
Full of Colt's pendulum.
You ever heard of Mike Quality Button? I'm sorry, I rumpused you. Go ahead, Indio.
No, I think I rumpused him too.
You probably did. You rumpus everyone.
Shut up. I'm sick of people concerned trolling about me rumpusing.
How's that? Is that better?
Yeah.
Oh, we had a religious
That's
nut
better.
in here today. With
Oh my god,
Foucault
that guy was
pendulum.
great.
What do you think I was talking about? That guy, man. Remember his parting words?
No. What?
His parting words
Real.
were, "You guys really need to look into the Foucault's pendulum. It'll change your
Oh yeah,
views."
yeah.
Dude, it was like crazy, like drop acid.
Yeah.
Like,
It would change your views.
Yeah, our
It'll
change
like
our
we'd never
beliefs
heard
about
of it.
everything. Dude,
Hold up, I didn't hear him. Crack villain, shut the fuck up.
There was a guy, I don't know if he was
Shit.
German. He said he's a physicist. He was obviously lying. But anyway, he was on the Foucault's pendulum. He thought the Foucault's pendulum proved the Earth's a globe. And like, I turned it into mincemeat. Like, there was nothing left of it. But he was
It was
still,
brilliant.
just like we said, nothing.
It was so
And
fucking
he was here
funny.
for like 2 hours, man.
He was here for longer than that. 4 or 5.
Yeah. It was,
Before you came in, I mean, he was there for like, mate. He got destroyed on every point, right? Twice over, but he said different answers to each point on both sets.
Jeez.
Do you know what I mean? So he was really.
You would've went
convoluted
crazy.
shit. Dude. Like,
what is it? Was that after the Gladiator guy?
yeah. And then we got like a different version of him. That lasted just as long. It was pretty nuts, man. We had 2 guys that were here for like 4 hours.
yeah, they were a collective 4 hours. Sorry, that was. Yeah.
No,
Sorry.
no, it wasn't collective. It was like 3 hours for the first guy and like 3 hours for the second guy or something.
That's what I thought. Yeah. See, when you said it was like 3 hours, I was like, nah. It felt like at least 4 or more. So it was like 6 in total because they just sounded like the same nut job, really, to me.
They
Yeah,
were
but what-
like, yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah,
Go
the
ahead.
Gladiator, he wasn't a professed physicist though.
No. He was a wounded snowflake or something, man. Too much latte.
Bro, that bit I was saying to him about the Foucault's pendulum, I was like, dude, like, you literally would be able to take it on the equator, right? You would be able to get the rotation of the Earth. You'd be able to put, obviously, a form of, you could obviously just do it with a magnet, and the magnet would be able to draw a pattern onto, obviously, onto a magnetic graph, like that's attached to a screen, even, right? Like you know, like a fucking magnet. You could just do it with a simple magnetic stylus, even, and you would literally create the pattern of that position, that longitude and latitude, right? Okay, we're saying if the globe exists, and then from that one position, based on the, you know, obviously the angular speeds, the position on the globe, it's obviously its elevation from the middle of the Earth, obviously including the radius and all the different formulas. They would be able to predict what every pattern would look like, going northeast from that position and southwest from that position, and vice versa in all the other directions. And that pattern would be replicated time and time again. Like they would be able to like say this will be what the pattern will be, and then take the pendulum there, have the pendulum do its job, and it would draw the fucking pattern that they said it would do.
Well, the Foucault
Like
pendulum can deviate from many causes. The pendulum itself with its joint or whatever, and or what they say, the Earth moving, it doesn't move, and or the movement of space itself around the pendulum.
Stop inserting ether everywhere, you motherfucker.
The whole Foucault's pendulum.
Brilliant.
It's,
it to deviate.
That was brilliant.
Sorry. Yeah.
How can I stab the ether in there?
Solid thing, pulling and tugging on us gently.
What, the ether?
Remember his citation? His citation with its theoretical locations?
Oh my god, that was fucking brilliant. remember when he said that my source was wrong, and then everyone was like, "What? Well, he hasn't even told you."
He said he didn't trust your sourse.
And then he posted a Wikipedia page, and I was like,
Yeah,
"Mate,
like
my
3
source was
seconds later.
Wikipedia too." And he was like,
Guy was a train wreck all over the place.
"Fuck me." It was quite fun though. I thought it was quite fun.
It became, after a while though, it was
tedious.
Yeah, call it. Like, throw in the towel, dude. Like, your corner needs to throw in the towel, man. There's nothing left to you. You're a standing KO right now.
Winning. He thought he was winning. He asked for the live stream video because he's like, yeah, I'll show you all my mates this and that, mate. I reckon he's gonna watch that back and feel so fucking small. It's because like, you know, I brought my friend in here, bro, and like, you know, he just debated Bambi for like 10 minutes, and like he was objective enough to be like, yeah, I don't know nothing. You know what I mean? And that was against Bambi, for fuck's sake, not against like literally like India and then like about 20 other people. He was talking to one flat earther on his own. You know what I mean? I'm not saying Bambi's not brilliant. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that guy believed that he was beating a whole cacophony of like a room of admin and moderators. And my friend who is like...
He thought he was at the final boss.
Yeah, like, you know, but my friend who's like a little bit more objective debates one flat earther, and at least he could understand and be honest. And that's how I know these people don't care about being honest, because like my friend is going to be honest, whether he's winning or losing, because he knows that he can't get away with that bullshit because I'm going to hold him to task on it as well. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not like he has to be held to task on it, but I'm saying, I don't know, man, there's just something different about these Globers where they don't seem to care about any type of form
like
of
Zealots.
He literally refuted not one thing we said, was wrong about 90% of the things he said, and just like, dude, like you said, the final boss. No, he never made it out of the first level, and like he didn't even beat any of the minions. He just kept dying and going back to the beginning and dying and going back to the beginning. It was horrifying.
He's lucky there was a respawn button, dude.
Yeah, exactly. Like, how many lives did he have, man? He must have had a cheat code because he died a lot of times.
I nearly pressed ban like 6 times. Like, I was about to press ban, and Crypto was like, all right, I was like, no, look. I'm going to ask you something else. And I was literally just about to press it, man.
I muted him a couple times.
He did get destroyed on the very first point. He came in and was asked for a direct measurement of curvature, right? And the cheeky prick turned around and said this. He goes, he's like, right, so Aristophanes. And he doesn't talk about any of the presuppositions. He just talks about it. He talks about it in quite good detail as well, really. And like, it ignores the presuppositions. And then someone says, yeah,
Aristophanes measured light and shadows. He never measured the curve.
Listen, this is what I'm saying. Anyway. And then someone said, but what about the presuppositions? And then he instantly said, well, yeah, like, he did presuppose that it was curving. And then, or it was a sphere. And then they said, but what? And then he pretended like he carried on talking about it, even though he now has admitted he knows about that presupposition.
If you put a stick in the ground, is that measuring the ground, or is that measuring the shadow of the stick?
It's the shadow of the stick, but I'm just saying this guy tried to use that as an objective, like, measurement for the curvature. The first thing he said.
This guy used every trick in the book, man.
But he fucking knew.
Like, every trick, every logical trick in the book, like, he used it. So what was the one? Okay, so Ships Over the Horizon.
Zoom in on it.
He wouldn't. Oh my god, he had to measure that. Like, I showed him a video, man. He's like loaded up in the camp and had to measure it, and it was so obvious you couldn't see the hull completely. The hull is completely gone. You just see the top of the boat. Like, and he had to go into GIMP and measure it. And then,
I mean, just one video of zooming in on a boat debunks the entire idea, because even if you did see one move away like that, the fact that you can see it zoom in on it and then bring it back into one observation of zooming in on a boat and bringing it back into your field of view when it wasn't in the field of view, that debunks all of it. It's literally a black swan of boat going over imaginary curve. Because it would not be consistent, even if you believed in an imaginary Jesuit-funded spinning space monkey religion.
Yeah, it sounds like these Globers have a logic problem. Like it seems like their logic has been flipped. Sorry, Hank. Go ahead.
Hank didn't speak.
Yeah, I think I was lagging. I was talking to Sin Cleanser.
Alright. I just thought, go ahead. That was funny. But
Yeah. I'm saying you got to give them like a quick crash course on logic and reasoning. You know what I mean? Because that's where it starts. You know, that's why they keep assuming things, and they don't know why we won't accept their evidence as evidence. Is because I think their logic is all flawed, and
exactly.
probably has to be addressed first. Yeah.
Dude, his evidence was nuh-uh. That was his evidence every single time. Nuh-uh.
Because we know, everyone knows.
What I find one of the funniest things about how he brought up the boats over the curve argument was he started by saying, yeah, this is a bad argument, that's why I don't use it, and then he started using it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Dude,
remember, he wouldn't admit if it happens on a flat surface or a curved surface, then it's not proof of either one. He couldn't admit that. It took him like 30 minutes for him to admit that. It was crazy.
But he was pretty smart though, because if he had some weaker flat earthers at that, he could have tricked a few of them in a sense, because he was leaving enough times between his contradictory. So obviously you can make a claim, right? That might be hard for some people to see what you're saying, or make a rebuttal, right? That someone might not actually be able to sort of untangle. But then you're going to use a rebuttal later on that sort of contradicts the very rebuttal that you said earlier, because it's the opposite of, right? But he was leaving a good amount of time between the contradictory rebuttals or claims.
Yeah, there was like a delay. He would contradict himself like 20 minutes later.
Yeah, he was leaving the right amount of time to where usually that catches people out. But like obviously most of us weird autistic people in here have got like near eidetic memories.
Smart people.
Unlike your average baller who contradicts himself like with the next sentence.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
All right, I have another guy that doesn't care and it doesn't affect his life at all. Do you guys want to talk to him or what? Wait, hold on. I got to actually get his consent. I just kind of sprung this on him real quick. Give me 1 second. He just still doesn't care. But hold on. Listen, hold on. Will you give me 5 minutes?
Was he a nihilist?
They ask him if millions of people lying affects society.
Is this guy's name Bong?
If it's Bong again with someone called Will again, no. We ain't talking to him.
Will?
Yeah,
Let me introduce Will, man. I need to introduce Will.
I'm washing my dishes, guys.
You can't make him there. Yeah. I mean,
Hey, Bong, is the water level?
Bong, you didn't Bong.
It's going down. Yeah.
Oh man, must
Never mind.
backwards, right?
Won't work.
You're upside
homies.
down.
I'm sorry. It was chemtrail. I got another guy that doesn't give. It's just garbage. He doesn't give a fuck, dude. He's just gonna sabotage it. I tried. I really tried to.
All right, mate. No worries, chemtrail.
All right, thanks, man. We don't need any nihilists in here.
Guys, love you, dude. I tried again. Love you, because you know
we love you too, chemtrail. We love your music.
All idiots unite on the internet.
He just won't listen. Flat water equals flat earth. So the simplest way to explain it is grass is green, water is flat. If you think grass isn't green, then you're fucked. If you think water's not flat, then you're fucked. And he just does not give a fuck.
He's just not ready to listen. You know, just let him. Yeah, he's just not ready.
I know that water.
Tell him to drink another 6-pack of Bud and just like move on.
Guys, dude.
You think grass is green? You haven't lived in California.
Well, that's what I told him not to use that as a joke.
Where I live is beige.
I told him not to use that as a joke. That don't be like the grass is burnt in California. I told him don't be fucking stupid. And the grass is green and water's flat. Don't fucking disagree. And if you do, you need to prove that shit, you fucking clown. Like I call people clown kind of to their face because they know that I love them. not you.
Fucking break
Yeah,
your
not
jaw.
you. But when
I
I
will
teach,
break your fucking orbital socket.
when
And then
I
my
teach
two pit bulls
people,
are gonna carry-
I know,
And then
but
I'm
when I
gonna
teach,
shoot the rest of them by fucking
Did
shotgun.
he say
Whatever
your
they are.
orbital socket? What did he
Right,
say?
so-
He'll break
Yes,
your
he
what?
did. His orbital socket.
Oh, listen to the white black men. Oh, they're funny.
Yo, come on, bro. Just give me
Oh
one second.
no, listen
So,
to them Toms, bro.
you're
Come on,
right.
bro.
I wouldn't call you a clown because you're.
Why is he so violently angry if he
Thank
doesn't
you.
care?
See you guys.
Hey,
Thanks,
Chemtrail.
Yeah.
Ask him why he's so violently angry if he doesn't care.
Why? Who? Wait, what? Ask him what?
I said, ask him why he's
Oh,
so
India,
violently angry.
leave it, because he
if
might
he does
actually end up
not care.
assaulting him.
Crack, shut the fuck
Crack
up.
don't stop.
Somebody talked over Indio. Please, one more time.
I said, ask him why he is so violently angry if he doesn't care.
Because it gets shoved in my face like fake religion. Do you believe in Jesus?
Oh, God.
When you take Holy Communion on every first weekend of the month,
Grace has to post
are
some
those
random
little
fucking
wafers
meme.
called Jesus? Kind of like Jesus.
Dude, you're gish galloping. He asked you, why
What's
are
that?
you so mad about flat water if you don't care? If you don't care, okay.
Yeah, show us
What
on
is
this
flat
doll
water?
where the
Because
flat
it
earth
gets
hurt you.
shoved down my throat, like religion
It doesn't
does.
matter because it's the truth.
Dude, the globe is being shoved
But
down
it
your
doesn't
throat,
affect-
bro.
Yeah,
Bro,
there you go.
Set.
There you go, dude. The globe is being shoved down your
Turn
throat.
on a TV set.
None
See
of
if
that
you can watch
matters
TV and not
whatsoever.
see a
On a
spinning ball.
TV station, you see a globe immediately.
Well, of course you'd like that because when you turn on a TV, the screen is flat.
Well, you're fucking gish
Oh,
galloping.
okay.
And it's garbage shit, dude. See you guys later.
Wait there.
Bye.
No,
Bye.
wait there,
Let him
Chemtrail.
go. Let him
What's
go.
up?
Let
What's
him
up?
go. He doesn't make any sense.
Doesn't it's over, dude. I try so hard with fucking people, but
Give
it's
him your
just so-
condolences, 50
I don't wanna
cents, and
get-
tell him to move on.
It has been fucking
Tell him
7, 8,
stop.
9 years with this guy. This is a good friend of mine, dude. You know what I mean? And I've been kicked out of his house, bro. He kicks me
Well,
out.
look, he's sick and tired. He's sick and tired of being sick and tired,
he's
and
jumped
it's
out of
understandable. Okay,
Listen,
so he's not ready.
Just don't talk to him about it. He ain't ready for
Just
it.
leave him alone. Yeah, just leave him alone.
So much.
Yeah.
Is it
Listen,
affecting
you're
your
probably
Don't hound him about it.
Hello,
Yeah.
hello,
Yeah.
hello, hello.
You're probably the last person who can help him with it. That's
Whether
what it
the
is.
earth is flat or round, is it affecting your money sack?
Yeah, see, he said you're the last.
More life
Yeah,
than
of
money.
course. Not that
Yeah.
you care, but
How
it
does it
does. I
affect
mean,
your
if
money?
you're interested, we can talk, but I don't think you care. So why does it matter? Why you ask?
Right, we
Well,
can.
well,
You've already assumed it doesn't,
wants
so
to answer
who
that?
cares, right?
Like, we don't care about you because you're not willing.
Well, do you care to listen to the answer? That's the question. Do you care to listen, or are you just gonna yeah?
do
You
you
don't want to waste our time.
How come I have to listen to you, but I asked one simple question? And
Well, you asked a question, so if we give you an answer,
You literally just did what he said you were
How
going to
does
do.
the earth? Wait. How does the earth being
He's
flat
at-
or round affect your money sack and your
Taxes
mortgage
through NASA.
and your electric bill? How does that affect any of that?
Taxes. NASA gets paid $50 million a day.
And now they're implicating NASA taxes to the
So you're not
UK as well as
answering any of
Europe.
I
He
just
just
told you.
answered your question.
For straws.
That's correct.
NASA gets paid through your money by taxes. They're stealing it. Therefore, you are directly affected. Now,
And they're
shut
doing
the
it
fuck
to the
up.
world now. And they're doing it to the world now because they. Wait,
Ligo.
then let me answer as well, bro. The UK is now
I haven't
having it
paid taxes
instituted.
in fucking years.
Cool, man.
so hold on. So hold on. I have a question. So you're saying that the only way you're gonna give a shit about the shape of the earth if you get some fucking money out of it, if it makes your life a little easier, is what you're saying? But you're too ignorant to listen to the answer.
Money off it and it makes your life. a little
Your self-defeating attitude is your problem, bro.
Them two are gonna end up
So
beating
this
each
is
other up,
retarded.
right?
This is literally retarded.
So whether
dude.
it's flat or it's round,
Yeah, put yourself on mute, bro. We ain't listening to him no more.
Yeah, them two are gonna end up beating each other up if we carry on. That's like Q. He's like, shut the fuck up, crack.
He can't listen.
Out there fighting a good fight.
If anyone that thinks the purpose of life is their money sack, they're beyond help. So,
Mate, when he said money sack, I thought he was on about his ball sack. I honestly
You know.
did for a split second.
you're talking about poverty right there.
Dude, I'm innocent. Man, I don't know. Oh my god. You talk about property right there.
Talk about his ball sack. Mad property.
I got that late. Sorry, bro. Oh fuck.
Yo, thanks for giving me the time, boys. He just kind of says that it doesn't affect his life. He's known it for so many.
Okay, then
That's
go
right.
back with his NPC. Go take vaccine. Go,
telling me ain't gonna
GMO
know.
food and just go on with his life.
The NPC vaccine, go live your life. What else? What else?
Yeah.
Just say to him, listen, you are never gonna know what is gonna affect you because you're not in the paradigm of understanding the very thing that could potentially be what changes your mind and changes the way you think about everything in life. How do you know the frame of mind that you're going to exist in after the fact, before the fact? You're never going to know what you're going to feel like once you learn this shit.
You just ask him, is it okay to lie to people?
You don't even know flat water, and you're like, no, fuck that. Fuck flat water.
Look, right here, motherfucker. Hold on. Look, right here, motherfucker. That is flat water right there in that fucking cup. In that fucking cup. Did it make me any richer? No.
Okay, boys.
Oh, fucking mute yourself, Chemtrail. Chemtrail, mute yourself. Fuck that guy.
I don't. Where you got to worry about money.
Yeah, Chemtrail, you're lucky I'm not there because I'd slap him in the face.
Wait, Chemtrail. Tell him what he needs to do is find a Masonic lodge. Find a Masonic lodge and join it. That will make him a lot of money.
True.
Tell him
Just
that.
lie
That's
about
what he
it.
wants.
What a fucking idiot. I hate people like that. Sorry.
No,
Yeah.
Hey, if it's all about money, tell him to go sell his ass on the corner.
I just wanted to let you know.
Yeah.
Tell him go watch some fucking videos on YouTube about fucking making money. And stop fucking bitching and complaining about everything.
Tell him to go
suck some dick and make $200 for a job. I mean, that's all that matters.
Tell him to
go suck some dicks.
His blood and suck some dick.
Tell him to sell his sister on the corner.
Yeah. Do what you need to do. Get that money.
Tell him I'll pay him to have sex with his mum.
There you go.
Or you could ask him.
Be a rapper. You can rap about anything you want and make millions of dollars. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Except flat Earth.
Okay,
Except
look, thank you. I'm a skateboarder, all right? Listen, I have skateboarding friends, and they don't give a fuck, okay? I just wanted to teach him after all these years of and he's a combat veteran that knows better. You know, he knows that he doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah, but
all right, he knows better. All right, I'm sorry for ruining.
Mate, you have to say sorry.
No.
How old is your friend? Hey, how old
are you, brother?
At least you're trying.
49.
49. So he's
halfway to death.
Tell him to stop being a dumbass and making us Gen Xers look
Don't
bad.
be so fucking stupid, he said.
Tell him, that's not what I said. I said he's making Gen Xers look bad, so he's embarrassing us.
I know, right? You're supposed to look up to him,
dumbass something and stop making Gen X's look bad.
Yeah, no. I was
I'm gonna be a better role model for you.
Look bad in Afghanistan when you fucking British pussies copped out and ran the fuck away. Oh yeah.
What the?
Yeah.
What, in Afghanistan?
Yeah.
Afghanistan was not even a proper war, mate. Shut up.
Okay, so I know all about fucking curvature of the earth.
Yeah, thank you for your service. Thank you for your service, but nobody fucking told you to join and go through all that and then bitch about it later. That's the way life is.
Wait there. He knows about curvature because of ballistics. Does he know about curvature because of ballistics? Do you want to talk to someone about that, do you? Talk to me about that right now. Come on.
So you said
if you want to debate ballistics, because if that's the thing that's going to get you off this curve, mate, I can fucking talk to you about ballistics. Can you give me the formula?
There's nothing to debate.
Mate, he just talked about ballistics and the
money. He wants money, crack.
He doesn't give a fuck. He made 2,000 yard shots.
Money.
All right, mate.
He wants to be recompensated for all the fucking trauma that he's gone through, for all the fucking pain he has endured, right? Fucking grow up, man. Shit, stop being a bitch.
Look. Oh, well, you fought in a war that there was no reason to fight in. Fuck it. Get over it, dude. You got tricked by the government. That's what's happening with the globe, too. You're a fucking idiot.
I want to know what his draft number was. I want to know what his draft number was.
Just tell him, Chemtrail.
No. What was his draft number? Oh yeah, that's right. He wasn't drafted.
$5,000 sign-on bonus. Chump.
He wasn't drafted. He volunteered, and now he's crying about it. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, you got tricked into fighting into a fucking war that you shouldn't have been in, and now you're being tricked again by the same government and the same idiots into believing in the globe, and you're angry about the fucking former, and you're not going to be angry about the latter, the flat Earth. Of course you're angry, bro.
You guys can talk amongst yourselves. I can't hear you guys. So if you're talking to me, just quit. I'm going to go on mute, and I'm going to...
And you'd be a little old to be in Afghanistan at 49, man. Like, I don't think there's like 30-something-year-old combat soldiers running around.
No, there are a few, but...
So you're 50. So listen, boys, I'm going to teach them Miggy's 3 points, and I'm going to teach them the Black Swan, and I'm just going to let this shit sit in the background. So I'll hear you when everything's quiet.
Or you might get a broken eye socket and get attacked by pit bulls.
Ask him if he's seen a core or a tilt. That would be.
Do you think like punching him is going to improve the globe, bro? You think like punching him, he's like all of a sudden the Earth's going to be a ball?
Yeah.
This guy.
Sorry, mate. Yeah,
I have serious doubt that dude was in Afghanistan.
Yeah, mate, he's not got enough respect about himself.
Okay, because listen, a lot of my friends that are my age went in the military right out of high school. And guess how many went to Afghanistan? None.
About none.
My friend was in Somalia, Panama, Korea. He never went. Like he was way out of the military by the time Afghanistan happened. Like 10 years. He has a career service.
My uncle was one of the oldest people I knew that went to Afghanistan, and I'm only 27. But I mean,
but they're not in combat. They don't put old people in combat.
That's why I'm backing your point. He was 39 years old, and he's a regimental. He was an RSM in an engineering commando squadron. So, yeah.
He was 20. Yeah. By 39, you're retired. By 30, when you're 36,
he wasn't combat.
You're looking forward to retirement. You're looking forward for that last 4 years. Like you ain't going out there. If you do go out there, experience, you're not going to be. I lost a classmate in Afghanistan. Yeah, it was our generation. Yeah. So what the fuck are you talking about, dude? Like that guy.
Yeah, he's off
Afghanistan. You mean Desert Storm?
We went there. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. My friends were in Desert Storm and in like. You know, the other desert war, buddy. The one before.
Yeah, Afghanistan.
Yeah, I think if we ever... What should we do as far as like someone who comes in here but doesn't actually want to care about it? Should we just say, nah, just go on mute, or what should we do?
Well, yeah, but that was Chemtrail. He's one of... he makes music and that FE music, and it was this boy that was with him.
Oh, wait. I think actually... Hold on. I think India, what were you going to say? I interrupted you.
Yeah, Chemtrail's a solid dude.
Yeah, that was his friend he was talking off mic with.
Okay.
There's like 2 conversations going on there. One microphone, 2 people.
I guess it's better to try to tell him why, but then again, they'll never care anyway. But it's better than nothing.
I think
we need to stop talking about it. Listen. No, we need to stop talking about that scenario because that guy was actually threatened to hit.
No, it's fine. Go ahead, Hank. Yeah.
I think that Chemtrail needs to learn the Jesus planting method. You throw out the seeds and you don't really bother where they land. You just move it on.
Yeah.
But Chemtrail has a heart for this guy. And it's apparent that, it's not reciprocal. What's that word? It's not going both ways.
I think there's alcohol involved.
Reciprocated?
Yeah, there's alcohol involved. Exactly. What I say to everyone, when they say, "Oh, my friends won't listen to me about FE," and I'm like, "Well, then get better at arguing before it, you idiots."
How would you Hank Hill? How would you if someone said, "I don't care about the shape because it doesn't affect me"? Now, I have a bunch of different things I would say to that, but how would you approach it?
Can you prove that it doesn't affect you? Because you just made a claim.
Oh, that's a good way. Yeah, I like that. That's a good one.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to know the unknowables, right?
I like that one. I'm going to use that one next time.
Yeah, feel free.
We're gonna start the known speech. No, unknown unknowns.
I wasn't going to do the whole thing. But you get it.
I remember watching him give that, man. Everybody's like, what is wrong with this guy?
Wait, isn't that proving a negative though?
No. You can't prove a negative.
Well, I guess I'm wrong.
I could
But
be
most
wrong
people
about
would know
that.
Yeah, most
Oh,
people
true,
would know.
true. Most people would not know to say that it's proving a negative, so you might catch them on it. Okay, yeah, just use it. Use it anyway. They use fallacies on us. Might as well fight back.
Yeah, they respond really well to fallacies, funnily enough, because that's how they were indoctrinated in the first place.
True. So you might as well just use it against them.
The great unknown speech. I mean, how many people do you think today are aware of who made that speech? Who made that speech?
What's the speech called again?
The great unknown speech. Unknowns that we know that we might know, we don't know whether they are unknowns.
I thought it was.
Wasn't that Dick Cheney or someone in the Bush administration?
Rumsfeld, bro.
I thought it was called
one of
the
those
greatest.
dicks.
That's Rumsfeld. What the fuck? Seriously? You don't know that?
I don't know who said it, bro. I'm sorry.
It's
I knew it was one
Rumsfeld.
of those
That's
dickheads.
Donald fucking Rumsfeld.
I thought it was. Have you guys heard of the greatest story never told? That's what I thought it was called.
The
Not-
great-
That's a different thing, I think.
The great unknowns. It's Rumsfeld. My God Almighty! Seriously, he was well, it's really seriously the greatest speech never made. The great.
I thought it was the greatest
unknown.
story never told. I thought that was the title.
Oh my God!
Is that a different thing? Okay, maybe I'm thinking of something
It's
else.
Rumsfeld. Donald Rumsfeld. He was what was he? The Secretary of State in the fucking Clinton administration or whatever.
The Clintons. There's some weird stuff I heard about Clinton. I don't know why.
They asked Rumsfeld, where did the $7 trillion go? You know what he did? He shrugged his shoulders and went, we don't know. It's like crazy. It's like,
Did anyone try to audit? Maybe
yes,
someone.
they try to find out where $7 trillion is disappeared.
Didn't that same story happen with like the Pentagon was supposedly missing trillions of dollars, just vanished, or they're like sending $32 billion a year to Israel or something. I forget what this is.
The office that was investigating where the $7 trillion just happened to be hit by that plane on 7/11.
Oh yeah. What was that? Are you talking about Building 7 or like a specific? But there's no. I thought there were no planes on that. Or you think there were?
Well, the Pentagon.
Oh yeah, the Pentagon one. Sorry, I thought you meant the other.
Picking up luggage, but there was no luggage. It's like,
Sure wasn't a missile though.
You
I
know
thought it
what's
would be.
funny?
I mean, how do people fall for this shit?
Go ahead,
Sorry, Hank. Go ahead.
No, it's all good. I was just saying that it's funny how. Excuse me, sorry. Sorry, I choked on my own spit there. It's funny how the no-planers, drives a lot of people crazy, but everybody knows the plane that it's Pentagon.
So, the most defended airspace in human history,
right,
was hit by an airplane.
Right, that's crazy, to even think that a plane actually did hit the Pentagon, because all they would have to do is release the footage, and they would discredit all the conspiracy theorists. So either A, a plane didn't hit the Pentagon, or B, it did, and they like conspiracy theorists, and they're on their side.
When Bush was sitting in the classroom reading a book upside down, and the kids were chanting, "Plane must hit kite, iron." I hear, what the fuck? Plane must hit kite, steel, building, bang, bang. And and there's like engineers this engineer saying, "Listen, no building in human history has ever fallen to fucking fire." But the whole thing came tumbling down in one day. It's not possible. It's not built.
It didn't just fall; it like obliterated. It's integrated into nothing.
Right. And so where are we now? So the American people believe that was actually a thing. That's crazy, bro. It's the same thing as like we believe that masks are a thing. Like a virus came out of China and we're all gonna die. But it's like, it's like a flu. It's about as deadly as a flu. Like nobody's actually died from it. There's no dead bodies in the street. There's it's like a zombie apocalypse or anything. But everything is shutting down because of a fucking virus that is no more deadly than the flu.
Well, we're not going to be talking about that. Liddy Committee wants to tell us about the globe, I think.
I mean, it's a psyop. Yeah.
Yeah, we're all living in a fucking psyop, bro.
Oh, he's not. Wait, he's choosing not. He's refusing to unmute himself. Unless, let me ask him. Maybe he's in the broken mic gang.
You get BC verified with a broken mic.
Yeah. Oh, that is true. Maybe he's just busy or something.
Well, the mic might have broke after he got the VC verified.
Or she or he or it or whatever.
Yeah.
What do you mean they?
Say hi, dude. It's not complicated. You don't know how to talk to people? I know it's been a long pandemic, but come on.
Sometimes there's people on alt accounts, they don't want to show, people recognize the voice.
Oh, there. Hello. Welcome. Are you there? He muted himself. You are? Okay. I think he asked the question, how do we stay on Earth? Is that your question in the chat?
Yeah.
Okay. Before
we're denser than the air. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you got it.
Go, Hank.
Yeah, we're denser than the air. What do you expect the air to hold us up?
Become lax.
What?
Well, the question is kind of a stupid question, right? Now, I'm not saying it's a stupid question or that you're stupid, but it is a stupid question when you think about it, because we know that why we don't float up. But the question exists because why? Why does the question exist? Why is the question asked?
Let me ask this question.
Why should you float?
Fly off of a spinning ball?
Yeah.
Why don't you fall off a spinning ball flying through space at like 1 million miles? Gravity. What's that? Which gravity are you talking about?
The attraction to large objects.
Yeah. Because of space. You think we should float off because of space, because you think we're living in some vacuum and the gravity of the Earth is holding us down. That's why that question exists. But if the Earth is not a ball, the question is a dumb question. So it only exists because you think the Earth is a ball and there's a vacuum that should suck things up, right? Pull things up, right? Without that, it doesn't make any damn sense to imagine. I should be floating right now. Why? Why should you be floating? Why should these rocks be floating right now? That's dumb, But it's because of space.
See, the thing is, you've been brainwashed since kindergarten to learn about gravity, and they taught you the wrong one on purpose, right? Because you just mentioned Newtonian gravity, which was replaced 105 years ago. Now, I know replacing the school books are expensive, but we could at least do it once every 100 years, right? But the thing is, they taught you the wrong thing on purpose, right? Because there is no way that mass attracts mass, right? Because if gas is mass, gas doesn't attract itself. When you pop your tire, gas is eagerly trying to reach equilibrium. It's trying to get away from the other gas until it does reach equilibrium.
Lady Committee, are you still there?
Yeah.
What did he say? Okay, do you have a response to what he said?
I'm just thinking.
Right.
So, like Bong said, right? If you didn't think that you were on a ball and need such a thing as gravity, you would never even ask the question. It would just be silly.
Mm-hmm.
But because you think that there's other people on the other side of a ball and their feet are pointing at your feet, and you guys are opposite to each other, they're upside down, you're right side up. Think, hey, we need this gravity thing. But there isn't like a shred of evidence for this mass attracts mass thing. You say in space, balls will attract each other. Ever seen that demonstrated?
I don't think they realize that the whole premise that everything is built upon.
I just don't understand why would they lie?
Oh, here we go.
Why would they lie?
Do you know why a helium balloon floats or why a ball doesn't sink in the water? Do you understand? Like Archimedes' principle of buoyancy. Do you know that?
Yeah.
Well, there you go, right? That makes sense, right?
And you don't need gravity in there.
Why would they not?
Excuse me for a second, guys. Someone needs to be VC verified upstairs. I'm not a mod.
What's her name?
Her name is Stumbling Dick.
Oh, good name.
Yeah. She's ready to go.
Stumble Dick?
Yeah.
Okay, it's a girl.
Name, though.
I could see if it was a dude, but
Nope, it's a girl. She's stumbling on it hard.
doing the "Don't Trip Over My Dick" dance.
No, don't pun intended. All right, thanks, guys.
Sounds like a doozy.
Only one way to find out.
Yeah, Crypto's up there now. So your question, what about what were we on before that? Oh yeah, he was talking about gravity. Yeah. There's no demonstration for gas for gravity next to a vacuum. Well, let me ask you this, Liddy Committee, can you still hear me?
Yes.
Can you demonstrate an open vacuum, regardless of whether you think gravity's real?
An open vacuum.
Yeah, like you know how
can I ring
outer
you very
space.
quickly? It's pretty important.
Space.
Yeah.
Can you? Have you ever seen an open vacuum before? No walls, no container.
Well, space.
Okay, have you verified that space is? How did you verify outer space?
Well, I haven't, but
Okay. Are you sure it's real?
if I look up, I see anything. But
What do you see? What do you see when you look up?
Stars.
Right.
Blackness.
Okay. And during the day, what do you see?
Cloud and blueness.
Right. So sometimes you see blackness when you look up, and other times you see a different color, right? It doesn't mean the medium is a vacuum, right?
Yeah, true.
Or whatever color it is, even if it was black all the time, doesn't make it a vacuum, right?
Well, yeah.
Right, exactly. So, okay, so would you say, okay, let's get to the basics. So, have you ever seen Earth as a sphere in real life, not in a picture, not in a video?
No.
What?
No, I haven't.
Okay. Do you have any memory of seeing the Earth at like curving at any point?
Yeah, when you look at the ocean.
Which ocean?
Well,
before we get to that, when you thought you saw the curve, did you happen to have a recorded proof like that you could show us so that we could verify that if it's real or not? At the time, did you happen to like record it somehow?
Sorry, 1 second.
Okay, no worries.
Did you Did you see the
No, I didn't.
A picture might work too.
I have no pictures.
You didn't take one at the time. You just didn't remember taking one.
No, just see. I don't know, I just see the curvature.
You be the first.
Sea level.
Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead. Whoever asked the question.
So you were at sea level.
Well, I was at an ocean, so yeah.
And you thought the horizon curved to the sides. That's what you remember.
Well, I couldn't see the rest of the water, so I assumed that it would go down.
Oh, what shape was the horizon? You saw like what kind of? If you had to describe what you saw, besides curve, obviously, but like, was it like all the way flat across and then it curved, or was it like curving like extreme? Like, let's say, was it like a strong curve, or was it like really really slight?
Well, there's no exact point, but like you just don't see it. Well, I guess there is. Like you just don't see it at a point.
So you didn't see it, or did you see one?
No, like I couldn't see the water at a point.
Okay, but you still believe that. Okay, let me ask you this. Do you know anyone who has a photo or recording of the thing that you saw at the time? Because otherwise we just have to
I think I got what he means. I think he means I think he means the horizon, right? You're talking about the horizontal line, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that line is flat, right?
Yeah.
Horizontal, yeah. But you're thinking as something goes away from you, it's going over some kind of curve, right?
Well, like slowly, yes.
That's where it is.
Have you heard of the? Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
That's fine. You can go. I'm looking for pictures.
Oh, I was just saying. That horizon is what you're claiming to be the horizon. Is that the claim of physical curve that you saw?
Pretty much.
Okay. Have you heard of the black swan observation by any chance?
Well, before we get into the black swan, once again, we're doing the same thing, right? If you're looking at a horizon, that's a straight line left to right. That's 180 degrees. But then you're saying that going forward, right? Because I can't see the rest of the water, that's the curvature. But here's the thing: when you go up, you see more water, and now the horizon is back there, right? But you're still not seeing curvature. So the explanation that boats are going over the curve, this too, if you had never heard of it, you would never assume that the Earth is curving because look, left to right, right? And when we go up, so the idea comes once again from the ball. And this, you were told to think of it this way. You were not told to look for curvature left to right. You were told to look for curvature back to front. But now Neil deGrasse Tyson, check it out. Now Neil deGrasse Tyson is saying, when you go up, the Red Bull jump, right? The space jump, 128,000 feet, you're not going to see curvature left, right, front to back at 120,000 feet, right? But then you were told when you were little, I was told when I was little, that when we see boats disappearing into the horizon, that's the curvature of the Earth. Again, right? Another one, right? Just like space. Well, why aren't we floating off into space? Why would you think that? Because of the model. So your explanation is not really your explanation. Again, you got that from TV, from school.
Yeah, it's others.
Yeah. So this is the second one, right? Now let's get into the black swan. I just wanted to throw that in so you recognize how many hoops you have to jump through, somersault through. Go ahead.
Okay. So let me ask you this. When you saw, when you're claiming that you remember seeing it, you were at the beach, right? You're looking, or where were you again? Really fast?
Ocean. Not sure which one.
Ocean, and you were standing on the sand, I assume?
Yes.
Okay. And have you ever seen a boat travel out of your field of view, like away, and you couldn't see it anymore in that instance?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you seen the clips where you can like zoom in on the boat and you can see it again?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you agree that you can't zoom around corners with a camera? Like a 90-degree corner? Okay. So it would be impossible, but there are observations where you can actually see the guy zooming. Like you can see the camera zooming in on a ship and bring the whole ship back into view when it should be hidden. Even just one of those observations would be impossible. Do you know? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you ever? Do you think all of those are fake, or have you ever tried to zoom in on it and like?
Oh, I believe
What do you
it's
think
real,
about? Okay.
But there's more like a different explanation. Not sure what it is.
Okay. Our explanation. Do you believe that explanations are proof?
No.
Okay. So demonstrations, like a physical demonstration with the explanation, would be proof, right?
Yes.
Okay. So basically, the demonstration that I'm talking about that goes against the idea that when you see a boat disappear from your field of view is that if you're able to zoom in on it, which in some cases they did, that would be impossible, and that's the issue. That's why it's not a sphere, or at least that observation can't. It would not make sense because it would have to do that every single time.
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, we can talk about the black swan too. But the problem with the there's no problem. But it just is. The problem is the geometry of the argument assumes that the Earth is a sphere. I'm not going to start with any assumptions. So, but you said you saw a curve, right? And you saw it was a horizon.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I can just get into it. But do you see these images where he zooms in on the boat and you can see the full boat again, and he zooms out and you can't see it anymore?
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you remember what the what's like, and do you have any response? What do you think about it?
Still, I don't have much research on this, so I'm just trying to research it right now.
Okay. Yeah, no worries. All right. Well, okay. I guess we can talk about the black swan. Here, I'll just post it really quick. Okay. So, do you see this image in live stream voice text?
Yep.
Okay. Now, the argument is basically, if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then the horizon must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. And if in the image below, if it's not Q, in other words, if the horizon is past that point, then it's not a sphere. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, in the image below, where can you describe where the horizon looks like, the location of the horizon in that bottom image? Where is it?
The middle.
The middle of what? Like, yeah, but I mean, is it like in front of the two structures or behind it?
I don't know the structures, how they were before.
Before what?
Like when they're in front of me.
No. It's just the horizon. Okay, like wherever the line where the sky meets the ground, that's where the horizon is, right? So like, do you see both platforms, both structures on the bottom where it says Hill House and Habitat? And you see, if you were to draw a line where the sky meets the ground or the earth, right? Where would you say that it's in front of both of those, or would you say it's behind both of those?
What?
Okay. Are you familiar with the horizon, or the definition of the word horizon? You're familiar with that, right?
Yes.
Okay. If you had to guess where the horizon is in the picture, is it behind those two things, or is it in front of them? Behind, right. Okay, now the argument is that would be impossible according to this picture because the person is at 1 foot observer height. Or sorry, not the person, the camera. The camera is at 1 foot observer height. And you should not be able to see either of those because they would be hidden behind the horizon based on the radius. It's based on. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Kind of misleading that the bottom would be hidden, not the entire platform would not be hidden, but portion of it would be. That's sort of misleading.
If the horizon meets the ground before both of the platforms, are you sure you shouldn't? You're saying you would still see an object behind the horizon?
Yeah,
top of it.
With the curve calculators, ignoring perspective, they claim that you would see the top of them even if you add a little bit of refraction.
Okay.
And you give them 4 feet, you would still not see the bottom of them, but you would see the tippy tops poking up over the horizon if it were according to model.
Okay. For a second,
They would be leaning away.
So you
They
can
would
see
be
objects behind the horizon. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
I just don't like it when people say that the platform should be missing because that's kind of misleading. That's all.
I just wanted to simplify it for him. Radius is basically the size of the ball, right? So if we know the size of the ball and we put things on it, right, then we can measure. We can go to wherever this ball is, look and see that, because the ball is this size, radius, we shouldn't be able to see that, but we see it, just to make it simpler. The math is there if you want to do it.
So 9 miles away, I'm not supposed to see the bottom of it. Doesn't make sense.
Because you have to factor in because of the size, right? You're not supposed to see a lot of the things that you are seeing. This is an example because it's at 1 foot off of the sea level, off of the ocean, right? So if you go 2 feet, you're going to see the horizon move back a little bit more. And as you go up, you see more and more and more. And now the horizon has moved all the way back. But what you're not seeing is the ball that is a certain size. Okay?
This is simple.
Sorry,
Do
go
boats
ahead.
over the horizon because of curvature? Do boats disappear over the horizon because of curvature? You ever heard that, young man?
Yes.
What?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so do you think maybe the platforms might disappear just like the boats over the horizon?
Yeah, eventually.
So what we're saying here, is the horizon should be at a known location in front of the platforms. And it's not. It's not where it's supposed to be if the size of the Earth that they told us is true. In fact, it's much, much further away.
Exactly. You get that?
Yes.
If it's this big, then these things shouldn't be seen, basically.
Yeah.
So if the Earth is a globe, this is an impossible shot, like the deer on the other side of the hill. But this image is showing you that the Earth is not a globe with the radius that they give us.
Well, where's the horizon supposed to be?
In front of them.
In front.
So close that it's not in the shot, basically. But the reason why this is called the black swan is because in the philosophy of science, falsifiability or refutability is the capacity for a statement, theory or hypothesis to be contradicted by evidence. For example, all swans are white is falsifiable because one man can observe that black swans exist. And this example is a black swan to the all swans are white statement that the Earth is a sphere.
Hey, do you see the image I just posted? Whatever your name is, your guy.
Yes.
Oh, it's the one with the concentric rings, the circles.
Yeah.
The small circle in the middle?
Mm-hmm.
That's where the horizon is supposed to be.
Why?
The other two circles, that's rig 1 and rig 2.
But why is it supposed to be there?
Because that's what the globe model predicts. They say there's a radius of 3,959 miles. You can do math and figure out where the horizon is supposed to be. Where it appears the edge of the ball is based upon your elevation. So at 1 foot, that's where the horizon is supposed to be. So that horizon should be behind the circles that are further away, but it doesn't. I mean, it does appear there, but it shouldn't.
Yeah. But
so there's a prediction, right? Prediction that the globe makes. Horizon's 1.3 miles away. It's not there. 10 times farther than that. So that falsifies the idea of there's a ball.
the horizon's still there.
2,959 mile radius. There would have to be a bigger ball, right?
Oh, right. There's a big ball.
Pardon me?
So what?
10 times farther.
He just accepted that the ball was as big as the orbital pattern of the moon.
No, the Earth?
Yeah, that's how big of a ball it would have to be to match this.
Yeah, that's what you just said.
If it's a bigger ball, that ball has to be 100,000 mile radius.
Mm-hmm.
So do the circumference. What's the math on that? What's the circumference for that? Like 1.5 million miles around the Earth? Does it have you ever been like New York to LA? That would be like a 50,000 mile journey.
Is this at 1 foot off sea level? Right?
It is. Yep. It takes 50,000 miles New York to LA.
I don't know, but what if we go to 128,000?
Those are fast horses. How the hell did they cross?
What if we go to 128,000 feet? How big is this ball now? As big as the galaxy now, eh?
As big as we need it.
Galaxy.
Yeah, exactly.
Felix Baumgartner, not flat. Galaxy.
Oh, before you went there, I wanted to be like, oh, but look at this little GIF here of the video of the two platforms. Oh, you can see the island to the side? Yeah, that's about 29 miles away. So at that size, the globe would be the same size as the sun. And then you can jump to the size of the galaxy.
See, the difference between us and NASA is you can go out and verify this for yourself. You can't verify anything that NASA shows you because you can't go to space. You're not an astronaut. You're not a Mason. You're not in the military. You wouldn't be welcome to belong to the space station, right?
It's called a consumer.
You do not have a scooter certification?
All you need to do is consume the information that we give you. That's what you do. That's what you are. That's what we are. Consumers, right? Buy, sell.
I think.
Obey.
Does he have any? Yeah, go ahead. Does he have anything to say? Lady, do you have any response?
No.
Okay, but didn't you say something about the horizon is still there earlier? And
Yeah, the horizon's still there, so clearly not flat.
Wait, you think?
You see where do you see curve? Where is the curve in the image?
Well, you don't
think
see
horizons don't exist on a flat Earth, right?
Oh, you think horizons don't exist on a flat Earth?
Yeah, how'd that work?
Because the definition
It's
is
called
consistent.
Perspective. Do you think you can see forever? Do you got eagle eyes? Do you walk around not needing binoculars when you look at stars or telescopes? You can't see forever, bro. Everything shrinks into the distance. The further a girl gets away, the smaller her head is.
She becomes
hilarious. Wait. Okay, I got a question for him. Okay, if the horizon does not, if you believe that, then when you look up on a flat Earth, do you think that you see the sky? Right? Do you agree with that?
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah. Okay. And when you look down vertically, let's say you're looking up 90 degrees, and then you slowly look down. and then you read the definition of horizon being the apparent location between where the sky meets the land, eventually when you look down, you would see that there's a line, an apparent location where the sky meets the land known as the horizon, and the earth could still be flat. So I don't understand what you're how you're coming to that.
Horizon is
Here, can I explain it to him real quick? I mean, this is super simple, at least because I've done it a few times. So, if the horizon is where it meets the ground, that's what it is, right? That's the definition.
Yes.
Look out, you see the horizon, the land. Okay. For there to be no horizon, you would either see 100% of the land and no sky, or all sky and no ground. But which one would it be on a flat Earth? Would we see all sky or all ground?
Say that again?
There'd be no dividing line, right? So if there's no dividing line, it's one or the other. It has to be all one or all the other.
Mm-hmm.
Any division is a horizon.
Wait, can you say that again? I wasn't listening.
Yeah.
He said, go ahead. He said there's two requirements.
I'll give you a better one. Hold on. You open up a software program, right? That plane, just having, we're in empty space, okay? When you put a plane underneath your feet, that empty space meets that plane. When you put a ball underneath your feet, that when you look at a basketball, right, and you're looking at the edges of the basketball, you're looking at a horizon of this ball. When you're looking at the tape, it's where the plane meets the space. Does that make sense? With like, remove the plane underneath your feet. Remove it. Where are you? Nowhere, right? So once you put people on something, like people with observers on something, that thing underneath is touching the empty space. So ball or not, there will always be a horizon. Does that work? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, but that was just to go over what Indio said too. Do you agree with what he said about that? There's two necessary requirements because you need the either land and the sky, because the definition of horizon includes both of those.
Yes.
Okay, and you understand that saying that there would not be one requires one or the other, either only land or only sky, because therefore you would have to have actually consistent logic by saying there is no horizon, right? You agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, so why did you? I don't know why you said there would be no horizon, or
because this is like with a thing they pimp on YouTube. They pimped this back in like 2016.
Exactly. Wait,
yeah.
I just realized
If there'd be no horizon on a flat Earth, like that doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, why?
The stuff you picked up.
Liddy, why did you say it? Go ahead.
Well, I need to find the picture.
Okay, before
have a
the picture, one of the reasons why it's so absurd to say is because we can zoom into the horizon and pick up boats again after they supposedly went over the curve. So that can't be a physical curve.
Right.
I think what you meant to say was there is no curvizon. Curvizon, because that's what doesn't exist.
Wait. Let's let him. Liddy, what was the reason? Black Swan? What?
Can you? Oh wait, I found it.
Yeah, I'll post it again. One sec. Okay, go ahead. What's your thing?
It's over the sea level. So, like the thing, it's super high. So obviously you can see it.
Well, super high.
Your claim is that there's no horizon in the image, and I even asked you where is it. You said it was behind it, right? So you already admitted there is a horizon.
Yes.
You also said it was super high. It's actually 1 foot of. Do you know how tall 1 foot is?
The rigs are high. The rigs are really high.
That has no relation to the argument.
You can see. Obviously, you can see the rigs.
That has no relation.
They're just distance markers.
So pretend you have a basketball, okay? Pretend you have a basketball. The basketball is a certain size, okay? And then you take two little pins and you put it on that basketball, and you put it on the other side, okay? That's what you're supposed to be seeing, right? You can't see it, but we can see it, right? Why can we see it? Because it's not on a basketball that's a certain size. That's why it's on a flat table.
So,
go ahead.
So other than the things being there to show us how far away the horizon is, they're not really part of the argument. So if you were to take these platforms and pan, 5 degrees to the left or to the right, there would no longer be the platforms there, and you wouldn't know how far away the horizon is. But since the platforms are there, you now know the horizon is at least 10 miles away. Pan to the left or to the right, there's no more platforms. The horizon is still not where it's supposed to be, defeating the globe Earth argument.
Do you have a response to that? Go
You
ahead.
know why it's hard? Because he keeps thinking about the real horizon. That's not a ball. He doesn't know that you're talking about the ball horizon. That's supposed to be right here. That's why it's confused.
No. I'm just thinking right now.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, think about the ball when you think about it, because it's a model. When you think about the real world, your experiences, it's not going to work. You know what I mean? Because it's not in the model. The model doesn't.
Yeah, or another good thing that would be a good start is to familiarize yourself with the equation 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Like, have you ever heard of that before, that formula?
No.
Okay. If you go to, well, let me ask you this. Have you ever heard of like a curve calculator? There's no curve, but, assuming there is, but yeah. Have you ever heard of that?
Yes.
Yeah. Can you speak up? It's really hard to hear you. What'd you
Yeah.
say? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So, just take those instead of whatever formulas that are, the regular 8-inch. Instead of calculating for curve, you calculate for horizon distance. It's just like, you're using the same radius, but you're just taking the distance to the horizon, expected distance to the horizon instead of drop or whatever,
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's just, eventually, you'll find it. And if you can refute this, or, or if you have a direct measurement of that, okay, because I remember you said that you saw a curve. If you have a direct measurement of that, that would be amazing too. Do you know anyone who's measured Earth curve?
I know when I actually saw a curve, like straight up, not just horizon. When you're on a plane, you can see the curve.
Did you? Before we get to that, I'm asking about specifically the one on the beach one. Did you see any measurements of that? Do you have any measurements of that?
Radio silent.
Liddy, are you there?
He said no. He said no.
Liddy?
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, can you hear me? You're like cutting in and out, I think. I think something's wrong with this. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, let me replug and unplug the mic.
Okay. Yeah, did someone have a question? Go ahead. Whoever was wondering.
Yes, that was me.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, I just want to know what we were talking about right now.
Oh, I was asking for direct measurements of Earth curve. Got any of those?
No, nobody got any of those.
All right. Any proof that Earth is moving?
Well, no, I'm a flat earther, so.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Well.
Hey.
Never hurts to ask,
There's nothing.
Ain't nobody got that. I like that answer.
Maybe next year, 2022 might be the year, guys. Just wait.
Wait, so how
Got
did
my
you-
hopes.
Just a quick question. I just wanted to know how you at least started to believe that the Earth, was
No belief. It's no belief. It's just like if you go outside, right, and you make an observation, you only rely on real life experience.
If you
You
go
never
outside,
see curve,
it's a
right?
flat. It's just flat.
You never see curve, right?
No,
Do you
there's
see
no
curve?
No.
Right. So I'm only relying on real life. I mean, you could also say measurements and like long distance observations, all that. You can get into like more complicated. You can get into like more rigorous testing as far as like determining the shape with all the laser tests and stuff. But before any of that, I just say, well, where do I see curve? I don't. Okay, so what do I see? I see topography. Sometimes there's like bumps, but flat doesn't imply sphere. So obviously water, the way water works. So
Yeah,
it's like,
we gotta come from a logical response. Like you look outside. I stand on the top of the highest hill in my neighborhood. I don't see anything but just flat land above.
What is the radius of the globe? Real quick.
It's not a globe.
What is the radius of the globe? Real quick. You got 5 seconds to answer.
me or him?
Not you, him.
Yeah, you, Zodiac.
Yeah, you're not a flat earther. You're a troll. Come on.
That's a super long troll. Let's just keep him. He's good at flat smacking.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can just teach this one how to sit.
The question is not when did you start believing in flat Earth. The question is when did you start unbelieving in globe Earth?
Well, I started unbelieving in the globe once. I think it was like 2 years ago or so. I just I did my research because like at the time flat earthers were considered to be inaccurate or whatever, and I did my research. There's no record of the moon landing besides from recording evidence of like even reaching the moon.
But did you do the research on flat Earth? Did you find out what the globe radius is and go out to prove that? Verify it. What's the radius of the globe?
I used real life.
What's the radius first? I don't want to talk until you give me radius. All right.
You can't falsify their model if you don't know what their model is.
You gotta know it to know why it doesn't work.
I mean, you don't, but you wouldn't necessarily have to know it to prove the Earth is flat. Climbing a hill is really not good enough.
Yeah, but
Just alt tab over to Google real quick, right? Find a hole to hide in your Minecraft game and Google radius real quick. Stick a hole, park your guy in there, alt tab over to Google.
Yeah, put a block over your head so no one can see you.
Right. And give us the number. We can go back to Liddy.
Can we give him lifelines?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask. Is he still there?
Give him a lifeline. Let's do that. You get a phone a friend, like.
Or yeah, well, if he's not. He's Lydia. Are you there? Okay, he's not responding. Yeah, he's still there. I can barely hear you. You gotta speak up.
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, cool. So yeah, any questions or any direct measurements of Earth's curve?
Well, I don't have any measurements.
Okay. Any questions so far besides what we were about to? Because I know you were going to bring up something about a plane, but before we get to that, do you have any questions for us?
I have a question for him.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. Why did you start believing the Earth was a globe in the first place?
I was taught that.
Yeah, but like, what evidence did they show you? Did they just say Earth's a globe? Look at the toy in the corner, and that's it. Did they do anything else?
I don't remember.
Yeah.
Well, they were mom and dad, right? Back then. Mom and dad sent me to school.
Yes.
And that's why you believed, right?
Yes.
They would never send you to a place, that teaches you falsehoods, right? They would have to know their falsehoods. But they went to school and they got taught the same thing. And they believed it because their parents would never teach them, let them be taught falsehoods. This goes back.
Wait a minute. Are you telling me Christopher Columbus didn't discover America and that there was like 500 tribes already here? My teacher lied to me?
Can anybody hear me?
He discovered Christopher Columbus. Was lost.
I can hear you, but your mic's slow. You got to turn it up a little bit.
If you're lost and you find people, who exactly is the discoverer?
Right, so I just want to get your stance. You believe? So we all believe here that the Earth is flat, right?
No.
Observe, it's not belief. You experience it. It's experienced that way. When you got when do you ever have you ever seen Earth curve or Earth moving or an open vacuum in real life? Because it's not a belief. If you actually experience it, right, and you don't see curve, what do you see when you Finn, when in your life, do you ever see curve or do you ever see Earth as a sphere in real life?
No.
No.
Okay,
But do you believe?
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Do you here's a quick question. Do you believe you're a guy, male, or do you know you're a male? I mean, do you tell people, well, I believe I'm a guy?
Why do you believe that the Earth is fucking flat?
It's not a belief. It's a real life.
Okay, stop swearing.
Yeah.
You don't know how to swear, man.
Hold on,
I have my
relax,
first
relax,
fucking amendment
relax.
right, and you're
You
not
just-
going to
listen.
tell me that the Earth is not
Here.
fucking flat. Meanwhile, I had to go
Relax,
through
you're
all this
belligerent.
fucking shit
You're
just to fucking get
belligerent,
into
bro.
this.
Oh my god, you just learned how to swear, man. You're like, don't even have a
Oh my
pubic
God.
hair. You thought you had
You
two till
sound
you
like your
pissed out of
dad.
one.
Smooth brain.
Yeah, is that what your dad sounds like when he's fucking yelling at your mom?
He left.
Don't
He left.
embarrass him. Yeah.
I had to do all this work just to get in here.
Oh. So this is dad,
So let me
right?
say this.
Yelling at his
Let me say
mom.
this real fast. So if I were to go in my backyard and meditate for 3 days and 3 nights, I would observe with my senses that the ground is not moving, that it's flat and stationary, and the sun, moon, and stars make a circuit overhead roughly once every 24 hours. So I don't have to believe in the flat earth. I witness a flat earth. My senses all confirm simultaneously that I live on a flat earth. From the vestibular organ in my inner ear that detects motion, to my eyes which see the sun and moon and stars moving, to the touch, right? There's no wind.
Hey, really fucking
moving
quickly,
at
Bill
1,000
Nye.
miles
What
an
made
hour.
you go to the fucking conclusion that the Earth is fucking round? It's flat, may I ask?
Because that's all we see and experience it as.
Oh, okay. So if I fucking experience a fucking cup, does that mean that the Earth is a fucking cup?
Did you
Well, have you
just
ever
die or
experienced
something in the
Are
game?
you in the cup? Are you stupid?
Did the Ender Dragon just
Right.
kill you or something? Why are you so angry all of a sudden?
No, you shut the fuck up, because I'm.
I bet it was a creeper.
I just
bet
learned
you
how to
had a
swear
lot of
3 minutes
stuff on
ago,
you.
so I'm gonna use a swear every
Yeah.
6
No,
seconds.
evidence that the Earth is
I
No,
bet
he
you
fell
fell
in
in some
lava. He
lava.
lost all his
Shut the
stuff.
fuck
That's why
Exactly.
he's
You
so
fell in
angry.
some lava because you're a
Triggered.
Oh
noob.
my god.
What evidence?
Hey,
did
get a
you
water
present?
bucket.
Triggered.
Finn,
Throw the water bucket.
straight down.
He can't
You
even
let
emoji
him up in
water
lava.
bucket.
On why the
Dude,
fuck
listen, put some timber in your
that the Earth is
swears.
not on a fucking globe, even though you have
Look,
fucking
put some timber in your swears, dude. You sound like a little pipsqueak, dude, swearing.
Say it with your chest, little nigga.
Can I
Say
ask
it
a
with your
little,
chest.
can I ask the little man? Can I ask the little man something?
Yeah, you asked me a question.
Are you? I have a question for you, little man.
Finn, I'm muting you to your nuts drop, okay?
Hold on. Just let me ask him one question. Let me ask him one question. Hey, little man, what's your name?
He's muted.
Yeah,
Oh,
he's not in any.
That's
Yeah.
so boring.
His name is the Earth's a fucking coffee cup.
Well, I was just
He's
gonna ask
wilding
him
out,
what
man.
I was gonna ask him what part of the Q-tip army is he in?
Man, where's Liddy? Shit.
Hello.
Hi, Liddy. You still there,
Hi,
man?
welcome back.
Hey.
Got any questions?
Welcome back, Liddy.
Sorry about that.
I changed his name to Copy Cup Earther.
Nice. So, Liddy, did you hear what I said about meditating in my backyard for 3 days and 3 nights?
What'd you say? No, I didn't.
Oh, bro, you're here and you're not even listening?
No, you said
Come on,
like
man.
you don't hear like you don't hear the spinning or whatever.
Yeah, we don't believe the Earth is flat because you don't have to believe something you can witness with your senses, right? How do you determine if something's true? You verify it with one or more of your senses, right? Like, how many toes do I got? You don't know because you're on the other end of the internet. The only way you would say for sure that I had 10 toes is if you saw them and then verified that you're not looking at a high-end prosthetic by touching it and feel the warmth, the tendons, the blood, right? Then after you verify something with 2 or more of your senses, then you know it's a fact. Everything else is hearsay. Like
Right.
Tommy's a punk. Well, there's no evidence of that, right? And unless Tommy goes to prison and then turns into a punk, right?
Quick question.
And then
When
you're
you,
in prison and you witness it, right?
but quick question. When you're in a car, do you feel like you're flying 100 miles an hour forward? Or if you're in a plane, do you feel like you're
The car is a closed system.
that fast? No.
Quick answer. I got a quick answer for him. Yeah, in a convertible.
I'm not talking about convertible. It's
Oh, that's a car, isn't it?
an airplane.
An airplane.
You feel like you're flying hundreds of miles per hour in there.
Yeah, I can. I notice it. Yeah.
I can feel every movement of an airplane, bro. Yep, you better believe it.
You're flying straight forward. You feel
A rotating ball does not travel in a straight line, buddy. So you're using a false and non-equivalent. What is it? Non-equivalent fallacy.
It's a false equivalent.
False equivalent. Sorry, brain cramp. Finn, like in his like crazy spiral, messed up my head.
So, do you like the quick answer? Convertible. Yes.
Convertible. That's not an answer.
A train moves in a straight line. A train moves at a straight line at a constant speed.
Oh, God.
Theoretically, you won't feel the motion, but you're on a spinning ball. That is a curved path. Right?
Yeah, but
you're not traveling at a constant speed.
Yeah, I got a section on planes, trains, and all.
Tell me, do you feel? Well, let me just finish this one thing. Do you feel if the train is taking a curve, right? Do you feel that?
Yep.
Yes, but
well,
okay.
The Earth is
that's
curving.
what you're on, dude. That's what you think you're on. You think you're on a ball that's in the rotation, right? Is curved. You're on a curved path. Your body.
Yep.
Yeah,
You're done.
You're riding a scrambler right now.
You're finished.
Gravity's moving.
Gravity. We'll get to gravity in a second. He's talking about the vestibular apparatus in the inner ear. Are you familiar with that?
Yeah.
Please. What does it detect?
Like motion, like when you're turning and stuff.
Oh, so it detects rotational movement. Are we rotating on your fairy tale spinning ball space monkey religion? Yes. Yep. Why don't we feel it then?
Because we're moving with everything else. We're moving.
No, it detects rotational movement, sir. It should detect that rotational movement.
With gravity, though.
No, it's minus gravity. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to stop you right there. Can I direct everyone's attention to? We'll get to fairy tale gravity here in a second. But this specifically talks about fairy tale gravity in it. So, 45 minutes after the hour, let's go to the second citation from Vestibular Disorders. These are subject matter experts. Unlike otolithic organs, the semicircular canals are not sensitive to gravity. Down further, the cupola gets pushed or pulled during angular movement from the flow of endolymph, causing the cupola to bend. You are debunked.
What's your source?
The authors of Vestibular Disorders Association? Vestibular.org. They're subject matter experts in the area.
So is the government.
So is the government. That's your final answer?
What a fantastic rebuttal.
Young man, speaking of your
Indio,
young man,
shut down the server.
Young man, just out of curiosity, out of 100%, how much do you think your government is telling the truth?
Hold on a second, man. We don't want to go down the fucking government route. I'm on semicircular canals. We're going to get to his gravity in a moment, not the government. So you're debunked.
Am I?
Yeah. Now, let's move on to gravity. Which gravity are you talking about?
The one gravity that there is.
The one gravity? Oh, no. There isn't just one gravity, son. You sure about that? Is that your final answer?
Yes.
Okay. Wait, one?
You mean what? There's obviously one gravity. That's one.
Yeah,
theory.
we heard you. I said, wait, one. That means shut up.
Okay.
Right? You said there's one gravity? I'd like to direct everyone's attention to... "47 minutes after the hour from NASA, 2 versions of gravity, Newton and Einstein. Lessons for students." You're debunked again.
Theories. There's so many different types of theories for.
No, there's not theories. Newton never proposed a scientific theory in his life.
Yes, he did.
Which one?
Every single thing that he says.
Every single thing he says is a theory. What's a scientific theory?
Yeah, that's cute.
Definition of theory.
What? Define a scientific theory. And I want citation with that, by the way. Because we're not trusting you after you screwed the pooch with your last 2 speculations. Scientific theory, please.
Merriam-Webster, a plausible or scientifically acceptable general principle or body of principles offered to explain phenomenon, the wave theory of light.
That is incorrect because it's too generalized.
What do you mean?
Yep, Mr. Google. So check this out. I'm going to debunk you again. This is kind of fun. 48 minutes after the hour from Chemistry About. A scientific theory summarizes a hypothesis or group of hypotheses that have been supported with repeated testing. From quarks to quasars, a scientific theory consists of one or more hypotheses that have been supported with repeated testing. From Scientific American, a scientific theory is an explanation of some aspect of the natural world that has been substantiated through repeated experiments or testing. From the University of Rochester Physics Labs, a scientific theory represents a hypothesis or group of related hypotheses which has been confirmed through what? Repeated experimental tests. None of those words came out of your mouth. You're debunked.
Merriam-Webster.
Merriam-Webster.
Those are 2 different definitions, and they're both saying the same thing.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Where did it say hypotheses and experiments?
It doesn't have to say the exact same thing.
Oh, it doesn't have to say the exact same thing.
There's different ways to say the same thing.
Oh, there is.
I like cheese. I like eating cheese. I enjoy cheese. I like cheese.
I like cheese and I like cheese. Yep. That's great.
There's different definitions.
So, how many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Roll Pop? True or false?
You've been listening to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0. We hope you're having a fantastic day on this flat and stationary plane. If you too would like to join the debate, please click the link below. We'll see you there.